entourage. Xiaoliang rode off alone, leaving in a cloud of dust. Chu Yuewei rushed into Chu Ruoyue's room, grabbing her hair and striking her hard. Bitch, what makes you think you deserve him? Chu Yuewei seethed. Look at you, so lowly. How dare you think you're worthy of the elegant Qin Wang? Such beatings and insults were common, so Chu Ruoyue didn't feel much. She frowned at the furious Chu Yuewei, smiled, and said softly, whether I'm worthy or not, I'm already his. What's your problem? Disgusting. Chu Yuewei cursed again. At this moment, the Empress arrived, grabbing Chu Yuewei with a look of helplessness. Yuewei, what are you doing? Mother, I don't want her to marry him. I want to marry him. I like the Qin Wang. Please let me marry him. Chu Yuewei knelt down, clutching the Empress's skirt. Although she was the daughter of a concubine, she had been raised by the Empress since childhood, and the Empress loved her dearly. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a headache coming on. She sighed helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about, child? She's just a concubine, not the main wife. How can a princess lower herself like this? These words completely disregarded Chu Ruoyue's dignity and feelings. Chu Ruoyue knew that she had no standing in the palace, so she didn't take it to heart, only smiling faintly. Chu Yuewei, however, was stubborn. Even if it's as a concubine, I'm willing. Marrying one princess is the same as marrying two. Mother, please, I like the Qin Wang. I want to marry him. Chapter 85. Well played. How dare you? Empress Chu was utterly shocked that the child she had raised with her own hands could be so lacking in ambition. Enraged, she slapped her across the face and then threw the jade pendant onto her body. Her teeth clenched as she said, Can't you see how others treat you? Why do you willingly demean yourself like this? Mother. Chu Yuewei clutched her stinging cheek, the pendant hitting her, her eyes widening in disbelief. How? How could this be? Chu Ryue stood up from the side, kneeling properly as she looked at Empress Chu and said softly, Your Majesty, if my sister truly loves the Prince of Qin, I am willing to step aside. He loves you, not your sister. If she marries him, she won't have a good life. You should also take care of yourself. Empress Chu sighed and then turned to leave. Chu Yuewei was seized by two elderly Moamuets from behind and escorted away. The chaos in the Chu Palace was mirrored in the Prince of Qin's palace. Shen Tao had been incessantly requesting an audience, determined to see Shun Yunyan. But Shun Yunyan, in her current state, simply had no energy to meet him. She frowned, repeatedly refusing his requests. Tianzhao sighed, somewhat helplessly. He's currently kneeling at the palace gates. People are coming and going, and who knows what they're thinking. What? Shin Yunyan couldn't believe that her own father had pushed her to this point. Her face darkened with anger as she clenched her teeth and said, Fine. If he's so desperate to see me, let him in. I want to see what he wants from me. Xiaoliang returned, covered in dust, and from afar. He saw Shan Tao kneeling upright at the gates of the Prince of Qin's palace. He immediately understood the situation and, his face turning pale with anger, he strode forward and kicked Shan Tao to the ground with a single powerful kick. How dare you cause trouble here? Don't you want to live? Oh, isn't this Minister Shen? Xiaoliang feigned realization, quickly stepping forward to help Shan Tao up. What is Minister Shen doing kneeling here? Shan Tao, having been kicked in the chest, turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Xiaoliang. How dare you? I am your father-in-law. You dare to strike me? Minister Shun, that's quite the accusation, Xiaoliang replied, his tone mocking. I didn't recognize you from behind earlier. Besides, I am a first-rank prince appointed by the emperor himself. How could you possibly be my father-in-law? Xiaoliang chuckled, then let go of Shun Tao's arm. With the support gone, Shun Tao slumped to the ground, glaring at Xiaoliang. How dare you? Do you have no respect for hierarchy and ethics? First, one is subject to the ruler, then son to father. Don't tell me Minister Shin doesn't understand this principle? Sharp-tongued indeed. Shin Tao gritted his teeth and stood up. At that moment, Tianzhao hurried over, seeing Xiaoliang and letting out a sigh of relief. Minister Shun, our princess says she will see you now. Oh. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Tianzhao. What's going on? Tianzhao knelt down, speaking softly. Your Highness, Minister Shun has been persistently requesting an audience with the princess, but lately, the princess has been unwell and hasn't had the energy to receive him. However, Minister Shun has been pleading insistently, so there must be something urgent. How dare you? You worthless servants! What use are you to me? Before I left, I ordered you to take good care of the princess. Now, with the princess in such a state, you can't even guard her door properly? Useless, just eating up my food. Tianzhao immediately trembled, kowtowing. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Please forgive me. I dare not. I truly dare not. Minister Shun is the princess's birth father. I truly dared not stop him. First, one is subject to the ruler, then son to father. You lowly servant, don't you understand this principle? Get back and take care of the princess. If there's anything wrong with her, I'll have your head. Xiaoyang barked coldly. Tianzhao scrambled to his feet and hurried inside. Xiaoyang glanced at Shun Tao, uninvited, persistently requesting an audience, forcing yourself upon the princess. Minister Shun, very well done indeed. If anything happens to my wife or child, I absolutely will not let this matter rest. With that, Xiaoyang barked again and strode away. What did this mean? Xin Tao couldn't believe that the situation had escalated to this point. He frowned, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. You scoundrel. And what of it? Xiaoyang scoffed. Don't even mention Minister Shun. Even if the King of Heaven himself were here, he'd have to prioritize my wife. With that, he turned and walked inside. Just as they were about to meet, Xiaoyang unexpectedly returned, ruining everything. You're finally back. I've been so worried about you. Shen Yunyan saw Xiaoyang and immediately rushed over, hugging him tightly. Xiaoyang caught her firmly, smiling gently before whispering, I'm already back. Why are you in such a hurry? Am I going to fly away? How did your journey go? Shen Yunyan anxiously checked Xiaoyang's body, worried that something might be wrong. Seeing this, Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, Don't worry. I told you. I'm invincible. Nothing will happen. What invincible? What nothing will happen? Shen Yunyan chuckled. You might be fine outside, but trouble awaits you back here. Both Xiaozha and Shun Tao are here, and the Qin territory is bound to be in chaos. They've only been here a few days and are already running around, asking questions. I wonder what they're up to, Shen Yunyan said, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. The city lord of Ji colluded with the crown prince. This is now known throughout the Qin territory. Our people are fierce. Just wait, he won't get away with it. Ah! Shun Yunyan blinked. Didn't we say it had to be kept secret, not to spread it around? Xiaoyang shrugged, grinning. You can seal the jar, but you can't seal people's mouths. If everyone insists on talking, what can I do? The entertainment district is quite lively. When we have time, I'll take you there to listen. Xiaoyang kissed her. I see your complexion isn't good. It's only been a month, but you've lost so much weight. Is it this little troublemaker inside you? Little troublemaker? Shen Yunyan touched her belly, whispering, I've been eating fine lately, just worried about you. Your Highness, do you like sons? It's not that I like sons, it's that the world likes sons, Xiaoyang chuckled, wrapping an arm around her and speaking tenderly. Giving birth is hard and dangerous for a woman. If the first child is a boy, then you won't have to suffer in the future. What? Shen Yunyan looked at him in disbelief. You only want one son? If it's a son, one is enough. If it's a daughter, it's better to have a brother to support her. Otherwise, if something happens to us, she'll be all alone and might get bullied, Xiaoyang said seriously. Chapter 86. Calm. Seeing Xiaoyang's serious demeanor, Shen Yunyan couldn't hold back her laughter. The child isn't even here yet, and you're already worrying about all this. Xiaoyang, however, was quite earnest. He placed his hand on her belly and smiled, saying, How isn't there a shadow? The child is right here in your belly, isn't it? All right, let's get down to business now. Shen Tao is, after all, your father. It's not good to keep avoiding him. How about this? I'll organize a banquet. That way, everyone can meet, and I'll see what schemes they're up to. Did you rush here day and night, in such a hurry, just for this matter? Yes, I won't let anyone bully you. Xiaoyang smiled and kissed Shen Yunyan on the forehead. Then, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. Shen Yunyan was startled and blushed. The child. We can't do anything reckless now. I know, but I've been running back all this way and I'm really tired. So just hold me, and let's sleep together, okay? Xiaoyang smiled, hugged Shen Yunyan, and soon fell into a deep sleep. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, which showed just how exhausting the journey had been. Shen Yunyan lay beside him, close enough to see every detail of his face clearly. She smiled slightly, nuzzled against his chest, and all her worries melted away in that moment. On the third day after Xiaoyang's return, a grand banquet was held at the Qin Palace. Not only were Xiaozhe and Shen Tao invited, but also the various city lords, all gathered together for a lively occasion. In fact, some of them had already met during the previous grand wedding. Back then, they all thought the crown prince was benevolent and would surely become a wise ruler in the future. But now, knowing what he had done, their attitudes and gazes toward him had changed drastically, turning cold and distant. Xiaozhe was very sensitive and quickly sensed the change, though he couldn't quite figure out where the problem lay. Xiaoyang smiled. Brother and Lord Shun, traveling such a long distance must be quite tiring. Unfortunately, I've been away and haven't had the chance to welcome you. My apologies. Hearing this, Xiaozhe's expression changed slightly. Hesitating for a moment, he then smiled. I know you've been busy with the engagement. You've worked hard. Bringing this up deliberately, it seemed he was trying to stir up trouble. Shen Tao coughed. The princess is newly pregnant, and yet the concubine is about to enter the household. The prince is indeed diligent. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. Speaking of the concubine on a small scale, it's my personal matter, but on a larger scale, it involves diplomatic relations between two countries, which is a state affair. I am a first-rank prince, personally appointed by the emperor. Earning the emperor's favor, it is my duty to share his burdens. How could I not be diligent? Each word of Xiaoyang's was firm and resonant. Originally, they mocked him for being frivolous. But with his silver tongue, Xiaoyang turned it into a matter of national importance, portraying himself as a dedicated servant of the state. Where could one find fault with that? Yet, every word he said was on a moral high ground, leaving no room for criticism. Even if one wanted to pick a fight, there was no opening. Seeing him like this, Xiaozhe smiled. Brother Chun, you are indeed diligent. If father knew, he would surely be very pleased. Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, Then, brother, you should speak highly of me to the emperor when you return. This was truly seizing the opportunity. After several encounters, Xiaozhe had become wiser. He realized that confronting Xiaoyang head-on was futile, so he chose silence. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one made, and the more one lost face. After the banquet ended, Xiaoyang arranged a small dinner for Shen Tao, sending Xiaozhe away. Xin Yuanfeng also arrived, kneeling and bowing to Shen Tao. Seeing his once fair and plump eldest son now looking like this, Shen Tao felt his heart breaking, and tears almost came to his eyes. My heavens, how did you become like this? This won't do, you must come back with me. Thank you for your concern, father. I'm fine, so I won't be returning for now. Xin Yuanfeng smiled at him. Seeing Xin Yuanfeng like this, Shen Tao took a deep breath, feeling utterly confused. He frowned and looked at him. What's so bad about the ministry? Why won't you stay? Why won't you stay by my side? I am your father, your only son. Seeing Shen Tao's heartbroken expression, Shen Yuanfeng was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said calmly, Father, I understand your intentions, but a good man's ambitions lie beyond his home. I should strive for my own achievements. Hearing this, Shen Tao was furious. He frowned at Shen Yunyan, gritting his teeth. Look at what you've done to your brother. This was my own decision. What does it have to do with my sister? She's pregnant now. Why are you blaming her? Shin Yuanfeng frowned, defending his sister. Xiaoyang didn't join their conversation or the dinner. He found a spot to eavesdrop quietly. Shin Yunyan, seeing Xin Tao's furious expression, felt helpless. Father, Yuanfeng is 12 now. He's old enough to understand. He doesn't like the ministry. Even if you force him, he still won't like it. He doesn't like studying. Even if you make him read until the books fall apart, he won't pass the imperial exams. So why do you keep forcing him to do what he doesn't like? Seeing Shin Yunyan so assertive, Xin Tao grew even angrier. He gritted his teeth. How dare you? Regardless, I am your father. How can you be so disobedient and disrespectful? Xin Tao slammed the table in anger. He couldn't understand how the two children he had raised with such care had turned out like this. Why were they both so distant from him? It was as if they wanted to do him harm. Feeling helpless, Xin Tao sighed and said softly, "Look at yourselves. Where is the respect due to a parent?" Shin Yunyan realized that they were simply not on the same page. She took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Since you're here, let's just have a good meal. It's rare for a family to sit together, so let's not keep arguing. Hearing this, Xin Tao felt even more frustrated. He looked at Shin Yuanfeng. I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back with me or not? I won't go back with you. Shin Yuanfeng was calm and resolute. Chapter 87. Not wanting to involve others. Seeing this, Xin Tao realized that if he wanted to take his child back, it would take some effort. He could only sigh in resignation and then said softly, "All right then, let's leave it at that for now." Leave it at that? Shin Yunyan smiled, took a sip of water and whispered, "All right then, let's leave it at that for now." Watching the two of them, Shin Yuanfeng also understood that this matter would be temporarily put aside. Xiaoyang made sure his wife wouldn't be bullied before quietly heading to the study. Upon entering, he saw Black City Lord and Liao City Lord waiting there. He smiled and said, "Thank you both for your trouble." He sat down directly and continued, "It's not early anymore, and I'm sure you must be tired. I won't beat around the bush. Black City Lord, tell me, how is G City now?" After the G City Lord's demise, G City has stabilized. The people are doing their jobs, and although livestock and fruit trees are a bit behind compared to other places, the climate is good, so they'll catch up soon. Black City Lord spoke honestly. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Make sure to strictly follow my instructions, plant those fruit trees properly, and trim, spray for pests, and apply medicine regularly. Got it? Black City Lord immediately nodded. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Rest assured, Your Highness. Liao City Lord, how about your side? Xiaoyang looked at him with concern. Liao City Lord stepped forward. Your Highness, everything in Liao City is normal, but guarding the border is a bit strenuous and tense. Yes, the border troops are indeed hardworking. I've already taken steps to comfort them. Xiaoyang smiled. I told you before, don't think too much, just focus on your work. That still stands. If you need anything, come to me. Hearing this, Liao City Lord finally relaxed and whispered, Earlier, you mentioned collecting old military equipment. We've already completed that, but with the chaos in Qin territory, it might not be convenient to send it over now, right? It seemed these people had been with him long enough to grow more cunning. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, It's fine. If the equipment is inconvenient to transport, send the people over. Just be discreet about it. All right, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. Leave at night and don't stay in Qinsheng. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. Xiaxia had thought that even without the G City Lord, there would be others. But he never expected that in such a short time, Qin territory had become like a solid block of iron. No matter where he went, it seemed useless, constantly hitting walls. He thought this was Xiaoyang's doing, but he didn't realize it was because he had lost the people's support. One could control many things, but not the hearts of the common people. The common folk didn't care who sat on the throne or who the emperor or crown prince was. They only cared about whether they could eat their fill and live well. They didn't understand much else, only knowing that since Prince Qin arrived, fresh vegetables, fruits, and grains were available. They no longer had to endure the cold winter holding roasted potatoes to eat. Now that Xiaxia was secretly trying to stir up trouble, how could these people cooperate with him? The city lords also understood that one misstep could lead to a punishment of 9 generations, with the entire family executed. Why take such a risk? These developments quickly reached Xiaoyang's ears. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Afu. This is the power of the people. Water can carry a boat. Hearing this, Afu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness, you are very popular among the people. But even if he was popular, what could it matter? Xiaoyang smiled, tilting his head and looking at him. Such words must never be spread. If Emperor Xia finds out, who knows what might happen? I asked you to investigate earlier. How is it going? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at him. As a transmigrator, although he had the original owner's memories, there were still many things he didn't know, such as how Emperor Xia had staged a coup and betrayed his way to the throne. He felt there must be some other forces in Emperor Xia's hands. Otherwise, it was impossible to seize the throne with just one head. Afu also shook his head and whispered, I've investigated for a long time, but for some reason, the past events are tightly sealed. Moreover, there's nothing special about Emperor Xia's entourage. It seemed the hiding was deep indeed. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression grow more serious, Afu felt uneasy and knelt down. It's all my incompetence. It's fine. Your most important task now is to protect the princess consort and her unborn child. Also, there will soon be a celebration in the palace. It's a tiring affair, and the princess consort is pregnant, so I'll leave it to you. What? Afu was stunned to be given such a task. For a moment, he felt aggrieved and muttered, Your Highness, I'm just a man. I have no idea how to handle such things. It's fine. Just work with Tianzhao on this. Xiaoyang smiled, offering a solution. Upon hearing Tianzhao's name, Afu instinctively felt a headache. He complained helplessly, That girl never stops talking, always chattering away. I can't handle it. Can't take it? Why not? Xiaoyang looked at him and snorted. I'm not blind. When you two are together, I see you always smiling. I assume you two are mutually fond of each other, right? Your Highness? Afu panicked and knelt down. He was the prince's shadow guard, and his purpose in life was to die for the prince. How could he have his own emotions and desires? Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt helpless. He sighed and then said softly, Am I that scary? Why are you always so panicked and cautious in front of me? You may be my shadow guard, but you're also a human being. You can have your own thoughts and emotions. Xiaoyang spoke as if it were only natural. But Afu shook his head. The education he received from a young age wasn't like that. Afu knelt there, murmuring, I cannot involve others in my troubles. Afu knelt there and whispered, I cannot involve others. Chapter 88. Death looms at every moment. What does it mean to be a burden? Sometimes, Xiaoyang truly felt speechless. With a helpless sigh, he muttered under his breath, Forget it. If you can't figure it out, then so be it. I don't want to force you into anything. Go ahead, do whatever you need to do. With that, he turned and walked away, his voice calm as he spoke to himself. Afu, one day, this world won't need shadow guards, nor will it need death warriors. What? Afu knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyang's retreating figure. What kind of world would no longer need people like them, who were always on the brink of death? Was this the peaceful era the prince spoke of? If anyone else had said it, he might have dismissed it as a joke. But since it was Xiaoyang who said it, he believed that one day, such a world would indeed come to pass. Xin Tao and Xiaxia, though they had come to observe the ceremony, were in fact here to gather intelligence. However, neither of them had expected that after days of investigation, they had found absolutely no useful information. Xiaxia grew impatient and clenched his teeth, exclaiming, What's going on? What's the deal with this Qin region? What kind of magic does it possess? And this Xiaoyang, just a pampered playboy who can barely take care of himself. What kind of ability does he have to make everyone so loyal to him? Xiaxia was genuinely puzzled and deeply frustrated. Seeing Xiaja's agitation, Shun Tao sighed in resignation. After a moment of thought, he said softly, perhaps, while in the capital, he was merely feigning weakness to overpower the strong. Pretending to be a weakling to take down the strong? What did that mean? Xiaja hesitated. What does Lord Shin mean? If Xiaoliang had been like this in the capital, do you think he would have been allowed to leave for his fiefdom and survive until now? Of course not. Xiaja suddenly understood, his eyes widening as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He took a deep breath, excitement nearly making him jump with joy. That's right. If father knew about this, he would never tolerate him. Xiaoliang would be doomed. What a great opportunity. This is truly a golden chance. I must inform father at once. Xiaja was so excited that he almost wished he could fly back immediately. Watching Xiaja's overeagerness, Shun Tao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Though they had been in a cooperative relationship before, he hadn't realized how lacking in intellect Xiaja was. Now, seeing Xiaja like this, he felt a tinge of regret. Lowering his head, he said helplessly, but we have no evidence, do we? Evidence? Xiaja clenched his teeth. Look at this Qin region. Look at this Qin king's palace. Isn't this evidence? What else could it be? If these could be considered evidence, Xiaoliang would have been dead long ago. Xin Tao looked at Xiaja with a mix of frustration and resignation. Your Highness, the most crucial matter at hand is not eliminating Xiaoliang, but ensuring you remain untainted by any potential fallout. Following the incident with the Lord of Ji City, the people of the Qin region may harbor resentment towards you. If you lose the hearts of the people, the consequences will be severe. Hearing this, Xiaja snorted disdainfully, his tone cold. This Qin region is nothing but a frontier barbarian land. What's so great about it? A poor, rugged land breeds unruly people. In my opinion, they all deserve to die. How dare they be dissatisfied with me? Truly absurd. I am the crown prince, the future emperor. They are but insignificant ants. What do they count for? Xiaja sneered. All these words reached Xiaoliang's ears without alteration. At that moment, Xiaoliang was having dinner with Shen Yunyan. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yunyan immediately put down her chopsticks, her brow furrowed. How can the crown prince be so ruthless? He has always been a ruthless person. As long as Emperor Xia is alive, he can still be somewhat controlled. But once Emperor Xia passes away and this man takes the throne, it will truly be a disaster for the great Xia. Xiaoliang sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. It seems we are indeed in a difficult situation. What does it mean to be caught in a difficult position? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang smiled faintly and said softly, I don't want to start a war, but if I want that position, I must initiate one. And then, who knows how many innocent people will suffer? Shen Yunyan held his hand, her smile gentle. I believe in you. Your army, even if it enters the city, will never harm the common people. Seeing her gentle expression, Xiaoliang kissed her hand. As long as you stay by my side, I will do anything willingly. Xiaoliang, I will follow you wherever you go. I want to stay by your side, to stand by your side, Shen Yunyan said firmly, her gaze unwavering. Xiaoliang chuckled. With such intentions, he will find it difficult to move an inch in our Qin region. Fu, go and inform the city lords. While we must avoid suspicion, we must not be too discourteous. Our Qin region must maintain its dignity, Xiaoliang said with a smile, giving the order. Fu acknowledged and turned to leave. Tianzhao watched his retreating figure, deep in thought, then turned and walked outside. Wait. Tianzhao stepped forward, her brow furrowed as she looked at Fu. Why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Fu didn't know how to respond to this question. Hesitating for a moment, he whispered, Is there something you need from me? Do I need a reason to find you? Tianzhao rolled her eyes and then handed him a pair of knee pads, saying softly, It's always cold in Qin region. Even though summer is approaching, you should still take these. With summer almost here, what use were knee pads? Fu looked at the knee pads, feeling both amused and helpless. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. This is too precious, so I better not take it. Stop. Tianzhao was furious, glaring at him with clenched teeth. Are you sure you don't want it? Ah Fu looked at her angry expression, feeling helpless, but still shook his head and turned to leave. Ugh, what a blockhead. Tianzhao stormed back, only to find that Xiaoyang was no longer in the room. Shen Yunyan, seeing her dear Tianzhao in such a state, couldn't help but laugh and feel a mix of amusement and concern. What's the matter with you? He's such a blockhead. Tianzhao pouted, sitting beside her. Back in the Shen household, Tianzhao and Shen Yunyan had practically grown up together, their bond as close as sisters. Seeing Tianzhao so frustrated, Shen Yunyan smiled and said softly, "It's almost summer now." Giving him knee pads, of course, he'd think they're useless. "Miss, he doesn't like me," Tianzhao said, her eyes downcast. "If he liked me, he would accept anything I gave him, wouldn't he?" Shen Yunyan smiled, taking her hand. "Child, he's a shadow guard, always on the brink of death. Have you really thought this through?" Chapter 89. Not bad already. "Miss, even if he's not a shadow guard, who can truly guarantee a long life?" Tianzhao chuckled. "Who knows what will happen in the future?" "No one can know what will happen in the future?" Shen Yinyan looked at Tianzhao in disbelief. She couldn't believe such words had come from such a young girl. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Seeing Shen Yinyan's expression, Tianzhao smiled and softly said, "Miss, you've studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, so you think deeply. But I'm just a simple little maid. I only look at the present. I only care about the present." What a clear-headed girl. Xiaoyang returned and, upon hearing this, couldn't help but clap. He smiled and said, "Well said. No wonder you're my first-rank lady-in-waiting. Impressive." Seeing Xiaoyang enter, Tianzhao was startled and fell off her chair. I was just rambling." Tianzhao panicked. Seeing the girl's fear, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. He sat down and looked at her, saying calmly, "You dare to covet my shadow guard, yet you're afraid of me?" Hearing this, Tianzhao became even more nervous. She took a deep breath and whispered, "I deserve death for daring to think of Ah Fu, but I truly like him." In this feudal dynasty, a woman daring to express her feelings like this was already commendable. Xiaoyang looked at her appreciatively and smiled. "I think you two are a perfect match. He's timid, but you're brave. I'll give him to you, but how you make it work is up to you." With that, he pulled Shen Yinyan and turned to leave. "Even though you're pregnant, you can't stay in your room all the time, understand? You need to move around more so childbirth will be easier. If it weren't for us growing up together, I'd almost think you've had several children. You seem so experienced." Shen Yinyan smiled, placing her hand on her slightly rounded belly. "It's only been 4 months, but why does my stomach feel so big? Could it be twins?" Xiaoyang excitedly leaned closer, smiling at his beloved wife. "Are there 2 babies? 2 babies?" Shen Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand trembling slightly. "Could it be 2 babies?" "Haha, I don't know. Let's call the imperial physician to check." Xiaoyang laughed and immediately summoned the physician. After carefully taking the pulse, the physician knelt down. "Congratulations, Your Highness. It's twins. 2 babies indeed." 2 babies. Xiaoyang excitedly hugged Shen Yinyan. "Haha, I'm amazing, aren't I? Was that really something to say in broad daylight?" Seeing Xiaoyang's excitement, Shen Yinyan rolled her eyes, feeling a bit helpless. "My lord, there are outsiders present. Can we not talk like that?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang finally came to his senses. He looked at Shen Yinyan, thought for a moment, and softly said, "From now on, you must be extra careful, understand?" He then personally picked up a pen and paper to write a prescription. In his previous life, his medical skills were unparalleled, and now they were finally useful. Follow this prescription daily and don't skip any doses, understand? Having twins will be very taxing. Yin-Yin, from now on, you need to rest more, but also exercise. Don't lie down all day, understand? Xiaoyang felt his heart race. In this era of poor medical and sanitary conditions, safely delivering twins was extremely difficult. Seeing Xiaoyang's prescription, the physician was astonished. "Your Highness, you're truly skilled." Seeing the physician's surprise, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "I just casually read some medical books. Nothing special. Don't spread this outside." "Yes, I understand. I'll go prepare the medicine." The physician immediately understood and quickly left. Xiaoyang then said, "From now on, I entrust my wife and our 2 children to you. If anything happens to them, I'll exterminate your entire clan without mercy." "What?" The physician immediately knelt down. "I will do my utmost." "That's more like it." Xiaoyang glanced at Tianzhao. "Now, spread the word. If anything happens to my children, the entire palace will be massacred." "What?" Xin Yinyan heard this and grew anxious. She frowned and softly said to Xiaoyang, "My lord, isn't this too extreme? It has to be this way. Otherwise, some might get ideas. If anything happens to you and the children, what would I do?" Xiaoyang looked at Shun Yinyan earnestly. "Right now, nothing is more important than you and the children. Understand?" Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Shun Yinyan's eyes welled up with tears. She choked out, "Why are you so good to me? You're my wife. Of course, I must be good to you." Xiaoyang smiled, kissed her, and softly said, "Even if I have to give up my life, I'll protect you." Moreover, if this news spread, everyone would think he was just a family man, a weakling. Xiaozhe and Shen Tao were eyeing the throne in Qin. While the power of the people was immense, these 2 were cunning. To be safe, he needed to strengthen his image. He couldn't let them think he was pretending to be weak to catch them off guard. Otherwise, he'd be destroyed before he could rise. Staying low and growing stealthily was the way to strike decisively. Since learning about the twins, Xiaoyang's heart felt like it was filled with honey. Even handling official duties felt more invigorating. In the Chu Palace, "Princess, please eat something. You haven't had any food or water for 3 or 4 days. How can your body endure this?" The little maid knelt on the ground, looking at Chu Yuewei with concern. Chu Yuewei waved her hand, knocking over all the food. She gritted her teeth and said, "I won't eat. I want the king of Qin. I want to marry the king of Qin." Standing at the palace gate, hearing this, Chu Ruoyue found it utterly ridiculous. She turned and returned to her own palace, laughing as she walked. "Qingyao, who do you think will end up marrying him? You and the king of Qin are deeply in love. Trying to replace you would be impossible," Qingyao said frankly. Chapter 90. Just kill me already. Watching him like this, Chu Ruoyue suddenly laughed, hooking her finger under his chin. "Who and who are deeply in love? Princess, this is the palace. If someone sees us, it might not be good." Qingyao looked at Chu Ruoyue with a hint of helplessness. At first, when Chu Ruoyue touched him like this, he would feel a bit shy, but now, he was used to it, even showing a bit of resigned tolerance. Chu Ruoyue also understood the seriousness of the situation. She retracted her hand and muttered, "I hate these damn rules the most." Seeing her like this, Qingyao chuckled. "At most, 10 more days and then, Princess 9. A noble and dignified woman suddenly blocked Chu Ruoyue's path. Chu Ruoyue glanced at her and immediately bowed. "Greetings, noble consort." Without a word, the noble consort directly slapped Chu Ruoyue across the face. "Look at what you've done." Chu Ruoyue did not resist but knelt down. This subject doesn't know what mistake she has made to anger the noble consort. Please enlighten me. Seeing her like this, the noble consort's anger flared up again. She shot her a fierce glare and viciously spat. "You're just as low as your mother. You filthy wretch. Your mother couldn't even hold a wash basin properly, and you're still seducing men at the border. Why don't you just die? If it weren't for you inviting wolves into the house, how could my Yue be like this?" The noble consort's anger grew with each thought. Thinking of her precious daughter, who had demeaned herself so much as to become a concubine, made her so furious that she wished she could slap that ungrateful daughter to death. Seeing her so angry, Chu Ruoyue found it amusing. But on the surface, she still maintained a pitiful appearance, softly saying, "This subject truly doesn't know what she has done wrong. Please calm your anger, noble consort." Seeing her like this, the noble consort gritted her teeth and hooked her chin. "We're all just trying to survive in the harem. What you're planning, the emperor might not know, but I do. You want to drag my daughter down with you? Dream on." After saying that, she kicked her and turned to leave. "Princess, are you all right?" Qing Yao, kneeling beside her, looked at her with heartache. Chu Ruiyue stood up, dusted off her clothes, and then said indifferently, "What's the big deal? It's just a trivial matter. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart." Not take it to heart? How could she not take it to heart? Qing Yao sighed. Seeing the noble consort like this, it seems Princess Tin must be causing quite a stir. "Tell my brother to spread the news. I'm really curious what decision Xiaoyang will make." Chu Ruiyue raised an eyebrow and smiled at Qing Yao. Xiaoyang also quickly received the news. He never expected that just a brief encounter would leave someone so infatuated with him. He frowned, glanced at Tao Jinzi, and said irritably, "Why do I feel like you're gloating?" "It's not exactly gloating, but I do think, Your Highness, you're quite impressive." Tao Jinzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes again and said indifferently, "Is Chu Xiaoyao causing trouble? Their internal affairs in Chu are none of my business. Go back and tell Chu Xiaoyao that if he can't handle it himself, the alliance is off. I don't want to cooperate with a useless fool." This, Tao Jinzi hadn't expected him to be so direct. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Princess Tin's mother is the noble consort, and she has a lot of power in Chu. If we cooperate with Princess Tin, we might gain more than with Princess Nine." Hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned. He stood up, walked around the room, and then said calmly, "I know it might be easier to be with Princess Tin, but I cannot give Princess Tin anything. I cannot betray my wife, so I do not want Princess Tin." He tilted his head and smiled at Tao Jinzi. "Do you understand what I mean?" Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Tao Jinzi shook his head seriously and said softly, "Just for a woman?" "Not just for a woman, but for many other considerations. However, the main reason is that I don't want my wife to be sad. She's pregnant and working hard. I can't let my treasure be sad at this time." "Treasure? That's so mushy." Seeing him like this, Tao Jinzi thought for a moment and then said softly, "What about Princess Tin? Do you think the Emperor of Chu is stupid? Would he let such a noble princess marry me, an insignificant prince? Everyone knows I'm a descendant of the previous dynasty and that I won't live long. A neglected daughter is one thing, but a favored daughter? That's unthinkable." Xiaoyang laughed. After thinking for a moment, he took out paper and pen and wrote a disgustingly sweet love letter, handing it to Tao Jinzi and saying calmly, "Take this and give it to Chu Ruiyue. With this letter, the other party should understand his intentions and hopefully won't continue to pester him." Seeing Xiaoyang's actions, Tao Jinzi was momentarily at a loss for words. He stepped forward. "Your Highness, we've already recovered everything we saw in Chu. When should we start the mutual market? Let's wait until the grand ceremony is over and we've removed the sand from our eyes." Xiaoyang frowned. Xiaozhe and Shan Tao are both in Qin, which isn't a big problem, but their presence is holding back our development. We need to find a way to get them back soon. He quickly took out paper and pen to write a letter to the princess. It's unclear what's happening in the Chu Palace, but 10 days later, Chu Ruiyue officially got married and boarded the carriage to Qin. When Xiaoyang received this news, he was accompanying Shen Yunyan on an outing. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan's eyes darkened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "I think the Qin Palace will soon have a wedding, won't it? Actually, it's just a concubine, so there's no need for so many complicated rituals. Besides, I've already decided. There's a small courtyard in the north, far from the other rooms. She can live there without causing you any trouble." Xiaoyang smiled and kissed Shen Yunyan. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Shen Yunyan knew she shouldn't feel sad, but, seeing Xiaoyang like this, she suddenly hugged him. "I don't know why, but even though you're right in front of me, when I hold you, I still feel like you're so far away." Knowing that her unusual hormone levels due to pregnancy were causing this, he kissed her forehead gently and said softly, "Everything will be better once these things are over. Be good. Don't be sad. Okay?" Chapter 91. Why take what you don't like? I'm not sad, Shin Yin said with a soft smile. Why should I be sad? You've been so good to me, you'd never betray me, and you don't even like her. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After accompanying her for a meal, he returned to his study. How are the seedlings in the fields? He asked. All of them have sprouted. This batch of seeds is really good. The seedlings are thriving, the Black City Lord replied with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaoyang thought for a moment. Since I'm idle these days, I should go and take a look myself. No sooner said than done, Xiaoyang immediately led them to the fields. Seeing the robust corn seedlings, he nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward to thin the seedlings. But, Your Highness, these seedlings have just grown. Why remove them? Someone asked. Only one seedling should remain in each hole. Otherwise, the nutrients will be insufficient, and they won't grow properly, Xiaoyang explained earnestly. This process is called thinning. After returning, you must do this as well. Xiaoyang sniffed the air, confirming the pungent smell before nodding with satisfaction. Yes, more organic fertilizers should be used. That's how they'll grow well. How are the vegetable greenhouses doing? Xiaoyang asked, not minding the dirt as he bent down to work. Following behind, the Black City Lord also crouched down to help. The greenhouses are doing well, but G-City isn't suitable for them, so we might not have enough to eat. No, I've calculated the yield. Not only will it be enough for the entire Qin region to get through the winter, but we'll also be able to export some and sell it to others, Xiaoyang said with a grin. In winter, these things are quite valuable. Hearing this, the Black City Lord also felt hopeful for the coming autumn. By the way, how's the rice doing? Xiaoyang straightened up. Make sure to follow my instructions exactly. Then you'll see what a miracle looks like. The Black City Lord looked at Xiaoyang and smiled. Actually, seeing Your Highness, I already know what a miracle is. There has never been a lord as wise as Your Highness in this world. Impudent. Xiaoyang snapped, growing flustered. He frowned at the Black City Lord and scolded. I am merely the lord of the Qin region. How dare I claim authority over the entire world? Realizing his mistake, the Black City Lord hastily knelt. Forgive me, Your Highness. I spoke out of turn. Please pardon my foolish words. I understand what you're trying to say, but remember this. I am merely a prince. I cannot desire too much. Do not speak carelessly again. Do you understand? Xiaoyang warned sternly. The Black City Lord finally understood that Xiaoyang was not without ambition. He simply couldn't let others know about it. He had been far too careless. Yes, I have erred. The Black City Lord immediately began to apologize. That was more like it. Xiaoyang didn't dwell on the matter. After a full day of work in the fields, he returned to the Qin Palace, exhausted. However, as he passed by the post station, he was stopped by Xiaja. Chendi, it's been a long time since we sat down and had a proper drink together, Xiaja said, his eyes filled with sorrow. He sighed. Back in the capital, we could still gather and talk about anything. Now, we've grown distant. Seeing his crocodile tears, Xiaoyang felt a surge of annoyance. Still, he nodded. If the crown prince is in the mood, then let's have a drink. Xiaja smiled and then turned to enter the room, murmuring softly. When we were children, we often played together. I wonder why, as we've grown older, we've become more distant than before. When we were young, we didn't understand the meaning of being a crown prince. Now that we're older, we can't behave as we did back then, can we? Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Xiaja. Hearing this, Xiaja felt pleased inwardly, though he maintained an indifferent facade. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, After all, we are brothers. I truly miss those childhood days. Childhood. According to the memories of the original owner, Xiaja's childhood hadn't been great. Why would he cherish and long for it? Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then said softly, Brother, Since you've come from the capital, you must have brought me some delicacies, right? Delicacies? Xiaxia had come with the intent to kill. Where would he have thought of bringing delicacies? However, seeing Xiao Yang's expectant expression, Xiaxia smiled and took out a small box. No delicacies, but this pouch was made by the eldest princess herself. I'll give it to you. Seeing the pouch he handed over, Xiao Yang smirked. There was indeed something interesting inside. Though he could tell what was inside at a glance, Xiao Yang pretended not to notice and took it, saying softly, I remember my mother's needlework was quite ordinary when I was young. Perhaps after all these years, even she has changed. Hearing this, Xiaxia immediately laughed. Time changes people. You've changed a lot from your childhood too. I remember you were always frail and sickly. It's hard to imagine you now, working in the fields. As he spoke, his eyes probed Xiao Yang. Seeing his probing gaze, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and said, Before coming here, I never imagined I'd become like this. But after arriving, I adapted to the local customs. Perhaps one day, brother, you'll be like me too. Xiaxia's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment, then continued with his role as the caring older brother. I know you want to do well in Qin, but have you thought about it? You're a prince, a first-rank noble appointed by His Majesty. Doing this, isn't that a disgrace to the royal family? Xiao Yang shrugged. The emperor favors me because of my mother. It has nothing to do with me. Since I'm out here, I can't rely on the emperor for everything, can I? That remark left Xiaxia speechless. He chuckled. All right, since we've nanderzaiqi, let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Originally, he had thought that if he couldn't out-talk Xiao Yang, he could at least out-drink him. But as they continued drinking, his reason began to slip away. He furrowed his brow at Xiao Yang and muttered, Why do you do such things? Why? What was he asking why about? How could you fall in love with another woman while she's pregnant? Don't you know that would hurt her? Xiaxia frowned. You don't like her, yet you take her away. Why? Was this guy out of his mind? Chapter 92. Justified. Actually, Xiaxia never seemed particularly intelligent, but Xiao Yang truly never expected this guy to be so utterly lacking in intelligence. How could he even say something so ridiculous? I love her, I really like her, so it has nothing to do with you. We are already husband and wife, and we even have a child. You should mind your own business. Xiao Yang shot back with a dismissive glare. Upon hearing this, Xiaxia became even more furious. He growled menacingly, What do you mean? Mind my own business? Why should I mind my own business? If it weren't for you, she would be my wife. We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. What right do you have to interfere? What is going on? Xiao Yang couldn't believe his ears. He furrowed his brows and looked at him, puzzled. Although he wasn't the original owner of this body, but if he remembered correctly, Shenunian grew up with Xiao Yang. So what does this have to do with him? Has this guy's memory gone haywire? Seeing Xiao Yang's bewildered expression, Xiaxia took a deep breath and stared at him. Chindi, we grew up together, and I've always treated you like my own brother. But how have you treated me? You've stolen the woman I love and constantly overshadowed me. Are you the crown prince, or am I? From childhood to adulthood, father, mother, and aunt have all doted on you. But what about me? What do I have? I may be the crown prince, but all that accompanies me is coldness. Mother doesn't like me because she doesn't like father, and after I became sensible, she just threw me out, indifferent to my existence. Father is even worse. He always thinks I've brought shame upon him. What have I done wrong? Tell me. Chundi, tell me. Perhaps it was the accumulation of too much frustration and resentment, or maybe it was the alcohol talking, but the grievances buried in his heart for so many years finally spilled out. Xiao Yang didn't know how to respond to this. Although the guy seemed a bit pitiful, for some reason, Xiao Yang couldn't muster any sympathy for him. Maybe it's because you're just not a competent crown prince, Xiao Yang shrugged, coldly looking at him. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. So you'd better think about it yourself. I'm heading back. With that, Xiao Yang stood up and turned to leave. After all, he was drunk. So even if he said or did something, he probably wouldn't remember it later. Returning to the Qin palace, he immediately wrapped his arms around Shen Yunyan and started acting spoiled. They want to take you away. What are you talking about? Shen Yunyan laughed and shook her head, looking at him. Who wants to take me? And why would they want to take me? Xiaxia, that guy still has a thing for you. I got him drunk, haha, serves him right. Xiaoliang shamelessly boasted, fueled by the alcohol. Seeing Xiaoliang's shameless behavior, Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. She then softly said, "All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's just go to sleep, okay?" "Yes, sleep. Let's sleep together," Xiaoliang chuckled, holding her tightly. "I guess they'll be here soon, huh?" "Yes, they'll probably be here soon." Princess Chu Ruyu had already reached the border. Only after leaving the Chu palace did Chu Ruyu feel truly alive again. She smiled at Qing Yao and then whispered, "Qing Yao, do you think we're free now?" "Princess, the envoy escorting you hasn't returned yet, so we must remain cautious," Qing Yao said with a touch of helplessness. Chu Ruyu huffed and then leaned against his chest, whispering, "What does that have to do with me? I want to be here. I want to be in your arms. I want to be with you. Too bad we can't be together openly yet. I wonder if Xiaoliang will be able to pull through, and I wonder how much longer we'll have to wait." Chu Ruyu looked at Qing Yao. Such a precious time of life. If it's wasted like this, it would be such a pity. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao chuckled and then softly said, "I've been by your side since I was young, day and night, never apart. This life, it truly hasn't been wasted at all." This guy. Chu Ruyu furrowed her brows and looked at him, whispering, "I didn't know you were so good with words before. I was just shy before, but now, I've figured it out. As long as the princess is happy, that's all that matters," Qing Yao honestly replied. Soon, Ah Fu brought news. The grand ceremony to wed the princess of Chu would take place in 3 days. Although it was just for a concubine, Shen Yunyan still ensured the occasion was given due respect. The entire residence was decorated beautifully, filled with festive cheer. Seeing all the red silk decorations, Shen Yuanfeng felt an inexplicable discomfort. He found his sister and muttered, "Don't you care at all? Aren't you angry?" "Why should I care? Why should I be angry?" Shen Yunyan smiled. "Your brother-in-law doesn't care who marries in, so why should I?" Saying this, she leaned against the side and started eating some pastries. Seeing his sister like this, Shen Yuanfeng furrowed his brows and softly said, "I don't remember you liking these pastries so much back at home. Why can't you put them down now? Sister, you're carrying 2 children. You really should eat less of these things. What if the babies grow too big and you suffer during childbirth?" "I don't know what's going on, but recently I've always been hungry. As soon as I finish a meal, I want to eat again. Maybe the babies in my belly are just greedy," Shen Yunyan chuckled, gently placing her hand on her slightly protruding belly. Looking at his sister's belly, imagining 2 little rascals inside, Shen Yuanfeng furrowed his brows and then softly said, "Sister, you should eat less and move more. Otherwise, giving birth will be too painful." "Don't worry, I'm mentally prepared," Shen Yunyan smiled. Although she said that, she had never had a mother, and many things about being a woman were learned through her own exploration. So, when facing these things now, saying she wasn't nervous would be an understatement. Seeing her like this, Shen Yuanfeng felt a pang of heartache. He took a deep breath and then softly said, "Sister, it would be great if you didn't have to give birth. What kind of woman doesn't give birth?" "You're being silly," Shen Yunyan laughed. "When you get a wife in the future, you'll understand. Now, stop talking about this and go back. Don't keep coming to see me. It's not proper." "All right," Shen Yuanfeng said, feeling dejected. "I just came to keep you company because I was afraid you'd be sad today. It seems my little brother has really grown up." Shen Yunyan smiled tenderly and reached out to pat his head. "Brother, will you take concubines in the future?" "Of course," Shen Yuanfeng said confidently. "I'm going to be a great general in the future. How can I have only one woman by my side?" Chapter 93. Not suitable either. This. Shen Yunyan listened to the words and smiled. Yes, he is a prince. So, these are the most natural things. What is there to be unhappy about? At this moment, Shen Yuanfeng suddenly came to his senses, realizing he had said the wrong thing, truly the wrong thing. He looked guiltily at his sister and whispered, "I'm sorry, really sorry, sister, that's not what I meant." "Go back," Shen Yinyan sighed helplessly, then softly added, "Go on." He had just left when Xiaoyang arrived. Seeing Shen Yinyan's lost expression, he felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward, putting an arm around her shoulder and whispered, "If this makes you uncomfortable, I can arrange for her to stay in the manor, okay?" "No," Shen Yinyan smiled and then softly said, "You are my husband, and I am your princess. This is my responsibility and duty. If I can't handle a little storm, then I truly don't deserve you. My princess, why must you be so strong?" Xiaoyang smiled, kissed her, and whispered, "I know this is unfair to you, but my promise remains unchanged." With those words, it was enough. "All right, you're quite busy now. Don't waste too much energy on such a small matter. Go on, go." After saying this, Shen Yinyan sent him away and then started reviewing her account books. Even though she now had a child, she still had to do what needed to be done. Xiaoyang looked at Tianzhao, frowned, and then whispered, "Why do I feel like the princess has been a bit off lately? Tell me, how has she been recently?" The princess has been eating and sleeping well, eating 4 or 5 meals a day. Things she didn't like before, she now enjoys. Tianzhao spoke honestly. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt something was amiss. He frowned at Tianzhao. "Take me to see the remnants of the medicine she's been taking. I feel something is wrong." "Yes." Upon hearing that something was wrong, Tianzhao's face changed immediately, and she hurried towards the small kitchen. Once inside, she directly fetched the remnants of the medicine and whispered, "These medicines were prepared strictly according to the prescription you provided, taken daily without fail. I personally brewed them and supervised every step." Xiaoyang examined them carefully, his face darkening. The ingredients themselves aren't problematic, but the dosage is wrong. This medicine indeed increases appetite. What? This is making the child grow larger in the womb, and during childbirth, it will take the princess's life. Tianzhao instantly understood what was going on, her face turning grim as she clenched her teeth. "Your Highness, this is too vicious. What a cruel heart." Xiaoyang naturally understood as well. He nodded and whispered, "Lower your voice. Don't spread this for now. In the future, bring the medicine to me first. Keep it confidential, understand? If the culprit isn't caught at the end, there might be other tricks. It's better to play along for now." Hearing this, Tianzhao nodded and then whispered, "Yes, I understand." Immediately, thoroughly check the princess's room. Everything she eats, wears, and uses, even her underwear, pajamas, pillows, and bedding. Examine them carefully, understand? Xiaoyang stared directly at Tianzhao. "The princess is in a special period, so you must be extra careful. If anything is missing or out of place, come to me immediately. If anything seems off, don't wait. Report to me at once, understand?" "Yes, I understand." Tianzhao immediately agreed. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. "Don't let the princess know about this. She's pregnant and thinking too much wouldn't be good, understand?" "Yes." Trying to play tricks in the Qin prince's residence is simply courting death. Xiaoyang's face darkened. Returning to his study, he frowned at a Fu. "Go investigate immediately to see what's going on. If anyone is acting improperly, report back at once. Also, investigate the entire family of that imperial physician." "Yes." A Fu accepted the order and turned to leave. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. The child was only a few months old, yet already facing so many troubles. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's face grew even darker. Shortly after, Tao Jinzi brought Chu Xiaoyao in. Since Tao Jinzi frequently visited the Qin prince's residence, he had a pass that allowed him to enter without prior notice. "Third prince, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the capital of Chu?" "I came to send my sister." Chu Xiaoyao smiled. "The emperor gave me a prince's title, but it's just for show." Chu Xiaoyao shrugged, looking at Xiaoyang. "It seems I won't be of much use." Xiaoyang looked at him, pondered, and then whispered, Which department do you want to head? What do you mean? Chu Xiaoyao didn't quite understand. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, looked at him, and smiled. You need to know what you're good at, what you want, and what you don't want. I truly believe you should head the Ministry of Revenue. After all, it's rightfully yours, isn't it? Indeed, it was a perfect match. Seeing his expression, Chu Xiaoyao smiled and then whispered, It seems we really think alike. Yes, you want the Ministry of Revenue. What should we do? Yes, what should we do? Chu Xiaoyao truly found it difficult to move an inch in the capital of Chu, having no real power. Xiaoyang tossed a notebook over. You can take a look. These are the good deeds of your Ministry of Revenue's minister. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao was somewhat surprised. You've reached this far? Just as you can collaborate with our G City Lord, can't we collaborate with your Ministry of Revenue? Xiaoyang snorted. Although it might seem a bit like entrapment, I assure you, these are solid proofs. I originally thought the G City Lord was quite unbearable, but now, I think your Ministry of Revenue's minister is even more terrifying. You know, as long as there's money, he's willing to do anything, even sell military equipment to me. Xiaoyang said this with a hint of schadenfreude. It truly felt like the cycle of karma. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao's face turned pale with anger. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Take these back. If you still don't know what to do, then you don't deserve to sit in that position. Just do whatever you were doing before. Xiaoyang waved his hand directly, speaking bluntly. Chapter 94, Other Agreements. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao understood that Xiaoyang had no intention of stepping in to help. He frowned and looked at him. Xiaoyang, noticing his gaze, rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, Why are you looking at me like that? Do you expect me to barge into your house and force your father to pass the position to you? Ultimately, if you want something, you have to fight for it yourself, don't you think? Chu Xiaoyao frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, I can't help but feel your attitude has changed from before. How so? Xiaoyang snorted, clearly not admitting to any change. Chu Xiaoyao rolled his eyes in response and said irritably, Before, you said everything was on you. Now, you're telling me to fight for it myself? You're already backing out before we've even entered the bridal chamber? What are you talking about? Xiaoyang was flustered. I've always been sincere in our partnership. Besides, look at yourself now. He frowned. I said I'd help you, but I never said I'd do everything for you. If you can't handle it yourself, even if I were to snatch the position and give it to you, you'd still face rebellion. Wouldn't that make you an even worse fate, a fallen king? Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Chu Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle. I knew you wouldn't let yourself lose out on anything. Xiaoyang smirked. You know that well. Now, go back and remind your sister to behave herself once she's in the palace. If she causes trouble for me, I'll send her right back. Understood, Chu Xiaoyao replied before turning and leaving. Arriving at the inn, he took a deep breath upon seeing his sister dressed to the nines. Sister, have you ever considered making this real with Xiaoyang? Why would I make it real with him? I don't like him. Chu Ruyue retorted with a roll of her eyes. Who I like, you know very well. Seeing his sister like this, Chu Xiaoyao felt concerned inside. I know you like Qing Yao, but he's just a guard. Xiaoyang is the Prince of Qin. Do you understand what that means? Brother, what are you trying to say? Chu Ruyue was getting impatient. Have you made some other agreement with him? How could you do this? You're my brother. How could you betray me? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao realized his sister was unlikely to change her mind. He stepped forward, gently stroked her cheek, and whispered, I don't want to force you, little one. You're about to get married, and I'm worried about you. The Qin Palace isn't some paradise. Even though Shen Yunyan seems kind, I found out she once poisoned her own father to prevent him from having more children. Tears welled up in Chu Xiaoyao's eyes. You're my sister, and our mother wanted nothing more than your safety before she passed. Yet, I'm sending you to Xiaoyang. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Seeing her brother like this, Chu Ruyue felt a pang of guilt. She leaned against him and whispered, Brother, You've always been the most loving to me. I know that in my heart. So, don't worry, I won't cause you trouble. Brother, I'm a princess. To have this outcome is already rare, isn't it? Chu Ryue smiled. A princess's fate is always the same, either to consolidate power or to marry for alliances. At least this way, I'm with the person I love. Isn't that better? Seeing his sister like this, Chu Xiaoyao didn't feel any better. He just whispered, I'll try my best, really. I'll make sure to bring you back as soon as possible, okay? Okay, Chu Ryue smiled. My brother is the best man in the world. I believe you can do it. With that, she turned and walked back to her room. 3 days later, the grand ceremony. Though only a concubine, as a princess, the ceremony couldn't be overlooked. However, since she was a concubine, there was no traditional wedding under heaven, replaced instead by the act of serving tea. Chu Ryue had meticulously learned the etiquette beforehand. She knelt respectfully before Shen Yunyin, holding the tea high with both hands. Madam, please have tea. Shen Yunyin smiled, took the tea, sipped it, and handed it to Tianzhao beside her. Then, she removed a bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Chu Ryue. We must get along and serve the prince well. Yes, I understand, Chu Ryue replied respectfully, nodding. Seeing Chu Ryue so well behaved, even Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. He frowned and glanced toward Chu Xiaoyao, only to find him crying like a broken man. Wasn't this just a charade? Why the heartfelt tears? In the bridal chamber, Chu Ryue sat there, lifting her veil. What are you all waiting for? Help me remove this. Princess, is that appropriate? The female official beside her hesitated. Chu Ryue looked at her. Ruamin, you're my maid, not my mother. Hurry up. Ruamin, being Chu Xiaoyao's gift to Chu Ryue, didn't dare disobey and obediently stepped forward to help her remove her makeup. Though it was a charade, it had to be convincing. When Xiaoyang entered, Chu Ryue was almost falling asleep. Seeing him, she immediately perked up, sitting upright and glaring at him with a frown. What are you doing here? The bridal chamber, Xiaoyang replied, stepping forward and beginning to undress. No. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. Chu Ryue grew anxious, frowning at him. Don't come closer. You're shameless. You tricked my brother. What are you doing? I said the bridal chamber, Xiaoyang said impatiently, waving his hand. All of you out. Ruamin quickly left, closing the door behind her. Xiaoyang strode forward, wrapping his arms around Chu Ryue and lowering his voice. Stop talking. There's someone in the room. What? Chu Ryue looked at him in disbelief. How is that possible? Shoo, pretend to faint, Xiaoyang signaled. After hearing this, Chu Ryue was half convinced but closed her eyes anyway. Xiaoyang also lay down, feigning sleep. At that moment, Chu Yue crawled out from under the bed. Standing by the bed, she gently stroked Xiaoyang's cheek. From the first moment I saw you, I fell in love. I truly love you. But how could someone as lowly as her ever be worthy of you? Only I am worthy of you. Tonight, this is our bridal chamber, and no one else's. This is too crazy. Xiaoyang opened his eyes, grabbing her wrist. You've got quite the nerve. Chapter 95. I really like it here. Chu Yue was stunned. She looked at him in disbelief. How did you? You're committing statutory rape, do you know that? Xiaoyang snorted and pushed Chu Ryue aside. Chu Ryue immediately sat up, frowning at Chu Yue. You're the 10th princess of our Chu kingdom. How can you be so shameless? Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Chu Yue was furious. She turned to Xiaoyang, her tone sincere. I admit, my methods are indeed despicable, but this is the only way I could think of. This girl really is bold and decisive. Impressive indeed. Xiaoyang looked at her, then said calmly, These are all your own ideas. They have nothing to do with me. I don't like you, and tonight will not be our wedding night. After saying that, he directly wrapped his arms around Chu Ryue and said indifferently, You should leave now. Ah fu. Find a place to entertain the 10th princess properly. Xiaoyang instructed. Afu immediately descended from the sky, grabbed Chu Yuewei, and led her out. Chu Ruiyue frowned at him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "How did you find out?" Hearing this, Xiaoliang found it even more amusing and rolled his eyes before saying calmly, "If I couldn't even notice such a small matter, how could I be the king of Qin? But you, aren't you supposed to be a martial arts expert? How could you not notice an extra person in your room and team?" Chu Ruiyue shrugged and said indifferently, "Actually, I was just planning to let it happen." "You?" Xiaoliang frowned. "You're just causing trouble for me? Do you know that?" Chu Ruiyue laughed nonchalantly and said, "She brought it upon herself. What does it have to do with you? Don't worry, when she goes back, her reputation will be ruined, and she won't be the beloved princess anymore." Chu Ruiyue laughed heartily. Seeing her like this, Xiaoliang could guess that Chu Yuewei must have bullied her a lot in the past, which led to her current situation. He thought about it and felt she shouldn't have done it, but also felt that if it were him, he would have done the same. "Now, can we have our wedding night?" Xiaoliang smiled, hooking his finger under Chu Ruiyue's chin. Chu Ruiyue rolled her eyes and pulled the blanket up, falling into a deep sleep. "This girl is really quite interesting." Xiaoliang chuckled, turned around, and quietly slipped into Shan Yunyan's bed. Shan Yunyan wasn't asleep and immediately closed her eyes and pretended to sleep as soon as she felt Xiaoliang enter. Xiaoliang wrapped his arms around her and said with a smile, "If you could sleep while I was with another woman, I would really be heartbroken. This is your wedding night, isn't it?" Shan Yunyan snorted. "Do you even know how to come back?" Xiaoliang smiled, kissed her, and said softly, "Yes, I was afraid you'd be sad, so I hurried back. After all, you're my wife, and I have to remain faithful to you." "Who would be angry?" Shan Yunyan laughed, found a comfortable spot in Xiaoliang's arms, and fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Xiaozhi stormed into Xiaoliang's study. His gaze was like that of a man looking at his father's murderer. Xiaoliang looked at him, momentarily unsure of what he meant. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Xiaoliang said, half laughing, half crying, "Are you here to say goodbye?" Hearing this, Xiaozhi became even angrier. He frowned at him. "You said you liked her, but why are you treating her like this? She likes you so much, she entrusted herself to you." "Are you crazy?" Xiaoliang almost blurted it out. "You may not have a crown princess yet, but don't you have enough women around you? Your own hands aren't clean, and you're lecturing me?" Xiaoliang was speechless, then said helplessly, "Brother, Shan Yunyan and I are already married. It's really inappropriate for you to come and talk to me about this now." Xiaozhi frowned at him. Many words were on the tip of his tongue, but he realized he didn't even have the right to say them. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and say softly, "Forget it. I won't say much more. It's meaningless. I just came to tell you that we're leaving, but Minister Shan wants to see his children and have a family reunion dinner." "Sure, I'll arrange it," Xiaoliang smiled. This was a reasonable request. Xiaozhi thought for a moment and turned to leave. In the garden, he saw Shan Yunyan and her visibly pregnant belly. He walked over and stood beside her. "Do you really not regret it? When the heart is set on something, how could there be regret?" Shan Yunyan smiled. "I know you're leaving Qin, so I thought I'd come to see you off." Hearing this, Xiaozhi looked at her in surprise. "You're willing to see me off? As you said, after all, we grew up together, didn't we?" Shan Yunyan smiled, then whispered, "I hope you have a safe journey." "Thank you." Xiaozhi smiled and turned to leave. Watching Xiaozhi's retreating figure, Shan Yunyan's smile faded from her face, and she turned to leave. Returning to her palace, she saw Chu Ruiyue standing at the door and was momentarily surprised. "What are you doing here?" Chu Ruiyue smiled and said casually, "Nothing. I came to pay my respects to the princess." Hearing this, Shan Yunyan's expression changed slightly, but she still smiled and invited her in. "I'm sorry, I forgot. I know you're not happy to see me, but don't worry, I'm just putting on a show. After all, we have to wait until these people leave, right?" Chu Ruiyue shrugged helplessly. Shan Yunyan was taken aback by Chu Ruiyue's straightforwardness. She smiled. "You're really a straightforward person." "Yes, I'm a straightforward person," Chu Ruiyue smiled. "I think we should be clear about this. I don't like Xiaoyang. I have someone I like. I'm here just for the alliance, so don't take me to heart. After these people leave, I'll live in my little courtyard and won't bother you. My brother said Xiaoyang likes you a lot, so I won't waste my efforts. Chu Ruyue smiled at her. Shen Yunyan smiled warmly. Don't worry, you'll never lack for food or drink. That's my promise to you. That's good. Chu Ruyue stood up. I'm a martial artist, so I love to eat and sleep. I especially love meat. Hee. Thank you, princess. As she said that, she leaned closer to Shen Yunyan, looking at her belly and whispered, What's it like to be pregnant? Chapter 96. Directly hitting someone. What kind of strange question is this? Shen Yunyan looked at her, smiled, and then whispered, Would you like to try it? Can't we try it? Chu Ruyue blushed, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a small sense of anticipation. If she could have a child with Qingyao, wouldn't that be a good thing? Thinking about it, Chu Ruyue leaned closer to Shen Yunyan and, lowering her voice, whispered, I wanted to ask you, how can one have a baby? What kind of question is this? Shen Yunyan was utterly unprepared for such a question in broad daylight and was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she whispered, It's nothing. It's just, you'll understand when the time comes. Her face turned red as she continued, Why are you, a young lady, asking about this? Wang Fei, I know you're unhappy about me joining the family, but that's natural. I don't mean anything else by it. I just wanted to ask, after your baby is born, can I come to see it? Chu Ruyue looked at her curiously. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan frowned and whispered, I think you're overthinking things. I'm not unhappy because of you. Really? Chu Ruyue grinned at her. You really don't dislike me? Before today, Shen Yunyan had harbored some dislike for Chu Ruyue. After all, their first meeting hadn't gone well. But now, she suddenly realized that Chu Ruyue was just a sweet, innocent girl. When Xiaoyang entered and saw the two of them so close, he immediately stepped forward, pulling Shen Yunyan behind him and frowning at Chu Ruyue. What are you doing? He said unhappily. I told you to stay in your own courtyard. Why are you coming here to bother my wife? Seeing his nervousness, Chu Ruyue straightened up, snorted, and said indifferently, You're overthinking. I don't mean any harm to Wang Fei. I was just curious why she has a baby in her stomach, but she wouldn't tell me how. Enough. Shen Yunyan finally couldn't take it anymore, looking at Chu Ruyue with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Please, stop talking. Xiaoyang was also caught off guard by the situation. He looked at Chu Ruyue with a strange expression, frowning. When you got married, didn't the nanny from your family teach you about this? We don't have a nanny at our house. Chu Ruyue shrugged and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Yunyan tugged on Xiaoyang's arm and whispered, You shouldn't treat her like that in the future. I think she's quite adorable, actually. Adorable? Do you have a misunderstanding about what's adorable? Xiaoyang chuckled, wrapping an arm around Shen Yunyan's shoulders, and gently said, I'm the adorable one, you know? Why is he even jealous about this? I've arranged for everyone to have lunch together today, Shen Yunyan said seriously, looking at Xiaoyang. Please, don't cause any trouble, okay? Trouble? Why would he cause trouble? Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, Don't worry, I definitely won't cause any trouble. Then, he kissed Shen Yunyan on the cheek. But if someone else causes trouble, then I can't guarantee what I might do. Soon, Shen Tao and Shen Yuanfeng arrived at the palace together. They all gathered in Shen Yunyan's quarters to talk. Shen Yunyan sat there, sipping tea, not showing any intention of speaking first. It was Shen Tao who looked at Shen Yuanfeng and said softly, You've been working too hard here. So, I was thinking, maybe you should come back with me? After all, no matter what, you're my son, and I'm your father. The bond between father and son can't be changed, can it? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng almost laughed out loud. He looked at Shen Tao and said, Father-son bond? Ever since I was young, you made me call Zhao Meier a mother, but who really is my mother? Is it really Zhao Meier? What kind of person is Zhao Meier? Shen Yuanfeng clenched his teeth. She mistreated my sister and neglected me. Don't you know that? You must know. You know everything. but you just don't care. Upon hearing this, Shun Tao frowned. I made you Zhao Meier's son because I saw you were young and motherless. I pitied you and wanted you to grow up with a mother's love. What's wrong with that? Shun Yunyan, observing Shun Tao's look of grievance, couldn't help but chuckle. Even without a mother, there's still me, his sister. Shut up. Shin Tao glared at her angrily. It's because of a sister like you that Yuan Feng has turned out like this. Look at him. What have you done to him? Let me tell you, Shin Yuan Feng is my son, and I'm taking him back with me. Shin Tao huffed. You gave me infertility medicine, and out of respect for our father-daughter relationship, I've let it go. What more do you want? Shin Yunyan looked at him, thought for a moment, and said calmly, Brother has grown up now, so I think you should rein in your control a bit and give him some respect. He knows what kind of person he wants to be and what he wants to do. So, you don't need to worry about it, do you? Shut up. Shin Tao was furious. How old are you? How could you possibly understand what it means to live a lifetime? Hearing this, Shun Yuanfeng could no longer hold back. You shut up too. He stood up, frowning at Shin Tao. Sister is pregnant, and you're shouting and yelling here, scaring the baby. How dare you talk about being a father? It's laughable. How can you even say such things with a straight face? Seeing him like this, Shun Tao realized that taking his son back would be next to impossible. Taking a deep breath, he said softly, Yuan Feng, how have I treated you since you were young? Why are you so stubborn? Do you really hate me? Do you really resent me? Yes. Shin Yuan Feng admitted directly. I started hating you when you made me call a thief mother, and when you ignored my sister. I don't want to be like you, a cold-hearted and unfeeling person. I don't want to. Ridiculous. Shin Tao was so enraged that he slapped Shun Yuanfeng across the face with all his strength. The blow was so hard that it left Shin Yuanfeng's face swollen. Chapter 97. Trouble. What are you doing? Shin Yunyan was in a panic. She quickly stood up and hurried over. But for some reason, her foot slipped and she fell backward. Sister. Shin Yuanfeng called out, rushing over, Sister. My child, my child. Shin Yunyan clutched her stomach tightly, feeling excruciating pain. I'm in pain. My child, my child. Shin Yuanfeng looked down and saw blood, bright red blood. Sister. Call the imperial physician, the imperial physician. Shin Yuanfeng held his sister, crying loudly. At this moment, Shun Tao was stunned. He never expected things to escalate to this point. How could this happen? How could the child? How is this possible? Soon, Xiaoyang received the news and arrived, kicking away anyone in his path. He pushed the door open and saw the blood-stained scene. He strode forward, grabbing Shan Yunyan's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. My child, Wah, Your Highness, our child. Aoyang, the child. I want the child. Shin Yunyan was in agony, yet her thoughts remained on the child. Seeing so much blood, Xiaoyang knew this child was beyond saving. He sighed helplessly and murmured, It's okay. We'll have more children in the future. The child, the child. Shin Yunyan's heart ached for her child and eventually passed out from the pain. Everything was quickly taken care of, leaving only Xiaoyang and the lingering scent of blood in the room. Looking at the frail Shin Yunyan on the bed, Xiaoyang felt a deep sense of unease. He took a deep breath and whispered, Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm here. When Shun Yunyan woke up, it was already night. She opened her eyes and clutched Xiaoyang's hand tightly. My child, my child. The child is gone. Xiaoyang looked at her with heartache and softly said, But don't be too sad. You're fine. You're safe. Just rest assured. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Shan Yunyan's face as she choked out, I'm sorry, Wah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough. I caused the child's death. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Xiaoyang held her tightly, his voice trembling. Stop crying. Take care of yourself. With the child already lost, any further harm would truly be a great loss. Shin Yunyan wailed loudly. Outside the door, Shun Yuanfeng heard his sister's cries and felt deeply distressed. He turned to glare at Shun Tao. My sister was carrying twins, and now both children are gone. The 2 lives we owed you. We've repaid them today. You know this isn't my fault, don't you? Shin Tao looked at Shin Yuanfeng, torn between laughter and tears. Your sister's weakness has nothing to do with me. Losing a child is no big deal. There will be others in the future. Bang! Xiaoyang opened the door and kicked Shin Tao, sending him flying. Are you even human? Is this something a person should say? Xiaoyang glared at Shun Tao, his teeth clenched. You're her father. How could you say such things? Shun Tao struggled to get up from the ground, looking at him in disbelief. You dare hit me? Get out. If you stay in Qin for another second, I'll kill you. Xiaoyang stepped forward. I mean it. You can try me if you don't believe me. Hearing this, Shun Tao didn't dare argue further and quickly got up, heading out. Watching his retreating back, Xiaoyang clenched his fists. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't kill this bastard yet, he would have taken his life without hesitation. Are you all right? Shin Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoyang, taking a deep breath. How's my sister? You can go in and see her. Xiaoyang sighed. She's very upset. Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanfeng frowned. He looked at him and said softly, Since my sister lost the child, are you blaming her? Why would I blame her? Xiaoyang frowned at Shin Yuanfeng. Now that the child is gone, the one most heartbroken isn't me, it's your sister, isn't it? Shin Yuanfeng sighed and then went straight in. Sister? Shin Yuanfeng looked at his sister's weak state and felt deeply sorry. He murmured, Sister, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I've dragged you down. I'm really sorry, wah, I'm sorry. As he spoke, the tears couldn't be held back. He had thought he would have 2 adorable nephews, but never expected things to turn out like this. How did it come to this? The news reached Chu Ruyue's ears. Chu Ruyue was furious and directly blocked Shan Tao at the palace gate. You're Shin Tao? Who are you? I'm your grandmother. Chu Ruyue was unrelenting, slapping him and then proceeding to punch and kick. This news quickly reached Xiaoyang's ears. Already overwhelmed by the child's situation, Xiaoyang was even more speechless upon hearing this. He turned and headed towards Chu Ryue's courtyard. Why are you picking a fight with my father-in-law for no reason? Xiaoyang was exasperated, looking at her. Don't you know this could cause a huge uproar? I'm the princess of Chu. What's the big deal about beating a government official? Chu Ryue snorted. This scoundrel caused your child's death. Don't you feel sad at all? This. Xiaoyang looked at her, slightly frowning, somewhat puzzled. My child. What does it have to do with you? Do you think only you were looking forward to these 2 babies? Chu Ryue gritted her teeth. I could have been an aunt, but because of this old bastard, the child is gone. It's too much. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned at her. Why would you look forward to my child? I want to. Chu Ryu shot him a glare, feeling extremely frustrated. I still think I was too lenient. Xiaoyang looked at her, feeling helpless. You shouldn't be so impulsive in the future and stop causing me trouble, okay? The one causing you trouble now isn't me. It's Chu Yue. Tell me, what are you going to do with Chu Yue? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. Hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned. He had been so busy lately that he had even forgotten about this. Chu Yue was still locked up in their harem. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt another headache coming on. Chapter 98. Do you still like her? That girl was truly a hot potato. With a helpless sigh, he turned and walked toward the deepest part of the harem. Seeing Chu Yue locked in a room, looking disheveled and embarrassed, Xiaoyang was at a loss for words. He rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, I've already informed your father. I believe someone will come to take you home soon. You had the life of a princess, yet you chose to come to my palace. Why? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at her. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, Chu Yue's first reaction was to straighten her clothes. She smiled and replied softly, I don't want to be a princess. I want to be your concubine. Take me. I'm more valuable than Chu Ryue. This. Xiaoyang was nearly bitten by his own tongue upon hearing this. He had never expected this young girl to truly believe in love at first sight, a love that would last until death. Princess, you're overthinking things. To me, you have no value at all, Xiaoliang said with a smile, then continued in a low voice. The reason I sought to marry Chu Ruiyue is because we are soulmates. I like her, and she likes me. But you are different. I don't like you. I don't like you. These words struck Chu Yuewei like a heavy hammer, shattering her proud self-esteem into pieces. She looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief, gritting her teeth. You actually, you'd rather have that lowly Chu Ruiyue than me. I am the 10th princess, and my mother is the noble consort. Chu Yuewei said through clenched teeth. This was her greatest source of pride, and she naturally mentioned it at every opportunity. Seeing her so agitated, Xiaoliang smiled and said calmly, Who you are, who your mother is, how noble you are, that's your business, not mine, isn't it? How could it not be his business? If you marry me, even if the Emperor of Xia wants to take your life, my father can protect you. Or, you could leave Xia altogether, return to Chu with me, and become my Fuma. Wouldn't that be a good arrangement? Chu Yuewei gazed at him with anticipation, as if she had already mapped out their future together. Did this girl have some kind of problem with her brain? Seeing Chu Yuewei so confident, Xiaoliang felt a bit helpless. After hesitating, he said softly, I think you might have misunderstood me. First, I'm living very well in Xia. The Emperor dotes on me and would never harm me. Second, I have no interest in you, nor do I have any desire to be your prince consort. Lastly, your father will soon send someone to take you back, so I suggest you stay here quietly for the time being. Shen Yunyan has lost her child. Do you still like her? Chu Yuewei suddenly took a step forward, frowning at him. A woman who can't protect her child isn't worth cherishing. Xiaoliang immediately became alert, frowning as he looked at her. You've been locked up here. How do you know about the affairs of my wife and child? Of course I know. Chu Yuewei smiled and said softly, I sneaked into your room that day and saw someone go to your wife's room with my own eyes. What? Xiaoliang stepped forward quickly. Who was it? The crown prince. Chu Yuewei looked at him and said softly, I was too nervous at the time and didn't think much of it. I didn't know it was your wife's room. Later, when I heard the child was gone, I realized what had happened. Xiaxia, could it really be him? Xiaoliang didn't say anything. He turned and walked out. Seeing Xiaoliang's back, Chu Yuewei grew anxious. Are you crazy? He's the crown prince. What can you do to him? Xiaoliang didn't answer. He merely instructed the people behind him. Take good care of the princess. Don't let anything go wrong. After saying that, he left in large strides, heading straight to the inn. Unexpectedly, Xiaxia had already left. He mounted his horse alone and chased after him. Your Highness! A Fu followed behind, growing anxious. Wasn't this going out of his way to seek death? If someone dared to harm his wife and children, how could he just swallow his anger like that? Xiaoliang's heart was filled with rage as he rode. But upon seeing Xiaxia, he calmed down and began to carefully consider Chu Yuewei's words, finding them rather suspicious. Brother Qin, why are you here? Xiaxia asked in surprise when he saw him. Xiaoliang took a deep breath. Nothing much. Just came to see you off. See him off? Xiaxia felt something was off about his expression and frowned. You're not here to see me off. You look more like you're here to kill me. What happened? Shen Yunyan miscarried. Both children are gone, Xiaoliang said truthfully. As he spoke, he stared directly into Xiaxia's eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. Xiaxia was genuinely surprised, not pretending. He glared at Xiaoliang. You think I killed your children? How could you think that? We grew up together. Why would I harm your children? Xiaxia clenched his teeth. How could I bear to see her in pain? There was no need for such words. Xiaoliang could tell that Xiaxia was telling the truth, not lying. So, someone else must have been lying. His expression changed, and he said coldly, Someone deliberately leaked this information to me, saying you were the one behind it. Who? The 10th princess of Chu. Xiaoliang chuckled. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaxia. Brother, you don't have a crown princess yet. If you could marry the much-adored 10th princess, It would surely be a blessing for our great Xia. Have you ever seen a foreign woman become an empress in any family? Xiaozhi waved his hand. The kingdom of Chu wants to split us apart. Brother Qin, don't be foolish. Heh. Xiaoyang never expected such words to come from Xiaozhi. The man usually seemed simple-minded, but when it came to matters concerning his throne, he was unusually cautious. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "As long as you don't harm me, I will naturally do my best to support you." After saying that, he turned and left. He didn't have much time to waste on this. He had to return to Shen Yunyan's side. Losing 2 children was an enormous blow to her. Xiaozhi watched his retreating back, clenching his fists. Useless. Can't even protect his own woman. Bai Shu, come here. Tell me, how much of what Xiaoyang said is true? I'm afraid it's all true. Bai Shu let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his face. He said in a low voice, "This matter has nothing to do with us, so we've avoided a disaster. If it were us, we'd probably be dead by now." Hearing this, Xiaozhi tilted his head and looked at him. Can he really defeat all of us by himself? Chapter 99. It's not just your problem. Sometimes, a fight isn't about numbers. However, after glancing at Xiaozhi's expression, he ultimately swallowed those words back. There are times when it's not necessary to always tell the truth. Seeing Bai Shu's hesitation, Xiaozhi became somewhat displeased. What do you mean? I just don't understand why Princess Shi would blame this on your highness. What benefit would that bring her? That Chu Princess Shi is just a spoiled brat, not very bright. Xiaozhi waved it off indifferently. All right, let's go. In the Qin Palace, Shen Yunyan alternated between waking and fainting for 3 or 4 days before finally settling down. She stared at the tiny clothes and shoes she had made for her child, crying incessantly. Seeing her like this, Tianzhao grew worried and softly said, "My lady, I know you're heartbroken over the loss of the child, but you must think about the future as well. Now that the child is gone, the most urgent matter is to recover your health so you can have another one in the future. If you keep grieving like this, how will you live your life?" Tianzhao sighed, looking at her mistress helplessly. After hearing this, Shen Yunyan nodded, her voice low. "I know, I really do. I should try to get closer to Xiaoyang and move on from this grief as soon as possible, but I can't. I truly can't." "If you can't, then don't." Xiaoyang entered, giving Tianzhao a glare. "Leave." Tianzhao wasn't sure what she had done wrong, so she reluctantly turned and walked out. Looking at the heartbroken Shen Yunyan on the bed, Xiaoyang felt a mix of emotions. After hesitating, he softly said, "I understand your grief over the loss of the child, but you must take care of your health. Crying too much during this time can leave lifelong issues. You wouldn't want to suffer from headaches and tears in the wind later, would you?" Seeing Xiaoyang's concern, Shen Yunyan felt even more guilty. Her eyes red. She choked out, "It's my fault. I failed to protect our child. I'm sorry, I made you disappointed. You had warned me to be careful, but I was so forgetful. I've harmed our child." Shen Yunyan reached out, gripping Xiaoyang's arm. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt even more pained. While he was sad about the loss of the child, he wasn't as fixated on it as Shen Yunyan. Now, looking at her, he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only sigh helplessly and say softly, "Don't think about it. It's not your fault. We'll have more children in the future." "Xiaoyang, you really don't blame me?" "Silly, this isn't just your problem. Why would I blame you?" Xiaoyang gently stroked her head and smiled. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyan didn't feel any better. Her eyes red. She choked out, "Xiaoyang, I will." "Shoo, don't say it. You don't need to compensate for anything." Xiaoyang gently covered her mouth, kissed her forehead, and smiled. "What you should do now is take care of your health and give me a happy Shen Yunyan, understand?" Faced with Xiaoyang's deep affection, Shen Yunyan was at a loss for words. She wanted to cry, but she felt that Xiaoyang probably didn't want to see her tears right now, so she forced them back. She leaned into Xiaoyang's embrace, holding him tightly. Due to Shen Yunyan's miscarriage, the entire Qin palace was shrouded in gloom, and everyone was on edge, fearing that Xiaoliang might investigate and punish them. The atmosphere in the Qin palace became oppressively heavy. Tianzhao hid in a corner, sobbing loudly. Fu stood behind her, feeling distressed, and stepped forward, offering a handkerchief. "Why are you crying?" "It's all my fault. The prince and princess trusted me so much, but I let the princess lose the child, Wu." Tianzhao wailed. Fu frowned upon hearing this, sitting beside her and said calmly, "What does this have to do with you? It's not your fault." Of course, it was her fault. It must be because of something she ate or used that caused her to lose the child. The imperial physician said it's because it was twins, and the pregnancy wasn't stable, so just a fall caused the loss. It has nothing to do with you. Fu spoke the truth. But hearing his cold comfort, Tianzhao felt even more wronged. "Why do I like someone like you, Wu?" Tianzhao wailed. "Go away. Seeing you makes me angry and sad, Wu." Fu really didn't understand what he had done wrong. He could only stand up, sigh helplessly, and turn to leave. Seeing his back, Tianzhao felt even more frustrated. Just then, a young maid was cleaning up, holding a medicine pot. Tianzhao stood up and walked over. "What are you doing?" "His Highness said these things are unlucky and should be discarded." The maid curtsied to Tianzhao. Tianzhao nodded. "It is unlucky, so just—" Suddenly, she caught a strange smell and quickly walked over. Seeing her fierce approach, the maid was startled and stepped back. "Sister Tianzhao, be quiet." Tianzhao gritted her teeth. Moving closer and confirming the smell came from the medicine pot, she immediately snatched it. She examined it carefully but couldn't see anything unusual, but the smell. Holding the pot, she turned and headed toward Xiaoliang's study. Xiaoliang saw her with the pot and chuckled. "It's not me who needs to take medicine now, it's the princess." "Your Highness," Tianzhao called out and walked over, placing the pot on the table, whispering, "Your Highness, can you see anything unusual?" "Musk?" Xiaoliang frowned, looking at the pot. He immediately picked it up, examining it carefully, and said softly, "This is musk from a male musk deer. They crushed the musk and mixed it with soil to make this pot. Using it to brew medicine is like daily consumption. Naturally, the child couldn't be saved." Xiaoliang clenched his teeth. What a clever plan. Hearing this, Tianzhao burst into tears. "It's my fault, Wu. It's all my fault. Don't cry. Such a method is the first I've seen, let alone you." Xiaoliang waved it off. "It seems we still have some unseen enemies we've overlooked." Recently, he had been focusing on the birth, forgetting that safety comes first. Chapter 100. It's done. Seeing Xiaoliang in this state, Tianzhao felt even more distressed. "Then, what should we do now? We must keep this from the princess. She has cried enough over this child, do you understand?" Xiaoliang's first priority was to protect Shen Yunyan. Hearing this, Tianzhao nodded. "Yes, I understand." She then turned and walked out. "Fu, investigate the imperial physician, trace the origin of this medicine pot, and check the inner court." Xiaoliang smashed the medicine pot to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Whoever is found, execute them without mercy." "Yes." Xiaoliang stared at the shards on the ground, stepping forward to pick them up one by one. At this moment, the eunuch Aching entered. "Your Highness, Minister Qiao has arrived." Invite him in." Xiaoliang's expression was unreadable, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. Soon, Qiao Hua hurried in with quick steps. "Your subject pays respects to your Highness." "Your Highness, it's done." "Done? The refurbishment of old military equipment, is it done?" Xiaoliang immediately became serious. Qiao Hua could hardly contain his excitement. "Yes, it's done. Your Highness is truly remarkable." Having come from a military background, the first thing he did after completing the equipment was to test it himself. To his astonishment, the power far exceeded his expectations. This was far superior to the previous military equipment. Moreover, that three-wheeled vehicle, though oddly shaped, if put into practical use, could save a lot of livestock. With fewer livestock, procuring grain and fodder would become much easier in times of war. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua felt that Xiao Yang was no mere mortal. He must be a deity, for only a deity could conceive such ingenious ideas. Seeing his excitement, Xiao Yang couldn't wait. Let's go take a look now.
Yes.
Xiao Hua immediately agreed, leading Xiao Yang to the Ministry of Works warehouse. Seeing the still old weapons, Xiao Yang chuckled. One day, I will ensure that all our soldiers use brand new weapons.
Yes.
Xiao Hua also felt a surge of passion. Having passed the age of impulsiveness, he was already over 50. Yet, Xiao Yang had the ability to make his old heart beat with renewed vigor. After testing the weapon's power, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. You've done an excellent job. Achieving this is no small feat. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang said, Our Qin region also has the capability to forge iron, but our iron is not hard enough. I have a method to make it harder. Iron not hard enough? Is there something harder than iron? What could it be? Xiao Hua had never seen what Xiao Yang was referring to, so his face was filled with curiosity. Seeing his expression, Xiao Yang realized that the technology for steelmaking hadn't been developed in this era. He smiled and then whispered, I know you don't understand what I'm saying now, but you'll soon realize. Give me a few years, and I'll transform the Qin region. Although Xiao Hua didn't understand what Xiao Yang was talking about, he knew it must be something extraordinary, for Xiao Yang was an extraordinary man. Your Highness, the vehicles are ready, but how should they be used? Xiao Hua frowned, looking at Xiao Yang with difficulty. Xiao Yang chuckled. These tricycles and bicycles were unfamiliar to these people, so it was natural they didn't know how to operate them. He immediately got on the vehicle and began demonstrating its use. In his previous life, he had been quite skilled, though unfortunately, now he could only ride a bicycle. If only there were cars, it would be even more impressive. After a lap, Xiao Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? You don't need to look at me like that. This is much simpler than riding a horse. Xiao Yang smiled, immediately called Zhang Jian and Qi Tai to bring their troops to learn. It must be mastered by everyone. He then handed the bicycle to Xiao Hua, whispering, This is fine for delivering messages, but if it's used on the battlefield, warhorses are still necessary. The Ji City region has already started breeding warhorses, and they will surely be invincible. Xiao Yang smiled, his eyes gleaming. Xiao Hua looked at him and felt full of hope, though he still whispered, Actually, the world is relatively peaceful now. Even if it's peaceful now, it won't be in the future. Only with a strong fist can one speak with authority, right? Xiao Yang chuckled, patting Xiao Hua's shoulder. You've been a soldier for half your life. You should understand this, right? Xiao Hua never expected his casual remark to elicit such a strong reaction. He quickly realized and whispered, Yes, I spoke out of turn. It's nothing, what you said isn't wrong. Xiao Yang smiled. It's precisely because the world is peaceful now that we have the opportunity to develop stealthily. If it had been a chaotic era from the start, how could there be time for recuperation and these various innovations? Xiao Yang felt that fate had been kind to him. Looking at these refurbished military weapons, Xiao Yang felt extremely satisfied and returned to the palace in high spirits. From afar, he saw Chu Ruyue waiting for him. He frowned slightly. They had agreed to stay out of each other's way, so why was she standing here? He walked over and looked at her. Is there something? What kind of attitude is that? Chu Ruyue said, half amused and half exasperated. I didn't complain about you, and yet you're complaining about me? My brother said that my father wants you to hand over the person and bring her back with him. Hearing this, Xiao Yang frowned and whispered, You should know Chu Yue's personality better than I do. She's unlikely to obediently follow your brother back, isn't she? Yes, that troublesome wretch is terrifying, a real headache. But my brother doesn't have much of a choice, so he'll just have to put in more effort. Chu Ruyue shrugged helplessly. Yermunda Sordal. Having a noble consort as a mother is different. If it were any other princess doing such things, they'd be beaten to death. Is that why you intentionally brought her here? Xiao Yang crossed his arms, looking at her with a knowing smile. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue was momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her composure. She frowned at Xiaoyang, snorting, "I don't understand what you're saying." "Really don't understand?" Xiaoyang snorted, "You're a martial artist. How could you not notice someone in your sedan chair? You deliberately wanted to ruin the reputation of the 10th princess, didn't you?" Seeing her little scheme exposed, she didn't get angry but merely shrugged, saying indifferently, "Even if you're right, so what? What can you do to me?" Chapter 101. Don't go back empty-handed. Why would I do anything to you? Xiaoyang looked at her calmly and said, "What you do to your siblings has nothing to do with me. I just want to remind you that once you're with me, you're my responsibility. Don't cause any trouble for me, understand?" Chu Ruyue rarely saw Xiaoyang so serious, and for some reason, she felt a bit flustered. She cursed herself for being so weak-willed and then replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Just hand the person over to my brother quickly. I have a medicine that will make someone sleep for half a month. It's my way of helping your brother." Xiaoyang shrugged and looked at Chu Ruyue. "After your brother leaves, he won't be coming back. He'll be in the capital of Chu, which is full of dangers. So, I hope you'll behave for your brother's sake, understand?" "I don't need you to tell me that." Chu Ruyue rolled her eyes and snorted, muttering, "You're rambling on and on just to warn me not to disturb your precious princess, aren't you? The loss of your child has nothing to do with me, really. And I was actually looking forward to that child. Plus, I like your princess. I won't harm her." Chu Ruyue looked at him earnestly. "Now that I'm your concubine, I have to play the part fully. If I stay hidden all the time, people will suspect something. Besides, your princess is alone in the back and must be bored. It's not a bad idea for me to keep her company, is it? What kind of twisted logic is that?" Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "You like her, but she hasn't said she likes you. Besides, she's my princess. I'll keep her company. What do you have to do with it?" With another eye roll, he turned and walked toward the Chenlu Palace. Upon entering, he saw Shen Yunyan already busy with accounting work and felt a surge of anxiety. "You're not even out of your postpartum period yet. How can you strain your eyes like this? Didn't I tell you not to sit too much? What if you get back pain later?" Seeing Xiaoyang's nagging, Shen Yunyan felt a warm glow in her heart. She smiled and softly replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. I've asked the old matrons in the palace, and they said it's fine. Let Tianzhao handle these account books. You need to rest." "Tianzhao, how are you serving the princess? How can you let her do work? You'll do it all." As Xiaoyang spoke, he picked Shen Yunyan up in his arms. Tianzhao sat to the side, torn between laughter and tears. She had been poring over account books for days, her eyes practically falling out. What kind of ruthless boss is this? Doesn't leave any room for her, does he? Shen Yunyan felt a bit shy and lightly hit his chest, saying with exasperation, "I'm not that delicate, you're being too dramatic." "I say you're delicate, so you are. How is that dramatic? I think it's just right." Xiaoyang chuckled and then recounted today's events to Shen Yunyan. "With these, I feel more at ease." Seeing Xiaoyang's spirited expression, Shen Yunyan's grief over the loss of her child was somewhat alleviated. She smiled and softly said, "Not only is your military equipment renewal going well, but the livestock and textile industries are also steadily developing. Now, the entire Qin region has over 20,000 long-haired rabbits, and the total number of chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, cattle, and sheep has reached over 200,000, which is more than the last 3 years combined. The common people are very busy every day, but also very fulfilled. The vegetable greenhouses are thriving, and I've heard that towns nearby have started placing orders just to have fresh produce in the winter." Shen Yunyan smiled and looked at him. "The money you borrowed from Tao Jinzi is starting to come back in." Seeing Shen Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang's lips curved slightly as he gently tapped her nose and said with a smile, "My princess, you look like someone who's never seen the world. Just wait until autumn, and you'll see what it's like to have gold everywhere." "Really? Really?" Xiaoyang chuckled. "When have I ever lied to you?" Shen Yunyan leaned against him. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Of course there is. Xiaoyang immediately pulled out his design drawings. Most of the women in Qin are working in the fields, but the girls around 11 or 12 years old have nowhere to study and can't help much in the fields. Why not have them do some needlework instead? Needlework? Shen Yunyan looked at the drawings he handed over and frowned slightly. What's this? I've never seen it before. This is a combat uniform for the military. It's lighter and more flexible than regular military armor, allowing for more agile movements. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Shen Yunyan. See, I've made some modifications. There's a place for a breastplate in front to maximize the safety of the soldiers. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan nodded immediately. All right, I'll start arranging this right away. I'll distribute these tasks and get all the idle girls in the households to start working. 30 coins per garment. Xiaoyang immediately gave the price. We'll provide the materials, and the 30 coins are just for the labor. If a girl works fast, she can make 2 garments a day, earning 60 coins, which isn't bad and provides a stable income. Isn't that a bit high? No, it's not. Xiaoyang smiled. He looked at Shen Yunyan and whispered, if you need more money, just tell me, and I'll go to Tao Jianzi. That profiteer, if he's not using his money for the people, who is he using it for? Seeing Xiaoyang so confidently, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't laughed like this since losing her child. Shen Yuanfeng entered the room just as he saw his sister laughing. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and came over to say softly, Sister, I'm going back. All right, go ahead. Shen Yunyan nodded. Although she didn't want her brother to suffer, she knew that becoming a great general and fighting on the battlefield was his dream. She had no reason to stop him. Don't go back empty-handed, Xiaoyang said with a smile. I've instructed the internal affairs to slaughter 200 pigs and prepare a lot of eggs and vegetables. Take them all back for the soldiers to improve their diet and train harder. He tossed a token over with a smile. Go to the internal affairs to collect them. Oh, right. Xiaoyang suddenly thought of something. He immediately stood up, took a large box from the corner, placed it on the ground, and opened it. Inside were small black pills. What's this? Shen Yuanfeng asked, puzzled. Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, these are excellent hemostatic medicines. Take them back to the military doctor, and he'll know what to do with them. After all, what soldiers fear most on the battlefield is bleeding. Chapter 102. Eagerly Seeking. Shen Yuanfeng looked at the items and bowed to Xiaoyang. If the soldiers at the border knew of your concern, they would be deeply moved. You are stationed in the harshest conditions. It is only right to show you concern. Take these items and return quickly. I'll assign a squad of elite soldiers to escort you, so there's no need to worry about anyone else. Xiaoyang smiled and waved his hand. Shen Yuanfeng bowed and walked out. But at the door, he suddenly turned back and hugged Shen Yunyan. Sister, wait for me. All right, go ahead. Shen Yunyan didn't cry, only gently patted her brother's head. The 12-year-old boy was already as tall as her. She believed he would carve out his own path in life. After Shen Yuanfeng left, Xiaoyang spoke, Don't worry, I've already discussed this with General Zhong. He won't face any life-threatening danger at the border. After all, he's just a 12-year-old child. Our army hasn't fallen so low as to send 12-year-olds to the battlefield. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan finally relaxed and smiled, then softly said, I've always trusted your decisions, but I wonder if my choices for him are for the better or worse. Seeing her concern, Xiaoyang understood what she was worried about. He gently smiled, putting an arm around her shoulder and softly said, As a man, I naturally understand a man's heart. Rest assured, everything you're giving your brother is exactly what he most eagerly desires. Really? Really? Xiaoyang held her, responding softly with a gentle embrace. Shen Yunyan soon recovered her health and resumed her previous work. Time flew by, and she felt fulfilled. The pain of losing her child had gradually faded due to her busyness and the passage of time. However, there was one thing that gave her a headache. Looking at Chu Ryue in front of her, Shen Yunyan felt helpless. Why do you always follow me around? I have something to discuss with you. Chu Ryue smiled at Shen Yunyan. Seeing her like this, Shun Yunyan's first thought was that it probably wasn't anything good. So, without giving her a chance to speak, she shook her head and said softly, "Your matters, I cannot decide. Go find the prince." "What's going on?" Seeing Shun Yunyan avoid her, Chu Ryue felt annoyed and said in a low voice, "How can you be like this? Did Xiaoyang say something bad about me?" "No, your matters, I truly cannot decide. Go find the prince." Shun Yunyan reiterated. Since she had said this, Chu Ryue's persistence was meaningless. She turned and went to find Xiaoyang. "What did you tell your princess about me?" Chu Ryue snorted and walked in directly. A Qing, seeing her barge in, quickly stepped forward to block her. "Concubine, you can't just barge in like this." Xiaoyang, hearing Chu Ryue's voice, felt a headache coming on. He sighed helplessly and said softly, "Come in first." Chu Ryue glared at a Qing, then stepped in and said in a low voice, "What's the point of staying in the small courtyard every day? Can't you find something for me to do? I can handle accounts, and I know about the specialties and suppliers in Chu Kingdom. Why not let me help?" Seeing her rambling, Xiaoyang shrugged and said softly, "What you mentioned isn't part of our agreement. You just need to stay here and rest. No need to help." Hearing this, Chu Ryue's face turned pale with anger. She stepped forward, slammed the table, and said irritably, "Stop with the nonsense. I'm asking you, what exactly do you mean by this? Why are you treating me like this?" Seeing her angry, Xiaoyang smiled lightly and said, "I really don't mean anything else. I just want you to rest well." "What kind of rest is that? Your princess is busy to death, and I'm just eating idle food? No, let me follow her. I know martial arts and can protect her, and I can handle accounts. Isn't that good?" Chu Ryue frowned at Xiaoyang. "Besides, since I've married into this family, this is my home now. Do I have to act like a stranger and do nothing?" Xiaoyang saw her anxious expression and knew the timing was right. He smiled and took out what he had prepared during this time. "Take a look." "What's this?" Chu Ryue impatiently stepped forward, and after looking, she frowned. "You sly merchant, you're scheming against me, aren't you? If you speak like that, it's hurting our feelings, isn't it? I'm doing this for your own good." Xiaoyang grinned at her. "I've been to Chu Kingdom before, so I know what your specialties are. Since you've always been helping your brother with trade at the border, handling the mutual market is naturally something I'd entrust to you. I plan to build a Chu Kingdom Street here. What do you think?" Chu Kingdom Street? Hearing this, Chu Ryue found it interesting. She thought for a moment and then said softly, "I can't agree to this, but I'm just a concubine now. I have to stay in the Qin Palace and do embroidery. It doesn't matter." Xiaoyang chuckled, tossing a token over and said casually, "Since it's Qin territory and the Qin Palace, it's the Qin Prince who decides. And luckily, I am the Qin Prince. You can come and go freely. If you need money, sell some of your dowry." Damn. Chu Ryue had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen someone as shameless as this. What kind of skin does this man have? But why didn't she want to refuse? Instead, she felt particularly eager to take on this challenge. "You've always been helping your brother. Now it's time to show your true capabilities and make a name for yourself." Xiaoyang smiled. "Go ahead." Chu Ryue instantly felt full of ambition. "You'll see. My Chu Kingdom Street will be the largest mutual market street in Qin territory. That's not set in stone. There will also be a northern street and a glass street later on." Xiaoyang smiled at her. "You better not start first and then get overtaken." Chu Ryue looked at him with a complex expression. "Your ambition is so vast?" "How is that ambition? I just want my people to live better." Xiaoyang smiled. "The income from Chu Kingdom Street will be split 70 to 30. Me 70, you 30. "What?" Hearing this, Chu Ryue exploded. She stepped forward, glaring at Xiaoyang, and said irritably, "How can you be so shameless? I'm starting from scratch, and you're telling me you want 70% of the profits." Xiaoyang found her furious expression amusing. He coughed and said softly, "You should understand me a bit. After all, if I don't agree, there won't be a Chu Kingdom Street at all." Chapter 103. Quite impressive. This swindler. How infuriating. Chu Ryue had followed her brother in business dealings before, and had encountered many unscrupulous individuals, but he was by far the most shameless. And he was shameless in a way that left no room for rebuttal. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Let's go with a 70-30 split. Sign and seal the contract." Xiaoyang chuckled, pulling out a contract. Upon seeing the contract, Chu Ruyue finally understood. This scoundrel had planned everything deliberately, and she had been the fool, jumping right into his trap. She clenched her back teeth as she signed and sealed the document, muttering, "Xiaoyang, you'll get struck by lightning for this." "No, I'm doing good deeds that will earn me merit," Xiaoyang replied with another smug smile. Seeing his smirk, Chu Ruyue felt a tightness in her chest. After leaving the study, her face was as sour as could be. Noticing her expression, Qingyao hurried over and whispered, "Princess, what's wrong?" "I got bitten by a dog." Chu Ruyue snapped, her anger flaring. Hearing this, Qingyao was startled. Where did the dog come from? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, her face turning pale with anger. Back in her courtyard, she sat down and growled, "Xiaoyang is a dog, a vicious wolfhound." At that moment, a wet nurse from Chu followed her out. Glancing at her, she said in a low voice, "You are the prince's concubine. How can you speak of your master in such a manner? The princess has just lost her child, so it's essential for the concubine to win the prince's favor and bear a child. That's the proper way." The wet nurse spoke with a serious tone. Chu Ruyue, however, felt her anger rise. If it weren't for her brother still being in the capital of Chu, she would have stabbed this nagging old woman long ago. Chu Ruyue frowned at her and said in a low voice, "It's broad daylight, and all you can talk about is children. What are you trying to do? Have you no sense of propriety?" Upon hearing this, the wet nurse became even more insistent. "Procreation between men and women is the natural way of things. How is that improper? Has the princess forgotten the emperor's instructions?" Chu Ruyue took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "I understand. Now, get out. As long as the princess has it in mind, the old servant will report back to the emperor." The wet nurse bowed and left. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Ruyue's expression grew even darker. After a moment of thought, she said in a low voice, "There are too many eyes and ears in this courtyard. We can't let them continue. Send a message to Xiaoyang and ask him to handle it." "Do you think he'll help?" Qingyao looked at Chu Ruyue with concern. Chu Ruyue snorted and muttered, "Normally, he wouldn't care about my fate, but now that he's gotten a big advantage from me, he shouldn't ignore me." Xiaoyang soon learned about the situation. He immediately went to find Shen Yinyan. "Honey, don't you think all the wet nurses and maids around Chu Ruyue should be dealt with?" Xiaoyang said, hugging her and smiling. Shen Yinyan frowned. "Her affairs, how would I know?" "Come on," Xiaoyang chuckled. "Didn't you send her to me?" "What do you mean?" Shen Yinyan looked puzzled. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. "Although those people are mainly watching her, they're also snooping around our territory. I think their intentions are impure. So why keep them? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Upon hearing this, Shun Yinyan finally understood his meaning. She nodded and said in a low voice, "I see. Don't worry, I'll take care of them in a few days. Don't make it too ugly. We should still give Chu a little face," Xiaoyang said, looking concerned. Shin Yinyan smiled. "I understand. I have it under control, so don't worry. That's why you're the best." Xiaoyang kissed her and grinned. Shin Yinyan pulled at his clothes, making him sit properly. "You've had your concubine for quite a few days now. You should go and see her. Tonight, go to her room and stay there. Come back in the middle of the night." Xiaoyang immediately shook his head. "No way." "Yes," Shun Yinyan insisted firmly. "Go." Reluctantly, Xiaoyang had no choice but to agree. After dinner, he dragged his feet as he made his way to Chu Ryue's courtyard. Chu Ryue had already been informed of his arrival. Following the customs of Xia, she dressed up like a peacock and stood at the door, ready to welcome him. After all, she had received training, so her greetings and manners were impeccable. The two entered the room affectionately, But as soon as the door closed, they immediately disengaged, both showing clear disdain for the situation. Chu Ryue snorted. I never expected you to be such a good actor. What's there to be surprised about? If you can't act in the royal family, you'll just end up dead, right? Hearing this, Chu Ryue found it quite reasonable. Soon, Xiaoyang grabbed her and pulled her into his arms, making her sit on his lap. Chu Ryue was startled and instinctively tried to struggle, but at that moment, the wet nurse opened the door and walked in. How dare you? Xiaoyang was furious and threw a wine cup at her, saying angrily, the prince and his concubine are intimate here. What is an old woman like you think you're doing coming in? Is this the custom in the Chu royal palace? The wet nurse was completely caught off guard by Xiaoyang's temper. She immediately knelt down. I deserve to die. I only came in to bring some tea and snacks. What do I need those trifles for when the prince and his concubine are about to retire? Get out. Xiaoyang roared. Without my permission, no one is allowed in. This is the Qin royal palace, not your Chu palace. Yes, yes. The wet nurse scrambled out. It felt so satisfying. Chu Ryue immediately got out of Xiaoyang's arms and said with a smile, this old hag usually uses my father's authority to show off in front of me. It's all thanks to you. I've already discussed it with the princess. Tomorrow, you take this old woman to pay your respects, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Then, he sat down at the table and started eating and drinking. Seeing him like this, Chu Ryue was curious. You married me, and your princess isn't angry? She's even helping you clean up your mess? What kind of woman is she, and where did you find her? This is the reward from heaven for the good deeds I did in my previous life, Xiaoyang said proudly. Let me tell you, don't you dare have any ideas about my woman, got it? Chu Ryue snorted. The princess is beautiful, kind-hearted, and decisive. I like her a lot. She's nothing like those delicate girls in the Xia capital. You're lucky to have her. That was for sure. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he pulled out some blueprints and started discussing the plans for the Chu Street with Chu Ryue. Soon, Chu Ryue realized that although Xiaoyang was a scoundrel, he was a genius when it came to business planning. He was even better than her brother. Chapter 104. Unpleasantness. Chu Ryue was growing more and more alarmed. Initially, she thought Xiaoling was just joking, but she never expected such a comprehensive plan to already be in place. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, when exactly did you plan all this? I've had it planned for a long time, Xiaoling replied with a smile, lowering his voice. After all, I am a prince. You wouldn't think my mind is only filled with wine and pleasure, would you? If I hadn't made any preparations, do you think I would have collaborated with your brother? I wonder how my brother is doing now. You don't know. The other princes are both fierce and ruthless. I'm afraid my brother might not be a match for them, Chu Ryue said, resting her chin on her hands, unusually dispirited. Hearing this, Xiaoling chuckled and whispered, those raised in a den of wolves are wolves themselves. Do you really think your brother is a pushover? Don't worry, he's in the capital of Chu now, with Princess Chu and the secret weapons I gave him, wreaking havoc. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, they finally returned to the Chu palace. Chu Xiaoyao carried the still unconscious Chu Yue into the palace. When the Empress Dowager saw her precious daughter in such a state, she immediately lost her temper, slapping Chu Xiaoyao hard across the face. How dare you? You lowly wretch! What right do you have to treat my daughter like this? How dare you? The Empress shot an annoyed look at the Dowager and coldly retorted, your precious daughter ran away and caused a scene at the Qin prince's residence. Our entire palace has lost face. How dare you blame Xiaoyao here? If he hadn't brought this girl back, we'd still be losing face. The Empress snorted. She frowned, looking at Chu Xiaoyao and softly said, you've worked hard this trip. Go back now, and come to the Emperor's study tomorrow to report. Thank you, Empress. Chu Xiaoyao immediately bowed and left. The Dowager frowned, glaring at the Empress. If your Majesty dislikes me, just deal with me directly. Why trouble a child? A child? The Empress scoffed, as if hearing the biggest joke. She rolled her eyes and snorted. Chu Yue is an adult, not a child. I'll tell you this. The dignity of the royal family is not to be tarnished. If she truly disgraces our royal prestige, I will not let it slide. With that, she turned and walked out. Damn it! The dowager clenched her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Chu Yue woke up. Before she even understood what was happening, the dowager slapped her across the face. You disgraceful thing! Chu Yue, shocked, looked at her in disbelief. Mother? Why are you here? Foolish girl, take a good look around. Do you know where you are? This? Chu Yue looked around and immediately realized her situation. She knelt down, not daring to speak. Late into the night, Xiaoling quietly slipped out through the window and headed straight to Shan Yinyan's room. Shan Yinyan was sitting on the bed, arms crossed, watching Xiaoling enter through the window. She snorted, You're quite skilled at this, aren't you? Must do this often, huh? Honey, what are you talking about? Xiaoling grinned, moving closer. It's almost dawn and you finally show up? What were you busy? Shan Yinyan crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed. Seeing her like this, Xiaoling felt no anger, only a small sense of delight. He grinned. How could I? I really had something to discuss with her. He then took out the plan for the Chu Street and handed it to Shan Yinyan. This task is best left to her, don't you think? Shan Yinyan, not naive, immediately saw through the scheme. She snorted, grumbling, Is this really all it is? Xiaoling stepped forward, grabbing Shan Yinyan's hand and placing it under his clothes. This is yours. Shan Yinyan, as if electrocuted, quickly withdrew her hand, glaring at him. How shameless can you be? Playing around with his wife couldn't be considered shameless, could it? Xiaoling didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he felt quite justified. Seeing him like this, Shan Yinyan couldn't help but sigh. What kind of material are you made of? How can your skin be so thick? Hee. Xiaoling hugged her and kissed her repeatedly. I've been abstinent for so long. Ever since Shan Yinyan got pregnant, Xiaoling had been restraining himself, not daring to overstep. Now that the child was gone and her confinement period was almost over, how could he not crave her? Seeing the desire in his eyes, Shan Yinyan sighed helplessly and kissed him back, whispering, Who would know that the man who dominates the day is so shameless behind closed doors? Is this even shameless? Xiaoling laughed, reaching to undo her clothes. This is when it gets shameless. Soon, the two were entangled together, the long period of abstinence making their passion even more intense. The next morning, Chu Ruyue, dressed to the nines, brought her nanny along as they headed towards Xiaoling's quarters. Seeing Chu Ruyue's obvious excitement, Shan Yinyan couldn't help but laugh and cry, though she still put on a displeased expression. The battle between the two women officially began. Xiaoling, however, paid no attention to this. He was focused on planning the next steps. With the seeds planted and the fields mostly free of work, they only needed to wait for the autumn harvest. The livestock were all plump and healthy, but many in the Qin region still lacked livelihoods. The long months without income could be unbearable for some families. Xiaoling felt it was time to start trading. He immediately summoned Tao Jinzi. What's your decision on what I discussed with you earlier? The border trade? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoling helplessly. I must admit, Your Highness, your idea is truly brilliant. But the risks are enormous. Opening border trade could be very dangerous. Hearing this, Xiaoling understood his concerns. I know what you're thinking, but the biggest feature of the Qin region right now isn't chaos, it's poverty. Xiaoling smiled. At a time like this, as long as it makes money, anything goes, don't you think? No. Tao Jinzi shook his head directly. Your Highness, if you need funds, our guild can provide support. So why take such a risk? Your Chamber of Commerce may have ample funds, but they are yours. I want the entire Qin region to thrive, and not just the Qin region. Xiaoling looked at him earnestly. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 105. That's more like it. Watching Xiao Yang in this state, Tao Jinzi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Song Zhao walked in from outside. He was the best at accounting, and was now in charge of all the finances in Qin province. He had come today to report the accounts to Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang had been working hard, Qin province was simply too impoverished. Despite all the efforts over the past few months, there had been no significant improvement. Seeing him, Xiaoyang waved him over with a smile, saying, "Come here, hurry up." Song Zhao, observing Xiaoyang's expression, suddenly felt something was off. Usually, when Xiaoyang smiled like this, it meant trouble was brewing. He approached and greeted, "Your Highness." Xiaoyang stood up, took the account books from Song Zhao's hands, and handed them to Tao Jinzi, saying, "Apart from the money I brought, Qin province has been in deficit for years. Look, things have improved slightly since I arrived a few months ago, but we're still short on funds." What does this mean? It means that everything we see now is merely superficial prosperity. The common people still don't have money in their hands. Hearing this, Tao Jinzi sighed helplessly and whispered, "But you've already reduced many of the excessive taxes, haven't you?" "Yes, but that's not enough." Xiaoyang looked at him. "I'm determined to establish the mutual market. If you're not bold enough to do it, then Song Zhao can take over." Song Zhao immediately stepped forward, saying, "As long as your Highness commands, I will not hesitate." "That's more like it." Seeing this, Tao Jinzi knew there was no room for negotiation. He sighed in resignation and said softly, "All right, I understand. I'll handle this, but you need to give me some time. 1 month. I want to see a concrete plan within a month." Xiaoyang was not someone to be easily fooled. At that moment, a Qing rushed in from outside, panicked, and said, "Your Highness, the princess has beaten a maid from the side princess's service to death, and she's causing a scene." Indeed, his wife is reliable. Xiaoyang smiled and then turned to walk out. Tao Jinzi and Song Zhao exchanged glances, bewildered. The courtyard was filled with a chaotic crowd, with cries and curses echoing non-stop. As Xiaoyang entered, a Qing immediately shouted, "His Highness the Prince is here." Upon hearing the prince's arrival, everyone fell silent. Chu Ruyu saw Xiaoyang and rushed forward, clutching his leg and wailing, "Your Highness, you've finally come. Please, you must uphold justice for me." Isn't this overacting a bit? Still young, she hasn't quite mastered the art of subtlety. Xiaoyang frowned. What's all the shouting about? Is it not embarrassing? Tell me, what exactly happened? Xin Yunyan stood up and said, "A servant of the side princess was disrespectful. I dealt with her according to palace rules and had her executed. It's just a servant, dead is dead. Why the crying?" Xiaoyang frowned at Chu Ruyu. "If you lack servants to command, have the princess compensate you with one. It's as simple as that." Chu Ruyu immediately stood up, looking at him and whispered, "That wasn't just any servant. She was a nanny from the Chu palace, sent by my father. A new emperor brings new officials. You were a princess in the Chu kingdom, but here, you are merely my concubine. In this Qin palace, the princess holds authority." Xiaoyang's tone was resolute. He glanced at her and then added coldly, "I hope you will learn some manners in the future. Otherwise, if the princess ever feels like it and decides to end you, there's nothing I can do about it." With that, he put his arm around Shen Yunyan's shoulder and turned to leave. Although she knew he was acting, Chu Ruyu never expected him to be so blunt and decisive. Isn't this a bit too much? Her maid, Lu Zhong, immediately supported her, whispering, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Chu Ruyu stood up, wiped her tears, and said coldly, "What's there to do? Go back. What else can we do here? Offer ourselves an apology?" "But what about the nanny?" Lu Zhong looked at her hesitantly. Hearing this, Chu Ruyu snorted coldly and said irritably, "She's already dead. What more is there to do? Take her out and bury her." This troublesome woman is finally gone. Lu Zhong felt that there was something off about Chu Ruyu. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Yes, I understand. Now you've all seen it. The rules of the Qin Palace are strict. Be careful from now on, or if anything happens, I won't be able to help you." Chu Ruyu shrugged and walked briskly toward her room. Watching her back, everyone felt something was off. "Tired?" Xiaoyang smiled at Shen Yunyan. Shin Yuan Yin rolled her eyes. You didn't see her throwing a tantrum. She was more like a street shrew than a noble lady. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled and said lightly, Yes, she's clearly a shrew. But won't this cause any repercussions? What repercussions? Xiaoyang snorted. He looked at Shen Yunyin, his lips curving slightly as he whispered, This is the Qin Palace. You are the Qin princess. You can do whatever you want with anyone here. Shen Yunyin looked at him, smiled tenderly, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. I know you're doing this to stand up for me and silence the gossip. I don't care about that. As long as I can be by your side, I'll do anything. That's more like it. Xiaoyang smiled, then pulled her hand and sat down, saying softly, The cotton will soon be harvested. I hope you can lead the women's army to produce what I need. It might be tiring, but promise me you won't overwork yourself. Just oversee them. You can do it yourself, so why can't I? Shin Yunyin smiled at him. I may be the daughter of a minister's family, but I'm not pampered. I'm not that delicate. Don't worry. Saying not to worry, but still worrying. Xiaoyang smiled at her, kissed her, and said, You married me to enjoy life. I don't want you to be too tired. Hearing this, Shin Yunyin nodded and whispered, I know you're good to me, but I can take care of myself. Xiaoyang held her and started going over the accounts. For the time being, he had nothing else to do, so helping out with the accounts in the background was fine. Plus, he could hold his wife, which made it even better. In the capital, Xia had finally returned after much effort and immediately went to the imperial study to report everything about Qin province to the emperor. Father, although Qin province is harsh, it's still part of our great Xia. We can't let him run wild like this, can we? Xia took a deep breath, looking worriedly at Emperor Xia. Chapter 106. The Whole Story. When the Emperor of Xia heard this, he glanced at Xia, then said indifferently, This child was always sickly when he was in the capital, but now that he's in Qin province, it's like he's a completely different person. What do you think is going on? Xia had also noticed this. Although he was usually a bit foolish, when it came to Xiaoyang, he was quite attentive. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, Father, Xiaoyang is cunning and resourceful. Could he be pretending to be weak to catch a tiger? If he's pretending to be weak, why would he stir up so much trouble in Qin province? This child is unfathomable. For a moment, even I find it hard to understand him, the emperor sighed. He glanced at Xia, then thought for a moment before taking him to the Zhaoyang palace together. When the princess saw them both arrive together, she knew it was probably nothing good. She felt a wave of disdain, but her expression remained calm. She walked over and bowed to the emperor. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, aunt. Xia also politely bowed. The emperor sighed and said softly, Liang has been causing trouble in Qin province. I didn't want to worry you, but now the matter has escalated, and I need you to talk some sense into him. With that, he gave Xia a meaningful look. Xia immediately became clever and stepped forward, recounting the whole story in detail. He embellished it with his own observations and hearsay, painting Xiaoyang as a reckless troublemaker. Although the princess wasn't sure what her son was up to in Qin province, she trusted that he wouldn't be acting out of line. However, seeing the reactions of the father and son before her, she was quite satisfied. She smiled and said softly, Liang has always been sickly. I don't know what happened, but since he went to Qin province, his health has improved. He's just a child, so it's natural for him to act without much thought. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will discipline him properly. With this assurance, the emperor felt relieved. He could tell that the princess genuinely didn't know about these messy affairs, which meant there was no collusion between them. Good, with your words, I am at ease. It's almost the height of summer, and it's still a bit warm in your chambers. Later, I'll have someone send some ice over. The emperor smiled and then turned to leave. Once he was gone, Xia dropped the act. He stood up, looked at the princess and sneered, Aunt, you must be quite worried now, aren't you? What do I have to be worried about? But didn't you resent not being able to harm my child? The princess rolled her eyes in disdain. With such intelligence, She wondered how he had grown up in the palace. Xiaxia knew he couldn't afford to offend the princess yet, so he snorted, bowed, and left. Seeing his back, the princess shrugged, showing complete indifference. News of this quickly reached Xiaoyang. When Xiaoyang saw the secret letter from the capital, he couldn't stop laughing. I sometimes wonder, with Xiaxia's intelligence, why does he insist on being the crown prince? If he really becomes the emperor in the future, won't that be disastrous for the country? Xiaoyang handed the letter to Shen Yunyan. After reading it, Shen Yunyan came to the same conclusion. She thought for a moment and whispered, "Actually, I don't think the emperor necessarily intends to give the throne to him. It's just that there must be a crown prince for now. The emperor is still in his prime. If there were a truly capable crown prince, the emperor might not be able to sleep at night." Brilliant. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, admiring his wife. He said softly, "I think you're right. But let's speculate. Who do you think the emperor will give the throne to?" "I think the 9th prince has a better chance," Shen Yunyan whispered, lowering her voice. "Discussing such matters here, if word got out, it could cause trouble." "The 9th prince?" Xiaoyang frowned slightly. The original owner of this body had basically no impression of the 9th prince. Curious, he looked at Shen Yunyan. "Why the 9th prince?" "That's simple. The 9th prince is also the child of the empress. But the empress dotes on the 9th prince greatly, while treating the crown prince coldly. Most importantly, the 9th prince has everything the crown prince has, and even things the crown prince doesn't have. So, whose is this world?" Shen Yunyan smiled at Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned slightly, hesitated, then whispered, "Then why don't I know about this 9th prince?" "Because he was sent away to be raised after birth." Shen Yunyan raised an eyebrow. "The empress sent him to a temple. Why do you think that is?" "The child isn't the emperor's." That was the first thought. But Xiaoyang thought for a moment and whispered, "Whose child is he?" "The empress's, of course," Shen Yunyan chuckled, looking at Xiaoyang. "All right, stop gossiping about these messy things. Come over here and let's discuss the cotton harvest." With that, she pulled Xiaoyang over to talk about business. Xiaoyang's mind was full of this matter and had no interest in anything else. He thought for a moment and whispered, "Should we go meet this 9th prince?" "I advise you not to. He's the empress's precious child, and even the emperor has a hard time meeting him. So, I think you should focus on discussing the cotton harvest with me, don't you?" Shen Yunyan tugged on his ear. "This matter is a secret, so not many people in the court know about it." Such a hidden prince. Certainly not the emperor's child. Xiaoyang frowned. "Do you think the emperor knows what's going on?" "He doesn't know," Shen Yunyan shrugged. She looked at Xiaoyang. "If you're not in the mood to talk about cotton, I'll head back. I still have a lot of ledgers to go through." "All right, go ahead. I'll find you for dinner tonight." Xiaoyang smiled. Shen Yunyan glanced at him, then turned and left. "Do you know about this 9th prince?" Xiaoyang asked Fu curiously. Fu scratched his nose and whispered, "Your Highness has been recuperating, so I don't know about this matter. If the master doesn't go out, how can the servant follow?" Chapter 107. The rabbit is dying. Xiaoyang sighed. It seemed that the complexities of the capital were even more intricate than he had imagined. This Empress Dowager was no simple character. She had given birth to someone else's child, and not only raised it, but also managed to sit firmly on her throne. The drastically different attitudes towards the two children could reveal the truth of the matter. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled and then whispered, "It seems we should investigate thoroughly to uncover what's really going on." Fu looked at him curiously. "Even if this matter is confirmed, it doesn't seem to have much to do with us, does it? When I say it's related, it's related. Who's the prince here, you or me?" Xiaoyang shot him a glare. At that moment, the Black City Lord rushed in from outside. Your Highness, please save me." "What's wrong with you?" Xiaoyang frowned, looking at him. "What's going on?" The Black City Lord's eyes welled up with tears. The rabbits are dying. First, they had diarrhea, then frothed at the mouth, and now many have already died. Rabbits dying? Xiaoyang immediately stood up and followed the Black City Lord to Black City. Upon seeing the trembling rabbits, Xiaoyang quickly identified the issue. It's not a big problem, just a minor ailment. Don't panic. Since there were no professional veterinarians, Xiaoyang had to treat the rabbits as if they were human patients. He hastily wrote a prescription and handed it to the Black City Lord. Go get the medicine. Mix these ingredients into the rabbit feed. They should stop having diarrhea by tonight. Yes. The Black City Lord didn't know if it would work, but he scrambled out nonetheless. Xiaoyang stepped forward again, wanting to give a thorough examination. Your Highness, what if it's some kind of contagious disease? You should be careful, Ah Fu said worriedly. Xiaoyang shook his head and whispered, I need to know what's going on. These rabbits are the lifeblood of so many people. If all these rabbits died, countless families would go hungry. These people had put all their hopes into raising rabbits. If the rabbits died, their hearts would die too. Moreover, what he needed most now was to stabilize the people's hearts. If the rabbit project failed, who would trust him in the future? Soon, Xiaoyang discovered that these rabbits were quite suspicious. Although they were sick, there were also signs of poisoning. Take me to the rabbit feed storage. Xiaoyang frowned at the person beside him. The person was the Black City Lord's son, who didn't dare to delay and quickly stepped forward. I am Wang Hai, willing to lead the way for your highness. Please follow me. Since these rabbits were part of a poverty alleviation project, not only were the rabbits distributed uniformly, but the feed was also formulated by Xiaoyang and distributed uniformly. After inspecting the feed, they indeed found croton seeds. It seemed that the rabbits' vomiting and diarrhea were due to this. Xiaoyang's expression changed. Notify all rabbit farmers immediately. Do not continue feeding the rabbits and have them pick out all the croton seeds. Also, bring the warehouse manager to me right away. Xiaoyang's expression darkened. This incident was definitely not an accident. Someone had deliberately done this. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anger and clenched his teeth. Bring someone here. I am Lin Wu. Greetings, Your Highness. A 40-something man knelt trembling on the ground, shaking all over. Xiaoyang glanced at him coldly. Are you in charge of the warehouse? Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, I truly don't know what happened. Please spare me, Your Highness. Please calm down. Lin Wu kept kowtowing, his face pale with fear. Who didn't know that the Prince of Qin was ruthless? Not to mention someone like him. Even the City Lord of Ji was killed without hesitation. Seeing his state, Xiaoyang snorted. Enough of your nonsense. Answer my questions truthfully, understand? Yes, I understand. Please ask, Your Highness. Lin Wu nodded quickly. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. How many entrances and exits does this warehouse have? How often is the feed distributed? Who is present during distribution? List all relevant personnel immediately. Lin Wu looked up in disbelief at Xiaoyang, clearly not expecting so many questions. What are you looking at, Your Highness, for? Speak. Ah Fu scolded. This brought Lin Wu back to his senses, and he hurriedly began to speak. In total, there were about a dozen people involved. Investigate immediately. I want to know the ancestry of these dozen people. Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at Ah Fu. The Black City Lord soon returned and knelt down. Your Highness, it's all my fault. I failed to oversee properly. Now is not the time to assign blame. If these rabbits die, the people's hearts will die, and so will my policies. The most important thing now is to save these rabbits and raise them healthy and plump. Hearing this, the Black City Lord was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, Xiaoyang's medicine was effective. The rabbits soon stopped having diarrhea and began eating heartily, temporarily easing the people's worries. However, the Black City Lord's heart remained in suspense. Xiaoyang looked at the documents in his hand, the results of the investigation into those people. After a while, Xiaoyang frowned and hesitated for a moment before whispering, Is this Zhao Si a stable hand? Yes, he's a stable hand. The Black City Lord stepped forward. Zhao Si is a distant relative of mine, deaf and mute. A deaf mute? No wonder. Xiaoyang looked at him. I want to meet this Zhao Si.
Yes.
The Black City Lord quickly brought Zhao over. Xiaoyang communicated with him using sign language without any difficulty. This fluent signing left the Black City Lord stunned. He stared in disbelief. "Your Highness, you. It's nothing extraordinary. Dismiss everyone." Xiaoyang smiled, sending everyone away, leaving only the Black City Lord. The Black City Lord watched Xiaoyang nervously, not daring to breathe heavily. After all, the G City Lord had been beheaded for mismanagement, and now he had made such a mistake. The G City Lord had a concubine who escaped during the execution of the 9 families. "Do you know about this?" Xiaoyang smiled at the Black City Lord. "What? A concubine escaped? How could that be?" Chapter 108. Solving the Problem. The Black City Lord's expression was somewhat complicated as he spoke in a low voice. "Didn't you personally send someone to confiscate their property back then?" "Indeed." Xiaoyang chuckled. "That's why I said this concubine is formidable. There's no keeping a thief at bay forever, so what we need to do now is to lure the snake out of its hole," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "The most critical issue now is not to investigate what happened back then, but to resolve the current major troubles." Upon hearing this, the Black City Lord immediately nodded. "Yes, I will immediately spread the news that the rabbits have healed and are no longer a problem." It seems this Black City Lord is not only honest but also has a bit of cunning in him. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, "Then go ahead and handle it. To be honest, I've never been to Black City before, so I'll take a stroll around and have a look." Yes. The Black City Lord was somewhat uneasy. If he had known the prince would come in person, he would have had the streets thoroughly cleaned, and those messy beggars should have been hidden away. But now, it was too late to do anything. They could only leave it to fate. Fu followed behind Xiaoyang, trembling slightly. "Your Highness, it's my incompetence that there were escaped fugitives. They are so skilled, it's normal that you couldn't catch them. I originally thought the defense of the Qin Palace was tight and there wouldn't be any issues, but I didn't expect there to still be spies from others, and they even harmed the child and the princess." Xiaoyang's face darkened with anger. Fu, upon hearing this, pondered deeply. "Your Highness, shouldn't we investigate thoroughly? This matter cannot be investigated openly. If it falls into the wrong hands, it could cause trouble. We just need to do it secretly. They currently have the upper hand only because they are in the dark while we are in the open. But soon, the situation will change." Xiaoyang smiled. Before, not knowing there were hidden schemes was fine, but now that he knew, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly as he tilted his head to look at Fu. "What do you think this person most wants to do now? With your Highness's decisive methods, this person must be trembling with fear by your side, so they most want to achieve merit and leave." Fu grinned at Xiaoyang. Having been by Xiaoyang's side for so long, he should have learned a bit of cunning. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. "You think, what kind of merit could make them rise to the top instantly?" "Naturally, evidence of treason and insubordination." Fu had finally caught on. He looked at Xiaoyang. "But wouldn't that be too dangerous?" "No, it's just a setup. They won't be able to leave Qin alive." Xiaoyang spoke casually. It was as if he wasn't talking about ending a life, but merely stepping on an ant. As he walked through the streets and shops of Black City, Xiaoyang took out a small notebook and jotted down everything he needed. Although he had previously drawn a map, it wasn't detailed. It was time to refine his map. Black City was the most fertile land, so most people relied on the land for their livelihood, but some also made a living through business and farming. Now that the rabbits were in trouble, the entire city was in a state of panic, and the streets were mostly deserted. Xiaoyang bought a few pretty trinkets, planning to take them back for Shen Yunyan to play with. Soon, night fell, and they returned to the city lord's residence. The Black City Lord hurried over. "Your Highness, the situation with the rabbits has stabilized." Is everything arranged at the warehouse?" "Yes, it's all set. Even a fly couldn't get in." The Black City Lord said this almost through gritted teeth. These rabbits were the hope of Black City and the people. Yet, this person, for the sake of power, dared to touch the very foundation of the people's livelihood. They deserved to die. Midnight came, and no one could sleep. This night was destined to be sleepless. Finally, just before dawn, there was movement. Xiao Yang hurried over and saw a frail woman kneeling in the middle of the room, dressed in black, her expression defiant. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, she spat fiercely, "Pa!" Xiao Yang didn't get angry. He stepped forward, hooked her chin, forcing her to look at him, and smiled. "Although your heart is venomous, you are indeed a beauty. It would be such a waste to kill such a pretty young lady. It's almost a loss." Xiao Yang pondered, judging by her attitude. She probably won't tell us what we want to know. In that case, take her directly to the military camp and reward the troops. What? The woman had thought Xiao Yang would try to coerce or bribe her, but never expected him to simply dispose of her like that. Without asking anything, he was just going to dispose of her like that? What was he thinking? Seeing the woman's puzzled expression, the Black City Lord snorted, "Take her away." At this, the woman panicked. She could endure many tortures, even death, but the military camp was a place where a woman would suffer unspeakable horrors. "You despicable, shameless wretch. Xiao Yang, you scoundrel, you bastard." The woman screamed and cursed. Xiao Yang rubbed his chin, showing a lecherous smile. What a seductive voice. The soldiers will have a good time. Was this even something a human would say? The woman was truly desperate now. "I can tell you everything. Don't send me there. I don't want to go." "What do you want to say?" Xiao Yang waved his hand and then stepped forward, pinching the woman's chin. "What do you think I want to know?" "It was the Crown Prince who ordered me to do this. I originally belonged to the Crown Prince." The woman quickly spoke up. "My name is Heirs. I was originally the Crown Prince's person. He sent me here to seduce Lord Ji and whisper in his ear to make him do those things." Heirs was quite honest, selling out the Crown Prince completely for her own sake. Seeing Heirs' demeanor, Xiao Yang smiled. "I like people like you who have some insight. But how did you know I was going to confiscate the property and manage to escape in advance? Who in the Qin Palace was passing information to you, Heirs had thought that revealing this much would be enough, but never expected Xiao Yang to have so many other questions. Wasn't it said that the Qin Prince was weak and not very clever? Why was he so different from the rumors? Heirs was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. Finally, she could only whisper, I don't know who that person is." Chapter 109. Too brutal. Xiao Yang had no patience to spare. He glanced at Afu. Afu immediately handed over a dagger. Seeing the dagger, Heirs instinctively struggled. But what could she do? How could she escape? She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yang's hand drew closer. "I'm sorry, I'm not very patient," Xiao Yang chuckled, then knocked out one of her front teeth with a single strike. Damn! Heirs had witnessed many brutal interrogations, but this was the first time someone had started by knocking out her front tooth. The excruciating pain quickly spread throughout her body. She looked at Xiao Yang as if he were a madman. She widened her eyes in disbelief. No. Xiao Yang wasn't interested in her pleading. Soon, the second tooth, then the third. Poor Heirs, once a beautiful woman, was now disfigured. The pain was unbearable. Heirs felt as though she were on the verge of death. "I'll tell you anything. You can ask me anything. Just stop. I can't take it anymore. I really can't." "Why didn't you say that sooner?" Satisfied, Xiao Yang released her and said calmly, "Who in the Qin King's palace is passing you information?" "I truly don't know. On the 1st and 15th of every month, I receive a sachet at the city gate containing some secrets. That's how we communicate. That's it, I swear." Heirs Kalembabada looked at Xiao Yang. "I'm not lying, I swear." Seeing Heirs' sincerity, Xiao Yang knew she was telling the truth. He smiled and said casually, "You're so beautiful, the Crown Prince must not want you to die. How about this? I'll send you back, okay?" "What?" Heirs looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Suddenly, as if making a decision, she clenched her teeth and said, "Then, send me to the border army camp." Huh. Xiao Yang was a bit surprised by her request. Did she prefer to be sent to the army rather than return to the Crown Prince's residence? Do you think you still have a choice? Xiaoyang looked at her with pity. Su'er wasn't stupid. Of course, she knew that by now. She had no choice left. She took a deep breath and said indistinctly, I'm already a broken person. Please, for my cooperation, give me a quick death. She wasn't naive. She knew Xiaoyang wouldn't let her live. But to her surprise, Xiaoyang had no intention of killing her. He simply waved his hand and said indifferently, You're not my subordinate, so I can't decide your fate. Whether you survive in the Crown Prince's residence is up to you. Show me your skills. Send her back. Xiaoyang turned and walked back into the room without a second glance. The sky was already bright, and sleep was out of the question. The Black City Lord looked at his enigmatic gaze and couldn't fathom what he was thinking. This interrogation method was the first he'd seen, brutally simple, yet effective. The Black City Lord had originally thought this was their own problem, but never expected it to involve the Crown Prince. Was it really worth going to the capital to accuse the Crown Prince over such a minor matter? Even to save face for the royal family, the Crown Prince wouldn't be punished, right? In the end, wouldn't they be the ones to suffer? The Black City Lord guessed that the prince must have thought of this too, which was why his expression was so grim. At this thought, the Black City Lord cautiously said, Your Highness, there's always time. But I prefer to settle scores immediately. Xiaoyang waved him off. Handle the rest. I'm going back. As the Qin Prince, he belonged in the Qin King's palace, not here. After returning, Xiaoyang didn't waste time and secretly sent a report of the situation back to the capital. When the princess received the letter, her expression darkened. Xiaoyang had explicitly stated that this was the last time. Otherwise, the crown prince would die. After some thought, she handed the letter to the empress. The empress, who already disliked Xiaozha, turned pale with anger upon reading it. She gritted her teeth. Why do I have such a stupid child? Maybe because he's the child of the emperor, the princess chuckled. After all, the ninth prince isn't stupid. Mentioning the ninth prince, the empress's eyes softened for a moment. Then she looked at the princess with suspicion. Why bring up the ninth prince all of a sudden? Is it really sudden? All these years, the emperor may not have said much, but he understands everything. The ninth prince is now in the Temple of Protection, but you should know, the emperor cares deeply for him. The princess sighed. Do you really think sending him away will ensure his safety? It's time for the ninth prince to return. Upon hearing this, the empress's expression changed. You mean the emperor wants to support the ninth prince? Yes, Xiaozha is in no condition to be the emperor. The emperor isn't foolish. He wouldn't hand the throne to such a fool. The princess sighed. The emperor has always believed the ninth prince is a gift from heaven. No matter what others say, the ninth prince is a prince, his most beloved son. That's an unchangeable fact, isn't it? The empress's expression grew even more troubled. We agreed that your son would be the emperor. Why are you now bringing up my son? The princess looked at the empress, feeling both amused and helpless. Everyone else wanted their child to be the emperor, but here they were, treating the throne like a hot potato. They looked at each other, both feeling that the throne was a burden. Let's not talk about the ninth prince for now. I just want to know, what are you going to do about Xiaozha? The princess frowned at the empress. What to do? The empress rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. What's there to do? Just let your son get rid of this good-for-nothing. Was this something a mother would say? Too brutal. The princess was at a loss, feeling both amused and helpless. This isn't the time for rash words. Give me a straight answer. What are you planning to do about this? What plan was there? The empress had thought of this herself, but she knew she couldn't act on it. After all, Xiaozha was currently a shield for the ninth prince. She took a deep breath. I'll talk to Xiaozha myself. All right, I'm leaving, the princess said, not wanting to witness the scene of her disciplining her son. That would be too gruesome. Chapter 110. Knowing what regret feels like. The empress quickly summoned Xiaozha to the palace. Although Xiaozha had no idea why his mother wanted him to come, he knew it was likely not for anything good. He entered the palace nervously, noticing the empress's displeased expression. Being perceptive, he found a clean spot and knelt down. Seeing him like this, the Empress was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Remembering what the princess had said earlier, she frowned slightly, hesitated, then spoke softly. "There are some things I need to ask you properly." "Please ask, mother," Xiaxia replied, his eyes lowered. From a young age, he had known his mother didn't like him much. Though he couldn't understand why, he was certain he deeply loved her. Observing Xiaxia, the Empress thought for a moment and then asked quietly, "Over the years, I've treated you with either punishment or scolding. Do you harbor any resentment or feel misunderstood?" Of course he did. Xiaxia wanted to say so but didn't dare. He lowered his head and murmured, "Mother's teachings are for my own good. Though your methods are severe, I know you do it out of concern for me. Then why do you keep making trouble? Why must you make Xiaoyang's life difficult? Don't you understand that he will never rule this land?" The Empress finally lost her patience. Indeed, it was all about Xiaoyang again. Xiaxia suddenly stood, frowning at his mother. "Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, mother, do you remember? Your child is me, Xiaxia." "What do you mean?" The Empress frowned, looking at her child who rarely rebelled, feeling a strange sense of relief. Seeing her reaction, Xiaxia suddenly knelt and embraced her leg, exclaiming, "Why do you show kindness to everyone else but treat me with such coldness? I am your child, your own flesh and blood." Hearing this, the Empress felt a pang but still kicked him away mercilessly. "Do you think playing the emotional card will erase everything?" Xiaxia was stunned. He had thought his mother might be moved, but instead, her foot moved. "Ow, mother, I was wrong." Soon, the palace echoed with the crown prince's screams. Too brutal. The princess couldn't help but chuckle, then covered her mouth and turned to leave. In the Qin region, seeing the princess's report, Xiaoyang smiled softly. How can there be a mother in this world who doesn't love her child? Upon hearing this, Shun Yunyan came over, glanced at the report, and smiled. Indeed. After the Empress's outburst, even if you still have grievances, you probably won't pursue them further, right? "I will still pursue them, just not now," Xiaoyang replied with a smile. He set down the letter and calculated the time. "I estimate the crown prince will soon receive the gift I prepared for him." Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Shin Yunyan took a deep breath. "Have you thought about when to return to the capital?" "No," Xiaoyang shook his head. Having been granted a fiefdom, he could not return to the capital without a summons. The emperor now wished for him to die in the Qin region. How could he allow Xiaoyang to return? In Xiaoyang's mind, the only way back to the capital would be leading an army and marching in. Shin Yunyan blinked, smiling. "You can't return to the capital, but I can. I am your wife, but I am also Shin Tao's daughter. Next month on the 16th is his 50th birthday. Returning to my family to celebrate my father's birthday should be acceptable, right?" Xiaoyang took a deep breath, holding her hand. "I know you're trying to help, but I must tell you, there's no need. Going alone is too dangerous. There's the princess in the capital. I won't be in danger. Besides, many things must be done personally to feel at ease, right?" Shin Yunyan smiled. "Liang, I've told you before, I don't want to always rely on you. I want to be by your side forever, to become someone who can fight alongside you. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled tenderly and kissed her. "You are my wife. I will never let you take risks alone," Xiaoyang said firmly. Seeing this, Shin Yunyan sighed, a bit helplessly. "Do you not trust me?" "Of course not." "Then let me go. Let's discuss it later." Xiaoyang could only let out a helpless sigh. He knew Shin Yunyan wasn't unafraid of death. She was doing it for him. Such a wonderful woman deserved to be protected well. Otherwise, he didn't deserve to be called a man. Soon, the rabbit incident passed. Xiaohua also had new developments. Xiaoyang looked at these and was extremely satisfied. He smiled. "With these, we won't fear any attacks. If anyone dares to provoke us, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine." The Chu kingdom is currently peaceful, but the northern kingdom has been constantly provoking, especially in winter, when they frequently harass, Chitai added. Hearing this, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. The northern kingdom is even more desolate than the Qin region, bitterly cold, with most of the year under ice and snow. Their resources are scarce. Without coal and iron mines, they'd have been divided by other nations long ago. In winter, they harassed to seize grain and fodder to survive. Chitai, having been a bandit, understood this better. He nodded. Exactly. I hear the northern warriors have a hard time in winter. However, their cavalry is formidable. Their ironclad riders are hard to resist. Men only admire the strong. So, Chitai's acknowledgement of their strength only proved how formidable they were. Seeing Chitai's expression, Xiaoliang smiled. No matter how strong, they aren't invincible. If they dare to provoke us this year, I'll make them regret it. Chapter 111. Why so stingy? After spending so much time here, Xiaoliang had gained a certain understanding of this world. The Chu, Xia, Bei, and Nan countries divided this world among themselves. Chu was wealthy, Bei had mines and an army, Nan had medicinal resources, while Xia was centrally located, acting as a hub. If Xia were to close its borders, these countries would have no way to interact. These countries were evenly matched, each with their own guardian deities. Although they appeared harmonious on the surface, each secretly harbored ambitions to conquer the others. Despite this tug-of-war for centuries, no country had been wiped out. Among them, the most fearsome were the Bei cavalry, whose reputation struck terror. Xiaoliang had carefully assessed the situation and concluded that Xia was the most vulnerable among them. Previously, the country had valued military strength, but since the change of power, things had taken a turn for the worse. The current Xia emperor was obsessed with indulgence, and the nation was becoming increasingly decadent, a disaster waiting to happen. Seeing Xiaoliang silent, Chitai spoke up. Our cavalry has improved significantly. With this year's abundant resources, even if war breaks out, we should be fine. And who would suffer in a war? Xiaoliang tilted his head, looking at Chitai. I know you're a soldier, so your first instinct is always to fight. But you must understand that not everything can be solved with violence. He sighed, then added softly, Forget it, I won't lecture you. Just focus on mastering these weapons. With that, he turned and walked out. Chitai knew that Xiaoliang wasn't without resolve. In fact, he was fiercely determined in certain aspects. What made him truly remarkable, however, was his compassion, his understanding of the hardships of the common people. After a round of inspection, Xiaoliang noticed something amiss. He glanced at the vegetable greenhouse and the thriving rice fields, nodding in satisfaction. He patted Zhang Jian's shoulder, smiling, Who knew you'd be such a family man? Zhang Jian was momentarily unsure whether this was a compliment or something else. Xiaoliang added softly, Production is important, but don't forget that life itself matters too, understand? Understood, Zhang Jian nodded. We won't slack on training. What was wrong with this guy's brain? Life and training. What was the connection? Your mother has cried to the princess 3 times, Xiaoliang said, half laughing, half exasperated. You're in your late 30s, almost 40. It's time to find a wife and settle down, don't you think? Zhang Jian's rough face turned red to the neck. I had a wife before. She died during childbirth, and the child didn't survive. I've been in a slump ever since. People think I'm cursed, so no one wants to marry me. You're not in a slump anymore. And curses? That's nonsense. So, are you going to find someone or not? Xiaoliang frowned, then added quietly, Go and compile a list of men over 25 without wives. In an era where men became fathers at 15, being 25 and unmarried was downright shameful. Zhang Jian's expression was complicated as he glanced at Xiaoliang. What are you looking at me for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Xiaoliang asked, his brow furrowed. I understand, I just don't get the point, Zhang Jian said, curious. Xiaoliang chuckled. Spring is here, and summer is around the corner. It's time you men did what men are supposed to do. With that, he strode off confidently. What exactly were men supposed to do? Back in his quarters, Xiaoliang excitedly found Shan Yunyan. Honey, I want to host a matchmaking event. A matchmaking event? Shun Yunyan put down her ledger, tilting her head. You? Not me. There are many bachelors in the army. You mentioned there are too many maids in the Qin Palace, right? They're not young anymore. Even if they were released now, they'd only find decent families to be concubines, which would ruin their lives. Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh at his logical reasoning. When did you start caring about such things? Xiaoliang chuckled. I believe in first family, then career. Look at how great our life is. We can't enjoy it alone, can we? This was indeed a good opportunity to stabilize the rear. Shin Yunyan understood his intentions and smiled. I've got this. Leave it to me. Hee. Xiaoliang nodded in satisfaction, pulling her into a hug. I knew you'd get me. Princess. Tianzhao entered with pastries, only to witness the scene. She quickly turned away, murmuring, Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Why was the prince so unpredictable these days? Xiaoliang laughed at her shyness. Put the food down and leave. I'm afraid I can't. The concubine is here. Tianzhao sighed, resigned. As soon as she finished, Chu Ruyue strode in, spotting Xiaoliang and immediately grinned. You're here too? Perfect. Saves me a trip. I have some ideas that need funding. Princess, could you spare some money? Chu Ruyue grinned, sidling up and blinking at Shan Yunyan. Money? Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. She examined Chu Ruyue's proposal. You want to renovate your courtyard? Yes, it's too cramped. I want to redo it, but you know my family doesn't support me, so I'm short on funds. Could you help me out? Chu Ruyue giggled. Shin Yunyan instinctively glanced at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang flatly refused. Your family may not support you, but your brother treats you well. He's rich. Are you really short on money? Trying to swindle me? Dream on. Chu Ruyue grew anxious. Why are you so stingy? I am stingy. No money, none at all. Chapter 112. Can't be returned? You really won't give it to me? Chu Ruyue glared at him with wide eyes. Seeing this, Xiaoliang was equally defiant, calmly stating, It's not that I won't give it, it's that I don't have it. I'm really out of money. Watching him act so brazenly, Chu Ruyue took a deep breath, then grabbed Shin Yunyan's hand with a mischievous smile, whispering, Sister Wang Fei, on our wedding night, Chu Yue knocked me out early and took my place in the bridal chamber. Guess what? What do you think Chu Yue did that night? And how did the prince react? Chu Ruyue grinned mischievously at Shen Yunyan. Shin Yunyan was genuinely curious and raised an eyebrow at Xiaoliang. Why don't you elaborate? This is pure slander, and not only that, but doing it right in front of me. How arrogant and disrespectful. Xiaoliang rolled his eyes in frustration and gritted his teeth. I didn't do anything. But that night, Chu Yue was only wearing a red silk undergarment, embroidered with mandarin ducks swimming and... How much do you want? Xiaoliang finally couldn't take it anymore, frowning at the troublemaker who seemed to enjoy stirring up trouble. That's more like it. Hee. Chu Ruyue nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 taels. Why don't you just rob a bank? Xiaoliang felt another pang of heartache, taking a deep breath before muttering. Although our Qin prince's palace is decent, you should know that the Wang Fei and I live modestly. Extravagance is strictly forbidden here, you know? Chu Ruyue rarely saw Xiaoliang so serious. She rolled her eyes and whispered, Don't worry, I'm not interested in your money. These 3,000 taels are for the Chu Street project. You can't just take a cut without investing, can you? This little brat. Xiaoliang finally realized he'd been played by this troublemaker. His face darkened. You've got some nerve. Sister Wang Fei, guess what happened next? Chu Yue hugged the prince tightly, rubbing against him, but he pushed her away and fled in panic. Haha. Ignoring Xiaoliang's murderous glare, Chu Ruyue took the 3,000 taels in banknotes and left, humming a little tune, satisfied. What a lunatic, a nutcase. Xiaoliang cursed in frustration. Shin Yunyan found this all quite amusing. She tilted her head and chuckled. I find this little girl quite interesting. Look at the palace. So many people, all dull and lifeless. But this little girl, she's so lively, really refreshing. Xiaoliang looked at her, hesitated, then whispered, "My dear Wang Fei, having such thoughts is very dangerous. Please banish them from your mind. Okay?" Seeing Xiaoliang's serious expression, Shen Yunyan smiled and whispered, "What are you talking about? I'm not joking, really." Xiaoliang looked at her earnestly. "This little girl isn't truly married to me. She has her own sweetheart. She's just temporarily staying here. So please, don't get too attached to her, or you'll be heartbroken when she leaves." With that, he turned and walked out. The Chu Street project couldn't be handled by just her, so he needed to call Tao Jinzi to discuss it. During this time, Tao Jinzi had already summarized some experiences. So when he heard Xiaoliang wanted to see him, he reluctantly asked, "Is it because we're short on money again?" A Fu shrugged. "How would I know what the master is thinking? Definitely nothing good." Reluctantly, slowly, Tao Jinzi dragged himself into the palace, looking like a frost-bitten eggplant, drooping his head. Seeing him like this, Xiaoliang was speechless, but still smiled and said, "I'm a bit worried seeing you so listless. Is something wrong with your health?" "It's not my health, it's my wallet that's unwell. I'm out of money, my lord. I'm really broke." Tao Jinzi almost cried. This Qin prince is such a spendthrift. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoliang rolled his eyes. "What? You think I called you here just to squeeze your money? Isn't that the case?" Tao Jinzi immediately looked wronged. Every time he summoned, it's never good news, either for money or for manpower. There's never any sweet deal. Seeing his whining, Xiaoliang felt another wave of annoyance and said helplessly, "This time, it's not about money. There's something else I need to discuss with you. You've been to Chu before, right? What do you think Chu has the most of, and what's the most lacking?" Xiaoliang smiled at him. When it comes to this, Tao Jinzi had some thoughts. Chu has the most money, but lacks high-quality grains, vegetables, and fruits. Every year at the end of the year, many people are willing to pay a premium for these things, but they're always in short supply during that time, so demand always outstrips supply. Tao Jinzi grinned at him. Hearing this, Xiaoliang nodded in satisfaction, then whispered, "I want you to turn our vegetables, fruits, grains, and cotton into money." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tao Jinzi immediately got inspired, stepping forward to clearly list what the other two countries had and lacked. "I've heard about the Chu Street project. I think we should replicate it and trade with them. If we can open the borders and establish a fair trade, life in Qin will improve." Tao Jinzi sighed. The people of Qin are warm-hearted, resilient, but unfortunately, they're born in a place the emperor doesn't care about. "Shut up." Xiaoliang frowned. "Why can't you control your mouth?" Seeing Xiaoliang's anger, Tao Jinzi coughed and whispered, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just think this path will be very difficult." "Yes, this path will be difficult, even harder than setting up schools for women. But no matter how difficult it is, he must forge ahead. Stop whining. I'll handle all the difficulties. You just need to do your part, understood?" Xiaoliang said seriously. Tao Jinzi nodded immediately. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll do my best in this matter." "Oh? Why?" Xiaoliang smiled. "What do you mean? If the prince has money, then the debt he owes me can be returned, right?" Chapter 113. Fate. It wasn't that Tao Jinzi was being stingy. It was just that he had accumulated too many debts recently. Seeing his pathetic state, Xiaoliang couldn't help but feel disdain. "I owe you nothing but a small sum of money. These streets are the lifeline of our Qin region in the future, so I hope you'll take this matter seriously and not let me down." "Yes, this is my specialty, Your Highness. Don't worry." Tao Jinzi agreed to the task without hesitation and promptly turned to leave. Although he had entrusted the matter to Tao Jinzi, Xiaoliang still felt uneasy and took out a blueprint to start sketching. Since these streets were named after various countries, they naturally needed to reflect their respective characteristics. The construction should incorporate some foreign flair. This way, when people from other countries visit, they would feel at home, experiencing a touch of warmth in a foreign land. Meanwhile, locals could also get a glimpse of the outside world. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Although the idea of developing tourism seemed far-fetched now, who knows what the future holds? The possibility wasn't entirely out of the question. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang became even more enthusiastic and began sketching the streets of Chu in his mind. He had already decided to take advantage of the current lull in agricultural work to take Shen Yunyan out for a trip. After all, as a carefree prince, he could go wherever he pleased. Xiaoyang smiled, and by the time he finished the blueprint, it was already evening. He had instructed the kitchen to prepare a hot pot dinner for him and Shen Yunyan to try. This was Shen Yunyan's first time seeing such a dish. She found it quite peculiar. These ingredients are all raw. How do you eat them? You can eat them. I'll show you in a moment. Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at a Fu beside them. A Fu immediately caught on and brought out the hot pot. Xiaoyang placed slices of meat into the broth, let them simmer for a bit, and then took them out, feeding one to Shen Yunyan. How is it? This. Shen Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was simply too delicious. Xiaoyang had no idea what she was about to say. Seeing her exaggerated expression, he thought she might have been burned and felt a pang of worry, quickly stepping forward. Are you okay? Is it too hot? No. It's so delicious. Eating this during a snowstorm would be heavenly, wouldn't it? Shen Yunyan swallowed the meat and grinned at Xiaoyang. What is this? I've never had it before. So that was it. Xiaoyang relaxed, relieved that she was fine, and smiled before whispering. This is called hot pot. I think if we open more restaurants like this, we could make a lot of money. What do you think? Money. Seeing Xiaoyang's money-obsessed demeanor, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, whispering, You're thinking too optimistically. You're a prince. You can't engage in business. I can't, but Tao Jinzi can. I've already had Xiao Hua make a lot of these pots. I guarantee it'll be a hit. Xiaoyang grinned at Shen Yunyan, diligently serving her more meat. Usually, it's the wife who serves the husband, but in their case, it was the opposite. Xiaoyang barely ate much himself, while Shen Yunyan was stuffed. Shen Yunyan coughed, frowning at Xiaoyang before softly saying, Aren't you going to eat more? Are you full? Xiaoyang chuckled and then fed her another piece of meat, whispering, Look at how thin you've become. You need to eat more and worry less, understand? Hearing this, Shen Yunyan blushed, smiling softly. I understand. Xiaoyang smiled and kissed her. I've already made arrangements. In half a month, we'll go to the Northern Kingdom for a trip. What? Shen Yunyan thought she must have misheard. She coughed a few times, nearly choking on the meat in her mouth. She stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? Of course, I know what I'm saying. I'm saying we'll go to the Northern Kingdom for a visit. I've heard the scenery there is magnificent. It'll be nice to go and appreciate it, don't you think? Xiaoyang smiled at Shen Yunyan. Being able to travel with the person you love was undoubtedly a wonderful thing. But, could they, with their current status, just wander around freely? Looking at Xiaoyang, Shen Yunyan whispered, There are still many matters in Qin region that require your attention. I'm afraid we can't just leave on a whim like this. Isn't it too reckless? Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and then softly said, It's possible. If I say it's possible, then it is. The Emperor of Xia probably hoped he could be as reckless as possible. As long as he didn't rebel, any antics would be welcomed. You can leave all the messy palace affairs to that little brat, Chu Ruoyue. Although she's sharp-tongued, she's quite capable in handling such matters, Xiaoyang told her with a smile. Shen Yunyan nodded and then whispered, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything in the palace. But just the two of us, could there be danger? There will be bodyguards, but I don't want to bring anyone else, Xiaoyang smiled. After all, they had been married for so long. Yet they had always been entangled in all sorts of troubles. They hadn't even had the time or space to enjoy each other's company properly. Now that they finally had the chance to go on a trip, why would he bring along so many people and spoil the fun? That would just be asking for trouble. After confirming that this wasn't a joke, Shen Yunyan suddenly jumped onto Xiaoyang, wrapping her arms around him and kissing him several times. That's wonderful. I've been looking forward to seeing the scenery outside for so long. A letter was written to inform the emperor and the princess. Xiaoyang had already begun making preparations. His departure from Xia was a piece of great news for the Emperor of Xia. The suppressed desire for his son's death had finally found an outlet. As long as he left this land, even if he died, it wouldn't be the Emperor's fault. Realizing his son was useless, the Emperor immediately summoned his personal guards. I want nothing, just his life. The guards made no sound and left the palace without a word. The Empress stood at the highest point of the palace, smiling at the princess before softly saying, "Some things are just destined. We can't escape them. I hope you win." Chapter 114. A bit simple. The princess leaned her head to the side and looked at her. Are you being serious? Of course, she was. The Empress smiled. What? Don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't understand. Why wouldn't you give this world to your own child? The princess finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been on her mind. Even if she didn't like Xiaxia, there was still a Jew. Why wouldn't she want this great land? A Jew doesn't like these things, and Xiaxia is a fool. Although this vast land is beautiful, I have no interest in it. I just want my children to live a happy and carefree life. The Empress smiled and looked at the princess. Even though your son has been biding his time all these years, the things he has done in the Qin region show me that he will be a wise ruler. For the people of the world, having such a person as their king is a blessing. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, since the change of power, the people's lives had been worse than ever, day by day. Hearing this, the princess's expression grew much more serious. He was always his child. Our child is naturally the best. If it weren't for the sudden usurpation, this world should have been Liang's to begin with. Now, it's just a matter of setting things right. After all this, it will be hard for you to live in peace. The Empress smiled. There had been multiple attempts to assassinate Xiaoliang. If it wasn't convenient to act while in the capital, and the tight security in the Qin region made it difficult, then if he were to leave and still not be killed, it would raise suspicions. Moving forward, they would be watched. Moving backward, they might lose their lives. Either way, their future would be difficult. From the moment I lost my husband, I was prepared. The princess smiled. At most, it's just death. I will never be a stumbling block for my son. Seeing her resolute expression, the Empress smiled and softly said, with a mother like you, how could the child be anything but exceptional? Xiaoliang had mentioned taking Shen Yunyan out for a walk, and he wasn't just saying it casually. Soon, he arranged his affairs and, without bringing anyone else, secretly left with Shen Yunyan, going incognito for a getaway. When they left the Qin palace, Shen Yunyan still felt it wasn't real. She stared at him in disbelief, whispering, "We really can go out? We really are out? I know you love freedom the most, so I promised you freedom, and now I'm fulfilling that promise." Xiaoliang looked at her, feeling a bit guilty, and softly said, "I've never asked you before, but now that I'm vying for that position, what do you think?" "Of course, I'll do my best to help," Shen Yunyan said naturally. Xiaoliang looked at her, his heart aching a little. Softly, he said, "You cherish freedom above all else. Have you ever considered that if you were to stand by my side at the pinnacle of power, you would truly lose your freedom forever?" This question, Shen Yunyan had thought about many times. Since Xiaoliang had brought it up, she wouldn't avoid it. She smiled and softly said, "I've thought about this question long ago. I love freedom, but I love you even more. So, I'm willing to walk with you on that thorny path, and I'm willing to sit with you at the top, even if there's nothing else. But we have each other, so I'm not afraid." Hearing this, Xiaoliang hugged Shen Yunyan tightly. "Thank you." Shen Yunyan patted his back and softly said, "Actually, I know everything." "No? What did she know?" Xiaoliang looked at her, puzzled. Shen Yunyan smiled. "You're not him. I know that." "What?" Xiaoliang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought he had hidden it well, but never expected it to be. "When did you find out?" Xiaoliang asked hoarsely. Shen Yunyan smiled and softly said, "When you said you wanted a peaceful world, when you said you wanted an equal world for everyone, I knew you weren't him. In fact, you two are completely different." He was gentle, without edges, very soft and kind. But you are decisive and ruthless. You are two completely different people. We grew up together. How could I not see it? Shin Yunyan spoke honestly. This matter was the only secret between them. Xiaoyang looked at Shin Yunyan, feeling guilty. There are many things I can't explain to you, but I really wasn't the one who killed him. I know. Shin Yunyan nodded. Even though I don't know why, I know you're not a bad person. In fact, I've found that I've deeply fallen in love with you, the way you are now. I love you, the you in front of me. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, he understood. Xiaoyang pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. They held each other tightly, and all the secrets and hidden truths disappeared. Shin Yunyan also let go, no longer dwelling on these things, just holding him tightly, embracing the passion and warmth. When they reached the border, Shin Yunyan noticed that Shen Yuanfeng was waiting there. He took over the role of the coachman. He whispered, "Isn't this using power for personal gain?" "No, I'm taking you to survey the maps of other countries. It's a good thing." Xiaoyang smiled. "You're just on a business trip. Could it be described like that?" Shin Yuanfeng tilted his head and glanced at him. When did his brother-in-law learn to tell lies? Xiaoyang, however, looked calm and smiled at Shin Yunyan, whispering, "Am I right?" "Yes." Shin Yunyan nodded along. Without the rules of the Qin Palace, they were like the most ordinary couple, close and intimate. Indeed, without the constraints of feudal etiquette, people become more open. At first, Shin Yuanfeng was a bit reserved, but after a few days, he was just like Shin Yunyan, speaking to Xiaoyang without any restraint. The closest place to them was the Northern Kingdom, so that was their first stop. Although Xiaoyang came from the future world, he could still tell that this so-called Northern Kingdom was a bit further north, similar to the location of the Russian people. The people here were tough and loved alcohol. Xiaoyang looked at the characteristic buildings on the streets and nodded in satisfaction. "Let's find the biggest inn and settle down first. We've been on the carriage for days. I'm exhausted." Shin Yuanfeng headed straight to the largest inn in the city and booked 2 of the best and largest rooms. After entering, Xiaoyang frowned slightly. The Northern Kingdom really doesn't have much money. Look, even the best rooms are so shabby and simple. Hearing this, Shin Yunyan nodded along. It is a bit simple. Chapter 115. Seeking cooperation. Just simple? This place isn't simple. It's shabby. Seeing her adorably puzzled expression, Xiaoyang chuckled softly and then murmured, "But this is the border, so it's only natural that the conditions aren't great. It seems not only the people of Qin are suffering, but even the common folk here in the northern borderlands are leading hard lives." Meanwhile, the secret guard who had been tailing them all along had also arrived at the inn. Being so close to the Qin territory, they couldn't make a move yet. If the people of Qin were to suddenly go berserk and attack, it could ruin everything. This guard wasn't stupid. Xiaoyang wasn't naive either. He had known from the moment they left that they were being followed, but he had kept it to himself, not wanting to worry those around him. Shin Yunyan was utterly exhausted from the journey and fell asleep shortly after eating. Only after confirming she was soundly asleep did Xiaoyang step out of the room. He leapt onto the roof and carefully surveyed the layout of the entire inn. It was a habit of his. Whenever he arrived in a new place, he always took the time to familiarize himself with the terrain. Having memorized the layout, he turned to leave. The ruler of Qin, choosing to stay in such a humble roadside inn? A voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaoyang didn't even turn around. He simply continued walking. What? Is the king of Qin too ashamed to acknowledge his own identity? The man's superb martial arts allowed him to block Xiaoyang's path effortlessly. Xiaoyang could tell this wasn't one of the people who had been following them. Judging by his accent, he was likely from the Northern Kingdom. But Xiaoyang wasn't sure of his exact identity. Curling his brow, Xiaoyang glanced at the man. His attire, though modest, was made of precious Shangyun silk, an item only the wealthy or nobility could afford. This man was likely a noble, possibly even a member of the royal family. "Who are you?" Xiaoyang asked, raising an eyebrow. The man didn't hide his identity. "I am the 9th prince of the Northern Kingdom, Yang Feiyu." What an intriguing name. "What do you want with me?" Xiaoyang asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. The original owner of this body had been sickly and confined to his home, so he definitely wouldn't have known someone like this. And Xiaoyang himself certainly didn't. Yang Feiyu chuckled at his reaction. I know you're skilled at turning the mundane into the extraordinary, which is why I've come to you. Turning the mundane into the extraordinary? What do you mean? Xiaoyang asked, his guard up. Yang Feiyu stepped closer, smiling at him. As he drew near, Xiaoyang frowned. How could a man have such a strong fragrance? It was overpowering. Step back, Xiaoyang said, his tone firm. You're too fragrant. Ah, it's just the scent of powder. Doesn't your wife use it? She doesn't use this much, Xiaoyang replied, his brow still furrowed. Quickly, he pulled out a small vial, opened it, and a refreshing minty aroma filled the air, diluting the heavy scent of the powder. Yang Feiyu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He stepped closer, examining the vial closely. What is this? It smells even better than the girls in the brothels. So, he was a patron of brothels? Xiaoyang frowned, then said, I don't think we have anything to collaborate on. Why not? Aren't you always looking for warhorses from the Northern Kingdom? I can help you with that. Yang Feiyu knew he had to offer something substantial if he wanted to strike a deal with this man. At those words, Xiaoyang paused. He tilted his head and looked at Yang Feiyu. The 9th prince of the Northern Kingdom, born of a courtesan, exiled from birth. Your status is even lower than that of a 9th-rank official. What makes you think you can talk to me about warhorses? His words were harsh, but they were the truth. Yang Feiyu knew he had made the right choice in seeking cooperation with Xiaoyang. Satisfied, he nodded and said with a smile, It seems I've found the right person. I want to work with you. What do you say? Are you interested? Was this man crazy? Even after being spoken to so bluntly, he still wanted to cooperate? But those who could swallow their pride were no ordinary people. I'm just here for a bit of fun. I don't want to get involved in anything messy that might ruin my mood. How about this? When I return, if we happen to meet again, we can discuss cooperation. With the conversation reaching this point, Yang Feiyu didn't press further. He tossed a small booklet to Xiaoyang before disappearing into the night. Looking in the direction he had vanished, Xiaoyang opened the booklet. It was a travel guide detailing all the best food and attractions in the Northern Kingdom. It seemed this was his olive branch. Xiaoyang didn't say anything more. He accepted the booklet without hesitation and walked away. Master, why didn't you kill him after his disrespectful words? LV Zhu grumbled, clearly displeased. Seeing her reaction, Yang Feiyu chuckled softly. He only spoke the truth. My mother was a lowly courtesan, and I was the son my father despised the most. He considered me a disgrace. The entire Northern Kingdom knows how lowly I am, don't they? That's not true, Master. You're the best person. LV Zhu clenched her teeth, her voice filled with conviction. Was he? But the world didn't care what kind of person you were. All they cared about was what they wanted to care about. Yang Feiyu smiled faintly and said, LV Zhu, not everyone in this world is like you. Seeing Yang Feiyu's expression, LV Zhu's face was filled with anguish. Master, you're the best. It's just that they don't understand. Back in his room, Xiaoyang carefully studied the booklet. At that moment, Shun Yuanfeng knocked on the door. Xiaoyang knew the boy wouldn't be able to hold back. He smiled and opened the door to see Shun Yuanfeng standing there. What's up? Brother-in-law, can we talk? Initially, Shin Yuanfeng had addressed him formally as Your Highness, but now he had naturally transitioned to calling him brother-in-law. Xiaoyang ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes, then followed Shin Yuanfeng to his room. After all, you couldn't just sit around and talk without something to drink. Seeing Xiaoyang pouring himself a drink, Shin Yuanfeng's mouth watered. You're still a minor, so you can't drink, Xiaoyang said, refusing outright. What did you want to talk about? Hearing this, Shin Yuanfeng looked disappointed but still asked in a small voice, I just wanted to ask if you've noticed anyone following us. Chapter 116. Things have changed. It seems this young man has learned quite a lot in the military camp. Xiaoyang looked at him, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, You noticed someone was following us. That's good, very good. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng was both amused and exasperated. He then said in a low voice, actually, they weren't very discreet, so anyone could have noticed, right? Don't say that. Your sister didn't notice. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at him. Was this really the time to discuss this? Shen Yuanfeng sighed helplessly and then said softly, brother-in-law, besides this, can you think of anything else? Well, there really wasn't much else. Seeing his anxious expression, Xiaoyang roughly understood what he was worried about. He smiled at him and said softly, I know you're worried about our safety. Don't worry, even though we didn't bring anyone with us, protecting you too is no problem for me. Those people are just rats in the gutter. Nothing to be afraid of or concerned about. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng blinked and looked at him. Brother-in-law, are you very good at fighting? If it were before, Shen Yuanfeng wouldn't have asked such a question. After all, everyone knew the Prince of Qin was weak and sickly. But now, things were different. Ever since arriving in Qin, it felt like everything had changed. Xiaoyang seemed like a completely different person. When Shen Yuanfeng asked him this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, I think I can fight, but I'm not sure if that counts. Then, shall we spar? Shen Yuanfeng's eyes lit up immediately. Actually, back in the minister's residence, he had always enjoyed practicing martial arts. Although his father, Shen Tao, valued academics more, he still supported his son's hobby. After joining the military camp, he trained day and night, and had improved significantly. They decided to spar, and the two immediately began to fight. Xiaoyang knew that Shen Yuanfeng was no match for him, but he still took the duel seriously, even guiding him a little. Soon, Shen Yuanfeng noticed the key points and frowned, looking at him. Brother-in-law, don't go easy on me. All right. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate, and used the techniques he had mastered in his previous life to subdue him. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Shen Yuanfeng didn't even realize what had happened before he was pinned to the table, unable to get up. He stared in disbelief. Although he had guessed some things, he never expected it to be like this. Terrified, he looked at Xiaoyang, who could take someone down in a single breath. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Xiaoyang smiled, patted his shoulder, and let go, saying softly, although you're still a bit inexperienced, you've made progress. Your strength is a bit lacking, and your stance isn't very stable. You need to keep practicing. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt even more that he was right. He immediately looked at him with a troubled expression and said softly, then, how should I practice my stance? This, practicing stance. Xiaoyang thought for a moment. The best way would be with wooden stilts, but the conditions here didn't allow for that. He patted Shen Yuanfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, you're still young, so don't be in a hurry. Don't worry, things will get better gradually. I'll teach you when the time comes. After saying that, he turned and walked back to his room. Seeing the food and wine on the table, Shen Yuanfeng was puzzled. Where are you going? Back to sleep. I don't feel safe leaving your sister alone in the room. Xiaoyang waved his hand and didn't look back. Watching Xiaoyang's back, Shen Yuanfeng clenched his fists. One day, I will defeat you. Heh. Even though Xiaoyang was far away, he clearly heard this bold declaration. He smiled. It was good to have ambition. Since they had been traveling all day, everyone was exhausted. After returning, Xiaoyang held Shen Yunyan and fell into a deep sleep. They slept straight through until the afternoon the next day. When he opened his eyes, he heard the commotion in the inn. Xiaoyang's lips curled up slightly as he opened the door and grabbed a passing waiter. What's going on? Someone's dead. 8 men, all big and strong. It's terrible. The waiter was trying his best to suppress his fear, but his legs still trembled uncontrollably. Only 8? Xiaoyang frowned. It seemed they weren't completely foolish. They still knew to split into several groups. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang irritably dug at his ear and took out a travel guide. Looking at it. Yin, shall we go to Niaoqing next? I hear there's a dance there we've never seen before, very passionate. Shen Yunyan looked up at him. What does passionate mean? You'll see when you watch it. Hee, shall we go? Yes. Shin Yunyan had already packed her things and stood up, curiously looking at Xiaoyang. So, what does passionate mean? This was a bit hard to explain. Sister, brother-in-law, something's wrong? Yes, 8 men are dead. Xiaoyang smiled at him. Huh, why did it feel like something was off? Shin Yuanfeng frowned and looked at him, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Brother-in-law, how did you know? How could I not know? Xiaoyang chuckled and said softly, Of course I know. The waiter told me. It's not safe here anymore. Although Xiaoyang spoke without any flaws, Shin Yuanfeng still felt suspicious. Could this have something to do with him? Seeing the little boy's probing gaze, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He tilted his head and said casually, What is it? Do you have any questions? No, I was just wondering where we should go next. Shin Yuanfeng immediately averted his gaze. Although he was just a 10-year-old child, he knew what could be said and what couldn't, what could be asked and what shouldn't. Seeing his sensible demeanor, Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Well done, you're quite understanding. Let's head to Niaoqing. They slowly left the inn. Not far away, Yang Feiyu sat on the rooftop, watching them leave with a smile. Chapter 117, Chance Encounter. Beside her, LV Zhu pouted. After all, he grew up under someone else's care. Isn't he being a bit too ruthless? Does he want to grow up under his care? Yang Feiyu raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Don't forget, that man is his father's murderer. Upon hearing this, LV Zhu lowered her head and murmured softly, Dynastic changes. These things are inevitable, aren't they? Although she said that, she couldn't truly think that way. Yang Feiyu shook his head and smiled. I didn't feel much before, but this time, this Prince Qin is interesting. I've decided. I'll cooperate with him. Hearing this, LV Zhu felt a bit anxious. In her eyes, Xiaoyang was ruthless and merciless, likely not to care about his allies. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of helplessness. She knew she had no say in this matter. Originally, she thought Niaoqing would be far away, but unexpectedly, they arrived by dusk. This place was completely different from the frontier towns, exuding a sense of prosperity. As soon as they entered Niaoqing, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Shin Yunyan lifted the curtain and looked at the street vendors grilling meat, her eyes instantly widening with excitement. This must be delicious, right? Let's not take the carriage anymore. Let's walk around, okay? Haha, sure. Xiaoyang nodded, immediately signaling for them to stop. He carried Shin Yunyan down from the carriage and whispered, First, find an inn to stay in. We'll catch up later. The coachman hesitated. Your Highness, this place is crowded and complicated. It's fine, go ahead. Xiaoyang waved his hand and smiled at them. Then, he turned around and pulled Shin Yunyan to go play. Shun Yuanfeng stood rooted in place, feeling like an unwanted child. He watched them walk further and further away, until finally, he could only pout and get back into the carriage by himself. At this moment, Shun Yunyan had completely abandoned any semblance of decorum befitting a princess. She was like a bird let out of its cage, happily darting through the streets. Aoyang, this is delicious, and this is too. Shun Yunyan's hands were full of street snacks, which he stuffed into his mouth one by one. It was the first time Xiaoyang had seen Shun Yunyan so unguarded. His heart filled with tenderness as he took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth, whispering, Slow down. Take it easy. Someone's dead. Someone's dead ahead. The bustling street was disrupted by a scream. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound. They saw a 3- or 4-year-old child convulsing and foaming at the mouth. His mother held him, wailing loudly. Shin Yunyan was startled, but couldn't help glancing over. The child was snow-white and quite handsome, truly a pity. Xiaoyang immediately recognized it as an epileptic seizure. If this continued, the child might bite off his tongue, and then it would be truly hopeless. He quickly stepped forward to disperse the crowd. Everyone, move aside and give the child enough breathing space. Saying this, he tore off a corner of his clothes and stuffed it into the child's mouth. He quickly took out 2 silver needles and stabbed them forcefully into the child's head. What are you doing? The woman's face turned pale with fright, and she wailed, My child, oh my child. At that moment, the child who had been convulsing stopped and suddenly woke up. Mother! Awakened? Is this a god? The surrounding people broke into applause and cheers. The woman also came to her senses and kowtowed while holding the child. Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you so much. It's nothing. This child's condition has only been temporarily stabilized. He still needs proper medical attention, Xiaoyang said with sympathy for the child. The child was snow white and adorable, truly a pity. Hearing this, the woman immediately came to her senses and grabbed Xiaoyang's trouser leg. My husband is wealthy. Please, don't leave just like that. I beg you, save my child. If my child can recover, we will give you anything you want. Please. Shen Yunyan walked over and looked at the child, feeling truly pitiful. Aoyang, let's help this poor child, okay? Shen Yunyan tugged at Xiaoyang's sleeve. Xiaoyang glanced at her and nodded. All right, then I'll go with you. Originally, he thought the woman's claim of being wealthy was a joke, but upon seeing the grand courtyard, Xiaoyang was stunned. This was even more extravagant than the Chao family's estate. This wasn't just wealthy. This was wealth beyond measure, all right? Following the woman through the compound, they finally stopped in the main hall. As they walked, the pavilions and terraces were all meticulously designed. This wasn't something just anyone with money could achieve. It required knowledge and insight. The head of this household was likely no ordinary person. Soon, a man in his 40s hurried over. How is the child? Don't worry, master. Huaner is fine now. The woman stepped forward and showed the child to him. The man glanced at the child and slapped the woman across the face. Can't even take care of a child. What's the point of living? Please calm down, master. I know I'm wrong. The woman knelt on the ground, trembling. As they entered earlier, Xiaoyang found it odd. In such a large family, how could there be such a lack of decorum? The mistress returning didn't even receive a greeting. Now he understood. This woman was not the legitimate wife. She is the child's mother, so of course, she doesn't want the child to be sick. Brother, you're too excited. Xiaoyang frowned and stepped forward. He couldn't stand seeing a man hitting a woman. Upon hearing this, the man frowned and looked at him. Who are you? Master. It was him who cured the young master. The woman also became sensible and dared not overstep. The man glanced at him. I am Wu Weixin. May I ask the divine doctor's name? Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang bowed slightly. I merely have a slight understanding of medicine. I'm not a divine doctor. Just call me Aoyang. The divine doctor is too modest. Since you've saved my son, you are our Wu family's benefactor. Come, reward. Wu Weixin waved his hand. It was clear he had taken Xiaoyang for someone here to collect a reward. Seeing the servants bring in a chest of gold, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, Master Wu is indeed wealthy. However, I'm not here for a reward. It was this lady who was worried about the child and begged me to come and give the child a proper examination. Saying this, Xiaoyang stepped forward and removed the 2 silver needles from the child's head. After carefully taking the child's pulse, he said softly, This child's condition is congenital and cannot be cured through Ho-Tan treatment, only managed. Therefore, he still requires careful Taoli and attention. Chapter 118. Becoming a Rascal. I thought there might be something new to say. Wu Weiwen clearly expressed his disappointment. He glanced at his frail child, sighed, and muttered softly, My Wu family's vast estate. Yet, alas, there is no heir. Only this one child, and he is crippled. Hearing him call his own child a cripple, the woman felt a pang in her heart but dared not say more. She could only hold the child tighter. Xiaoyang looked at him, pondered for a moment, then said quietly, Actually, your body is just a bit depleted. You were too eager to have a child, which led to excessive exhaustion. With some medication to restore your health, you can still have more children. Most importantly, your child, despite his congenital illness, is very intelligent and well-behaved. As long as it's managed properly, he can still live a full life. How can you call him a waste? Truth be told, Xiaoyang didn't like meddling in others' affairs, but he took an instant liking to this child. Perhaps it was what they called fate. Seeing this, Wu Weiwen felt a glimmer of hope. Do you have a solution? Of course I do, otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Xiaoyang smiled. Let me take your pulses first, to examine you thoroughly. How about it? Though skeptical of this stranger's origins, Wu Weiwen knew there were no better options. Reluctantly, he extended his hand, sighed, and stared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang carefully took his pulse. Even though he had anticipated it, feeling Wu Weiwen's pulse still surprised him. He widened his eyes in disbelief and muttered, You're really lacking self-control, aren't you? At this rate, in no more than 5 years, he would exhaust himself to death. However, Xiaoyang refrained from saying that out loud. He picked up a pen and paper from the side and meticulously wrote down the herbs he needed. After a moment, he said, We're staying at the Roland Inn. If anything goes wrong, you can come find me. With that, Xiaoyang pulled Shen Yunyan and left without a glance at the gold on the ground. Xiaoyang wasn't one to disdain money, but this amount wasn't enough to make him shameless. Watching their carefree and unencumbered backs, Wu Weiwen finally sensed that something was amiss. He frowned and muttered, This man is no ordinary doctor. Investigate and find out where they're from. Their accent isn't from the northern kingdom. Yang Qingru, why are you still kneeling here with the child? Get up, scram. Wu Weiwen glared at the woman on the ground and cursed. After all that effort, the child born was a natural cripple. What use is a woman like this? Back in the courtyard, Yang Qingru held her child and cried softly, Huaner, don't be afraid. What your father said isn't right. You're not a waste. You're not. Although Huaner was only 3 or 4 years old, he was very sensible. Seeing his mother crying, he quickly reached out to wipe her tears and said with a smile, Mommy, don't cry. Huaner isn't in pain at all. He wasn't in pain, but she was. As a mother, how could she not feel heartbroken for her child? Holding Huaner, she choked out, If your father has other children, how will we survive? Outside, Shen Yunyan followed behind Xiaoyang, her face gloomy. Perhaps because she had been in the Qin palace for too long, she had forgotten how women outside lived. They were kept like livestock in the inner courts, their only purpose being to bear children and continue the family line. They couldn't handle accounts, weave cloth, or farm. They couldn't be self-reliant. They could only endure and suppress their feelings. Before, Shen Yunyan didn't understand why Xiaoyang insisted on leaving and seeing the world. Now she understood. Staying in a comfortable place indeed made one lose perspective. Seeing Shen Yunyan's bad mood, Xiaoyang was concerned, Yin, what's wrong? Is having children the only thing women can do? Shen Yunyan raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyang. Of course not. Xiaoyang took her hand, smiled and whispered, Qin territory has been enlightened because of you and me. But to enlighten the world, just you and I aren't enough. So don't be impatient. We'll take it step by step, slowly. Can we really do it? Yes, we can. Though it will be difficult, it's definitely possible. Seeing Xiaoyang's determination, Shen Yunyan felt her own resolve strengthen. All right, then let's work together. That's more like it. Xiaoyang hugged her, kissed her, and headed straight to the Roland Inn. Shen Yuanfeng, sitting at the door, saw the two return and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up. Where have you been? We ran into some unexpected situations, so we're a bit late, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Worried about me? I'm worried about my sister, Shen Yuanfeng snorted. He walked over, pulled Shen Yunyan aside, and said, Dad wrote to us, saying he wants us to return for his birthday banquet. What do you think? Shen Yunyan raised an eyebrow at her brother. Shen Yuanfeng lowered his head, unsure how to respond. He simply took out the letter and said softly, Dad also said he wants brother-in-law to come along. What? Shen Yunyan snatched the letter and handed it to Xiaoyang. Look, Shentao wants you to return to the capital. After a quick glance, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, This isn't a genuine invitation. In their eyes, I'm already dead, so they don't need to ask. My coffin will naturally return to the capital. What is he talking about? Shun Yunyan was momentarily confused, unsure what Xiaoyang meant. Xiaoyang found her confusion adorable and smiled, then said softly, "It's nothing. If the emperor truly permits, I'll accompany you back." Hearing this, Shun Yunyan felt reluctant. "But aren't we supposed to be traveling? Attending a birthday banquet won't hold us back. Besides, it's been so long since we were in the capital. Don't you miss it?" Xiaoyang smiled at her. Shun Yunyan's memories of the capital weren't particularly pleasant, so she felt cold and indifferent toward the place. She just smiled at Xiaoyang. "All right, I'll listen to you." Too mushy. Shun Yuanfeng, seeing his sister acting so spinelessly, felt disdain. He said helplessly, "Sis, I'm right here. Then why don't you disappear?" Shun Yunyan snorted. "How can you be so clueless? How will you fight on the battlefield later? What does this have to do with fighting?" Shin Yuanfeng realized that being with Xiaoyang had made his sister act like a rascal. Chapter 119. Only two things to do. Yet, for some reason, this mischievous sister seemed far better than the previous version. If only she could remain this way forever. Once inside the room, Shin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with concern and whispered, "Shin Tao wouldn't have summoned us back without a reason. I'm afraid he has other schemes in mind. What do you think?" "There's no elaborate plan," Xiaoyang replied. "Shin Tao is convinced I won't survive this trip. He's just saying pleasantries, hoping to marry you off to Xiaojia, so that the Shin family can produce a future empress." Even from a distance, Xiaoyang could hear Shin Tao's intentions. At this, Shun Yunyan felt a wave of disgust. She snorted disdainfully and said coldly, "Even if I were to die, I would never marry that scoundrel Xiaojia." Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyang chuckled and murmured, "Your father is just getting old and losing his mind. If he behaved himself, he could still be an emperor's father-in-law. Too bad. He lacks that kind of luck. Are you going to kill him?" Shin Yunyan perked up immediately. Watching her excitement, Xiaoyang was both amused and speechless. Who else would eagerly wish for their own father's demise? Not yet, but he's been sitting in that position for too long. It's time for some changes. Having been given the opportunity to return to the capital, how could he not stir up some trouble? This time, he aimed to replace all 6 ministries with his own people. As he spoke, Xiaoyang leaned closer to Shan Yunyan, cupped her chin, and kissed her. Soon, her attention was diverted. In the imperial study, the capital. What? All dead? The Emperor Xia clenched his teeth. I was told it was just him. How could so many elite soldiers die so easily? Seeing the Emperor's rage, Shun Tao trembled on his knees. He now regretted sending that letter too soon. He feared he was becoming the subject of ridicule. Failures after failures, each time more humiliating. The Emperor Xia was now furious. He glared at Shun Tao, his voice filled with venom. "Is it because your daughter married him that you're unwilling to strike?" At this, Shun Tao trembled even more. "Your Majesty, please believe me. I am loyal to you." "Loyal? I can't afford the loyalty of the minister." The Emperor snorted coldly, clearly harboring murderous intent. Seeing this, Shun Tao dared not delay further. He quickly said, "I will arrange new men. He will not return alive." Hearing this, the Emperor finally nodded in satisfaction. "If he returns alive, you won't be needed anymore." It was a desperate gamble for survival. Shin Tao's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew the Emperor was cold and ruthless, never forgiving easily. He repeatedly kowtowed and vowed, eventually managing to leave the imperial study in one piece. Stumbling out of the palace, his legs gave way as he boarded the carriage, causing him to collapse and faint. "Master!" The coachman was alarmed and quickly carried him back home. Shin Tao fell gravely ill, and fearing he might die without an heir, the Shun family began desperately trying to contact Shin Yuanfeng. These messages all ended up in Xiaoyang's hands. After reading them, Xiaoyang handed them to Shun Yuanfeng. "Your father seems to be under pressure, and is trying to use a ruse to bring you back. Why would he want me back?" Shin Yuanfeng looked puzzled. Xiaoyang smiled and explained softly, "The assassins sent to kill us were likely arranged by your father. Since they all failed, the Emperor must be questioning his loyalty and capabilities. So, He wants to bring you back to use you against your sister. If your sister had to kill me, it would be much easier, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng's face changed. He clenched his fists. The bastard! Even using me? Is he still my father? That's hard to say, Xiaoliang replied, watching him. It's rare to hear a son call his father a scoundrel. Shen Yuanfeng was speechless, feeling helpless. What's the point of saying that now? Should I go back or not? If you go back, your sister will be torn. If you don't, you'll be criticized. Either way, you're in a tough spot. Xiaoliang looked at him, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Shen Yuanfeng's expression darkened further. He clenched his teeth. Let them criticize. I'm not going back. They can't really take your life, can they? Besides, even if my sister dies, she wouldn't harm you. In the end, you might live, and she might not. Shen Yuanfeng wasn't naive. He saw things clearly. This kid was sharp from a young age. Xiaoliang glanced at him and smiled. Why not go back with your sister? What do you mean? Shen Yuanfeng looked confused. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoliang sighed softly. Go back with your sister. That way, they can't use you against her. Are you slow? What about you? I'll keep playing my game. Don't forget, I still have a concubine. Xiaoliang smirked. We need everyone to think I don't care much about your sister. That way, her burden will be lighter. Once back, just cling to your father and play the victim. Could it really be that simple? Shen Yuanfeng sighed, feeling resigned. For now, it seems like the best option. As he turned, he saw his sister. Shen Yunyan had overheard everything. She looked at Xiaoliang. What do you want me to do in the capital? 2 things, Xiaoliang replied. First, act pitiful in front of your father and stay in my mother's palace, crying and playing the victim. As long as you're with her, you'll be safe. I'll come to you when it's time for his birthday. Shen Yunyan took a deep breath. And the other? Take control of the Imperial Hospital, Xiaoliang said frankly. Though seemingly insignificant, the Imperial Hospital held the lives of everyone in the palace. Used wisely, it could be a sharp blade. With that, Xiaoliang handed her a prescription. This should be enough to buy the loyalty of the head of the Imperial Hospital. Tell him, if he cooperates, he can have this. Chapter 120. A Stern Rebuke. Shen Yinyan glanced at the prescription, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, What if he sees it and memorizes it? This prescription is quite intricate. It's not something that can be understood just by memorizing it. You don't know medicine, so of course you wouldn't understand. But the head of the Imperial Medical Academy should be able to comprehend it, Xiaoliang said with a smile. He took Shen Yinyan's hand. We should head back now. There are some things you need to take with you. After all, your father is said to be seriously ill, and if you return empty-handed, it wouldn't look good. He was always like this, making the fastest decisions and reactions for any situation, never needing others to worry. Just being by his side brought a sense of unparalleled security. Thinking of this, Shen Yinyan's gaze toward him softened. She lightly lifted the corner of her mouth and whispered, All right, I'll do whatever you say. Their departure was swift, and now that they were returning home, they moved even faster. Upon arriving at the Qin Palace, Xiaoliang immediately began instructing them to load the carriages. Tianzhao looked at the several large carriages filled with goods and couldn't help but twitch his lips, muttering softly, Your Highness, are we going to visit relatives or moving house? The prince just doesn't want outsiders to gossip, Shen Yinyan replied with a smile. The entire capital was waiting to see the joke. Everyone believed that as soon as she got pregnant, Xiaoliang took a concubine, and as the Qin princess, she would struggle to move a step in the Qin palace. But Xiaoliang's actions were a direct slap in the face to those who speculated. Thinking of this, Shen Yinyan's heart warmed again. She had originally thought that as long as he treated her well in their daily life, that was enough. She didn't care much about appearances, but she never expected that Xiaoliang would pay attention to every little detail. Xiaoliang looked at the several carriages and finally nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, just these. Take everything back. Don't hold back. Yinyan, take this. If you encounter danger, you can use it for self-defense. Just throw it hard. Xiaoyang handed two dark, sweet potato-like objects to Shin Yinyan. Shin Yinyan had never seen such things before and looked at him curiously. What is this? Black sweet potatoes, Xiaoyang casually made up. Although the name was quite fitting, anyone with common sense would know this wasn't a sweet potato. Shin Yinyan thought for a moment and then whispered, "What can this do?" Xiaoyang took it and threw it toward the open space opposite them. Boom! The loud explosion startled Shin Yinyan, and she instinctively threw herself into Xiaoyang's arms. Xiaoyang embraced her tightly, his lips curved in a smile, clearly enjoying the success of his prank. Shen Yuanfeng, seeing this, was speechless, but as the smoke cleared, he looked closely and was stunned. This thing, was this even reasonable? He stepped forward, smelling the scent of gunpowder and examining the large crater in the ground, his brows furrowed. If this were taken to the battlefield— Not yet, Xiaoyang said with a smile. It was still the era of cold weapons, and gunpowder hadn't been applied to military use yet. Moreover, there was no need for it at the moment. He didn't want to let others know about this too early. After all, monopolization was impossible. If others found out about this, sooner or later, they would research it, and its destructive power would only increase. Shin Yuanfeng didn't understand this. Hearing that it wasn't possible, he immediately came over and whispered, "Is this very expensive?" "Not particularly expensive. Compared to refurbished military equipment, it's nothing," Xiaoyang truthfully said. What? Shin Yuanfeng had thought this thing must be very costly, which was why they couldn't produce more. But he never expected it to be so cheap. He looked at Xiaoyang with full of questions. He seemed unable to understand why such a cheap thing couldn't be mass-produced and used. First, production is dangerous. Second, the deterrent effect you just saw. If this were used in wars in the future, we would also harm many people, wouldn't we? Xiaoyang looked at him. Or do you think we can keep the formula hidden from others forever? Even after Xiaoyang explained this, Shin Yuanfeng still didn't fully understand, but he roughly knew that this thing was very dangerous. He glanced at his sister and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll protect you well. I'll give you 1,000 elite soldiers, led by Chi Tai. The bandits along the way fear him, so there shouldn't be any other problems. Moreover, since this is a summons from Shun Tao, they won't send assassins. The journey should be relatively peaceful." Xiaoyang had already made full preparations. He looked at Shun Yinyan. Shin Tao is seriously ill and doesn't know how long he can hold on. You should return quickly. In fact, everyone knew Shin Tao was fine, but the act had to be convincing. Shin Yinyan looked at him and whispered, "From childhood to now, we've never been apart for so long. I hope you'll miss me a lot. Sister, I'm still here." "Shut up." Shin Yinyan glared fiercely at her brother. It was time to leave. Xiaoyang smiled faintly, then directly hooked Shin Yinyan's chin and kissed her. Although Shin Yinyan really didn't want to leave, she never expected Xiaoyang to be so open. Her face turned bright red, and she pushed him away. "You? Go ahead." Xiaoyang chuckled, personally helping her onto the carriage, and waved at her. Shin Yuanfeng couldn't bear to watch anymore. He felt like his eyes were tainted. As soon as the carriage left, Chu Ruyue appeared beside Xiaoyang like a ghost. "Are you really at ease letting her return alone?" "I'll be back soon," Xiaoyang said with a smile, tilting his head to look at her, his brows slightly furrowed with displeasure. "I've told you so many times not to just appear out of nowhere. Why don't you understand?" Was this even something a person would say? "I'm a human, not a livestock you raise." My brother said that he's stabilized in Chu and is now the Prince of Ning. He mentioned that in 3 months, during the Summer Emperor's birthday, he will represent Chu to come for a political marriage. Chu Rua looked at him. "You know, my marriage being sacrificed is one thing, but why does my brother have to be sacrificed too? Who was really being sacrificed here?" Xiaoyang gave her a sidelong glance. "The Summer Emperor has 3 daughters. Which one is your brother going to marry?" "Naturally, it depends on which one the Summer Emperor offers. Who do you think it will be?" Chu Ruyue was also curious about who her future sister-in-law would be. Xiaoyang thought carefully for a moment and then whispered, "If nothing unexpected happens, It should be the daughter of the concubine Ro. Although the concubine Ro held a high position, her fate was bad. She died early. Her daughter has always been raised by the empress. The other princesses' mothers are still alive. Who would be willing to let their own daughter marry for political reasons? Hearing this, Chu Ryue nodded along. Yes, if my mother were still alive. Chapter 121. My wife is gone. When her mother was mentioned, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Even if my mother were here, nothing would change. Who would care about the thoughts of a mere servant girl? Are you bothered by your mother's background? Xiaoliang frowned, looking at her. Hearing this, Chu Ryue shook her head firmly and said softly, Of course, I don't care about my mother's background. You don't know how wonderful she was. Although she came from a humble background, she was beautiful, gentle, and refined. When she was alive, she made all the clothes for my brother and me. Unfortunately, her fate was not kind, and she left us too soon. Even though those memories were from a long, long time ago, Chu Ryue still remembered them vividly. Father was drunk, which is how my brother was born. Later, he couldn't resist and had me, but he despised my mother's background and, as a result, despised us as well. But he didn't despise your mother's beauty, did he? Xiaoliang let out a disdainful snort. Seeing this, Chu Ryue rolled her eyes. Aren't you also fond of beautiful women? I only like Shen Yunyan, Xiaoliang said seriously, looking at her. Do you know why our marriage took this form? It's because I love her and don't want her to suffer. Love? Chu Ryue thought for a moment and said softly, I think I understand. Just like how I don't want Qingya to suffer, right? Hearing this, Xiaoliang nodded, a rare smile on his face. Yes, you're quite sensible. Sensible? Let me tell you about the Chu Street project. Come with me, Chu Ryue said with a smile. Instead of going to her courtyard, Xiaoliang had someone take them to his study. The Qin palace was full of spies, and who knew if someone might try to frame him? If Shen Yunyan were to believe it, what would he do? Looking at the proposal Chu Ryue had given him, Xiaoliang frowned, clearly dissatisfied. You've been with your brother for so many years, and this is all you've learned? Are you too stupid? What's wrong with it? It only costs 300,000 taels to build a Chu Street. Chu Ryue frowned. If I had that much money, I would do it myself. Why would I ask you? Xiaoliang said, exasperated. Don't you know that Qin is a poor region? The most important things here are land and food. Everything else is secondary. Only having enough to eat matters. I asked you to create a street with a Chu flavor that could facilitate trade, not a tourist attraction. Do you understand? Although he had thoughts of developing tourism, it wasn't the right time. With the people struggling to feed themselves, who would have the mood to enjoy the scenery? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoliang. Stop pretending. Can't you even afford such a small amount of money? I can afford 300,000 taels, but I won't spend it on this. I have more important things to do. What could be more important than trade? Chu Ryue asked, puzzled. Are you targeting me? It seemed like she was being targeted. Xiaoliang waved his hand dismissively. You're overthinking. I'm not targeting you. I just need to make it clear to you that there are many things more important than this street. Land, food, cloth, military supplies. All of these are more important. Qin has always been neglected. Because of poor cultivation techniques, most of the land here is barren. Now that winter has come, many families can only eat potatoes all winter long because only potatoes can be stored for a long time. Do you understand? Xiaoliang looked at her. How could that be? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoliang in confusion. But what? You visited a few places, right? You went to the previous Lord Ji's residence, didn't you? Do you know that the fine food and wine that entertained you were the blood and tears of the people? Xiaoliang said seriously. You're a princess, so no matter how neglected you are, you'll never understand the despair of going hungry. So, I won't give you that money. You only have 50,000 taels. Go back and think it over. 50,000? Chu Ryue frowned, looking at Xiaoliang. She felt that something was off about him today. He was usually so carefree, but now he seemed so different. She had thought he was just a playboy, but she hadn't expected that he actually cared so much for the people. You said I'm a princess, but you're a prince too. How do you know? Because I saw it. Xiao Yang's eyes lowered. During the spring planting season, he had witnessed people fainting in the fields because they hadn't eaten enough. They didn't dare stop because if they did, there would be even less food in the fall, and more people would starve. The way they worked with a desperate hope for survival left a lasting impression on Xiao Yang. Seeing Xiao Yang like this, Chu Ruiyue smiled. If you were to become the emperor of Xia, it would be a blessing for the people of Xia. Now, as the prince of Qin, you are a blessing for the people of Qin. After saying this, she turned and walked out. For the first time, she felt that Xiao Yang was truly remarkable and worthy of respect. Xiao Yang shook his head, finding this little girl quite peculiar. With Shan Yunyan away, Xiao Yang felt the solitude, so he chose not to return to his Qingguo. Instead, he remained in his study, where he ate and slept. During this time, he had been inspecting various areas and had discovered that some parts of Qin needed dam construction to prevent floods during the rainy season. With the crops already planted, the focus was now on avoiding any potential dangers. For over 10 days, he had been working on the dam project, drawing up plans and summoning the Ministry of Works. The Minister of Works was a man in his 30s, tall and strong, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches. Xiao Yang noticed that the ministers in Qin were all relatively young. It seemed that older officials had found ways to transfer elsewhere, leaving only these inexperienced ones stuck in this desolate place. Can you understand this? Xiao Yang handed over his blueprint. Oh, by the way, what's your name? This humble official is Wang Lu, Your Highness. Wang Lu's voice was deep and powerful, clearly a tough man. Given the rugged nature of Qin, people here tended to speak loudly. Xiao Yang wasn't quite used to it. He twitched his lips. Lower your voice. I can hear you.
Yes.
Wang Lu shouted. Well, that was pointless. Can you understand it? Xiao Yang decided to focus on the important matter. Wang Lu glanced at the blueprint and nodded. It's a dam. It can withstand flooding. Chapter 122. Lower your voice. Although his voice was loud, at least he wasn't lacking in common sense. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. If you can understand, that's good. I'll ask you, can you make something like this? Yes. But our Ministry of Works is short-handed and needs more laborers. Wang Lu shouted again. Xiao Yang could tell that Wang Lu was trying his best to control his volume, but it was just his natural loudness. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. How many people do you need to finish the repairs within 2 months? 3,000, Wang Lu replied, his voice noticeably quieter than before. Clearly, he wasn't entirely confident. Although the Qin region was vast, its population wasn't large. Finding 3,000 laborers to build the dam in such a short time would be extremely difficult. But Xiao Yang had ready-made laborers. All right, I'll give you 15 days to gather all the materials. Go back and give me a budget. Xiao Yang nodded, agreeing to the 3,000 laborers. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was momentarily confused. What's a budget? Ugh. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. A Qing, go and find Song Zhao for me. How could he forget that Song Zhao was the one for calculations? Song Zhao arrived quickly. While waiting, Wang Lu didn't idle. He wrote down all the materials he needed. This was what you called expertise. Soon, Song Zhao calculated the numbers, his eyes darting around, 15,800 taels. Xiao Yang had already had a rough estimate in mind, so this figure wasn't too high. While 15,800 taels wasn't a small sum, if the dam was built, it would ensure stability for at least 30 years. Spending 15,800 taels over 30 years wasn't much. I'll give you the money right away. You two work together to buy the materials. Don't delay. If you're even 1 day late, you'll get 10 lashes. Xiao Yang grinned. He then counted out the banknotes. Go ahead. So generous? Song Zhao eyed the box of banknotes with envy. He quickly stepped forward, took the notes and said, Your Highness, I have a few other projects that need funding. The top priority is this. Stop trying to squeeze money out of me. Get out. Xiao Yang hugged the box tightly. Go, go. Well, who could outsmart the prince? Song Zhao awkwardly rubbed his nose and turned to leave. He left, but Wang Lu remained. staring at Xiaoyang without speaking. Why are you staring at me with those big eyes? If you have something to say, say it. If not, go work. Xiaoyang was exasperated. Was this kid going crazy? He knew he was quite handsome, but being stared at like this made him feel shy. Okay? Seeing this, Wang Lu hesitated and asked, Your Highness, why build a dam? Because I'm bored and have money to burn, all right? Xiaoyang snapped. You've been in the Ministry of Works for years, don't you know what this is for? Hurry up and go. The flood season won't wait. If there's heavy rain this year and no dam, all our spring efforts will be wasted, and we'll starve together in winter. Hearing this, Wang Lu didn't ask further questions. He knelt and kowtowed. With your highness, this is the blessing of the Qin region. After saying that, he turned and walked out. As he turned, he suddenly felt a 1,000-pound burden on his shoulders, even a sense of fulfilling a divine mission. Seeing his spirited demeanor, Xiaoyang was also quite satisfied. Although this land was barren, it couldn't extinguish the fighting spirit in people's hearts. This was good and rare. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then summoned Zhang Jian. How's the training going? Xiaoyang poured him a cup of tea. Seeing the tea he poured, Zhang Jian instinctively felt there was a catch. He cautiously replied, All the newly refurbished military equipment is now in familiar use. Soldiers have also learned to operate tricycles and bicycles. With the methods and maps you provided, the individual combat capabilities of all soldiers have greatly improved, making them a formidable force. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He took a sip of water. So, what have you been doing recently? Training, Zhang Jian truthfully replied. After all, soldiers' daily routine was training. That's about right. Xiaoyang smiled at Zhang Jian. You've been leading the team, which must be tiring. The soldiers adapting to new training methods must be tiring too. There's definitely a catch. Zhang Jian quickly put down his teacup, straightened up, and prepared for the upcoming storm. At that moment, a few eunuchs carried in 2 large boxes. Xiaoyang stepped forward and opened the boxes. Select 3,000 elite soldiers to work with the Ministry of Works on building the dam. Zhang Jian could only see the golden ingots inside the boxes and didn't hear what Xiaoyang said. But he quickly snapped back to reality. What? Build the dam. Everyone who works will get a bonus. Xiaoyang looked at him. Exclude those under 20 and over 35. Can you gather 3,000? Zhang Jian immediately nodded proudly. Your Highness, our soldiers are no longer the old, weak, or sick. With better treatment in the military, we've attracted many young, hard-working recruits. Good. This task is yours. Make sure to follow Wang Lu's orders. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. What? Just like that? Zhang Jian quickly shook his head. We're soldiers meant for battle. Previously, farming was for our own food. But now, working with the Ministry of Works as laborers, isn't that inappropriate? Afraid of losing face? Xiaoyang looked at him. Didn't I tell you that a soldier's duty is to obey? Be ready to fight wherever I point. Now, I'm telling you to build the dam. Are you going or not? Hearing this, Zhang Jian dared not say he didn't want to go. He obediently nodded. Yes, I'll go. That's more like it. Work hard. There'll be food subsidies, and this will be more effective than your physical training. Trust me, I won't trick you. Xiaoyang patted his shoulder, showing his satisfaction. Trust him? Who would believe that? Zhang Jian complained inwardly but didn't dare say much, fearing he might get beaten to death. With countless grievances, he left the Qin prince's palace and saw Wang Lu, his face long. This was the first time Wang Lu had met Zhang Jian face to face, so he didn't understand what the long face meant. He frowned. General Zhang, have I offended you? Chapter 123. Do you understand? Zhang Jian rolled his eyes. You didn't offend me, but does that mean I can't be annoyed by you? It wasn't entirely wrong. Wang Lu shrugged. You can be annoyed by me all you want, but the work has to be done properly. If you tarnish my reputation, I'll definitely report it to the palace. After saying that, he turned around with a proud air and left. Damn. Zhang Jian never expected that this kid was even more arrogant than he was. He could only resign himself to his fate, lowered his head, and returned with 2 boxes of gold, feeling wronged. Xiaoyang stretched his muscles and bones. These days, he had been busy withdrawing, and he wasn't sure if Xin Yunyan and the others had arrived yet. This Chitai was like a dead man, always keeping his head down and working, never sending any news. Didn't he know that people at home were worried? Lying on the couch, he soon felt drowsy. In a daze, he felt as if something was groping him. His instincts from his previous life kicked in, and he instinctively sat up, grabbing the hand. Ah! The young maid screamed, kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. This slave deserves death. Your Highness, please forgive me. His originally dazed eyes cleared up. He frowned, looking at the naked maid in front of him, and threw her off his body. How dare you? Xiaoyang was furious, tidying up his disheveled clothes. Was this woman crazy? In broad daylight, sneaking in like this and even daring to pull at his clothes? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? This slave dares not. Your Highness, please calm down. This slave only wanted to serve your Highness. The young maid trembled in fear. Xiaoyang sat up straight, frowning at her. I've already said that no maids are allowed in the study. Are your ears stuffed with feathers? Look at yourself now, naked. What exactly do you think you're serving me with? You're not worthy. Your Highness? The young maid seemed wronged, looking up at him in disbelief. Xiaoyang took a closer look and realized the woman did have some charm. Her eyes carried a hint of Shan Yunyan's features, and when she cried, she looked like a pear blossom bathed in rain, truly breathtaking. However, her beauty was too deliberate. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. You didn't just randomly sneak in, did you? Someone must have planned this. Come now, tell me, which deity was so considerate to send you here? This slave didn't. This slave dares not. The young maid's body trembled like a sieve. She had thought that with her looks, she could sweep through Xiaoyang's quarters, and by then, he wouldn't have time to figure out the details. But she never expected that Xiaoyang wouldn't be swayed at all. Not only was he not swayed, but he was also exceptionally clear-headed, seeing through her scheme at a glance. Inside and outside the Qinhuang Palace, everyone is under my control. If you don't speak, I can naturally investigate, but by then, you'll be at a disadvantage. I might just reward you to the soldiers of the 3 armies. Xiaoyang still had a smile on his face, but his words sent chills down one's spine. It was the minister who sent this slave to serve your Highness. The minister? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at the young maid. She was a bit clever. There were many ministers in the Great Xia, and just saying that didn't specify which one. But while it might be unclear to others, Xiaoyang knew. The only one who would go to such lengths on his bed was his father-in-law. Shintao, he's quite the caring father, isn't he? Even when he's on his deathbed, he still remembers to find entertainment for his son-in-law. Haha, well done, well done. Xiaoyang laughed loudly. Then, he strode forward, grabbed the maid's hair, and dragged her out to the courtyard. I forbid it, you cannot rise. With those cold words, he walked past her and into the study. The young maid was only wearing a thin undergarment and a layer of gauze. Kneeling there, her exposed body attracted the curious glances of passers-by. It was truly mortifying. She clenched her fists tightly but didn't dare to move, fearing that Xiaoyang might really kill her in anger. The news quickly reached the Caisha Palace. When Chu Ruiwa heard about it, she rushed over almost immediately. Seeing the pitiful look on the maid's face, she became even more interested, stepping forward to lift the maid's chin and examine her closely. Qing Yao, come take a look. Doesn't she look a lot like the princess? Qing Yao blushed, hesitating to come closer. Chu Ruiwa grew impatient and grabbed him, pulling him over. Look, doesn't she look a lot like her? Being stared at and commented on like this, the young maid wished she could just bang her head and die. Tears streamed down her face. Please show mercy, concubine. Don't stare at this slave. Why are you crying? Chu Ruiwa's face turned cold, displeased, and she snorted. You dressed like this on purpose, didn't you? Just to be seen. Why show yourself to the prince and not to me? You Drigashal Janrun, daring to seduce the prince and then beg for mercy before me? Chu Ruiyue immediately adopted the haughty attitude befitting a royal concubine. The young maid didn't dare to beg anymore, only lowering her head and silently weeping. Indeed, when she cried, she was truly beautiful, even evoking a sense of pity from a woman like Chu Ruiyue. She took a deep breath and turned to enter Xiaoyang's study. Such a beauty, and you're willing to let her go? Chu Ruiyue widened her eyes, her tone excited, even a bit gleeful. Xiaoyang knew she would come. Glancing outside, he saw Qing Yao and smiled faintly. Aren't you afraid your sweetheart will see this vulgar side of you? What kind of remark was that? Chu Ruiyue clearly wasn't pleased upon hearing this, frowning and snapping. I'm just concerned about you. What if someone takes advantage of you? If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Xiaoyang was in a foul mood. A peaceful nap had been disturbed, and who could be in a good mood after that? Seeing his irritated expression, Chu Ruiyue immediately perked up, stepping closer. Goodness, you didn't really get taken advantage of, did you? Prepare yourself. You're coming to the capital with me next month. Xiaoyang changed the subject, choosing to bypass the question he didn't want to answer. Chu Ruiyue immediately became excited. Really? Yes, but you must promise me to keep your distance from Qing Yao. He's your secret guard, and he should know how to conceal himself, right? If the people in the capital notice anything, all three of us might be done for. Xiaoyang spoke seriously about this matter. In fact, since Chu Ruiyue entered the palace, she had always been cautious about her relationship with Qing Yao, and after several months, there hadn't been any scandalous incidents. However, the capital was still a place with many people and mouths, so they had to be extra careful. Chapter 124. Fatherly Love and Filial Piety. Although Chu Ruiyue often acted impulsively in her daily life, she was quite cautious when it came to matters concerning her own safety. She nodded. Don't worry. Once we enter the capital, I will be myself, and he will just be my shadow guard. As for me, I will be your concubine. However, Chu Ruiyue raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaoyang. Are you going to pretend to be affectionate with me? What about Shun Yunyan? A prince should treat his concubine in a certain way, and that's how I will treat you. You just need to take care of yourself, Xiaoyang said, feeling a bit troubled. He hated these obligatory acts the most. Although they were just performances, they always caused harm to Shin Yunyan. He sighed, feeling frustrated. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to the deal. I had other ways. Why did I have to bring you here and add trouble to myself? It's just acting. Do you really care that much? Don't you? Xiaoyang retorted. He subconsciously glanced towards the door. Following his gaze, Chu Ruiyue saw Qing Yao and lowered her eyes. Yes, how could I not care? After all, it was a form of harm to the person they loved. Chu Ruiyue suddenly felt a sense of empathy. She stopped making fun of him and directly handed him the revised blueprint. I heard you're sending Wang Lu to buy materials? Then include mine as well. You're well informed, Xiaoyang said with a half smile. Chu Ruiyue rolled her eyes. That's because even though I'm in the Qin Prince's palace, I still have connections with my family's business outside. They were in a hurry to buy building materials and ended up at our shop. Why are you so suspicious? Do you think I'd harm you? I'm your concubine now, and we're on the same boat. Do you think it would benefit me to harm you? Chu Ruiyue said with disdain, then placed the blueprint on the table. We can save some money on the building materials. I'll tell them to sell it cheaper. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that shows some loyalty. So you agree? Chu Ruiyue was eager. She was going crazy being confined here. I agree. When we start building Chu Street, you can oversee the construction in person, but you must disguise yourself so no one knows it's you, Xiaoyang said, looking at her with a mix of reluctance and concern. Don't feel wronged. It's necessary, and I'm doing this to keep you safe. Chu Ruiyue, being a woman, had grown up with her brother in business. She had heard too many rumors about women in business and understood that Xiaoyang was protecting her. However, she frowned at Xiaoyang. Wang Fei once told me you wanted a world of gender equality and harmony. So why do we still have to do this? Because the timing isn't right. You're not just a woman, you're a concubine. You need to protect yourself at all times. Sometimes, words can drown a person, Xiao Yang said frankly. He knew what he wanted, but he also knew when it was possible to achieve it and when it wasn't. Hearing this, although she still felt some dissatisfaction, she knew it was the best outcome. She sighed, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. I still look forward to that gender-equal world you mentioned. I will strive for it. So will I. Chu Ruyue smiled and turned to leave, pulling Qingyao along as they walked away. The little maidservant looked at them pitifully. Go, splash her with some cold water to snap her out of it. What's with her, mooning over someone at a time like this? Xiao Yang said irritably, instructing Ah Fu. Ah Fu glanced at him and left. Soon, the maidservant's screams echoed outside. Xiao Yang felt bored and closed the windows and doors, preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyan and the others had traveled day and night to reach the capital. Despite the dust and fatigue, they didn't waste any time and went straight to the minister's residence. Their journey had been highly publicized, and the citizens of the capital knew that Shen Yunyan had rushed thousands of miles to visit her ailing father. In an instant, her reputation as a pure and filial daughter spread. Father! Shen Yunyan cried out as she entered the minister's residence. After putting on a good show, she wiped her tears and went straight to the study. Shen Yuanfeng followed behind, marveling at his sister's ability to control her emotions. Sister's amazing. Shen Tao was completely unprepared for Shen Yunyan to return with Shen Yuanfeng. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. You're quite the actress, aren't you? After all, I am my father's daughter. How could I not be good at acting? Shen Yunyan said with a gentle smile, performing a proper bow. Father, since you're ill, why aren't you resting in bed? Sitting here in the study will tire you out. Hearing this, Shen Tao's face darkened even more. His pretending to be sick was an open secret. By bringing it up now, she was clearly trying to embarrass him. He took a deep breath and said angrily, You're being impudent. What do you mean, father? I really don't understand what I did to offend you and make you angry. Shen Yunyan quickly stepped forward, trying to soothe him. Shen Tao, furious, grabbed her wrist. Do you really think you're untouchable now that you're married? Father, I am now the Qin prince's wife, and you are merely a subject. If you offend me like this, you could be punished with 30 lashes, Shen Yunyan said innocently, blinking her eyes. Hearing this, Shen Tao felt as if he had heard a joke. He glared at her, gritting his teeth. Fine, then have me punished. Father, you are the one who raised me. How could I punish you? Shen Yunyan slowly pried his fingers open. Yuanfeng, come and pay your respects to father. Shen Yuanfeng stepped forward emotionlessly and performed a formal bow. Greetings, father. It was all technique, devoid of any genuine emotion. Seeing his son like this, Shen Tao felt even more enraged. He had originally planned to control his daughter through his son, but never expected Shen Yunyan to turn the tables. Now, she had control over Shen Yuanfeng and was trying to manipulate him. Realizing all his plans had fallen through, he gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Of course, to take good care of father's medicine, Shen Yunyan said earnestly, looking at Shen Tao. Heh. Shen Tao gritted his teeth. If you don't take care of it, I might live a few more years. It was because of you that I was rendered childless. Father, remember that well. So, please treat your son well. If anything happens to him, the Shen family will truly have no hope, Shen Yunyan said, then turned and walked out. She didn't have time to waste with Shen Tao. She needed to go to the palace to pay her respects to the princess and complete the task Xiao Yang had given her. Chapter 125. Why are you still lingering? Shen Yunyan's entry into the palace was an occasion that could not be refused. When the princess saw her, she was overjoyed, holding her hand and unwilling to let go for a moment. Look at you, enduring the bitter cold of Qin. You've become darker, thinner. What a pity, what a pity. You were once a delicate flower nurtured in the capital. How could you be treated so poorly? Seeing the princess's reaction, Shen Yunyan smiled softly and then whispered, Mother, please rest assured, your daughter-in-law is actually doing quite well. Well? What is well? Seeing her demeanor, the princess knew that she was not well at all. Taking a deep breath, she said softly, "You child, you've become more and more distant from me. Don't call yourself a daughter-in-law anymore. Have you forgotten that you were raised by my side when you were young? Have you been tired and hungry after your long journey? I've prepared your favorite dishes. Come, let's eat first. Did that old man Shintao give you any trouble?" The princess led her to sit down. Just as she finished speaking, the empress walked in, carrying 2 jars of fine wine. Smiling, "I hear the Princess of Qin has arrived? Your servant pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Shun Yunyan immediately stood up and bowed deeply, displaying impeccable manners. Seeing the girl's behavior, the Empress sighed, "You've become more distant after your trip to Qin. Rise, today is a family gathering. I'm just here to join the fun and share a meal." Saying this, she placed the wine on the table and gave her a kind smile. At this, Shun Yunyan relaxed slightly and, after sitting down, began to talk about Xiaoyang. She knew that what the princess most wanted to know was not how she was doing, but how Xiaoyang was faring. Xiaoyang said he will definitely return next month. Shun Yunyan smiled at the princess. This statement, made without excluding the empress, brought her much comfort. The princess sighed softly, "All I wish for is his safety and happiness, but who would have thought this child has such grand ambitions?" The empress, however, did not share this view. The capable should hold power. Such matters are not within our control as women, the empress said with a smile. The world, the empire, the ultimate power. These have always been men's affairs. When have they ever been something we women should covet? After the meal, Shun Yunyan quietly revealed her mission to the princess. The princess sighed, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Though he had killed her husband and seized the throne, he was still her brother. She wished him dead, yet now that it had come to this, her heart was filled with conflicting feelings. Shun Yunyan could fully understand her emotions. Holding her hand, she whispered, "Mother, please don't worry too much. Rest assured, I will find a way to handle this myself." "Yinyan, do you also desire that position?" "I do not desire it. I only wish for the world to be as Xiaoyang envisions." Shun Yunyan spoke honestly. The position of empress had never been her goal. All she wanted was to stand by Xiaoyang's side and together create a new world. Seeing Shun Yunyan's resolve, the princess smiled tenderly, "Indeed, you are the child I raised. You have not disappointed me. As long as one is not enslaved by power, one can remain clear-headed at all times, and every action taken will be deliberate and rational." With a gentle smile, she stroked Shun Yunyan's head and softly said, "Whatever you want to do, I will help you." Xin Tao had originally planned to manipulate Shen Yuanfeng to force Shen Yunyan to kill Xiaoyang. But now, with both children returned, this plan had not even begun before it was already over. Thus, feigning illness no longer made sense. In the imperial study, Emperor Xia looked at Shan Tao kneeling before him, feeling a headache coming on. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "I truly do not understand what is wrong with you. Previously, I never thought you were so incompetent." Seeing this, Shun Tao felt wronged, but he dared not say more. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Why not lure him back and kill him?" Emperor Xia did not care where Xiaoyang died. The key issue was that he must die. Glancing at Shen Tao, Emperor Xia coldly said, "If you cannot handle this matter, then your head is of no interest to me. Yes, I beg your Majesty to grant me another chance." Shen Tao repeatedly kowtowed. Emperor Xia felt even more vexed and waved his hand, dismissing him. Then, he summoned Xiaj. "Have you noticed anything unusual about recent events?" Emperor Xia asked with a dark expression. What could Xiaj, just entering, have noticed? He cautiously replied, "Please, your Majesty, clarify what events you mean." "Xiaoyang's matter," Emperor Xia said, surprisingly not losing his temper. "Ah, that matter." Xiaja thought for a moment and said softly, "Your son has also noticed some clues. Previously in the capital, Xiaoyang was weak and sickly, timid and insignificant. But after going to Qin, He seems to have completely transformed. Could it be that he has been possessed by some evil spirit? This single sentence instantly gave Emperor Xia an idea. If witchcraft were involved, then he would surely die, without a doubt. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia became excited, smiling at him. Yes, you're right. This child seems like a different person. Could it be that he has truly been possessed by some evil spirit? This was likely the first time Xiaozhi saw Emperor Xia's approval in his eyes. Instantly gaining some confidence, he said softly, "If so, why not have the court sorcerer take a look? If there truly is an evil spirit, it must be exorcised as soon as possible." Emperor Xia nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. This matter will be entrusted to you. Make sure it is handled clearly and beautifully, understand?
Yes.
Xiaozhi immediately agreed, his heart filled with a faint excitement. Emperor Xia glanced at him. Next month, Shun Tao will celebrate his birthday, and the 9th Prince of Chu will come to arrange a political marriage. At that time, let Xiaoyang bring his concubine to the capital to pay respects and reunite with his family. I also want to see how he manages between the two women. Yes. Xiaozhi clenched his fists. Father, there is one more thing I wish to request. If Xiaoyang dies, then Shun Yunyan. Upon hearing this, all Emperor Xia's satisfaction vanished. His face turned pale with anger. He glared at him, gritting his teeth. What is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? If the Prince of Qin dies, his princess will spend her life in solitude before the lamp and ancient scriptures. Why are you still lingering? She's just a faded flower. What is there to linger over? Chapter 126, Leaving Again. Watching his beloved woman being belittled like this, Xiaozi felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. However, after some thought, he nodded and said softly, "Yes, I know I was wrong." He stood up and walked out. A month later, Xiaoyang had prepared early and arrived in the capital city on time. After a month apart, Shun Yinyan missed him terribly and waited at the city gate. Seeing Xiaoyang, she rushed over. "Liang, I missed you so much." In contrast, Xiaoyang was more straightforward, pulling her into his embrace and smiling. "I missed you too." The two embraced tightly, not caring about the presence of others around them. Xiaoyang led her to his carriage, smiling. "The feng shui in the capital is really good. Look, your complexion is much better than before." "Really?" Xin Yinyan touched her face, smiling. "My mother-in-law always makes delicious food for me. So am I a bit chubby now?" "No, you look great," Xiaoyang said with a gentle smile. At this moment, Chu Ruyue, who had been shrinking in the corner, couldn't hold back any longer. "Have you forgotten that I'm also a person?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yinyan burst out laughing, her eyes crinkling. "Sorry, I didn't see you." For Chu Ruyue, this was a devastating blow. However, she quickly stepped forward and hugged Xin Yinyan. "I missed you too." "Ah." Xin Yinyan felt a bit awkward, seemingly not used to such intimacy. Chu Ruyue didn't care and just held her, murmuring, "You have no idea. When you were away, I had to work like a servant." He really didn't hold back at all. Hearing this, Shun Yinyan couldn't help but laugh. The family happily entered the palace. Although they knew the princess was eagerly waiting, they first went to the emperor's study to pay their respects. "Your servant greets the emperor." Xiaoyang entered, kneeling down and performing a formal bow. Seeing him, the emperor felt a headache coming on, but he still feigned surprise, stepping forward to personally help Xiaoyang up, holding his wrist and examining him, tears welling up. "You're finally back. Look, in just over half a year, you've lost so much weight, you're darker, and you don't look like you at all anymore. The Qin region is harsh and cold. From the start, I didn't want you to go there. Why don't you stay in the capital? How about that?" The emperor spoke with genuine emotion. However, Xiaoyang understood clearly. He smiled. "The conditions in the Qin region are indeed harsh, but I can manage. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will work hard to govern the Qin region and not cause trouble for the court." Hearing this, the emperor nodded in satisfaction, patting Xiaoyang's shoulder and smiling. Good boy. You've grown up, become responsible, and you're starting to look like a true prince." Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. I dare not accept it. Xiaoyang smoothly engaged in the conversation. But Xiaoyang noticed that the emperor's gaze towards him was a bit off. It seemed like he was looking for something. Xiaoyang was well aware of any marks on his body, so he knew the emperor's scrutiny likely stemmed from suspicion. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled, allowing the emperor to look as much as he wanted. After all, his body was exactly the same as before. The emperor led him directly to the Zhaoyang palace. Sister, look who's back, the emperor joyfully called out. Xiaoyang stepped forward and knelt down. Your son greets the princess mother. Get up, quickly, the princess said excitedly, helping him up, tears in her eyes. It's good that you're back. I missed you so much. She hugged him tightly. Why are you so thin now? And darker too. The Qin region is harsh and cold. Did you get sick there? Were the servants taking good care of you? Seeing the genuine concern in the princess's eyes, Xiaoyang felt a warmth in his heart. He had been an orphan before, never experiencing such care, and now he felt like he had gained something precious. Don't worry, Princess Mother, I'm fine. Look, I haven't lost any weight, and not a single hair has fallen out, Xiaoyang said with a smile, spinning around playfully. The princess wiped her tears, curtsied to the emperor. It's my fault. I forgot to greet your majesty. Come, serve tea. Sister, why are you being so formal? The emperor said, walking over and smiling at the princess. We are family. There's no need for such etiquette. The words sounded so insincere. It made one want to vomit. But the princess didn't want to ruin her good mood and just smiled at the emperor. Would your majesty like to stay for dinner? The emperor had intended to stay, but seeing the princess's smile, he felt that staying would only make her unhappy. So he waved his hand. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay for dinner. You and your son have just reunited. Enjoy a good meal together. With that, he turned and left. The princess's eyes gradually turned cold, her fists clenched. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled. Princess Mother? Ah. The princess came back to her senses, pulling Xiaoyang to sit down. Why are you so thin now? It's nothing, just been working too hard lately, Xiaoyang said, waving it off. He glanced outside. At that moment, Chu Ruyue entered from the doorway, performing a formal bow. Your servant Chu Ruyue greets the princess. The princess already knew Chu Ruyue's situation. Seeing her so well behaved, the princess smiled. Good child, rise. You've had a long journey. You must be weary. She removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and presented it to her. This is a gift from me for our first meeting. I hope you won't Shen-Chi. Thank you, princess. Chu Ruyue stepped forward and accepted the bracelet. Only the Wang Fei, principal wife, has the right to call her mother, while she, as a Sci-fi, secondary wife, could only address her as princess. Although Chu Ruyue was usually rebellious, she still understood the basic etiquette in the palace. The Qin residence has been prepared for you. You'll stay there. Don't worry, the princess said, patting Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang knew that his return to the capital would be well arranged by his mother. A warmth filled his heart, and he blinked, smiling. I knew you loved me the most, Princess Mother. The princess chuckled, then lowered her voice. You're just sweet-talking me. But this time, you're back for at most a month, then you'll have to leave again. I can't bear to part with you. Chapter 127. No plans for children. Xiaoyang also knew that she couldn't stay for long. Seeing the princess's reluctance, she smiled softly and whispered, Mother, don't worry. Someday, we'll be together as mother and son, and no one will be able to separate us. Looking at Xiaoyang, the princess felt a momentary confusion, as if this person in front of her was somewhat different from her son. But upon closer inspection, it was clearly her son. She smiled, reached out, and gently stroked his cheek. Before I knew it, you've grown so big. Lately, I've been having dreams about you as a child, but when I wake up, I realize you've grown up, no longer the little boy who used to cling to me. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. He looked at his mother, lowered his head, and whispered, Mother, it's my fault. I've made you sad. You silly child. Why bring that up now? The princess smiled, then wiped away her tears and said softly, "It's my fault too. You've come back after so long, and here I am talking about such things. Come, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. These are all your favorites." Xiaoyang smiled faintly and glanced at Shun Yunyan. The princess noticed and chuckled softly. "Yunyan has been in the palace for some time, and I've had the imperial physicians take care of her. The loss of your child has taken a toll on her health, so you must be more careful in the future, understand? Don't worry, the imperial physicians are skilled. You'll have another child soon." The princess looked at Shun Yunyan with tenderness. Hearing this, Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Mother, I don't plan to have children." "What?" This statement left both the princess and Shun Yunyan stunned. What did he mean by not wanting children? Both women frowned and stared at him, momentarily unsure of what he was getting at. Seeing their puzzled looks, Xiaoyang quickly clarified, "I don't mean I'll never have children. I just don't plan to have any for now. These years, our situation hasn't been stable. Having a child would only mean they'd suffer with us. Why put them through that?" What kind of reasoning was that? The two women exchanged glances, then looked back at Xiaoyang, their eyes filled with reproach. However, they had been conditioned to accept men's decisions, even if they disagreed, without immediate protest. In truth, Xiaoyang was just concerned for Shun Yunyan. He wanted her to know that he was with her because he loved and respected her, not because he saw her as a means to produce offspring. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, the princess didn't press further. She simply smiled and said softly, "These are your own affairs. As long as you have it in mind, that's enough. Now, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat." After the meal, Xiaoyang didn't rush to rest. Instead, he stayed to chat with the princess, sharing stories of the vastness of the Qin region. Watching Xiaoyang's animated chatter, the princess's eyes filled with warmth. She smiled and gently stroked his hair. "If only we could always be like this. When you talk like that, you remind me so much of your father." "Princess," a maid by the side exclaimed in surprise, looking at her in disbelief. Has the princess had too much to drink? Realizing her slip, the princess quickly changed the subject. "You've traveled far and endured much hardship. You should rest now. You'll be staying in the capital for some time, so come pay your respects again tomorrow." It was almost dark outside, and by custom, as an outsider, he couldn't stay any longer. Xiaoyang stood up, bowed, and left with Shun Yunyan. As they walked out, Xiaoyang felt a sense of frustration. This palace, this empire, should have been theirs. Yet now, they were usurped, and even the name of the former emperor had become a taboo. Why? Seeing Xiaoyang's dark expression, Shun Yunyan grew nervous. She sat across from him in the carriage and whispered, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just feeling the unpredictability of life." Xiaoyang shrugged, looking at her with a faint smile. "You've been in the capital for a while, and your complexion is much better than before. Looks like I can't let you do so much work when we get back." "I'm not tired," Shun Yunyan said with a gentle smile, moving closer to him. "I'm not tired at all. The princess has been very kind to me here, always making sure I take my tonics." At this, she glanced at Xiaoyang cautiously, then added softly, "Our child." Even though the princess doesn't say it, I know she must be heartbroken. I want to have another child soon. The path we're on is fraught with danger. If we fail, the child would be caught in the crossfire. I plan to have children only after the world is stable, Xiaoyang said frankly. Having a child would be a burden before the larger situation was settled. It was a responsible choice for both him and the child. Shun Yunyan, who had been eager to compensate Xiaoyang by having a child, had never considered this perspective. Now, hearing Xiaoyang's words, she understood his intention. After a moment of thought, she whispered, "But if you remain childless for too long, wouldn't that be a problem?" "Of course not. The emperor would be overjoyed if I never had children. Why would it be a problem?" Xiaoyang scoffed coldly. The mere thought of the usurper made him sick. It was because of him, the root of all this, that he deserved to die the most. At this thought, Xiaoyang squeezed Shun Yunyan's hand. "Don't worry, I'll protect you. Although Shin Yunyin found his words a bit strange, her heart still fluttered with sweetness. She leaned against him with a soft smile. I've missed you. Me too, Xiaoliang smiled, his eyes burning with passion. If they weren't in the carriage, he might have already acted on it. Emperor Xia stood on the city wall, watching Xiaoliang's carriage sway and disappear into the distance. His expression darkened. The cool night breeze brushed against him, leaving him feeling cold, his gaze equally chilly. When he had let Xiaoliang go, he had felt regret. Now that the man had returned, he would hold him tightly and never let him leave again. With the return of the Prince of Qin to the capital, officials from all quarters were well aware of the implications. They sent gifts to show respect but dared not pay a personal visit. Sending gifts was a gesture of respect for the Prince of Qin, while refraining from visiting was a measure of self-preservation. Chapter 128. Why is he here again? Looking at the mountain of gifts piled up before him, Xiaoliang's lips curled into a faint smile. He picked up his abacus and began calculating. If all these gifts were converted into cash and taken back, they would surely help him further develop his territory in Qi. Seeing Xiaoliang's almost greedy expression, Shin Yunyin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She tilted her head and whispered to him, "Your Highness, you look a bit unambitious like this." Hearing this, Xiaoliang chuckled and pulled her into an embrace, kissing her on the cheek. "Why did you get up so early? You were so tired last night. Why not sleep in a bit more?" Such bold words in broad daylight. Shin Yunyin blushed deeply, her face turning crimson. Before she could respond, Xiaxia swept into the room, his robe billowing behind him. "Brother Qin, look at what I've brought you." His joyful voice echoed through the room. His joy was genuine, but it wasn't because of Xiaoliang's return. No, it was entirely because he finally had a chance to see Shin Yunyin. She had been back for over a month, spending her days and nights in the Zhaoyang Palace, making it nearly impossible to meet her. Even before, in an attempt to see Shin Yunyin, Xiaxia had gone to pay his respects to the princess, but to no avail. Now, at last, the opportunity had come, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Why is this nuisance here again? Xiaoliang felt an immediate sense of discomfort upon seeing him. He frowned, noticing how Xiaxia's gaze immediately fixed on his wife, filling him with even more disgust. Despite his inner revulsion, Xiaoliang maintained a polite facade. "Brother, you didn't need to bring anything. I have everything I need here." He subtly stepped in front of Shin Yunyin, smiling at Xiaxia. "Enough ogling already." Xiaxia finally snapped out of his trance upon seeing Xiaoliang. He smiled and said in a low voice, "You've been in Qin for so long. I'm sure you've missed the imperial kitchen's delicacies." He opened a box, revealing an assortment of pastries. Xiaoliang, being a man, wasn't fond of such sweet treats. It was clear that this was merely a pretext. The real target was Shin Yunyin. How petty and shameless to try to curry favor with her in such a roundabout way. Though annoyed, Xiaoliang played dumb. "Thank you, brother. You've thought of everything. I really have missed these delicacies." He reached out to take the box. Xiaxia's eyes seemed glued to Shin Yunyin, so much so that he didn't notice Xiaoliang's actions. Seeing this, Xiaoliang felt another surge of anger. With a forceful shove, he knocked the box over, scattering the delicate pastries all over the floor, rendering them inedible. "Oh no!" Xiaoliang exclaimed, looking apologetically at Xiaxia. "It's all my fault. I've ruined your thoughtful gift." He quickly bent down to clean up, but in his haste, he accidentally stepped on several pastries. What a waste of such fine treats. "Someone, come and clean this up. Feed it to the dogs." Xiaoliang called out to the servants. Now, Xiaxia had no more interest in admiring the beauty. He frowned, displeased, and looked at Xiaoliang. "Brother Qin, is there something you're unhappy about with me?" "How could I be unhappy with you, brother?" Xiaoliang looked at him with an innocent, almost wronged expression. "Do you think I deliberately knocked over the box and spoiled your gift?" Xiaxia felt a shiver run down his spine at Xiaoliang's innocent look. If it weren't for having witnessed Xiaoliang's decisive actions in Qin, he might have actually been fooled by this act. What's with this guy? Why is he acting so clueless now that he's back in the capital? Seeing the tension, Shun Yunyan quickly stepped in to mediate. Your Highness, how could he have done it on purpose? Your Royal Highness, I'm sure you didn't mean that, did you? Of course not, Xiaozhi quickly replied, forcing a smile. It's just some pastries. Nothing important. If Brother Chen likes them, I can send more another day. Why doesn't he just pluck his eyes out and stick them on Shin Yunyan? Xiaoyang now understood that back in Qin, Xiaozhi had been quite restrained. But now that they were back in the capital, where he felt more at home, Xiaozhi's behavior had become more audacious. His blatant desire for his brother's wife was now out in the open. Blatant? Yes, blatant. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed as he studied Xiaozhi with a newfound curiosity. This look made Xiaozhi uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaozhi asked, his brow furrowing. Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I've missed you, Xiaoyang replied honestly. He really did miss this fool. The two men stared at each other, Xiaoyang showing no intention of offering tea or further hospitality. Even the most oblivious guest would realize it was time to leave. Though reluctant, Xiaozhi gave Shen Yunyan one last longing glance before turning to leave. In his mind, Xiaoyang was already as good as dead. As soon as Xiaozhi left, Xiaoyang chuckled softly. Looks like they've prepared a death feast for me. What did that mean? Shen Yunyan didn't understand the rest, but she knew what death meant. She frowned, worriedly looking at Xiaoyang. What are we going to do next? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. I'm not afraid of them, Xiaoyang snorted. Before returning, he had known this journey would be fraught with danger, but he had come anyway, wanting to bring these risks into the open. He wanted the world to see the hypocrisy of the Xia Emperor, to know that he couldn't tolerate a descendant of the previous dynasty. With this thought, Xiaoyang's resolve strengthened. He stepped forward, taking Shen Yunyan's hand. I truly wish you didn't have to be caught in this whirlpool of power, struggling and fighting. But it was too late to regret now. Shen Yunyan shrugged, smiling faintly. If I wanted a peaceful life, I wouldn't have married you. I could have just remained the daughter of the minister's household, waiting for Xiaozhi to come propose. Would he really propose? Of course. Shen Yunyan said proudly. Before they could continue, Chu Ruoyue yawned and walked in. You two are up early. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan immediately took a step back, her face flushing. Good morning. Good morning? It's almost noon, Xiaoyang said, giving Chu Ruoyue a disdainful look. Are you a pig or something? What an impolite thing to say. Chapter 129. Uncultivated. Chu Ruoyue furrowed her brows and said irritably, Did you take gunpowder this morning? Did I provoke you? Why are you speaking to me like this? Isn't what I said the truth? This is the capital, and everything is governed by rules. As a concubine, it's one thing to sleep until late morning. But how dare you be so disrespectful in front of the prince and princess? Xiaoyang, unlike his usual gentle self, seemed like a completely different person. Chu Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback by this sudden change in Xiaoyang. Previously, she had always harbored goodwill toward him, mainly because, despite being a high-ranking prince, he didn't have the bad habits that her brothers in Chu did. But she never expected that upon returning to the capital, his temper would flare up. Feeling wronged, she sullenly sat down. Seeing her act so rashly, Xiaoyang grew anxious and slammed the table. The prince and princess haven't even taken their seats yet. How dare you sit down? What's wrong with you today? Did you get the wrong nerve? Are you sick or something? Chu Ruoyue snapped, feeling targeted. Observing her reaction, Shen Yunyan sighed helplessly and walked over to pull her away. Princess, why are you holding me? Do you also think I'm at fault? Chu Ruoyue looked at her with weight. Even if you and the prince are of one heart, you can't be so partial, understand. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cheek and whispering, You little girl, you truly don't know the immensity of the heavens or the earth. Let me tell you, this is the capital, a place brimming with spies and where hierarchy and rules are strictly observed. If you behave so disrespectfully in public, it will disgrace Chu. People might think the princess of Chu lacks proper upbringing. What? Previously, Chu Ryue's attention had been elsewhere, and she hadn't considered this aspect at all. But now, hearing Shen Yinyan's words, she suddenly understood why Xiaoyang had been so unusually harsh. Though she understood, she still felt a bit upset. Lowering her head, she muttered, "Even if that's the case, couldn't he just talk to me nicely? Why all the shouting and yelling?" Seeing her sulky expression, Shen Yinyan smiled softly and whispered, "He's a man, so of course, he can't figure these things out. But I'm telling you now, so why dwell on it and hold a grudge?" That made sense. Chu Ryue's face lit up instantly. She linked her arm with Shen Yinyan's and whispered, "Shunjiejia, I always knew you were the best. You deserve the finest person in the world. Xiaoyang found you, and it's him who got the better deal." Shen Yinyan smiled gently in response. "To me, the prince is the best person. But this capital is full of eyes and ears, so whether at home or outside, you must be careful not to give anyone an opportunity, understood?" This time, Chu Ryue understood the gravity of the situation. She suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "Actually, back in the Chu Palace, I lived on thin ice. I should have been the most vigilant, but I don't know why I've become so lax now." Hearing this, Shen Yinyan took her hand, smiled warmly, and whispered, "All right, don't think about these things for now, okay?" "Okay." Chu Ryue nodded, leaning against Shen Yinyan. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of the prince." The way she said that sent a chill down one's spine. Shen Yinyan glanced at her and whispered, "You little troublemaker, I beg you, please don't stir up any trouble, understood?" "Yes, I understand." Chu Ryue curtsied and happily ran out. Tianzhao, watching Chu Ryue's retreating figure, expressed her concern, frowning. "The princess is kind, treating her like a sister, but I feel this concubine isn't as innocent as she seems. She spent years in the Chu Palace and at the border, mingling with all sorts of people. How could she be a simple little rabbit?" Shen Yinyan said, half laughing, half serious. "But what does it matter to me what kind of person she is?" Hearing this, Tianzhao grew anxious. Princess, after all, she's now the prince's concubine. What if, in the future, the prince, and she refuses to leave? He's the prince, and in the future, he might rise even higher. How could he not have others? Shen Yinyan's gaze lowered as she considered this, then whispered, "As long as they're good people and can live peacefully, I'm willing to get along with them." Tianzhao was shocked that her mistress had become so spineless. She immediately spoke up. "The prince and princess have been childhood sweethearts, and he's always been devoted to you. He would never do anything to betray you. Mistress, you must have faith in the prince." "Be quiet," Shen Yinyan snapped, growing flustered. "How can you speak such words so carelessly?" Realizing her mistake, Tianzhao quickly slapped her own mouth. "I'm sorry, it was my slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, princess." Chu Ryue is just a little girl. She has no improper thoughts about the prince. This is the capital, and being cautious is your virtue. Don't lose it. Shen Yinyan glanced at her. "The prince is in a precarious position here. If we cause him trouble, what will happen to him?" Tianzhao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'll never do it again." Later, when Xiaoyang returned, a few of his previously dissolute friends came to visit. "I say, Your Highness, isn't this a bit too much?" "Yeah, it's only been half a year, but it's like you've turned into a different person." Two fair-skinned youths looked at him with curiosity. "If it weren't for seeing you sitting here in the Qin Prince's estate, I wouldn't believe you're the Qin Prince." Zhao Lin, the young master of the Duke of Protectorate's household, looked at him with a hint of sympathy. "They say the Qin territory is harsh, and today, I've seen it for myself. TSK. Young Marquis Lu Jing also sighed with emotion. These two, back in the day, were on par with Xiaoyang as notorious playboys. Each of them had a special talent for indulging in food, drink, and pleasure, relying on their older brothers to take over the family fortunes, allowing them to comfortably live as parasites. These two, along with Xiaoyang, had once been notorious playboys. Each of them excelled in indulging in food, drink, and pleasure, relying on their older brothers to inherit the family business while they comfortably lived as parasites. Chapter 130. things have truly changed. Although they were spoiled and indulged, they were not arrogant or tyrannical. They rarely bullied the weak, they were just a bit unreliable. The three of them were originally known as the three troublemakers of the capital, but now that Xiaoyang was gone, the remaining two felt somewhat lonely. Before, with Xiaoyang around, everyone thought that since the prince was also a rascal, it wasn't shameful if their own sons were a bit wild. But now that the prince was gone, the two of them seemed particularly out of place. Your Highness, it's been so long since you returned. Don't you miss the tunes of Miaoying Tower? Lu Jing immediately stepped forward, smiling cheekily at him. Zhao Lin shook his head and rubbed his hands excitedly. What's the fun in Miaoying Tower? I know. There's a new place called Xiangyun Pavilion in the capital. They say it has everything. It's a blast. Indeed, they were typical spoiled brats. When it came to indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, they were quite skilled. Lu Jing gave Zhao Lin a sidelong glance and said irritably, I bet you're just smitten with that Lingyun girl, aren't you? Let me tell you, with her background, it's impossible for her to enter your family's doors. Hearing this, Zhao Lin became anxious. Although Ling Yun comes from a humble background, she is pure and noble, untouched by the mire around her. Our relationship is purely that of mutual understanding. Stop spreading rumors. My reputation is being ruined because of you. It seemed like the two were about to come to blows right there in Xiaoyang's study. Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. He knocked on the table and looked at the two of them. Don't you two have anything better to do? Your Highness, you can't have forgotten, can you? We're known as the notorious wastrels of the capital. Indulging in food, drink, and entertainment is what we do every day. Zhao Lin chuckled. Could it really be like this? Xiaoyang had never seen anyone so shamelessly incompetent before. The 9th Prince of Chu is coming for a political marriage soon. After all, he's practically your brother-in-law. Shouldn't we show him a good time? Lu Jing stepped forward, smiling. Xiaoyang frowned slightly, hesitated, and then said softly, Do you expect me to take a political bride to a brothel and have a good time? Even for their standards, this suggestion was outrageous. The two, who had been full of excitement, now looked like wilted vegetables. Especially Zhao Lin, who hadn't seen Ling Yun in days. Sitting across from Xiaoyang, he propped his chin on his hands and mumbled, So, Your Highness, where do you want to go for fun? I've just returned and wish to spend more time with my mother. I'll be leaving again in a month, Xiaoyang said truthfully. But as soon as he said that, Lu Jing couldn't hold back. Your Highness, why rush to your fiefdom? Wouldn't it be better for us brothers to spend our lives together, eating, drinking, and enjoying ourselves? On the surface, this seemed like a casual remark. But in reality, it was a test. Lu Jing, despite appearing to be a scoundrel, might not be as simple as he seemed. Once a prince comes of age, he must go to his fiefdom. To be honest, it's the emperor's fault. Our Prince Qin is delicate and noble. Why give him such a remote and harsh territory? Zhao Lin grumbled discontentedly. Now, Xiaoyang understood. Lu Jing's rascality was just a facade, while Zhao Lin was genuinely naive. After hearing this, Lu Jing shot him a glare and said irritably, How many heads do you think you have to say such things? The emperor's affairs are not for us to discuss casually. If your older brother hears you spouting nonsense like this, he'll break your legs. Zhao Lin, known as the notorious troublemaker of the capital, was fearless in most situations. But when it came to his older brother, he was like a mouse facing a cat. Just the mention of his brother made him tremble. Lu Jing, you're so unfair. I was just joking. Are you going to turn me in? Zhao Lin was furious, glaring at him. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Can you two be quiet for a moment? I have something fun to show you. Xiaoyang suddenly had an idea. A quarter of an hour later, at the outskirts of the capital. It's all just mountains, grass, and trees. What's so fun about this? Zhao Lin looked at him, puzzled. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled, knocked an arrow, and shot it. The arrow flew through the air and landed just beside a rabbit. The rabbit was startled and looked curiously at the arrow, as if wondering if it had just escaped a near-death experience. Both Lu Jing and Zhao Lin immediately turned away, pretending they hadn't seen or heard anything. Eventually, the guard stepped forward to start hunting. The process of hunting was naturally not very exciting. But when the aroma of roasted rabbit filled the air, the two, who had been chattering non-stop, immediately fell silent. Their eyes were fixed on the food. "I've had roasted rabbit before, but why does your highness's taste so good?" Zhao Lin was practically drooling. Seeing his lack of dignity, Lu Jing was disgusted. "Haven't you eaten before? But this rabbit is indeed delicious. Your highness, when did you learn to cook like this?" Lu Jing looked at Xiaoliang with curiosity. Xiaoliang smiled and said softly, "The land of Qin is harsh, so after arriving there, I learned to do things myself. Roasting a rabbit is nothing. I can even plow fields." "What? A prince plowing fields?" Zhao Lin looked at Xiaoliang, his eyes welling up with tears. "Your highness, you've suffered. Sob, you've suffered." Xiaoliang felt extremely awkward. He shot him a glare and said irritably, "I'm fine. Why are you crying?" Lu Jing really wanted to say he didn't know Zhao Lin. Soon, the rabbit was ready. As they ate, Zhao Lin couldn't stop talking. "This is too delicious. The taste, my goodness, this is the best roasted rabbit I've ever had. Are all the rabbits in Qin prepared like this?" Zhao Lin looked at Xiaoliang with curiosity. Xiaoliang shook his head and chuckled. "Our rabbits are Angora rabbits, so we can't just eat them. They are the property of the common people, their autumn harvest, and the livelihood of their families." Hearing this, Zhao Lin suddenly felt that the rabbit in his mouth wasn't so tasty anymore. He looked at Xiaoliang with puppy eyes and whispered, "Your Highness, you seem different from before." Chapter 131. Just playing around? Isn't that obvious? He wasn't the original Xiaoliang to begin with. Sooner or later, this truth would come to light. It was better to take the initiative and offer a relatively plausible explanation. Otherwise, if some malicious individuals got wind of it, they might concoct some absurd legends of demons and spirits, leading to a situation where he'd be condemned by all and even hung and burned alive. That wouldn't be good. With this in mind, Xiaoliang smiled at Zhao Lin and then lowered his voice to say, "Previously, I lived in the capital, where I was under the emperor's care as a first-rank prince, enjoying fine clothes and luxurious food. I had assumed that everyone in the world lived like this. Later, when I went to the Qin region, I faced countless hardships and obstacles along the way. When I finally arrived, I couldn't believe that such a place existed in this world." Xiaoliang vividly recounted his first impressions of the Qin region, emphasizing its harsh and desolate conditions. Zhao Lin listened with wide-eyed disbelief, as if he were hearing a storyteller's tale. Lu Jing's expression, on the other hand, became more complex. After a while, Zhao Lin spoke up, "If it's really like that, with snow covering the entire world in winter, wouldn't it be like a crystal-clear ice and snow kingdom?" As expected, no matter the situation, a spoiled brat's first thought is always about having fun. "Yes, I'm also looking forward to the Qin region's delicacies that the prince mentioned," Lu Jing chimed in. Although both were talking about food and drink, their intentions were vastly different. Zhao Lin genuinely longed to see this snowy wonderland, while Lu Jing's words seemed insincere. In other words, Zhao Lin was truly a good-for-nothing playboy, simple-minded and only interested in having fun. But Lu Jing was different. On the surface, Lu Jing seemed to be yearning for the Qin region, but inwardly, he was disdainful. His behavior was eerily similar to Xia Zhe's, putting on different faces in public and private. This meant that Lu Jing wasn't genuine and was likely an informant placed by someone close to the original Xiaoliang. With this thought, Xiaoliang smiled at Lu Jing and said, "If you like, you can come with me. It'll be like a journey of exploration. How about it?" "I think that's a great idea." Zhao Lin immediately jumped up, grinning at Xiaoliang. "Your Highness, this suggestion is perfect. Recently, for some reason, whenever my father and older brother have time, they keep scolding me. I want to get out of town and lie low for a while." "What's the reason?" "It's because Xiaoliang is no longer in the capital. With one of the three big shots gone, things have naturally changed." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing hesitated. "I could go for a walk, but there are other matters at home. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. What kind of matters? Isn't everything at home handled by your older brother Lu? I think you should come with us. It's a place you've never been to before. Don't you want to see it? Zhao Lin interrupted Lu Jing's words. After all, they were both spoiled brats. Who was better than whom? At a time like this, saying you have matters at home was just being unsociable. Lu Jing's eyes clearly flashed with annoyance, but he suppressed it and frowned at Zhao Lin. You think everyone is like you? Just up and leaving whenever you feel like it, always playing around. Hearing this, Zhao Lin suddenly seemed to remember something and laughed carelessly. Oh right, I forgot. Your father and older brother are the most rigid. If you leave without even saying a word, they'll nag you to death. Forget it. Forget it. I'll accompany you on this trip. Zhao Lin was a lively and impulsive person. In the midst of their conversation, the rabbit was almost finished. He wiped his hands on his clothes, smeared with grease, and then directly pulled Lu Jing away. Lu Jing was left in a mix of laughter and tears, not wanting to leave. Clearly, he still wanted to spend more time with Xiaoyang and perhaps dig for more information. But this Zhao Lin, lacking any sense of subtlety, dragged him away. Watching the two leave, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a slight smile. He glanced at the remaining rabbit and ordered someone to bury it. Then, he mounted his horse and returned to the Qin prince's residence. He knew that his days in the capital wouldn't be peaceful, but since he dared to return, he naturally wasn't afraid of these schemes and plots. Your Highness, the 9th prince will be arriving in the city tonight. Ah Fu appeared beside him and reported. Since returning to the capital, Ah Fu had reverted to his previous role as a shadow, invisible most of the time, only appearing when needed. Xiaoyang glanced at him and then handed him a knee pad. This is for you. I don't need it. Your Highness should keep it, Ah Fu said with a smile. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he was already tough as nails. But this was specially made for you by Tianzao. Don't you want it? Look, there are even 2 embroidered Tianzao fruits on it, Xiaoyang teased with a grin. As someone who loved to ship couples, he was naturally at the forefront of such teasing. Clearly, Ah Fu hadn't expected Xiaoyang, a grown man, to be so gossipy. Having already refused, it was difficult to take it back. He stood there, silent, his face turning red. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang found it even more amusing and continued to tease. You don't want it? Really don't want it? Then I'll have no choice but to tell Tianzao the truth. But you know how fiery her temper is. I'll take it. Ah Fu sighed in defeat, snatching the knee pad and frowning at Xiaoyang. Your Highness, you're getting more and more childish. With that, he disappeared. What's childish about it? This is youthful energy. Lack of culture is truly frightening. Just as Ah Fu left, Shen Yunyan arrived, looking somewhat helpless. Your Highness, how old are you? Why act like a child? What's wrong with me? Xiaoyang wrapped his arms around her and whispered, Honey, you're not getting tired of me, are you? When it was just the two of them. Xiaoyang shed his stern and decisive exterior, turning into a clingy, affectionate puppy who couldn't resist getting close. Shen Yunyan chuckled and leaned against him. How could I ever shan-chi you? I'm just a bit worried. Saying this, she handed him a notebook. These are all the gifts from officials that have been sent recently. I've had them cataloged and stored in the warehouse. There are also some beauties, and I'm not sure how to arrange them. Among the nobility, exchanging beauties was a common practice. Hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at Shen Yunyan. I don't want any beauties. Find a way to send them off. These girls are all delicate and well-trained. They're probably not easy to deal with, but with so many of them, it wouldn't be reasonable to send them all back. Your Highness, don't you want to think about it again? Shen Yunyan looked at him with concern. Chapter 132. The Ordinary Trusting Woman. They were now preparing to undertake something significant, and to do so, they needed to build connections. Retreating from this situation would be disrespectful to those involved. Seeing Shen Yunyan's troubled expression, Xiaoyang felt a pang of concern. He gently took her hand and whispered, You should understand my intentions. I have no interest in those people. My only interest is in you. Your Highness, I do understand your sincerity, but these are matters of social etiquette. How can they be handled so casually? Shen Yunyan looked at him with worry. After hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, if it's truly not something that can be handled lightly, then let's keep them all. We'll take them back with us, and I have a great use for them. If they couldn't be sent back, then keeping them would be the best option, especially for rewarding the army. Shen Yunyan's eyes flickered as she nodded, yes, I understand. I will arrange it properly. Are you jealous? Xiaoyang immediately leaned in and kissed her, asking, Shen Yunyan was indeed a bit jealous, but the emotion was subtle, and saying it out loud felt too awkward. She pushed him away, saying with irritation, don't be ridiculous. Why would I be jealous of you? I like that you're jealous for me, Xiaoyang said, hugging her and laughing foolishly. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan had no choice but to let him have his way. Late at night, Xiaoyang changed into black night attire and, pulling Chu Ruoyue along, made their way toward the relay station. Both of them were highly skilled, so no one inside or outside noticed their presence. Brother, I've missed you so much. Chu Ruoyue rushed into her brother's embrace, tears almost spilling over. Seeing his precious sister like this, Chu Xiaoyao felt a pang of heartache. He looked her over carefully and smiled, you little rascal. I bet you've been living a carefree life in the Qin Palace. You've even put on some weight. Oh no. Xiaoyang covered his face, realizing how poorly chosen those words were. I've gained weight? Chu Ruoyue was furious, glaring at her brother. Are you blind? Chu Xiaoyao caught the warning look from Xiaoyang and quickly realized his mistake. Shaking his head, no. I must have been mistaken. It was too late to take it back now. Chu Ruoyue had already gone to look in the mirror. This gave them an opportunity to talk. It seems everything is going smoothly for the 9th prince, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Congratulations on being conferred the title of prince. Chu Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. This title of prince is just a name. My father granted me this favor only to silence me. As he said this, Chu Xiaoyao's expression grew somewhat gloomy. We're all his sons, yet? Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang chuckled. You're not going to tell me you're lacking fatherly love and longing for it, are you? I may be lacking, but I don't yearn for it. I'm not a fool. I know my place. Besides, I was born into the royal family. My father is the emperor. What kind of fatherly love can a ruler have? In his eyes, whether it's me or my brothers, we're all just his pawns, each playing a different role in his hands. The bonds of family are weak in the royal household, so as a prince, he never expected such things. However, he couldn't help but feel envious of ordinary families where children could enjoy the warmth of their parents' embrace. Fortunately, he still had his wits about him. Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, as long as the 9th prince understands, that's good. Since you're here for a political marriage, have you decided on a candidate? I don't want to marry. Do you have a solution? Chu Xiaoyao immediately asked. He had been sent here to be a groom, which was nothing short of a humiliation. There are 2 ways to resolve this situation. Either you die, or the princess dies, Xiaoyang said with a smile. After entering the palace, all the eligible princesses will meet you. You need to remember their faces, understand? What does that mean? Chu Xiaoyao looked at him in disbelief. You're going to kill them? Or would you prefer to do it yourself? Xiaoyang snorted, looking at him. These were all the emperor's children, so their deaths were of little consequence. If they were willing to enjoy the wealth and glory built on a mountain of corpses, then they shouldn't complain when it came time to pay the price. Seeing Chu Xiaoyao's shock, Xiaoyang suddenly smiled and said calmly, don't forget, I may be a prince, but I'm not of the current dynasty. I'm a descendant of the previous dynasty. I know who killed my brothers and sisters. This is just karma coming full circle. Only then did Chu Xiaoyao snap back to reality. Perhaps because he had lived in peace for too long, he had forgotten about the blood feud. He looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, what if we're discovered? If I dare to do it, I naturally have the confidence that it won't be discovered. What are you worried about? Xiaoyang said with a smile. He then handed over a list. These are the spies your father has placed around you. Be careful. Suddenly, A sound came from outside. Before either of them could act, Chu Ruoyue quickly went out and brought in a person. Chu Yuewe? Everyone was surprised to see her, especially Chu Xiaoyao, who felt a headache coming on. Why are you here? Chu Xiaoyao said, rubbing his temples. This girl was like a ghost, always appearing at the wrong time. Chu Yuewe stood up, gazing passionately at Xiaoyang. We've already consummated our marriage. I am yours. Get out, Xiaoyang said without hesitation, giving her a cold look. Our relationship is clear. Don't slander me and ruin my reputation. Reputation? Chu Ruoyue almost burst out laughing at that. She heard everything. Chu Ruoyue kindly reminded them. This was not the time for romantic entanglements. I won't reveal anything. You want the throne? I can help you. After all, I don't have any full brothers. Whoever becomes the emperor is the same to me, Chu Yuewe said earnestly, looking at Chu Xiaoyao. You know the power of my maternal family, don't you? Of course. Her mother was a noble consort, and her maternal family was far from ordinary. But, Chu Xiaoyao frowned. What's your condition? I want to be the Qin Wangfei, queen of the Qin kingdom. Chu Yuewe's eyes burned with intensity as she stared at Xiaoyang. I want to be your wife. Wife? Xiaoyang's expression remained unchanged. I already have a legitimate wife. You can kill those princesses for your throne. Killing one more wife wouldn't matter, would it? Chu Yuewe said with a smile. After all, can a woman be more important than the nation? If I become your wife, then the entire Chu kingdom will stand by your side. I'm far more valuable than these two lowly women. Chu Yuewe spoke disdainfully, showing clear contempt. Chapter 133. Seeking death on your own. Was this unlucky creature mentally unsound? In fact, the first time Xiaoyang met her, he already suspected that this woman's brain might be a bit off. But he never expected that after so many days, not only had she not recovered, but her condition had worsened. In my eyes, you're nothing but a fart. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and got straight to the point. Don't even mention any value you might have. I haven't even glanced at your nose or eyes. What right do you have to compare yourself to my royal consort? What do you think you are? Don't forget, you may be a princess of Chu, but this is Xia now. You dare to slander my royal consort in front of me? You deserve to die. As he spoke, Xiaoyang's eyes grew fierce. Princess Chu Yuewe had been pampered since birth, never having suffered such humiliation in her life. She widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to believe that someone would reject her and use such vile language to describe her. She seemed to go mad, suddenly rushing towards Xiaoyang. Why? Why are you treating me like this? I fell in love with you at first sight, with all my heart. For you, I've endured so much hardship and suffering. How could you treat me this way? Xiaoyang pushed her away without hesitation. He looked down at her coldly and snorted. I said you're mentally unsound, and you really are sick. What do you mean you've suffered for me? Did I ever ask you to? Your so-called love and devotion are burdens to me, making me uncomfortable and sick. Get lost, go back to your Chu kingdom, and never show your face to me again. Otherwise, I might really lose control and vomit in front of you. Furious and anxious, Chu Yuewe spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, her eyes rolling back. Imph! Such weak mental fortitude to come and cling to me. How amusing. Xiaoyang sneered with disdain. He turned and sat in a chair, picking up a teacup and sipping some tea. Only then did he notice that the Chu siblings were both staring at him. Why are you staring at me like that? Xiaoyang shrugged his shoulders. Without calling for help, this mentally ill woman might die. I always thought you were harsh when you scolded me, but I never expected you could be even harsher. Thank you for going easy on me. Chu Ruoyue sincerely expressed her gratitude. Xiaoyang snorted. I didn't want to be so rude to a woman, but she dared to insult my wife, and that made me angry. Indeed, when it came to his wife, he became exceptionally ruthless. Chu Xiaoyao quickly called for someone to carry Chu Yuewe out. Although he personally thought this woman deserved it, she couldn't die by his hand. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at Chu Xiaoyao. Are you not even a little tempted by what she said? What's there to be tempted about? The initiative isn't in my hands. You're not going to divorce and remarry, are you? Chu Xiaoyao chuckled. After all, they had been cooperating for so long. If they didn't know each other's limits, wasn't all their effort in vain? Seeing that Chu Xiaoyao understood, Xiaoyang was satisfied. After some thought, he said in a low voice, "This woman may be mentally unsound, but she already knows quite a bit about us. If we were to deal with her seriously, it could be troublesome." Yes, Chu Yuewei is the kind of person who holds grudges and seeks revenge. You've humiliated her so much today. Once she returns, she'll surely do everything she can to make trouble for my brother. Chu Ruiyue sighed, looking at Xiaoyang with some resentment. You may have spoken your mind, but what about my brother? So, it's better not to let her return. Xiaoyang smiled, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. What did he mean? The siblings both looked at him in unison. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Why are you looking at me like that? Judging by this girl's behavior, I can tell she's bullied you both quite a bit in the palace, hasn't she? That was true. Chu Ruiyue shook her head and whispered, I'm not reluctant to see her go, but she can't die at our hands. Why would she die? Xiaoyang propped his chin on his hands. Such a beautiful girl, dying would be a waste. With a dose of mutinous potion, selling her to a brothel could still fetch a good price. What? The two were startled, looking at Xiaoyang with a hint of caution. How had they not noticed this man's ruthlessness before? Why are you looking at me like that? I was just speaking casually. Selling her to a brothel isn't likely, but I intend to find her a good match. What do you think? A princess sneaking out and losing her virtue would be a great shame, bringing dishonor to the entire royal family. No matter how much your father dotes on her, he wouldn't condone it. As for who she marries, you just need to choose someone you trust, right? Xiaoyang took out a box of medicine and handed it to Chu Xiaoyao. After taking this, she'll become mute and unable to speak, and it will give the appearance of pregnancy. By then, your father will have no choice but to comply. Originally, Xiaoyang hadn't wanted to go this far, but now it was clear that Chu Yuewei had set her sights on Shen Yunyan. If she were allowed to walk away unscathed, Shen Yunyan might suffer. After all, the Emperor of Chu doted on the consort and spoiled this daughter, granting her every wish. A mere position as a prince's consort wouldn't be an issue. Could a princess not outmatch a minister's daughter? Xiaoyang absolutely wouldn't let Shen Yunyan face such humiliation, so he chose to strike first. After quickly discussing the plan, Xiaoyang took Chu Ruiyue and headed home. Is it true that anyone who dares to harm Shen Yunyan will meet a terrible end? Chu Ruiyue looked at Xiaoyang curiously. Xiaoyang didn't care if she was just asking casually or not. He nodded calmly, yes, Shen Yunyan is half my life. Anyone who harms her is seeking their own death. This was both an answer and a warning. Chu Ruiyue, like her sister, wasn't much better in the head. Some things needed to be said. Upon hearing this, Chu Ruiyue's expression grew strange. I wonder if the princess consort would be moved to tears knowing how loyal you are to her. She doesn't need to be moved. Just staying by my side, living happily, is enough. Xiaoyang smiled softly. When mentioning Shen Yunyan, his entire being was gentle, even radiant. Seeing him like this, Chu Ruiyue couldn't help but feel disdain. Let's not talk about that. Are you really going to solve my brother's marriage issue by getting rid of the princess? Chu Ruiyue looked at him with concern. Chapter 134. The earth doesn't stop spinning without you. Although this method is the most straightforward and efficient, it is also the most risky to implement. Chu Ruiyue looked at him with some concern. The princesses all live in the palace. Who would dare to kill someone casually in the palace? Seeing her expression, Xiaoyang chuckled and then said lightly, You've been in the Qin region all this time and haven't seen the prosperity of our capital. This time, let me show you the power I wield in the capital. Chu Ruiyue wanted to roll her eyes at him but understood that, at this point, trusting him seemed to be the only viable option. She shrugged her shoulders. Let's hope so. When they returned to the Qin prince's residence, it was already late at night. After cleaning up, Xiaoyang climbed into bed, wrapped his arms around Shen Yunyan, and nuzzled her. Shen Yunyan hadn't been asleep. Feeling Xiao Yang's return, she breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to embrace him, and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Yang felt her breath, his lips curling into a gentle smile as he kissed her, feeling immensely satisfied. The outside world was chaotic, filled with violence and conflict, but as long as he was by Shan Yinyan's side, Xiao Yang felt an unparalleled sense of security. She was the best, the only one, incomparable to anyone else. The next morning, Chu Ruyue arrived early to pay her respects to Shan Yinyan. As she entered, she saw the two of them having breakfast together. They didn't seem like a prince and his consort, but rather like an ordinary couple. Over the years, she had seen many high-ranking officials and their wives, but none of their relationships were like this. It was something she envied deeply. Seeing her arrival, Shan Yinyan smiled at her. "You're just in time. Sit down and join us for breakfast. Greetings to the prince and princess." Chu Ruyue respectfully bowed. Since Xiao Yang had explained the importance of these matters to her, Chu Ruyue had been quite diligent in observing proper etiquette. Seeing her behavior, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction and gestured to her. "You two continue. I've finished eating and will head to the study." With that, he turned and left. Chu Ruyue had come specifically to see Shan Yinyan, so his departure suited her just fine. As she sat down, Chu Ruyue grinned at Shan Yinyan. "Sister, sometimes I really envy you." "Oh? What do you envy me for?" Shan Yinyan naturally served her a bowl of porridge and smiled. "Isn't there someone you love by your side?" Chu Ruyue took a sip of the porridge and recounted everything that had happened the previous night. She stirred the porridge with her spoon and whispered, "Before meeting the prince, I never thought there was any emotion that couldn't be swayed by interests." She had grown up in the palace, where people betrayed and tore each other apart for personal gain. Even blood relatives couldn't avoid it at times. So it was hard for her to imagine that someone like Xiao Yang, who seemed so ruthless, could be so steadfast in matters of the heart. "Concubine Chu, perhaps it's better not to speak further," Tianzhao interjected. Noticing Shan Yinyan's expression change, Chu Ruyue glanced at her and said coolly, "Even if you are a palace official, I am still a concubine. In terms of rank, I outrank you. What right do you have to silence me?" She stood up and looked at Shan Yinyan. "Sister, I tell you this to make you aware of the prince's deep affection. More importantly, I want to remind you not to take his feelings for granted." With that, she turned and walked out without waiting for a response. Shan Yinyan sat there, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Seeing this, Tianza, who was concerned, spoke up, "My lady, please don't overthink. The prince's actions are a testament to his deep regard for you. This concubine is merely jealous of how much the prince cares for you." Upon hearing this, Shan Yinyan smiled faintly and said softly, "I think Chu Ruyue is right. The prince does indeed hold me in deep affection. Let's get ready. We need to pay our respects to the princess." Shan Yinyan stood up and walked out. The prince's deep affection meant she couldn't afford to fall behind either. Chapter 135. Matchmaking. Xiao Yang was speechless. He took a deep breath and then said softly, "My point is, rather than being constantly watched, it's better to hand over what we have. If it really depends on you, do you think the Emperor of Xia would just ignore it? 100,000 troops can't be completely powerless, can they? If they're all scattered like sheep, what will we do when the enemy attacks?" At first, Lu Jing didn't quite understand what Xiao Yang meant, but now he immediately understood. However, understanding is one thing. Actually doing it is another, as it's quite challenging. He lowered his head and said quietly, "Although I think what you're saying makes sense, the thing is, I'm just a minor figure in my family. What I say doesn't count." Xiao Yang was completely caught off guard by this revelation. After a moment of thought, he said irritably, "If you don't have a say, why are you coming to me to discuss cooperation? Are you messing with me? Go away." At this, Lu Jing also got anxious. Although he was just a minor figure in his family, he was well informed about family matters and genuinely concerned about his father and brothers. This issue had been troubling him for a long time, and the family had been in a strange atmosphere over it. Now that there was finally some progress, how could he give up so easily? He looked at Xiao Yang with pleading eyes and said softly, Although I don't have a say in this matter, I can arrange for you to meet my father and brothers. You can discuss the cooperation, hee. Xiaoyang felt a wave of disdain looking at Lu Jing's foolish appearance. He had thought Zhao Lin was an idiot, but never expected Lu Jing to be just as unreliable. However, such a valuable ally had offered an olive branch, and refusing it would be foolish. All right, go home and arrange it. Just let me know the time and place for the meeting, Xiaoyang said decisively, making the decision. Lu Jing left, finally satisfied. Not long after he left, Tao Jinzi arrived. Your Highness, this is the shop I opened according to your instructions. Take a look. Tao Jinzi immediately presented all his recent operations in the capital. Xiaoyang glanced through it and nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Not bad. I knew this hot pot shop would be a gold mine. Who can resist hot pot? Indeed, Your Highness is truly amazing. Our guild's restaurants were already very profitable, but never did I expect that the hot pot shop could boost our performance to new heights. In just 1 month, we earned 300,000 taels of silver. 12 stores, 1 month, 300,000 taels of silver. Xiaoyang felt a sharp sense of irony. The people of Qin region can hardly afford to eat, yet the people in the capital can create such consumption records. Truly impressive. Seeing Xiaoyang's dark expression, Tao Jinzi thought he had done something wrong and asked cautiously, Your Highness, is something wrong? No, nothing. How about the ports, warehouses, and stations I asked you to build? Xiaoyang snapped back to reality and put down the account books. Tao Jinzi's smile stiffened slightly as he replied quietly, Although the hot pot shop is very profitable, the projects you mentioned are even more expensive. The costs have already exceeded this amount. Do you know what our government's main sources of income are? Xiaoyang suddenly asked. At this, Tao Jinzi perked up. Salt, tea, wine, iron, and water transport. Xiaoyang smiled. Right. We have salt, tea, and wine. Although we're not experts in iron, we have it. But we lack water transport. Although water transport brings in the least income, it's the most crucial. Without it, everything would come to a halt. As long as water transport remains in someone else's hands, we'll never have the initiative. Do you understand? Xiaoyang directly pointed out the key issues. Tao Jinzi, though fond of business, was rather slow on such matters. Seeing his confused expression, Xiaoyang smiled. Let me give you an example. If we want to transport vegetables from Qin region to the capital via official ships, it would take about half a month, by which time all the vegetables and fruits would be stale. But if we use our own transport line, it would only take 10 days. The difference of 5 days. You should understand how significant that is, right? Their shipping line used ships designed by Xiaoyang himself, which were naturally faster than official ships. On land, the stations used bicycles or tricycles for transportation, which was more efficient. But Your Highness, if these operations really start, we won't be able to keep it a secret, Tao Jinzi said, looking troubled. Why hide it? Xiaoyang snorted and said lightly, As long as I deny it, who can do anything to me? Is that possible? Why not? Tao Jinzi scratched his nose and smiled at him. Your Highness is indeed extraordinary. Don't rush to flatter me. These projects are already under construction. At your pace, they should be operational by the end of the year. Here's a list of businesses to prioritize. Xiaoyang handed over a list. Glancing through it, Tao Jinzi was surprised to see it was full of government officials. Your Highness, even if these people use official ships, it's not much. I'm afraid. Just follow my instructions. Xiaoyang smiled. He already had a plan. Once the shipping line was operational, there would be surprises in store for them. Afterward, he waved his hand and said, All right, you can go now. Remember, be careful when moving around in the capital, understand? Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Your Highness, Tao Jinzi said, feeling warm inside. He smiled and left. In the imperial palace, on the city wall, Shen Yunyan stood alone, her gaze deep and filled with a hint of sorrow. Hearing that Shen Yunyan had entered the palace, Xiaxia hurried over. But to his surprise, he found her in such a state. From afar, he could feel the loneliness emanating from her. Xiaozhu approached and draped his cloak over her shoulders, speaking softly. Why are you here alone? Chapter 136, Sarcasm. Shun Yunyan turned around, looking at him with pleading eyes, and shook her head. It's nothing. I just haven't been back in a long time, so I miss this place dearly. Hearing this, Xiaozhu took a deep breath. You miss this place, but not the people here? Seeing him like this, Shun Yunyan felt a wave of disgust, but her eyes grew even more sorrowful. I do miss them, but it's impossible to return, isn't it? What? Is he treating you poorly? Xiaozhu grew anxious, stepping forward and grabbing her hand. Is he bullying you? Shun Yunyan's eyes reddened as she pulled her hand back, remaining silent and turning to leave. The more she acted like this and said nothing, the more Xiaozhu felt she had suffered a great injustice. The person he cherished most being treated so poorly by someone else. How could he be content? Xiaoyang, you truly deserve to die. After leaving his sight, Shun Yunyan wasted no time in removing the cloak she was wearing and handing it to Tianzhao. Take it back and wash it thoroughly. Your Highness, I really don't understand. What are you trying to do? I'm helping the prince clear obstacles, Shun Yunyan replied with a smile. She gazed at the city wall, her expression growing distant. Turning, she headed directly toward the Zhaoyang Palace. Unexpectedly, she ran into Xiaoyang. Your Highness? Seeing Xiaoyang, Shun Yunyan felt inexplicably guilty. She awkwardly rubbed her nose and muttered, that? What's wrong with you? Xiaoyang approached, curious. Soon, he noticed the cloak in Tianzhao's hands and recognized it as Xiaozha's. What did he want with you? Xiaoyang glanced at the cloak with displeasure. You're my wife now. Why can't he let go of his obsession? At this, the princess couldn't hold back her laughter. Are you jealous? Although it was true, admitting it would be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? Xiaoyang's face turned red as he mumbled, Mother, are you teasing me too? Haha, who would dare tease you? Tonight, I'll make your favorite stir-fried shrimp. How about that? Shrimp? Xiaoyang frowned. He was allergic to seafood. Wait, this wasn't his original body. He probably wouldn't be allergic, right? The princess, noticing his expression, frowned. What's wrong? Aren't you fond of it? Yes, I do love it. It's just been so long since I've had it. I almost forgot what it tastes like, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. The princess nodded. You two sit for a while. I'll be right back. After she left, Xiaoyang stared at Shun Yunyan. Whatever you're planning, stop it immediately, understand? I'm trying to help you. Is that not allowed? Shun Yunyan looked at him with white shrewd eyes. Or do you think I'm just a useless burden who only causes trouble? Of course that's not what I mean. Xiaoyang grew anxious. In my eyes, you're the strongest. I just don't want you to be in danger. I've said it before. All I want is for you to be by my side, safe and sound. As for what he wanted, he would obtain it through his own efforts. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan blushed slightly and whispered, You may be strong, but don't forget, I've been trained in the palace since childhood. My methods aren't any less than yours. Don't underestimate me. Seeing her adorable expression, Xiaoyang nodded immediately, smiling seriously. Of course, I can't underestimate my precious one. You're just brushing me off. Shun Yunyan grew anxious, stepping forward and pinching him. I won't cause you trouble, but Xiaozha keeps trying to kill you. I won't forgive him. I'm just giving him a lesson. It won't interfere with your plans. Xiaoyang nodded immediately, grinning. As long as you're having fun, I'll have your back. Don't worry. Before the words were even finished, a eunuch's voice came from outside. A figure in bright yellow entered. This subject greets His Majesty. This concubine greets His Majesty. The two quickly stood up and began to pay their respects. Emperor Xia looked at Xiaoyang and smiled. Rise. After your trip, you seem to have grown more sensible. However, why do I see you've lost weight? Are you feeling unwell? Emperor Xia asked with concern. It was undeniable that when he acted, he was just like Xiaozha. The two of them were truly cut from the same cloth. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine. It's just that the Qin region is harsh, so I wasn't used to it at first. I fell ill for a while after arriving, but I've recovered now. Xiaoyang explained with a smile. Emperor Xia sat down, glancing at him. I remember you were quite frail before. I was worried you wouldn't adapt to the harshness of the Qin region, but it seems you've been doing well there. It seems I underestimated you. What did that mean? Xiaoyang smiled faintly but was already cursing inwardly. Wasn't this just sarcastic, implying that he had been pretending to be weak in the capital to stay safe? What a shameless man. If he had been more tolerant and given a way out, the original owner wouldn't have had to pretend to be ill in the capital. Although Xiaoyang understood what Emperor Xia meant, he maintained his innocent, sweet demeanor, smiling. Yes, I didn't expect to survive the harshness of the Qin region. I suppose it's thanks to your Majesty's dragon aura protecting me. Dragon aura? When these two words were spoken, Emperor Xia's expression visibly darkened. The dragon aura only protected his own children. How could it protect someone else's child? The dragon aura protecting Xiaoyang couldn't be his. It had to be. Damn it. Emperor Xia's mind was filled with curses. However, he couldn't show it. He simply took a sip of tea and smiled. Your words are quite pleasing to the ear now. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Xiaoyang responded smoothly. Emperor Xia felt as if he had thrown a heavy punch into a cotton ball. His face turned pale with anger, but he eventually said, Will you be staying in the palace for dinner tonight? Has the emperor arrived? The princess appeared at the right moment, holding a plate of lotus pastries. Your Majesty, you've come at just the right time. I've made your favorite lotus pastries. These are made by my own hands. Made by your own hands? Emperor Xia immediately stood up and walked over, smiling. I haven't had your lotus pastries in ages. Sister, you seem to be in a good mood today? Chapter 137, Full of Affection. Watching the Emperor of Xia in this state, Xiaoyang was certain that this man was a Siscon. But Xiaoyang couldn't understand how a Siscon could kill his brother-in-law and seize his throne. Was it just because he had taken his sister? That was too perverse and terrifying. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, then whispered, Mother, what is this? It's lotus seed cake. You've never tried it before. Come, taste it, and see if you like it. The princess smiled at Xiaoyang. The Emperor of Xia took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, murmuring, My sister hasn't cooked personally in many years. She finally made this plate. How about I take it all back with me? After hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned, almost certain that this man was a Siscon. Not only did he harbor jealousy for his brother-in-law, but he also harbored jealousy for his nephew. Fundamentally, he was a pervert. The princess glanced at him and then directly handed over the plate. Since my brother likes it so much, take it all back? This statement implied that there was no need to stay for dinner. The Emperor of Xia pretended not to understand and refused to leave. The dinner was awkward. Although the Emperor of Xia kept saying not to treat him like an emperor and that this was just a family meal, who could really take his words at face value? After the meal, Xiaoyang knew that there would be no opportunity for a private conversation today, so he directly took his leave, not wanting to be in the way. As soon as he stepped out of the palace gate, Xiaozhi eagerly approached, first gazing affectionately at Shan Yunyan, then coldly glaring at Xiaoyang. I have something to say to you. Oh, then say it. Xiaoyang shrugged and looked at him. Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. I want to talk to you alone. Oh, all right then. Xiaoyang nodded. Yinyan, you go ahead and get in the carriage. Yes. Shun Yunyan gave Xiaoyang a mournful look and then got into the carriage first. This glance made Xiaoyang want to laugh, but it made Xiaozhi's heart ache. Xiaoyang knew she was acting, while Xiaozhi truly believed she was being mistreated in the Qin prince's residence. Xiaozhi grabbed Xiaoyang, glaring at him. You promised to treat Yinyan well before. Why are you going back on your word now? How could you treat her like this? How have I gone back on my word? Xiaoyang pulled his hand back, frowning at him. No matter what, this is our family's internal matter in the Qin prince's residence. What does it have to do with you? You're the crown prince, and she's the Qin princess. You're worlds apart, do you understand? You. Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. You knew I had feelings for her, yet you deliberately intervened to compete with me. Now that she's by your side, you don't cherish her. What right do you have?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang found it laughable and let out a cold snort. "Because we were married by imperial decree, with propriety and legitimacy. What about you? What are you?" "You." Xiaoxia glared at him fiercely. "Xiaoyang, I'm warning you. Treat her well. Do you hear me? My own princess. What does it have to do with you?" "Xiaoxia, you're meddling too much." Xiaoyang let out another cold snort. Previously, he had always played along with Xiaoxia's act, but this time, he had no intention of continuing. For the first time, he showed a bit of dominance in front of Xiaoxia. This left Xiaoxia stunned, looking at him in disbelief. After hesitating, he murmured, "Are you openly defying me?" "No," Xiaoyang smiled. "I'm just reminding my elder brother that Shen Yunyan is the Qin princess, and you are the crown prince. If you get entangled with her, at most, she'll be sentenced to death. But you'll be impeached, and your position as crown prince might not be secure." With that, he turned and left. "Xiaoyang, just you wait. I'll see who dies first." Xiaoxia glared at Xiaoyang's carriage as he watched it leave. Once inside the carriage, Xiaoyang changed his demeanor. "Xiaoxia really is deeply in love with you." He started acting right at the palace gate. How impatient can he be? Suddenly saying this, Shen Yunyan was unsure what he meant and felt a bit guilty, lowering her head and whispering, "Are you blaming me?" "Of course not, just voicing my thoughts." Xiaoyang shrugged and looked at her. Shen Yunyan could tell he was truly angry. She immediately moved closer, smiling playfully. "You don't look like you're just voicing your thoughts." "Don't look like it? Then what do I look like?" Xiaoyang pinched her chin. "I've noticed you've become quite sharp-tongued recently, haven't you? You look just like a woman jealous of a rival, ha ha ha." Shen Yunyan clutched her stomach, laughing loudly without restraint. "This woman." Xiaoyang pinched her shoulder, annoyed. "Laugh? Is it funny?" "It's funny, haha. It's really too funny." Shen Yunyan wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering, "I like that you're jealous for me. I really like it when you're like this." When they first started getting along, Shen Yunyan always had to think about propriety, but under Xiaoyang's subtle influence, she had learned to let loose. When she hugged Xiaoyang, she was like a newly bloomed peony, utterly charming. Xiaoyang took the opportunity to kiss her. "I am jealous. See how I'll deal with you today." Shen Yunyan thought he was just joking, but when she was carried back to the prince's residence in front of everyone, she realized Xiaoyang wasn't joking. He really meant to physically deal with her today. "Good prince, I know I'm wrong." Shen Yunyan pleaded repeatedly, her voice trembling with tears. Tianzhao, standing at the door, pretended not to hear but cursed Xiaoyang inwardly for being so ungallant. While the two were busy, Xiaoxia stood in the cold wind for a long time. Upon returning to the crown prince's residence, he immediately summoned Bai Shu. "I want Shen Yunyan." Those words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Bai Shu's face. Bai Shu knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "She's the Qin princess. Your Highness, please reconsider." "I've thought about it many times." Xiaoxia clenched his teeth. "But no matter how I think about it, I can't let go. I like her. I want her. I'm the crown prince, the future ruler of the world. Why can't I have a woman as I please? Whoever wants to serve this crown prince can go ahead." Bai Shu felt like banging his head against a wall. He knelt there, feeling utterly hopeless. "You are the crown prince, but don't forget, there's still the emperor above you. Father is biased. For the sake of appearances, he's willing to let his own son suffer and even give up his daughter-in-law." Xiaoxia clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "Bai Shu, think of a way quickly." Chapter 138, Silent. What kind of solution? Bai Shu felt utterly dejected, kneeling there without uttering a word. After waiting for what seemed like ages without hearing what he wanted, he grew so furious that he kicked out, grumbling, "Why won't you speak?" Bai Shu, true to his name, was a delicate scholar. With just one kick, he was knocked to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he feigned unconsciousness. "Hey, are you okay?" Xiaozhe was utterly shocked that a casual kick had rendered the man unconscious. What was going on? Why are you all just standing there like corpses? Call the imperial physician. Xiaozhe bellowed again. Time flew by quickly, and soon Chu Xiaoyao was summoned to the palace. As a first-rank prince, Xiaoyang naturally had to attend as well. He sat opposite Chu Xiaoyao, with Chu Ryue by his side. Shun Yinyan, though seated in the position of the princess, was placed further away. Anyone could tell that Xiaoyang favored Chu Ryue. Before coming, Xiaoyang had spent over an hour talking with Chu Ryue, instructing her that no matter what, they must appear affectionate in front of everyone today. Chu Ryue's acting skills were top-notch, perfectly embodying the phrase, spoiled by favor. Your Highness, this pastry is so delicious. I've never had anything like it before. What is it? Chu Ryue held up a rose petal cake, looking curiously at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled tenderly, gently pinching her nose. This is a rose petal cake. The princess can make it. If you like it, I'll have her prepare some for you when we return, all right? Behind them, Shun Yinyan lowered her head, remaining silent. To outsiders, her silence seemed like disappointment and embarrassment. But only she knew she was struggling to suppress laughter. She couldn't help it. The acting of these two was simply over the top. Xiaozhe, however, could only see Shun Yinyan's apparent dejection, his fists clenched, glaring at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could feel the other's gaze, but chose to ignore it. He stood up, raising his cup to Chu Xiaoyao. Prince Chu, traveling such a distance must have been exhausting. I'll drink first to show my respect. Brother, you must be exhausted from the journey. The prince has prepared some tonics for you. Remember to have someone brew them for you when you return. Chu Ryue also stood up, taking a sip of wine. Chu Xiaoyao watched the two of them play their roles, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. He downed his wine in one gulp, laughing, "Seeing you like this, brother, I can rest easy." The emperor's gaze swept over the group, and he had a good idea of what was happening. Clapping his hands, he signaled for the dancers and musicians to begin. As soon as the performance started, Shun Yinyan turned and walked out. Xiaozhe couldn't wait to follow her. Your Highness, he's gone after her. Are you really not going to do anything? Chu Ryue asked curiously, her voice barely audible. Hearing this, Xiaoyang frowned at her, displeased. Why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Not exactly enjoying it, just curious. How do you think they'll play this out? More precisely, how do you think the princess will handle it? Xiaoyang raised his cup, glancing at her indifferently. If you're that curious, why not just go out and see for yourself? Really? Yes. Xiaoyang actually wanted to go out himself, but felt it would be improper to leave during such an event. Chu Ryue immediately set down her cup and walked out. In the imperial garden, Shun Yinyan sat by the pond, watching the carefree koi fish and sighing. Sister, are you all right? Shen Yuanfeng suddenly appeared, seeing his sister's state and feeling heartbroken. What on earth is going on with Xiaoyang? Shun Yinyan, hearing her brother's voice, showed no joy, only rolling her eyes in exasperation. Why did you come out? Me. Shen Yuanfeng immediately caught the disdain in his sister's eyes. I was worried about you. Seeing you sitting there alone, I had to come out. Are you being mistreated? No. Shen Yinyan didn't know how to explain to her naive brother, so she just rolled her eyes and snapped, No one is mistreating me. Just leave. Don't mess things up for me. Shen Yuanfeng was unwilling to leave, wanting to ask more questions, but it was too late. Xiaozhe had already arrived, running quickly. Yinyan, are you all right? Xiaozhe grabbed Shun Yinyan's hand. He's treating you horribly. Why stay there and suffer? Divorce him and become my crown princess, will you? What? Shen Yuanfeng nearly popped his eyes out, but he quickly snatched his sister's hand back, glaring at Xiaozhe. Your Highness, my sister is the princess of the Qin kingdom. Please respect yourself. Can't you see how much your sister is suffering by the prince's side? As her brother, don't you feel any sympathy? Xiaozhe frowned, clearly displeased. Hearing this, Shun Yuanfeng stepped forward again, shielding his sister. Your Highness, My sister's relationship with the prince is none of your business. Your actions are tarnishing her reputation. Please respect yourself. Was this kid out of his mind? Shen Yinyan realized her plan had completely failed. Gritting her teeth, she pinched her brother hard on the side and turned to leave. Shen Yuanfeng winced in pain, pitifully watching his sister leave, then turned back to glare menacingly at Xiaozhi. Do you even understand why my sister has offended the prince? Xiaoyang's fickleness is not your sister's fault, Xiaozhi said, still sounding indignant. Your Highness, don't you understand? Your persistence will only cause the prince to harbor suspicions, no matter how much he favors my sister, won't it? If you truly care for my sister, please stay away from her. It would be for her own good. With that, Shen Yuanfeng turned and left. Xiaozhi stood there, his fists clenched. Only I can bring happiness to your sister. Do you understand that? Xiaozhi, you really are relentless. Xiaoyang emerged from behind a rockery, coldly gazing at Xiaozhi. I've told you countless times not to harbor any thoughts about my princess. Why are you so stubborn? Don't blame me. Look at how much suffering you've caused Yin Yin. Xiaozhi glared back, his teeth clenched. Under the influence of alcohol, both men were somewhat irrational. Xiaozhi even threw the first punch. Chapter 139. So unjust. Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh and charged forward, engaging in a fight with Xiaozhi. Soon, passing maids and eunuchs gathered around, struggling to separate the two. Emperor Xia was utterly unprepared for the once harmonious banquet to descend into such chaos, especially with Chu Xiaoyao present, witnessing the spectacle unfold. The thought of his dignity being trampled upon fueled his anger. He snapped, "What are you causing a ruckus for? Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am so wronged." Xiaoyang knelt, howling, "Please, Your Majesty, vindicate me. Father, I am wronged. Please, Father, vindicate me." Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. He mistreats his princess consort. Out of consideration for our childhood friendship, I merely spoke up on her behalf, yet he attacked me. I did not. Xiaoyang lifted his head, his face bruised and swollen. It was evident he had taken the brunt of the beating. The princess saw his battered face and, heartbroken, descended from her elevated seat. She gently cupped his face. "Oh, how severe. Quickly, summon the imperial physician." With that, her gaze turned fiery as she glared at Xiaozhi. "Last time in the prison, you didn't finish him off. Did you regret it? Aunt, I truly am wronged. Xiaozhi felt he hadn't even thrown that many punches, so why was his condition so dire? Come on, he was beaten badly too. His internal organs felt like they were on fire. Why did everyone only see him getting beaten, but not his own pain? Wronged? This bruised and swollen face, is that all just a misunderstanding? Or does the crown prince believe that by moving into the Eastern Palace, he is the future ruler of this land, and thus can twist black into white, forcing us to lie with our eyes open? The princess immediately knelt, knocking her head heavily on the ground. "Brother, I have no one else to rely on but you. I only have this one son. Please, brother, vindicate Liang." Now, Emperor Xia was placed in a difficult position. Even if he wanted to let the matter rest, he couldn't ignore the princess's plea. Fortunately, the imperial physician arrived in a hurry. After carefully examining the pulse, he sighed in relief. Although the duke appears severely injured, it's merely superficial wounds. Nothing serious. Hearing this, the princess finally relaxed. "Please, physician, prescribe some medicine. If a duke of the royal family were to bear scars, it would be a disgrace to the imperial household." Emperor Xia, understanding the princess's intent, frowned unhappily at Xiaozhi, explained clearly what happened. Xiaozhi was bursting with grievances, unsure of how to articulate them. "Father, I am wronged. I am truly so wronged." Xiaozhi clenched his teeth. "I merely told him not to mistreat his lawful wife. He was the one who struck first." Xiaoyang lowered his head, looking like a wronged wife, nodding meekly. "Yes, brother is right. It was I who struck first. I deserve to die." "You." Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. You dare to act like this before father? I'll kill you. His arrogance and aggression in front of the emperor made it clear who was the aggressor. Chu Xiaoyao, sensing the moment was right, stood up, frowning at Xiaozhi. Does the crown prince harbor resentment because my sister receives the duke's favor? Are you defending the princess consort, or is it merely against the women of Chu? This statement elevated the matter to a new level. Emperor Xia could no longer ignore it. The crown prince is drunk, his words and actions are improper. Take him away and sober him up. The hall fell silent. Xiaoyang, looking wronged, kowtowed and returned to his seat. Sitting there, he looked sullen. Chu Ruyue, unable to resist, covered her mouth and chuckled, placing a piece of meat on his plate. Are you all right? Are you all right? Xiaoyang replied, exasperated. I'm afraid you'll laugh yourself to death. Chu Ruyue knew her laughter was unbecoming, but she couldn't help it. Xiaoyang's appearance was just too amusing. The banquet, now in such disarray, no one had the heart to enjoy the performances. It quickly came to an end. Xiaoyang, naturally, couldn't leave. He brought his princess consort and concubine to the side hall. Xiaozhi knelt there, shivering, clearly having been doused with cold water. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt a sense of schadenfreude. He approached and knelt beside him. Your Majesty, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have resisted the crown prince. Xiaoyang, stop pretending. I thought you were at least a straightforward man, but I never expected you to be so shameless. Xiaozhi's face turned pale with anger. His lips were blue from the cold, but his eyes burned with fury as he glared at him, gritting his teeth. Xiaoyang kept his head down, remaining silent. Wasn't it enough that he didn't speak? Xiaozhi had expected him to argue, but never anticipated he would stay silent at such a crucial moment. This only further solidified his aggressive guilt. What a scoundrel, full of schemes. Enough. I am tired today, and don't wish to lose my temper over this matter anymore. Return to your residences and reflect. Report back in 5 days. Emperor Xiao waved his hand, delivering a slap to both sides. Xiaoyang immediately kowtowed to express his gratitude, but Xiaozhi felt wronged. He knelt straight. I am wronged. I am truly wronged. Emperor Xia had initially thought that giving them 5 days to resolve the matter would suffice. But now, seeing his son acting as foolishly as a pig, he felt only disdain. He gritted his teeth. You ungrateful wretch. I gave you face, and you don't want it, do you? Father? I am your own flesh and blood. Xiaozhi felt even more wronged. All the grievances of the past years surged to the surface. This only made Emperor Xia angrier. You know you are my son. Yet, as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, you caused such a scene over a woman. Isn't that disgraceful? I tell you again, Shun Yinyan is now the princess consort of the Qin Duke. You are the crown prince. Even if she dies in the Qin Duke's residence, it has nothing to do with you. Emperor Xia clenched his teeth. Since you feel so unjust, then kneel here until you figure it out. Liang, you may leave, Emperor Xia said, with some patience, dismissing Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stood up, looking wronged, and left the side hall with his 2 women. As soon as they got into the carriage, the 3 of them burst into laughter simultaneously. Ha ha ha, too funny, really hilarious. Chu Ruyue laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, the crown prince's expression was just too amusing. Looks like the crown prince is about to clash with the emperor? Shun Yinyan tentatively glanced at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded, embracing Shun Yinyan, and whispered, Today, you were wronged, tired, right? When we get back, I'll give you a massage, okay? Chapter 140. Why did you lose? Watching the 2 people in front of her being so intimate, Chu Ruyue still couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, Can you 2 show me a little respect? I'm still here, you know? Do you think I'm dead or something? What we do as a couple is none of your business, Xiaoyang said, wrapping his arm around Shen Yunyan and grinning at Chu Ruyue. Are you getting too caught up in the act? Are you going to start scheming next? Seeing his smug expression, Chu Ruiyue felt a surge of anger. Then, she boldly grabbed Shen Yunyan's other arm and rested her head on her shoulder, saying, "Oh, Sister Wang Fei, you were so amazing today. I really admire you so much." Shen Yunyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing this, Xiaoliang also felt disgusted and pushed Chu Ruiyue's head away, saying irritably, "This is my wife. Get away from her." "So what if she's your wife? She's also my sister. I want to hug her and I will." Chu Ruiyue shamelessly rested her head on Shen Yunyan's shoulder again. Shen Yunyan found it hard to believe that this was how a concubine and a wife were supposed to interact. She never expected the dynamic between the three of them to be like this. For a moment, she felt an unreal sense of happiness. Leaning against Xiaoliang, she said with a smile, "I really feel so happy like this. I wish our days could always be this peaceful. It's going to be tough, though. Today's incident was just a trigger. I'm sure Xiaozhe will be out for our blood now. But luckily, your father's birthday is coming up soon. After that, we'll make a run for it and go back to our place to harvest the crops." Even though Xiaoliang was in the capital, he was still thinking about his territory. This was the first year the people of Qin were growing vegetables on a large scale, and they still had many technical issues to figure out. If there were problems during the harvest, all their hard work would be for nothing. With the weather getting colder every day, he also needed to go back to teach them how to shear the rabbit's fur. Thinking of this, Xiaoliang snorted, "No one can stop me from leaving. Do you really think the emperor will let you live to return? He never intended for me to survive the journey to my fiefdom in the first place. But what can he change now?" Xiaoliang scoffed with disdain. Seeing Xiaoliang like this, Shen Yunyan felt more at ease. When they seemed to have finished talking, Chu Ruiyue spoke up, "What about my brother's marriage alliance?" "Simple. Those princesses won't live past tonight," Xiaoliang said with a smile, looking at Chu Ruiyue. "Do you want to watch?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ruiyue shook her head and said softly, "I really think you're a bit cruel. They're all young, like flowers." "Are they? My siblings died at a young age too. But did he show any mercy?" "No," Xiaoliang snorted coldly. Although he wasn't the original owner of this body, he knew very well that the original owner had been killed by this father-son duo of wolves and tigers. Now that he was using the original owner's body, he naturally had to tear them apart to avenge the original owner. Seeing Xiaoliang reveal such a ruthless expression, Shen Yunyan felt an inexplicable sense of panic and instinctively tightened her grip on his hand, as if to subtly remind him to be cautious. Xiaoliang came to his senses, tilted his head to look at Shen Yunyan beside him, softened his expression, and said gently, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, Shen Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned on Xiaoliang, feeling drowsy. As the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Qin prince's residence, Xiaoliang had just stepped out when he was greeted with a punch from Shan Yuanfeng. "You dare to bully my sister? I'll beat you to death." Damn. Xiaoliang never expected his first setback in this world would come from his own brother-in-law. But getting punched by your brother-in-law isn't exactly embarrassing. "Yuanfeng, what are you doing?" Shen Yunyan was shocked and quickly stopped Shen Yuanfeng. "What's wrong with you?" "Sister, he promised to treat you well for a lifetime, but he broke his promise. He bullied you, so I have to beat him." Shen Yuanfeng glared fiercely at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang found his reaction quite amusing and rolled his eyes, saying irritably, "You little brat, you're always calling me brother-in-law, but now, when it really matters, you're quite good at distinguishing right from wrong." "Shut up. You bullied my sister, so I'm going to beat you to death." Shen Yuanfeng gnashed his teeth and glared at him fiercely. "Enough? Aren't you embarrassed? Come inside with me." Shen Yunyan was speechless and dragged Shen Yuanfeng inside. Xiaoliang obediently followed behind them. Once inside, Shen Yunyan looked at Shen Yuanfeng with a helpless expression and said, "Do you know that harming a first-rank prince of the realm can result in 50 lashes and exile for 3,000 miles? Even if that's the case, I'll still beat him." Shen Yuanfeng remained defiant. Xiaoliang found his attitude amusing and tilted his head to look at Shen Yunyan, saying, "Wife, let him go." "Your Highness." Shen Yunyan was exasperated. He's young and doesn't understand, but can't you? Let him go. Xiaoyang waved his hand and smiled at Shen Yuanfeng. Since you want to stand up for your sister today, let's have a match. That was exactly what Shen Yuanfeng had been waiting for. He pushed Shen Yunyan aside and charged straight at Xiaoyang. Before this, Xiaoyang had taught him a set of his own self-created martial arts, each move deadly. Now it was time to test them. Although young, Shen Yuanfeng's fists were strong. Filled with anger, he attacked with great ferocity, holding nothing back. Xiaoyang watched his fierce and sharp attacks, a slight smile on his lips. Then he stepped forward and quickly engaged in a fight with him. The two of them exchanged blows, each landing solid hits, neither holding back. However, Shen Yuanfeng was still young and not as skilled, so he wasn't a match for Xiaoyang. If not for Xiaoyang going easy on him, Shen Yuanfeng would have been knocked out in the first move. Shen Yuanfeng was knocked to the ground, unable to get up, his face red with anger. One day, I'll be stronger than you. Yes, one day you will be stronger than me. But do you know why you lost today? Chapter 141. Sweet Talk. Shen Yuanfeng struggled to get up from the ground. I don't have your strength, nor your long limbs. No, it's because you're angry. Anger makes a person lose their reason and turn into a fool, so you can't beat me. Do you understand? Xiaoyang chuckled, stepping forward to hand him a bottle of medicine. This is something I personally prepared. It works well. Take it back and use it properly. With that, he waved his hand and walked toward his study, muttering softly as he went. I need to explain this properly. I don't want to get beaten up again. Yuanfeng, when will you ever grow up? Shen Yunyan sighed, looking at her younger brother's disheveled state with a mix of pity and exasperation. She took the ointment from his hand and gently applied it to his wounds. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng lowered his head sadly and whispered, Sister, I'm sorry. I'm too clumsy. I couldn't beat him, but don't worry. Someday I'll be strong enough to beat him and avenge you. He didn't bully me. Today was just a show. From beginning to end, he's only had me, Shen Yunyan said with a hint of helplessness, looking at her naive brother. With a mischievous glint, she pinched his wound hard. I've told you so many times, you need to use your brain when facing problems. Why don't you listen to me? Now look at you. Sister, it hurts. Shen Yuanfeng immediately let out a painful cry. But Shen Yunyan showed no sympathy. She rolled her eyes and said coldly, You'll just have to endure it. If it weren't for the magnanimity of the prince, you'd be lying there unable to get up after a beating. Sister, I know I was wrong. I'll go apologize to him later, okay? Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister pitifully. By the way, have you thought about what to give father for his birthday? Of course I have, Shen Yunyan huffed, then lowered her voice. Although our father-daughter relationship is just an act, we still need to play our parts, don't we? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt a bit depressed. If I give too many gifts, I'll feel heartbroken. Qin territory is harsh, and those jewels and treasures might be enough to support many people. It would be better to buy a few more pigs to improve the soldiers' meals. Seeing Shen Yuanfeng's depressed expression, Shen Yunyan took out her gift. Sister, what's this? Shen Yuanfeng looked at the palm-sized stone with a crooked longevity character carved on it. Shen Yunyan immediately put on a mysterious expression. Father is a third-rank official, blessed by the emperor, so he naturally lacks nothing. When I was traveling, I came across this naturally formed stone. Thinking of father's upcoming birthday, I brought it back, cleaned it up, and now present it to father, wishing him a long life like the eastern sea and longevity like the southern mountain. Is this even possible? Shen Yuanfeng couldn't believe his ears. Watching his sister spout such nonsense so seriously, he was at a loss between laughter and tears. Sister, did the prince teach you this? The prince's opinion is the same as yours. Giving too expensive a gift isn't good. This is better. It's respectable and heartfelt, Shen Yunyan chuckled, covering her mouth. Shen Yuanfeng looked at the stone in her hand with envy, whispering, But where can I find a similar stone? Your brother-in-law picked one up and carved the character himself, Shen Yunyan smiled. It's worthless, just like Shen Tao. Hearing this, Shin Yuanfeng nodded immediately. Yes, I understand now. Thank you for the advice, sister. Giving another stone certainly wouldn't do, but he could give something else cheap and say something nice. That should work, right? With that thought, Shin Yuanfeng turned and left happily. Watching his back, Shin Yunyan sighed in resignation. She turned and went back inside, smiling at Tianzhao. Don't you think Yuanfeng is getting more and more lively? Tianzhao nodded. When we were in the Ministry of Works, the young master was always so gloomy. After all, what child doesn't love excitement? Find me a nice outfit, Shin Yunyan said with a smile, looking at Tianzhao. Tianzhao brought out a pale yellow dress. How about this one? Not really. I want something pink, a bit see-through, you know? Shin Yunyan said shyly, smiling. Having grown up together, Tianzhao understood what Shin Yunyan meant. She quickly fetched a dress that met the requirements. How about this one? Do my makeup nicely. I want to go and cheer up the prince, Shin Yunyan said, her heart melting at the thought of his jealous expression. Hearing this, Tianzhao became even more motivated. She immediately stepped forward to help Shin Yunyan get ready. In the study, Xiaoyang looked at the secret letter from Qin territory, frowning before starting to write a reply. Tell them to be extremely careful. The rainy season is coming soon. Make sure the greenhouses are well maintained and not affected by the wind, understood? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Fu. I can't help but worry when I'm not there. Your Highness, don't worry. The city lords are all quite capable, Fu quickly assured him. How could he not worry? Xiaoyang frowned at Fu. Don't just stand there. Sell everything you can. We'll take the money and leave directly. Oh, and have the assassins been arranged? Your Highness, don't worry. Everything's been taken care of, Fu replied with a slight smile. Those princesses won't live past tonight. Good. And don't forget to give some people a lesson. Xiaoyang snorted, his eyes flickering. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Shin Yunyan entered, carrying a food box. You didn't eat much at the grand banquet tonight, Your Highness. Are you hungry? Seeing Shin Yunyan in her dark cloak, Xiaoyang frowned and walked over. Is it cold outside? Don't go out when there's a chill. What if you catch a cold? Your Highness, I made your favorite roast duck. Shall we eat together? Shin Yunyan smiled softly, placing the food box on the table. Xiaoyang immediately sensed that something was off. Even a deity couldn't have made roast duck so quickly after returning, could they? His eyes darted to Fu. You can leave now. Yes, I understand. Fu immediately nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 142. So delicious. He stood at the door like a guardian deity. Tianzhao frowned at his foolish appearance and said impatiently, What are you doing standing here? Didn't the prince say to leave? I need to protect the prince here, Fu declared with righteous determination. Hearing this, Tianzhao became even more annoyed and rolled her eyes. Come here, she demanded, pulling him away. The situation inside didn't allow them to stand there. If any noise escaped, it would be disastrous. Shin Yunyan, hearing no one outside, finally reached out and untied her cloak. Really not going to eat? Shin Yunyan's eyes glinted seductively as she smiled at Xiaoyang. If he could resist this, was he even human? Xiaoyang clenched his teeth and looked at her. This is you coming to me on your own accord. Shin Yunyan, as if ignoring the fire in his eyes, smiled and said, Your Highness, this roast duck was specially prepared before I left. Try it while it's hot. It's delicious. The duck may be delicious, but right now, I don't want duck. Xiaoyang strode forward, pulling Shin Yunyan into an intense kiss. This time, Shin Yunyan didn't retreat, but met his advance eagerly. The prince's residence was filled with romance. Meanwhile, the palace was shrouded in silence. Xiaozhi knelt in the study, discovered in the morning with his hair shaved and unconscious. Outrageous! Seeing this, the Emperor Xia's face turned pale with anger. Who dares to act so boldly in the palace? Outrageous! Your Majesty, the three princesses are gone. The chief eunuch Jixiang wailed, kneeling on the floor. What? The Emperor Xia's heart wavered, and he staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Your Majesty. Jixiang was terrified and quickly supported the falling Emperor Xia. Someone, call the imperial physician. Hurry. Soon, the entire palace was in chaos. The eldest princess and the empress stood outside the door. The empress's face showed no concern, as if the man and children inside had nothing to do with her. The eldest princess's emotions were more complicated. She thought she had hated them to the core, but now, she still worried for her brother. She took a deep breath and remained silent. Soon, the imperial physician emerged and bowed. Your Majesty, the eldest princess, please rest assured. The emperor is still in his prime. Though he was momentarily overwhelmed, there is no serious harm. Rest is all that is needed. Yes, ensure proper medication. The empress nodded, then looked at the eldest princess. There are still 3 princesses in the harem to attend to, so I will leave this to you. I must handle the other matters. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess looked at her with a complex gaze, but eventually nodded. Yes. Good, the empress said, turning to leave. A maid by her side reminded her, Your Majesty, what about the crown prince? Just a shaved head? What's the big deal? He won't die. Just take good care of him, the empress replied indifferently. Tell them to attend to the crown prince well. Also, seal off this news. No one must know about this, the empress added firmly, showing her determination to keep the matter contained. At the inn, Chu Xiaoyao quickly received the news. Upon hearing it, he couldn't believe his eyes and looked at Chu Ruoyue, who brought the message. How could it be so fast? It was that fast. I don't even know how they did it. It's terrifying, Chu Ruoyue sighed. Looking at her brother, I used to think our palace struggles were fierce, but now I realize, compared to here, ours are nothing. Chu Xiaoyao frowned at her. Are you scared? No, just a bit wistful. Churo shook her head and whispered, Brother, where's Chu Yuewe? Chu Yuewe is in the side room. Why? Chu Xiaoyao frowned at her. She's a hot potato right now. Don't cause trouble, okay? Hearing this, Chu Ruoyue shook her head and turned to head next door. As she walked, she leaned toward Qingyao and whispered, Do you think if I beat her up now, it would be considered personal revenge? Qingyao gazed at her with endless affection and gently shook his head. No. Good. Chu Ruoyue's steps became lighter. Opening the door, she saw Chu Yuewe sitting there, apparently traumatized, her eyes vacant and silent. Seeing Chu Ruoyue enter, she suddenly snapped back to reality and glared at her. Why you? Why would he choose you over me? I'm the daughter of a noble concubine. I was born noble. Why treat me like this? Chu Yuewe stared at Chu Ruoyue in confusion. What's so good about you? What does he see in you? Chu Ruoyue walked over, scoffing. You want to be the princess of the Qin kingdom, don't you? Yes, I want to be the princess of the Qin kingdom. I'm the daughter of a noble concubine. I'm of noble birth. How could I end up like a lowly concubine like you? Chu Yuewe straightened her posture and adjusted her clothes. Seeing this, Chu Ruoyue found it utterly laughable. Without thinking, she slapped Chu Yuewe and said coldly, How naive you are! Do you know how deep the love between the prince and his princess is? Chu Ruoyue looked at her. It's something you've never even seen. You're truly delusional. Your reputation is ruined now. Think about what's next for you. Even though the emperor dotes on you, don't forget, royal dignity comes first. Chu Ruoyue laughed. A fallen woman like you will surely be given a white silk to end it all. Do you understand? Chu Yuewe finally snapped back to reality and glared at Chu Ruoyue. Have you already received the decree? No, I just came to see you, Chu Ruoyue said with a smile, looking at her. What good is your so-called nobility? You vile woman, you're here to mock me, aren't you? Chu Yuewe finally came to her senses and lunged at her. Chu Ruoyue, skilled in martial arts, easily kicked her to the ground with a cold laugh. Your life of luxury is over. With that, she turned and walked out. She thought she would feel elated, but now, all she felt was a strange sense of amusement. Returning to the prince's residence, Seeing the chaotic scene, she frowned. What's going on? Something happened in the palace, so the prince had to go. Qingyao glanced at her. I think we should leave. It's too chaotic now. We shouldn't add to the trouble. Let's go. Chapter 143, Trembling in Fear. Something happened in the palace? What is it? Chu Ruyue was momentarily stunned, but quickly caught on, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Unfortunately, I can't join in and watch the fun. Princess, this is precisely the time when we must be more cautious with our words and actions, Qingyao said, looking at her with concern. Although Chu Ruyue was headstrong, she was very gentle with those she liked. She immediately nodded, wrapping her arm around Qingyao's and smiling. All right, if you don't like hearing these things, I won't talk about them. Why are you being so serious? Qingyao, however, felt that this matter required seriousness. After all, so many princesses had died at once, and this incident was unlikely to be easily resolved. In the imperial study of the palace. Useless. What are the imperial guards and the city garrison doing? Do I feed you useless people just for show? You bunch of useless fools. The Emperor Xia was so furious that his face turned pale, and he had already smashed everything in the study. The commander of the imperial guards, Lin Long, knelt trembling on the ground. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is my incompetence. Please spare my life. These words only made Emperor Xia even angrier. With so many lives on your shoulders in this inner palace, and yet you are nothing but a blind fool. My daughters have died under mysterious circumstances in their own home. What use are you to me? Take him out. Beat him to death with rods, then execute him by dismemberment. As Emperor Xia spoke, his anger grew. The death of a few princesses was not a big deal, but what if it were next time? What if it were him? Your Majesty, please calm down. Xiaoyang hurried in. Commander Lin has diligently protected the palace all these years without any mistakes. This incident is suspicious. If we execute the commander now, the palace would be even more vulnerable. Xiaoyang knelt down, pleading for Lin Long. In truth, Emperor Xia was only momentarily enraged and did not truly intend to kill. Take him out and give him 80 lashes. Emperor Xia waved his hand in anger, smashing another teacup. I am grateful for your Majesty's mercy. Lin Long bowed and left. Seeing Xiaoyang, Emperor Xia was even more furious. Someone who could move freely and kill at will in the palace must be a martial arts master. Yet the royal family had no grievances with the martial arts sects of the Jianghu. But now, such a ridiculous incident had occurred in the palace, and he didn't even know where to start the investigation. This thought only added to his anger. For some reason, Emperor Xia felt that Xiaoyang was deeply involved in this matter. His gaze toward Xiaoyang was filled with suspicion. Facing such suspicion, Xiaoyang remained calm, as he had already anticipated this. In fact, he had come today to bid farewell. With such an incident in the palace, I'm afraid my father-in-law's birthday banquet cannot proceed. In that case, I would like to return home, Xiaoyang said directly. What? Emperor Xia was truly stunned upon hearing this. He had thought that Xiaoyang would seize this opportunity to stay in the capital and assist in the investigation, especially since the eldest princess also resided in the palace, and everyone was on edge. But to his surprise, Xiaoyang had come to leave? Just like that? Seeing him like this, Emperor Xia didn't know what to say. You really want to leave now? With such turmoil in the capital and the palace, it might get worse. I need to return. If there's any movement at the border, I can still contribute my efforts. Xiaoyang spoke sincerely. In truth, he was eager to return to prepare for the autumn harvest. Emperor Xia, having been pampered since birth, had no idea about such matters. He thought Xiaoyang was simply afraid of the situation. He considered using this chaotic state to eliminate this remnant of the previous dynasty, seeing it as a rare opportunity. Very well, then go to the Ministry of Works and bid farewell to your father-in-law. You may return. Emperor Xia waved his hand, looking utterly exhausted. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded and turned to leave. Instead of going directly to the Ministry of Works, he headed straight to the Zhaoyang Palace. Mother, I'm leaving. Xiaoyang knelt down, looking reluctantly at the eldest princess. Although the eldest princess was not his biological mother, she had truly loved and cared for him. The maternal love he had never experienced in his previous life was fully embodied in her. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, the eldest princess's eyes reddened slightly as she whispered, "Be careful on your journey. With the chaos in the capital and the palace, someone might try to take your life." "Don't worry, mother. Many want my life, but they simply don't have the ability. You can rest assured." Xiaoyang laughed, suddenly hugging the eldest princess. "Mother, you're all alone here, so you must be more careful. If I ever do something, he might kill you immediately." "No, you can rest assured." The eldest princess gently stroked his head and smiled warmly. "After all these years, I still have my ways of self-preservation." Hearing this, Xiaoyang finally felt at ease. Everything at the Qinhuang mansion is prepared. "I'll go see Shintao now." He stood up and hugged the eldest princess once more. "Mother, I'll be back soon." The eldest princess naturally understood what he meant, gently squeezing his shoulder and saying softly, "I only wish for your safety." This was probably the greatest wish of a mother for her child. Seeing the eldest princess like this, Xiaoyang smiled warmly before turning and walking out. As he left, the eldest princess's tears instantly fell. The empress emerged from behind, frowning as she watched the weeping eldest princess. "I thought you were so strong. I didn't expect you to cry in secret." "Yes, how could I not cry?" The eldest princess wiped her tears, looking at her pleadingly. "What about you? What are your plans for your son?" "I have no plans. If he has a brain, he'll survive. If he doesn't, then he deserves to die," the empress said emotionlessly, as if she didn't care about her son at all. But the eldest princess, having known her for many years, knew she was just being stubborn. "Lianger promised me he wouldn't take any lives," the eldest princess smiled gently. "So just tell him not to seek death on his own." Hearing this, the empress sighed. "Do you think he'll listen to me?" Chapter 144. The journey back begins. This world is unpredictable, and many things cannot be foreseen, especially matters like these, which are even harder to anticipate. The path to seizing power is inherently dangerous, let alone when it involves restoring order. In the minister's mansion, Xiaoyang arrived in high spirits, accompanied by Xin Yunyan dressed in her finest attire. Seeing them like this, even someone as composed as Shun Tao felt like he was about to be driven mad. He clenched his teeth, but had to feign joy. Xin Yunyan, seeing his discomfort, found it amusing and whispered, "Father, I am about to leave. Please take care of yourself." Xin Yuanfeng also stepped forward, bowing to Xin Tao. "Father, please take care of your health. I too must return." "Return? You're leaving again?" Xin Tao looked at his beloved son in disbelief. Although Xin Yuanfeng had grown distant, he was still the only male heir of the Xin family. Xin Tao was unwilling to let go. Now, seeing Xin Yuanfeng like this, Xin Tao didn't know what to say. With reddened eyes, he murmured, "Before, your father was indeed at fault, but you should forgive him. How can you hold such grudges?" "Father, you exaggerate. I merely wish to achieve great deeds," Xin Yuanfeng replied before turning and walking out. Xin Yunyan also bowed and left with Xiaoyang. "Stop." Xin Tao gritted his teeth, blocking their path. "Are you pleased with yourselves? Do you think you've won?" "Father, we are all family. Isn't such talk too distant?" Xin Yunyan smiled, looking at him innocently as if nothing had happened. Hearing this, Xin Tao grew even angrier. "Xin Yunyan, never forget that you are my daughter, forever." "Am I?" Xin Yunyan placed her hand on her abdomen, glaring at him. "You know I'm your daughter, but do you know the child in my womb is your grandchild? How could you harm it?" Xiaoyang was surprised by Xin Yunyan's revelation. He had intended to keep this secret from her forever, but never expected she had discovered it herself. A dull pain filled his chest. "Yunyan?" "Your Highness, don't interfere," Xin Yunyan waved him off. She stepped forward, staring directly at Xin Tao. "Because I caused you to lose your heir, you want to kill my child, don't you?" "I didn't," Xin Tao denied vehemently. He frowned at Shin Yunyan. Such slander against your elders, even as a princess, will be reprimanded. Do you understand? Is that so? Then let's go to the authorities and clarify whether it's slander or not, shall we? Shin Yunyan smiled, continuing to press forward. You don't think I'm just speaking empty words, do you? I assure you, I won't let you off. With that, she turned and walked out. Watching their retreating figures, a deep sense of helplessness rose within Shan Tao. He had thought everything was under his control, but now he realized he couldn't control anyone, and instead was being controlled by them. His heart trembled. If the pieces on his chessboard no longer obeyed, what was the point of keeping them? Outside, Shen Yunyan stood at the gate, staring at the mansion before her. One day, I will tear this place apart, piece by piece. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with determination. This is my mother's tomb, so it should also be Shin Tao's tomb, shouldn't it? She looked at Xiaoyang beside her. Their family's grievances were something Xiaoyang didn't fully understand, but seeing Shin Yunyan like this, he felt perhaps those involved truly deserved it. With a gentle smile, he replied, yes. The three boarded the carriage and set off for the Qin region. Unlike the previous feint, this time their goal was clear. They had to return as quickly as possible. In the carriage, Chu Ryue tilted her head, looking at Xiaoyang. We're leaving now, but what about my brother? Your brother isn't a block of wood, Xiaoyang replied with disdain. Does he need me to teach him what to do in such situations? Chu Ryue's expression darkened. Have you been eating gunpowder lately? I haven't provoked you, so why are you speaking to me like this? Seeing her way true to Yangzig, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The prince has indeed been in a foul mood lately. Chu Ryue, I have something serious to tell you, Xiaoyang suddenly said, his expression grave. If anything happens on the road, you must protect my wife. Was that even a reasonable request? Chu Ryue glared at Xiaoyang, her teeth clenched. I am your concubine. Do you think it's appropriate to say that? You also care for my main wife, don't you? Xiaoyang smirked. Or are you holding a grudge and planning to harm her? Shin Yunyan rolled her eyes, looking at them helplessly. I'm right here, you know. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? It was indeed a bit disrespectful. Xiaoyang laughed heartily, pulling Shen Yunyan into his embrace. Don't worry, I'll protect you well. After all, he had already sent word to Chitai. Not long after leaving the capital, the sounds of battle erupted outside. They're really in a hurry, Shen Yunyan's expression darkened. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang chuckled softly. Of course, they want to act quickly. The capital is in chaos, after all. Should we just sit here? Chu Ryue looked curiously outside. They're already fighting. Shen Yunyan sighed, looking at Chu Ryue. Would you like to join them? Can I? Chu Ryue eagerly looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was speechless. He had never seen someone so excited about an assassination attempt. You'd better not, Xiaoyang frowned at her. Those are elite troops. If you go out, you'll be killed without a grave. Hearing this, Chu Ryue's fighting spirit flared. I may not be as strong as you, but I'm not weak. Chapter 145. Everything has been dealt with. Was that the point? Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ryue with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Sighing, he spoke softly, You are my concubine, not my guard. At a time like this, you should be staying here quietly, not thinking about how to go out, understand? Upon hearing this, Chu Ryue frowned, puzzled. You say I'm your concubine, but you don't treat me like one most of the time. Isn't that just a joke? I really don't have time for jokes. You'd better behave yourself. Xiaoyang snapped, his patience wearing thin. If this woman acted out at a critical moment, it could lead to major trouble. Xiaoyang had little patience with women, especially those who didn't know their place. He was even less inclined to explain himself. This was the first time Chu Ryue had seen him treat her so harshly. Her expression changed, and she frowned, looking at him with dissatisfaction. What's your problem? Do I owe you money, or something? You don't owe me money, but you'd better stay out of trouble. Xiaoyang retorted, his tone sharp. I remember telling you before that I don't like people who cause me trouble. It seems you didn't listen to a single word, did you? Chu Ruiyue was flustered, but seeing Xiao Yang's cold demeanor, she didn't dare say anything more. Shen Yunyan, watching the awkward tension between them, felt a pang of helplessness. She tugged at Chu Ruiyue's sleeve and whispered, "Whatever the prince says, we should just follow. Arguing won't help. Let's just sit quietly." Chu Ruiyue, though still feeling disgruntled, obediently sat down beside Shen Yunyan. About a stick of incense later, Chi Tai's voice came from outside the carriage. "Your Highness, everything has been dealt with. Cut off all their heads and send them to the minister's residence. A gift for my father-in-law's birthday." Xiao Yang waved his hand decisively, and the journey continued. The rest of the trip went smoothly, and they soon arrived in Qin territory. Despite the smooth return, Xiao Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected the Emperor Xia to have improved, but to his surprise, the man was still so incompetent. Only a single group of assassins had been sent. Was that supposed to be a show of confidence? Such a fool sitting on the throne was a disaster for the people. However, Xiaoyang didn't have time to dwell on this. His first order of business upon returning was to summon Chi Tai and Zhang Jian. "How has everything been at home in my absence?" Xiaoyang asked, his brow furrowed. "How are the tasks I assigned going? The rainy season is almost here. How's the dam construction coming along? Your Highness can rest assured. Even though you were away, we didn't slack off. The soldiers and I worked day and night, and the dam is almost complete," Zhang Jin reported, stepping forward. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. "Chi Tai, how's the new recruit training going?" Chi Tai stepped forward, a hint of pride in his voice. "Let's just say, General Zhang wouldn't stand a chance against me now." "You." Zhang Jin gritted his teeth, glaring at him, but had to admit the truth in his words. His troops simply couldn't compare anymore. That was exactly the effect Xiaoyang wanted. Chi Tai's soldiers were trained strictly according to Xiaoyang's methods, making them elite troops, essentially special forces. Such soldiers could fight 10 to 1 in battle, but due to the unique training, their numbers were limited. Most soldiers were like those under Zhang Jian's command. Xiaoyang nodded in approval. "The rainy season is almost here. Make sure the crops are well taken care of. There are hope for this year in Qin territory. Also, keep a close eye on the border. The Northern Kingdom is becoming increasingly restless. If anything happens, we can't afford to be caught off guard. Wrap up your current tasks and focus on training the soldiers. Ultimately, their combat strength is what matters most." With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyang dismissed them. Turning to Ah Fu, he ordered, "Immediately summon the city lords to report to me." "Yes, Your Highness." Ah Fu responded and left. Shen Yunyan then approached with a food box, speaking softly, "You've just returned? Take things slowly. Why the rush? A lot has piled up in my absence. By the way, how are things on your end?" Xiaoyang asked, looking at Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan smiled and placed the food box on the table, opening it to reveal fragrant pastries. "No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat. You barely touched your food at noon. These are some I made myself. Try them," she said, naturally sitting on his lap and picking up a pastry to feed him. Xiaoyang didn't reach for it, but instead took it with his mouth, kissing her in the process. "Are you feeding me the pastry, or yourself? Don't joke. I already checked when I returned. Production hasn't fallen behind. After you eat, come with me to the warehouse. We have the first batch of finished products," Shen Yunyan said, her tone tinged with pride. At this, Xiaoyang became serious. He quickly finished the pastry and took Shen Yunyan to the warehouse. During his absence, Shen Yunyan had been teaching the women to weave and spin, and now their efforts were beginning to pay off. "Look, these are the fabrics made by the women under my guidance. What do you think? Pretty good, right? And these, the colors are so vibrant. They'll definitely fetch a good price." Shen Yunyan, as if introducing her own children, proudly showed Xiaoyang the fabrics. Seeing the fabrics in the warehouse, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He inspected them closely, confirming they met his standards, and felt a surge of pride. "Excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Truly impressive, right? I think these women are amazing. In just a few months, they've achieved such productivity. It's incredible, Shin Yunyan said with a smile. Xiaoyang then embraced her, saying with a grin, I told you. Women's creativity is formidable. Now you see I was right, don't you? Chapter 146. Never enough to eat. Watching Xiaoyang in this state, Shin Yunyan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. She nodded and then spoke softly, Yes, I really didn't expect that we women could create such value. I thought we would spend our whole lives revolving around you men. Xiaoyang chuckled, kissed her, and said tenderly, Although women may not be as strong as men physically, they are very capable in other areas. These girls are very talented, but autumn is approaching, followed by winter, so you now have a very important task to do. I know, making winter clothes. Shin Yunyan immediately responded, smiling at Xiaoyang, You can rest assured, I promise to handle it perfectly. Xiaoyang took out a blueprint he had drawn earlier and handed it to Shin Yunyan. We need to make coats like this, filled with the goose down I told you about. They are lightweight, simple, and warm, reducing the burden on soldiers on the battlefield. Battlefield? Battlefield. Shin Yunyan looked puzzled at Xiaoyang and then spoke softly, Right now, all countries are at peace. Where is there any war? You're thinking too simply. The reason no one is making a move now is because of insufficient grain supplies. After the autumn harvest, war is likely to begin. The Northern Kingdom has been eyeing our great Xia with greedy intent all these years. I don't believe they'll let go of the opportunity to invade. Xiaoyang laughed. Although it seemed peaceful on the surface, the situation was already tense and hostile. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, he hasn't done anything substantial, only indulging in eating, drinking, and entertainment. The soldiers in the capital have become decadent and can barely lift their weapons anymore. The capital is rotten, but the people on the borders can't even eat enough, with everyone complaining and on the verge of revolt. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Emperor Xia, in order to maintain his luxurious lifestyle, has increased taxes on the people, and with the government officials exploiting them at every level, the common folk are on the brink of survival. Internal troubles are already too significant to ignore, so why would external threats pass up such an opportunity? Great Xia, despite its vast resources, is a tempting target for many countries, especially resource-scarce ones like the Northern Kingdom, who would love nothing more than to kick Emperor Xia out of the palace and take his place. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shin Yunyan, though not understanding military matters, still nodded. If the prince says it's necessary, then it must be. By the way, you continue working with them. I need to talk to Chu Ruoyue about the Chu Street project. Xiaoyang suddenly remembered that this little lady still had work to do. Hearing this, Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh mischievously, gloating as she looked at Xiaoyang. What are you laughing at? Xiaoyang suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Shin Yunyan waved her hand. Nothing, nothing. Go ahead. It was all very mysterious. Xiaoyang felt utterly speechless and turned to leave. Chu Ruoyue had been simmering with anger since her return. Hearing that Xiaoyang was here, she became even angrier and stormed out. If you think I'm in the way, why are you here? I came to see you because I have business, otherwise, what would I be doing here? Xiaoyang looked at her with a puzzled expression, slightly frowning. I think you might have some misunderstanding. Although you are nominally my concubine, our relationship is one of cooperation and equality. Why do you look like I owe you $1 million? Chu Ruoyue didn't know what was wrong with herself. She had originally thought she had no feelings for Xiaoyang, but after spending time together, she found herself changing. For instance, whenever she saw Xiaoyang paying attention to Shin Yunyan, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, wishing that Xiaoyang would treat her with the same tenderness. This thought would make her despise herself, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong. These thoughts kept surfacing, and she couldn't suppress them. This led her to feel instinctively annoyed whenever she saw Xiaoyang. Now, hearing Xiaoyang say this, Chu Ruoyue felt utterly ridiculous. But she couldn't control herself, so she sighed helplessly and mumbled, You said you came for business? Then say it. Stop beating around the bush. I'm asking you, how's the Chu Street project going? Xiaoyang ignored her mood swings and got straight to the point. To Xiaoyang, Chu Ruoyue was just an ordinary business partner. So whether she was happy or upset, or these little emotions, he didn't care much about. After all, that wasn't his concern. It was precisely this indifferent attitude from Xiaoyang that made Chu Ruoyue feel all the more frustrated. She glared at Xiaoyang. The Chu Street project is almost ready according to your requirements. Good, then let's talk about the exhibition fair. Xiaoyang immediately moved on to the next step. What is an exhibition fair? Chu Ruoyue found that sometimes she couldn't understand what Xiaoyang was saying. After thinking about it, she finally asked softly, what does exhibition fair mean? It means exhibition and sales. Look here, Xiaoyang had already prepared a detailed plan. Seeing his neatly written small characters, Chu Ruoyue gradually felt a growing sense of admiration. Did you plan all this while in the capital? Yes, although we were in the capital, we still had to do what needed to be done. We can't just indulge in eating, drinking, and entertainment, can we? Xiaoyang looked at her. Here, for the Great Xia section, I've already decided what to display. As for Chu's specialties, you'll need to give me a list. I'll also arrange for specialties from the southern frontier and the northern kingdom. This will be our first exhibition fair, and we must make it grand. Although this sounded very exciting, Chu Ruoyue still had some concerns. She looked at Xiaoyang worriedly and whispered, you've always said to act low-key. What about now? Do we still need to be low-key? What if the capital finds out about our actions? You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on doing your part. Xiaoyang waved it off nonchalantly. Chapter 147. Poor patience. Watching Xiaoyang in this state, Chu Ruoyue felt another surge of anger. She spat out impatiently, "Pfft. Do you think I care about you? I'm worried about myself. What if your stupidity drags me down? What would I do then? What's wrong with you today? Did you eat gunpowder? Or did I offend you at some point? Why are you speaking to me like this all the time?" Xiaoyang finally couldn't take it anymore. He furrowed his brows and stared at Chu Ruoyue. Let me make this clear one more time. We are in a partnership. If our collaboration starts off so unpleasantly, then I really need to reconsider whether we should continue working together. You. Chu Ruoyue was furious, grinding her teeth. Do you think I want to work with you? Finally, Xiaoyang understood. This person was throwing a tantrum with him. He put away the blueprints and other documents, stood up, and frowned at Chu Ruoyue. Are you throwing a tantrum with me? Those words almost made Chu Ruoyue jump out of her skin. She abruptly stood up, glaring at Xiaoyang with gritted teeth. What did you say? I said, are you throwing a tantrum with me? A little girl's temper, is that it? I know you're a princess, and your brother dotes on you endlessly. But to me, you're just my concubine, just my business partner. Nothing more. Put away your princess attitude. My patience isn't great. If you can manage the Chu Street project, then do it. If not, I'll find someone else. After saying that, Xiaoyang turned around and walked out without looking back. Damn it. Chu Ruoyue clenched her teeth, seething. What's so great about you? Do you think I want to work with you? If it weren't for my brother, why would I have married you? Damn it, damn it. Qing Yao, who was outside, heard all this and felt a pang of discomfort. He walked in, shaking his head helplessly. Why can't you just talk nicely? How am I not talking nicely? I've been more than polite, but this man doesn't even see me. Before you married him, didn't you admire that he only loves the queen? Why are you unhappy now? Qing Yao's voice was always gentle, but this one sentence instantly snapped Chu Ruoyue back to reality. She frowned at Qing Yao, hesitated, then whispered, Qing Yao, that's not what I meant. I don't like him. The person I like is you. I just can't stand his arrogance, acting like he's something special. Qing Yao smiled softly and said, I'm just a mere guard to the princess. How could I possibly deserve your affection? He hadn't said that before. Chu Ruoyue suddenly felt that Qing Yao seemed to be backing away. Panicking, she stepped forward, glaring at him fiercely. It's too late to back out now. I'm telling you, it's too late. I won't let you go. Qing Yao gazed at her with infinite tenderness and longing. Princess, I will always be by your side. No matter if you've fallen for someone else. For some reason, even though Qing Yao was right in front of her, Chu Ruyue felt an unsettling sense of unreality, as if she were about to lose him. Qing Yao, I really do like you. Chu Ruyue spoke again. Qing Yao nodded. Yes, I know. Half a month later, the first exhibition of Chu Street officially began. This entire street was filled with exhibits and merchandise, showcasing the specialties and unique foods from various countries. Although Qin territory was harsh and cold, it bordered 3 other nations, making it an ideal location for international trade. However, the people were so focused on farming and filling their stomachs that they never considered this possibility. Now that the mutual market was established, their minds were gradually opening up, and they would surely increase their income. Shen Yinyan wore ordinary clothes and walked beside Xiaoyang, pointing at the items on the street. These things are really fresh. There are so many I've never seen before. Your Highness, how did you manage to bring all this together in one place? It's simply incredible. This is largely thanks to Tao Jinzi. Over the years, he's traveled far and wide for business, so he's naturally different from ordinary people. Xiaoyang looked at the thriving Chu Street with satisfaction. With this place, people wouldn't have to worry about selling their goods anymore. Everyone could showcase their skills. For example, there was an old lady at the eastern end of Qinqing who made excellent wontons. Xiaoyang had enjoyed them several times while working in the fields, so he always remembered them. When Chu Street opened, he invited the old lady to sell her wontons here. At first, the old lady felt her wontons weren't good enough and would embarrass Xiaoyang. But now she was so busy she could hardly keep up. After walking around, Chu Ruyue felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. It's amazing. Even though I thought Chu Street might be impressive, I never imagined it would be so thriving. Seeing the smiles on the people's faces, I almost feel like crying. Why is that? This was the sense of accomplishment that came from serving the people and the nation. Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ruyue's expression and smiled softly. How does it feel? Do you think your efforts were worth it? Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, I'll manage Chu Street well. Chu Ruyue smiled at him. That was exactly what Xiaoyang wanted. He nodded with satisfaction. All right, then we'll be looking forward to it. Princess, keep it up. As he spoke, he even made a gesture of encouragement. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue immediately felt a new sense of mission she had never experienced before. She nodded firmly. I will make this the most prosperous street. With such ambition, things were looking good. After making sure everything was in order, Xiaoyang felt satisfied. He led several city lords and Shan Yinyan back to the Qin Palace. When they first started planning Chu Street, the city lords, though they didn't voice it, were inwardly opposed. They didn't understand the value of mutual markets and thought Xiaoyang's ideas were far-fetched. But now, with the undeniable success before their eyes, they had nothing more to say. Instead, they were filled with admiration for Xiaoyang. Chapter 148. The Shrewd Businessman. Chapter 148. The Shrewd Merchant. Although the reputation of the Prince of Qin was not particularly good in the capital before, they had not held high expectations for Xiaoyang. However, now, Xiaoyang had completely won over the city lords of the Qin region with his actions and intelligence. They were all deeply impressed by him and were willing to follow his every word. Upon returning to the Qin prince's palace, the city lords vied with each other to report their progress, each of them, though over 50 years old, acting like eager children seeking praise. Seeing their spirited demeanor, Xiaoyang felt a wave of satisfaction. He nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "Well done, very well done. The rainy season is almost here. Although our Qin region is usually dry and lacking in rain, we must still be prepared. All vegetable greenhouses must be reinforced, or else a storm could ruin all our efforts this year. Also, all rabbit pens must be reinforced, and we need to stock up on more fodder. If it rains continuously, the rabbits can't go without food, understand?" Xiaoyang covered every detail meticulously. Hearing this, everyone nodded and took his words to heart. After giving these instructions, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "You don't need to stand around here anymore. Go back and implement everything I've said." The group bowed and left. There were many unresolved matters in the Qin region, and for over 10 days, Xiaoyang was constantly on the move. Finally, when he had a moment to catch his breath, Chu Ruiyue entered, holding an account book and looking delighted. Xiaoyang, look. Chu Ruiyue excitedly placed the account book on the table. In just half a month, the costs of Chu Street have already been recovered. This quickly? Xiaoyang was also surprised. Although he had known that Chu Street would be profitable, he had never expected it to generate so much income so fast. He carefully examined the account book on the table and smiled. It seems that no matter how tough life gets, people always hold on to hope. Chu Ruiyue didn't quite understand these words and looked at Xiaoyang curiously, asking softly, "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing. I'm just saying this is great. No wonder you're so good at business, having followed your brother around all this time." "Impressive." Xiaoyang chuckled. "I'll keep the initial investment, and from now on, all profits will be divided according to our previous agreement. How about that?"
What?
Chu Ruiyue was flustered upon hearing this. "You didn't say that before. Giving me a share after the costs are recovered? Isn't that just you getting something for nothing?" "What are you talking about?" Xiaoyang immediately adopted the demeanor of a shrewd businessman. "My capital, of course, I need to recover. But the profits afterward will be shared with you. That's not getting something for nothing. This is called mutual cooperation and close partnership, understand? You're truly a born shrewd merchant." Chu Ruiyue glared at him, gritting her teeth. Having been in business with her brother for so many years, Chu Ruiyue felt for the first time that she might have been taken advantage of. Xiaoyang, seeing her angry expression, just smiled. "Listen, don't focus only on the present. Look to the future. At this rate, the profits from Chu Street are endless. So why be so jijiao?" I can't help but jijiao. Every brick and tile of Chu Street was personally selected by me. To save the cost you mentioned, I almost worked myself to death. And now you're just taking tens of thousands of taels of silver from me. Shrewd merchant, you're a shrewd merchant." Chu Ruiyue became more and more furious, almost wanting to scratch that cunning look off his face. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He crossed his arms and said, "To make it up to you, change into male attire, and I'll take you out. There's something good in store." "What good could you possibly have?" Chu Ruiyue glared at him, gritting her teeth. In Chu Ruiyue's eyes now, he was an extremely dangerous man. Xiaoyang stood up and waved his hand. "I'll leave in about a stick of incense. As for you, do as you please." Of course, she couldn't resist going. Chu Ruiyue quickly transformed herself into a dashing young man and followed behind Xiaoyang with a cheerful smile. Previously, when she went out dressed as a woman, there were many restrictions. But now, as a dashing young man, she could do whatever she wanted. Seeing her lingering over makeup and perfumes, Xiaoyang was disdainful. "We have plenty at home. Why buy more outside?" "What do you know? What we have at home is good, but the best talents are in the Minjie. Look at this sunflower powder. So fine, so white, and so fragrant. We don't have that at home." Chu Ruiyue said, buying 2 boxes and stashing them away. They shopped and bought along the way, and by the time they reached the inn, both of them were carrying quite a few items. "Brother!" Chu Ruiyue saw Chu Xiaoyao and immediately ran over to hug him. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the capital?" Chu Xiaoyao, seeing his sister's rosy cheeks, knew she must have been doing well in the Qin prince's palace. "Look at you, like a wild monkey." Chu Xiaoyao pinched her cheek and smiled, then whispered, "I came to the capital this time for the purpose of alliance through marriage. But now that all the princesses are dead, there's no one to marry, so I'm heading back." Hearing this, Chu Ruiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, I bet the Emperor Xia has a lot of headaches now." "Indeed. I heard the Emperor Xia's temper has been very bad lately. Everyone in the palace is on edge. In just a month, many people have died." Chu Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully. If he continues to rule like this, it's no wonder he might one day be kicked off the throne. Xiaoyang coughed lightly from the side. "I'm still here, you know. Watch your words." "Oh, right. Shun Tao was demoted and is now guarding the city gate. Chu Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh gleefully. This surprised Xiaoyang. Shun Tao is now guarding the city gate? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes when I left the city. I wonder who he offended. Seeing Xiaoyang deep in thought, Chu Xiaoyao frowned. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? It's nothing, just a bit curious, that's all. Xiaoyang smiled. The Emperor Xia has always been very supportive and tolerant of him. Now that he's been reduced to a city gate guard, it seems the Emperor is truly furious. After returning to the Qin Prince's palace, the city lords eagerly reported their progress, each looking like a child seeking praise despite their age. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xiaoyang felt a sense of satisfaction. He nodded approvingly and smiled, saying, "Well done, very well done." The rainy season is approaching, and although our Qin region is usually dry and rainless, we must still be prepared. All vegetable greenhouses must be reinforced to prevent damage from strong winds and heavy rain. Otherwise, all our efforts this year will be in vain. Also, all rabbit pens must be reinforced, and we need to stock up on plenty of fodder. If it rains continuously, the rabbits can't go without food, understand? Xiaoyang went into great detail, ensuring everything was clear. The city lords nodded in agreement, taking his words to heart. After giving his instructions, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "Don't just stand here. Go back and implement everything I've said." The city lords bowed and left. There were many unresolved matters in the Qin region, and for over 10 days, Xiaoyang was constantly busy, barely having a moment to rest. Finally, when he had a chance to catch his breath, Chu Ruyue entered, holding an account book and wearing a delighted expression. "Xiaoyang, look at this." Chu Ruyue eagerly placed the ledger on the table. "In just half a month, we've already recovered all the costs for Chu Street." This quick turnaround surprised Xiaoyang. Although he had known Chu Street would be profitable, he hadn't expected such a significant return so soon. He carefully examined the account book on the table and smiled. It seems that no matter how tough life gets, people still hold on to hope. Chu Ruyue didn't quite understand what he meant, but looked at him curiously, asking softly, "What do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. I just mean that this is great. It's no wonder you're so skilled, having followed your brother in business. Impressive." Xiaoyang chuckled. "I'll keep the initial investment, and from now on, all profits will be split according to our previous agreement. Agreed?"
What?
Chu Ruyue was taken aback. "You didn't say that before. If you take back the costs and then give me the profits, isn't that like you're getting something for nothing? What kind of talk is that?" Xiaoyang immediately adopted a shrewd businessman's demeanor. "My initial investment, of course, I need to recoup, but the profits afterward will be shared with you. That's not getting something for nothing. This is called mutual cooperation, a close partnership. Do you understand? You're truly a born businessman." Chu Ruyue glared at him, gritting her teeth. Having been in business with her brother for so long, Chu Ruyue felt for the first time that she might have been taken advantage of. Xiaoyang chuckled at her annoyed expression. "Look, don't focus solely on the present. Think about the future. At this rate, the profits from Chu Street are endless. So why be so concerned about the small stuff?" Chu Ruyue gritted her teeth. "How can I not care? Every brick and tile of Chu Street was personally chosen by me. To cut costs, I almost worked myself to the point of exhaustion. And now you're suddenly taking tens of thousands of taels from me. You're a scoundrel, a true scoundrel." Chu Ruyue grew angrier as she spoke, almost wanting to scratch that shrewd face of his. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He crossed his arms and said, "To make it up to you, change into male attire, and I'll take you out. There's something good in store." "What good could you possibly have?" Chu Ruyue glared at him, now seeing him as a highly dangerous figure. Xiaoyang stood up and waved his hand. "I'll leave in about a stick of incense's time. As for you, it's up to you whether you come or not." Of course, she would go. Chu Ruyue quickly transformed into a handsome young man and followed behind Xiaoyang with a bright smile. Previously, when she went out dressed as a woman, there were many restrictions. But now, as a dashing young man, she could do as she pleased. As she eagerly browsed through cosmetics, Xiaoyang looked at her with disdain. We have plenty at home. Why buy more out here? You know nothing. While what we have at home is good, the best talents are in the common folk. Look at this sunflower powder. It's fine, white, and fragrant. We don't have anything like it at home. Chu Ruyu said, buying 2 boxes and storing them. They continued shopping, and by the time they reached the inn, both their hands were full of purchases. Brother! Chu Ruyu spotted Chu Xiaoyao and excitedly ran over to hug him. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the capital? Chu Xiaoyao, seeing his sister's radiant face, knew she must be doing well in the Qin Prince's palace. Look at you, like a wild monkey. Chu Xiaoyao pinched her cheek and smiled. Then, in a lower voice, he said, I came to the capital this time for the purpose of a political marriage. But now that all the princesses are dead, there's no one left to marry. So, I'm planning to head back home. Chu Ruyu couldn't help but laugh at this. Haha, I bet the Emperor of Xia is having a terrible time right now. Indeed, I heard the Emperor of Xia has been in a terrible mood lately. Everyone in the palace is on edge. In just a month, many people have died. Chu Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully. If he continues like this, it's no wonder he'll one day be kicked off the throne. Xiaoyang coughed lightly from the side. I'm still here, you know. Mind your words. Oh, right. Shen Tao was demoted and is now a city gate guard, Chu Xiaoyao said with a chuckle. This surprised Xiaoyang. Shen Tao is now guarding the city gates? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes when I left the city. I wonder what he did to offend someone. Seeing Xiaoyang deep in thought, Chu Xiaoyao frowned. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this? Not really, just a bit curious, that's all. Xiaoyang smiled. The Emperor of Xia has always been very supportive and tolerant of him. Now that he's been reduced to a city gatekeeper, it seems the Emperor is truly furious. Chapter 149. Hard Not to Love. Naturally, Chu Xiaoyao was unaware of all these chaotic events. After sighing in resignation and sitting down, he said, although this incident avoided the political marriage, it has still tarnished my reputation to some extent. What? Are they calling you a jinx? Xiaoyang found Chu Xiaoyao's troubled expression rather amusing. You're a grown man. Do you really care about such trivial reputations? It's easy for you to say that. Commoners might not care, but my brother is a prince. If he's labeled as unlucky, who knows what kind of rumors will spread? This was indeed too hasty. Chu Ruoyue was also deeply concerned. Seeing their worried expressions, Xiaoyang smiled. When I first gave you advice, I considered this too. Reputation is indeed precious, but whether someone is labeled a jinx or not is just a matter of words, isn't it? You mean the imperial astrologer? Chu Xiaoyao wasn't a fool and immediately understood Xiaoyang's implication. Xiaoyang nodded. Don't you still have the princess under your control? Although the noble concubine is of noble birth, she hasn't been blessed with many children. In the end, she only has Princess Chuiwewe, right? If she could support a prince to ascend the throne, she might even become an empress dowager someday, don't you think? Xiaoyang chuckled mischievously. Chu Xiaoyao shook his head firmly. That's impossible. I won't let her become an empress dowager. Of course I know that, but she doesn't. Just paint her a picture of a bright future. What's the big deal? If things don't go as planned, a white silk cord can easily solve the problem. Xiaoyang spoke matter-of-factly. Perhaps it was his overly calm tone, as if he were discussing the life of a dog rather than a human life, that made it the first time Chu Ruoyue saw this side of Xiaoyang. For some reason, she felt that this ambitious Xiaoyang was the real Xiaoyang. After all, anyone aiming for power must have some ruthless tactics. The path to the throne was always paved with blood. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and looked at her. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm just looking at you. What's the problem? Chu Ruoyue huffed. I used to think you were a kind person, but now I see you're just a sly old fox. Xiaoyang chuckled. I'd like to be a benevolent person, but fate has placed me in the midst of this power struggle. Even if I wanted to live a peaceful life, there are countless people who would want me dead. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Chu Ruoyue felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness emanating from him. Chu Xiaoyao tapped his sister's forehead. "Come with me." "Oh." Chu Ruoyue obediently followed him inside. Once inside, Chu Xiaoyao crossed his arms and frowned at her. "Do you like him?" "Who?" Chu Ruoyue looked at her brother, utterly confused. Seeing her reaction, Chu Xiaoyao frowned even more, growing more anxious. "Who do you think? Do you have feelings for Xiaoyang?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" Chu Ruoyue suddenly became flustered, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Brother, don't scare me." Originally, Chu Xiaoyao had only been speculating, but now, seeing his sister's reaction, he felt like he might have been right. His brows furrowed tightly, and he felt a headache coming on. "Listen to me. You can like anyone, love anyone, but you absolutely cannot like Xiaoyang. Do you understand?" Chu Xiaoyao sternly warned his sister. "Although I think Xiaoyang is a good partner, his heart belongs only to his wife. Don't humiliate yourself, understand?" Chu Xiaoyao. Chu Ruoyue was getting annoyed. "Are you even a bit like a prince right now? You're acting like some gossipy old woman." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao also became angry and poked her forehead hard. "You little brat, I'm saying all this for your own good. You'll understand someday." With that, he went to find Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, who had been sipping tea in the outer room, smirked when he saw Chu Xiaoyao return with a gloomy expression. "What? Didn't go well? You seem quite pleased, even though we didn't." Chu Xiaoyao glared at him, rolling his eyes. Xiaoyang felt utterly confused. "If I recall correctly, I haven't offended you, have I? What's with that expression?" "You haven't offended me, but haven't you noticed something's off with my sister?" Chu Xiaoyao frowned at him. "I ask you, did you seduce my sister? Where did that come from?" Xiaoyang was so baffled by this accusation that he almost spat out his tea. He looked at Chu Xiaoyao in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of ghost story are you telling me in broad daylight? Can't you tell my sister has feelings for you?" Chu Xiaoyao was getting anxious. "I only have one sister. You must promise me you won't mess with her." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Xiaoyang set down his teacup and looked at him seriously, lowering his voice. "Let me make this clear to you one last time. I don't like your sister, never have. The only person I will ever love is my wife. So please, tell your sister not to waste her time on me." "Is that even human?" Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Chu Xiaoyao felt another surge of anger, gritting his teeth. "What? Are you saying my sister isn't good enough for you? What does being good enough have to do with it?" Xiaoyang looked at him. "The reason I'm saying this is to respect and protect your sister. Do you want her to become my breeding tool, entangled in the complexities of the inner chambers for a lifetime?" This statement struck a chord with Chu Xiaoyao. He looked at Xiaoyang in silence for a long time before saying quietly, "If I were by your side every day, I might fall for you too." "Oh please, I'm not interested in men." Xiaoyang shook his head dismissively. "You'd better persuade your sister not to waste her time on someone unworthy." Chapter 150. What's the matter? Xiaoyang never responded, but that didn't mean he was oblivious. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see what was happening? He just felt that if the matter wasn't brought to light, things might be better. If it were exposed, the consequences could be endless, especially since Chu Ruoyue was unpredictable. Who knew what she might do if she went mad? Chu Xiaoyao frowned and looked at him. "What do you mean?" "You should understand my meaning. We're both men, so you should get it, right?" After saying this, Xiaoyang stood up and walked out. Upon returning to the Qin Palace, he hadn't even had a chance to sit down and drink some water when Shen Yunyan summoned him. He ran to find Shen Yunyan, fearing she might have something urgent to tell him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shen Yunyan said, half laughing, half crying, as she stepped forward to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Xiaoyang held her hand and smiled. "Usually, you come to find me. Now that you've summoned me, I thought it might be something important, so I ran over." What's the matter?" "Sit down. I have something to tell you," Shen Yunyan said seriously, which was rare for her. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt a bit nervous and obediently sat down, tilting his head to look at her. What is it? What do you think about Chu Ruoyue? Shin Yunyan asked, frowning. What? Has it become impossible to hide already? Xiaoyang's heart raced with tension as he cautiously looked at Shin Yunyan and whispered, Chu Ruoyue, what's the matter? Are you pretending not to know? Shin Yunyan chuckled and sat opposite him. Before, you told me she was coming in as a concubine, and I agreed. You said it was just for show, that there wouldn't be anything else, and I believed you. But now, it seems things have changed, haven't they? Indeed, she was the smartest. Xiaoyang had thought he could handle this matter stealthily, but never expected it to be discovered before he even had a chance to speak. Feeling a sense of unease upon hearing this, Xiaoyang said, I don't like her. But she loves you. I'm a woman too, so I can see it. She really likes you, very much, Shin Yunyan said, lowering her head with a hint of sadness and disappointment. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her, and gently said, Listen to me, don't overthink, okay? I told you. I only like you. I only want you. There won't be anyone else. Shin Yunyan leaned against Xiaoyang's chest and whispered, I know, I trust you, but what about her? She's a princess of Chu, your ally. If you offend her and make an enemy, what will happen to you in the future? Shin Yunyan's eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. I know I should be understanding. I should persuade you. I should let you two be together. After all, there's a title. But what can I do? The thought of you being with someone else makes me so sad. It hurts so much. Although Shin Yunyan had been groomed as a queen since childhood and knew that men often had multiple wives and concubines, it was normal for them to have many women as long as they had a title, controlled the household, and had sons. But she couldn't do it. After truly marrying Xiaoyang, she found she couldn't. Seeing Shin Yunyan in such pain, Xiaoyang felt guilty. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm not good enough. Don't worry, I'll handle this smoothly and won't cause you any trouble. It's not you causing me trouble, it's me, always causing you trouble, Shin Yunyan said pitifully, rarely showing such tender vulnerability. Her rare display of tenderness made Xiaoyang's heart soften and ache. He quickly stepped forward, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and held her in his arms, comforting her for a long time. Tianzhao, waiting outside, could hear their conversation and felt her face turn red. She couldn't understand how Xiaoyang managed to be so powerful and commanding outside, yet so gentle and affectionate at home. Especially when facing Shin Yunyan, it was as if he had become a completely different person. After calming Shin Yunyan down, Xiaoyang went straight to Chu Ruoyue's courtyard. Seeing him arrive, Chu Ruoyue's expression was not pleasant. What are you doing here? Chu Ruoyue stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Xiaoyang sat down, looked at her, and said calmly, I think we need to have a serious talk. What do you want to talk to me about? Chu Ruoyue didn't know why, but she always felt inexplicably guilty when facing Xiaoyang, even avoiding eye contact with him. Seeing Chu Ruoyue like this, Xiaoyang felt helpless. You're now in charge of managing the Chu Street, and many things are inconvenient here in the Qin Palace. So, I plan to have you move to the Bisui Garden outside. Do you have any objections? You want to drive me away? Chu Ruoyue looked at him in disbelief. Are you so eager to avoid me? This was the best solution Xiaoyang could think of. As long as they didn't see each other, the feelings would naturally fade over time. Yes, I think it would be more convenient for you to live outside, Xiaoyang said honestly, maintaining a businesslike demeanor. But the more he acted this way, the more frustrated Chu Ruoyue felt. She clenched her teeth and said, Why are you suddenly telling me this? Did my brother say something to you? Or does the princess think I'm in the way? You need to explain it to me. If you don't, I won't go. Neither. It's just for better cooperation. Xiaoyang took full responsibility. Seeing him like this, Chu Ruoyue stood up, her eyes slightly red. You wish. Do you think I really like you? Let me tell you, I don't like you at all. I already have someone I like. The reason I've given you a good face lately is because I have manners, not because I'm afraid of you. The Qin Palace can't accommodate me, and I don't care. I'll leave. Do you think I'll beg you to let me stay? Chu Ruoyue didn't know why she was crying. She only knew she was in tears, utterly humiliated. Xiaoyang sat quietly, watching her with a mix of helplessness and resignation. Then, pack your things quickly. I'll personally take you there before nightfall. You're in such a hurry. Chu Ruoyue gritted her teeth. How much do you despise me? Chapter 151. Are you out of your mind? Xiaoyang shook his head and said softly, I think you might have misunderstood. I don't loathe you. On the contrary, I quite like you, admire you, and respect you. I believe a girl like you shouldn't be confined to the inner chambers. You deserve a broader world. Do you understand what I mean? If you ruin your entire life for a fleeting moment of passion, you'll end up crying without even knowing the tune. Xiaoyang stood up and looked at her. That's all I have to say. If you don't understand, then I've misjudged you. With that, he turned and left. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Chu Ruoyue felt a suffocating pain in her chest. Who do you think you are? You're nothing. I must have been blind to even consider you. No, I never even considered you. Chu Ruoyue shouted recklessly at his back. Qing Yao, standing nearby, watched the entire scene unfold. His eyes were filled with disappointment, yet also a hint of resignation. Qing Yao, I like you, not him. He's talking nonsense. Let's pack up and leave, and live our own small life. Chu Ruoyue pulled at Qing Yao, wiping her tears and snot all over his clothes. Qing Yao didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled softly and said, From the moment I first saw the princess, I've belonged to you. My life is yours, so whatever you say goes. He was a man who had always crawled in the shadows. How could he ever stand openly by the princess's side? Just being able to see her and protect her was enough to satisfy him. Chu Ruoyue packed quickly and left just as swiftly. Although Xiaoyang had said he would personally see her off, he merely stood on the city wall to bid her farewell. Seeing him standing tall on the wall, Chu Ruoyue felt a surge of anger. She glared fiercely and said, What's so great about you? I'll make sure you regret this. Take care, Xiaoyang waved at her. Not far behind Xiaoyang, Shen Yunyan stood, watching the carriage grow smaller in the distance. Her heart felt heavy, and she murmured softly, I don't hate her, I just can't accept her. Madam, it's only natural. You don't want to accept another woman, it's human nature. Why blame yourself so much? Tian Zhao didn't understand why her mistress was so troubled by this. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan shook her head and whispered, No, I just feel so selfish. I'm afraid I'll bring a lot of trouble to the prince. But the prince likes handling such troubles, Tian Zhao chuckled. Look how much he protects you. These words naturally reached Xiaoyang's ears. Do you feel guilty about me? Xiaoyang walked back to her, tilting her chin up to force her to look at him. Shen Yunyan didn't like lying, especially not to Xiaoyang. She nodded. I feel guilty. In that case, make it up to me, Xiaoyang said with a playful smile. What did he mean? Shen Yunyan was momentarily confused, unsure what he meant by that. She looked at him, bewildered. How do I compensate you? What kind of compensation? Without another word, Xiaoyang strode forward, sweeping her up in his arms and carrying her down the stairs. You'll soon find out how to compensate me. Ah, are you crazy? There are so many people here. Shen Yunyan was startled, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around his neck as she buried her face in his chest, blushing furiously. Xiaoyang loved seeing Shen Yunyan's shy reaction. He smirked triumphantly, You're my wife. I can do whatever I want, and who dares to say a word? Tian Zhao, watching their actions, blushed deeply, instinctively covering her eyes. This was far too improper. Yet, for some reason, such bold and daring actions, when done by Xiaoyang, seemed almost normal. Soon, news of the events in Chu country reached the capital. First, a bloodied head was delivered, followed by this shocking report. The emperor of Xia was so enraged his face turned pale, and he clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Outrageous! Outrageous! This remnant of the former dynasty just won't give up, will he? I sent him there to be a carefree prince, yet he acts like some great ruler? What does he think he's doing? You scoundrel! Kill him! Kill him! As the emperor raged, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The chief eunuch, Ji Xiang, hurried forward to support him. Call the imperial physician. Someone, call the physician. Call no physician. The emperor shoved him away in fury, kicking him hard. I'm fine. I don't need a physician. At that moment, the empress entered with a tray of pastries. Seeing the emperor in such a frenzied state, she found it utterly ridiculous, yet she maintained a facade of concern. What's the matter? She asked, feigning curiosity. Oh, your majesty, you've even started coughing up blood. The empress quickly stepped forward, gently wiping the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief. Why are you just standing there? Call the physician. Get out. All of you, get out. The emperor roared at Ji Xiang once more. The empress, observing his rage, refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she smiled and presented the pastries and sweetened white fungus soup she had personally prepared. I've heard the emperor has been having a poor appetite recently, so I made these myself. Would you like to try them? Since their marriage, they had never been this intimate. The emperor glanced at the yinar gung on the table, a sudden smile crossing his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a sip. I never thought I'd have the chance to taste something handmade by the empress in my lifetime. You are my husband, your majesty. Isn't it only right that I do these things for you? The empress smiled tenderly. In the past, the emperor had always longed to see her gentle with him, but now that he truly experienced her warmth, he felt an inexplicable unease. He grabbed her hand tightly. What do you want? My life? Hearing this, the empress chuckled. Harmony in marriage, love between husband and wife. Haha, good, good. Harmony in marriage, love between husband and wife. In that case, let's bring Xiaoju back. It's time for our family to be reunited. The emperor smiled at the empress, his eyes coldly calculating. At the mention of Xiaoju, the empress's hand instinctively tried to pull away, but the emperor held it firmly. I'll give him the entire empire. What do you say? Your majesty is still in the prime of life. It's too early to speak of such things. The empress forced herself to reply through gritted teeth, suppressing the disgust in her heart. Chapter 152. What's there to be proud of? This was exactly what he had expected. Emperor Xiao watched her with a gentle smile as she appeared frightened, then softly said, You and I are husband and wife, and Xiaoju is our child. Shouldn't he live with us, under the same roof? The empress coldly stared at him. Your majesty, what exactly are you implying? This was the real her, always cold and distant when facing him, never showing the slightest bit of tenderness. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's heart ached fiercely. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her forcefully into his embrace, unwilling to accept it. Am I really that bad? Am I really so inferior to him? Your majesty, you're tired. You should rest. The empress struggled to get up. Normally, they wouldn't have reached such a state. But today Emperor Xia had been provoked, and he was acting out of character. He held onto the empress tightly, refusing to let go. As a general's daughter, the empress knew how to escape such a situation. With a clever move, she broke free and looked at him. You're so angry. It's not just about Xiaoju, is it? What are you really upset about? What do you think? What do you think I'm upset about? Emperor Xia glared at her coldly. The empress brushed off the wrinkles on her clothes and said indifferently, When virtue doesn't match the position, disaster is sure to follow. Your majesty, just wait and see. With that, she turned and walked out. Already furious, Emperor Xia felt even angrier upon hearing her words. He spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. When the princess learned of these events, she was worried and sent a message to Xiaoyang. In the Qin region, the busiest time was approaching, so Xiaoyang had no time to deal with such trivial matters. All his attention was focused on the land. This was the hope of everyone in the Qin region. Whether they could have enough to eat this year depended on it. In the Qin palace, the study, Tao Jinzi cautiously looked looked at Xiaoyang. Your Highness, why did you summon me? Repaying a debt. Xiaoyang directly took out some banknotes. The costs for Chu Street have been recovered. Here's your share. What? A return on investment? Tao Jinzi couldn't believe his ears. If it weren't for the tangible banknotes on the table, he would have thought he was still dreaming. Are you really giving this to me? Tao Jinzi stepped forward, still feeling incredulous. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang felt disdain. Do you want it or not? Of course, I want it. Tao Jinzi grabbed the banknotes and stuffed them into his chest. This is a one-time deal. If he changes his mind and takes the money back, what then? After Tao Jinzi pocketed the money, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, how about the task I assigned you? Tao Jinzi was both amused and frustrated. He frowned and looked at Xiaoyang. Your Highness, you really are something else. Don't worry. Although I don't understand those routes and stations you mentioned, I followed your plan. Tao Jinzi quickly pulled out a map. Look, here, here, and here. All done as you requested. Xiaoyang examined the map and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. You're amazing, truly my treasure. Your Highness, do you realize this is all money? Tao Jinzi felt his heart ache as he thought about his funds flowing away like water. Xiaoyang waved it off. I know, but one day, all this money will come back. But you need to hurry up. The vegetables and crops in Qin are almost ready. Tao Jinzi calmed down and nodded. All right, I understand. Chu Xiaoyao looked at his sister, who was acting like a lunatic, feeling both amused and helpless. What gives him the right? Why does he treat me like this? Why? Chu Ruyue repeated these phrases over and over like a madwoman. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaoyao sighed softly. He said it's all for the sake of his career. What does all for the sake of his career even mean? Chu Ruyue seethed with anger. You saw it too. The security at the Qin Palace is lax. You can leave whenever you want. He's doing this on purpose, targeting me. Why? Brother, am I really so detestable? Chu Ruyue looked at her brother with Wei Qi. Chu Xiaoyao initially thought his sister was just playing around, but now seeing her state, he felt something was amiss. He frowned and said softly, Are you really that fond of him? To the point of madness? Brother. Chu Ruyue was anxious. What do you mean fond of him? I'm just not convinced. Why does he treat me like this? Chu Xiaoyao sighed, looking at his sister with a mixture of helplessness and understanding. Since childhood, we only had our mother, and then she was gone. So, you do envy those with harmonious families, don't you? But don't forget, their harmony is because Xiaoyang loves Shen Yinyan, not because they are husband and wife. Now, even though you are Xiaoyang's concubine, you know very well how you came to be here. Before you entered, he explicitly stated that he didn't like you and never would, didn't he? Chu Xiaoyao's eyes carried a hint of guilt as he said this. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I thought, you truly liked Qingyao. These words instantly calmed Chu Ruyue. It was as if she had been struck hard. She sat down stiffly. Brother, that's not what I meant. I do like Qingyao. I like him. You don't like him. You're just clinging to the feeling of him being there, never leaving. Chu Xiaoyao hit the nail on the head. He looked at his sister with heartache. You've fallen for the one you should never have. Compared to him, I'd rather you liked Qingyao. Outside the door, Qingyao clenched his fists, his eyes lowered, hiding all emotions. Chu Ruyue's eyes reddened. Brother, can you stop talking? Chapter 153. You're crazy. Before Chu Xiaoyao said anything, she could still deceive herself. But now that it was out in the open, how could she continue to fool herself? Seeing his sister in such a state, Chu Xiaoyao's expression changed. Without a word, he turned and walked out. Given his current identity, it was naturally inconvenient for him to enter the Qin Kingdom's palace, so he directly sent a signal to Xiaoyang. The two met in the woods outside the city. Why did you rush me here in such a hurry? It's as if we're having an affair, Xiaoyang said, half laughing, half crying. Chu Xiaoyao, however, had no mood for jokes. He looked at him and said, I want to take my sister away. Sure, I have no objections, Xiaoyang nodded directly. If Chu Ruyue wanted to leave, then so be it. He could find another way to handle the matters in Chu Kingdom Street. You. Chu Xiaoyao looked at his indifferent attitude, feeling both annoyed and frustrated. What's wrong with you? Seeing Chu Xiaoyao's anger, Xiaoyang was momentarily confused. He furrowed his brows. Don't tell me you really want your sister to be my concubine? Are you crazy? Chu Xiaoyao started to speak, but then regretted it. He sighed, glanced up and down at Xiaoyang, and said irritably, What's so great about you? Is my sister out of her mind? Why else would she fall for you? Xiaoyang also sighed. Is our partnership over? Although losing a partner was frustrating, he couldn't betray the person he liked because of it. Chu Ruyue had secretly followed them out, but she never expected to overhear such conversations. With a dark expression, she stepped forward. Chu Xiaoyao, are you crazy or what? Chu Xiaoyao frowned at her. What are you doing here? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you looked down on me so much. Brother, how could you do this to me? Chu Ryue's face turned grim. Why are you humiliating me like this? You're going too far. Xiaoyang felt it was best to stay silent at this moment, but seeing someone so agitated, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Chu Ruyue, your brother is doing this for your own good. I've thought about it. I agree with what you said. A woman like me shouldn't be confined to the inner chambers. Chu Ruyue smiled. Yes, I like you, but I believe I can overcome those feelings with time. Chu Kingdom Street is my life's work. I won't leave and I won't give up. Men, stop being so self-righteous, Chu Ruyue said coldly before turning and walking away. No one saw the tears streaming down her face as she left. Seeing his precious sister like this, Chu Xiaoyao was furious. He kicked Xiaoyang hard in the lower back and then strode off to chase after her. Xiaoyang rubbed his back, frowning slightly. Both of them are crazy, aren't they? Having come out, Xiaoyang had no intention of returning immediately. He mounted his horse and headed to the rice paddies. This year's rice was different from previous years. They used Xiaoyang's planting methods to increase the yield. However, since the methods were unfamiliar, Xiaoyang was always worried and frequently came to check on them. This experimental field was Xiaoyang's hope. Only if this land yielded well could they promote hybrid rice cultivation techniques next year. Zhang Jian was leading people to weed the fields when he saw Xiaoyang arrive. He immediately went up to greet him, smiling. Your Highness, what brings you here? I came to check on the rice. Weed and pest control must be diligent. This is our hope for food security, Xiaoyang said seriously. Xiaoyang turned to inspect the rice. Although it wasn't exactly as he imagined, it was significantly better than other fields. These lands were all newly cultivated this spring. They had tilled them themselves. Since this was the first year of planting, a slightly lower yield was normal. After a quick inspection, Xiaoyang had a rough idea of the situation. Your Highness, I have something to tell you. Zhang Jian came over, lowering his voice. Recently, there have been some shady characters lurking around the rice fields. I'm a bit worried. Do you think they're up to no good? Xiaoyang glanced at the sky and said calmly, They probably want to destroy this experimental field, leaving us with nothing, don't they? Your Highness, what should we do? Zhang Jian was anxious. We've worked so hard this year. We can't just let it all go to waste. Hearing this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Are you crazy or what? Don't you think I know we can't let this go to waste? What's your brain for? But there's no 1,000-day thief without a 1,000-day guard. We need to lure them out. Xiaoyang's expression darkened. There are quite a few pests in the Qin region. Your Highness, an urgent message from the capital. It's from the princess. Afu suddenly appeared by Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang quickly took the letter and opened it. The princess vividly described the emperor's erratic behavior in the letter, filled with worry. The entire 3 pages were filled with the princess's concerns. Seeing Xiaoyang's troubled expression, Zhang Jian came closer. Your Highness, is everything all right? It's nothing. Xiaoyang put away the letter and said softly, just a small issue. However, if my calculations are correct, these scoundrels should be getting restless. Put down your hoe and call Chitai. Follow me. Zhang Jian immediately straightened up and quickly called Chitai over. Xiaoyang walked to a small house nearby and took out a map he had drawn. We have a total of 13 experimental fields, totaling 186 acres. Since we cultivated them ourselves this spring, they're relatively centralized and easy to manage and protect. This is the topographic map. Look closely. I've already designed checkpoints when you were cultivating. Here and here, you'll take your men to guard these checkpoints. Let them in, and we'll trap them like dogs. Xiaoyang marked several points on the map. Chitai and Zhang Jian, looking at Xiaoyang's map, both admired him. Your Highness, did you foresee this? Because I know there are too many ill-intentioned people, Xiaoyang chuckled and then said softly. You too, don't be careless. This concerns our livelihood. There can be no mistakes, understood? Chapter 154, Not Backing Down.
Yes.
Both men nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. I've equipped you with new devices earlier. It's time to put them to the test. This is an opportunity that's practically handed to us. Don't let it go to waste. If you see anyone, just kill them. No need to keep any alive. No survivors? Chitai looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. Why not keep any alive? Don't you want to know who these people are? What kind of people could they be? Definitely from the capital. Just kill them. Eliminate all witnesses. We'll deal with everything after the harvest. Xiaoyang chuckled. In truth, he knew who was targeting him, but now wasn't the time to settle scores. Nothing was more important than the autumn harvest. How many soldiers can we mobilize right now? Xiaoyang asked, looking at the two men. Chitai immediately replied, I have 20,000 here. I have 15,000, Zhang Jian added, not wanting to be outdone. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction after hearing the numbers. When you return, arrange shifts for them. Once the harvest season arrives, they must work day and night without rest, understand? Seeing Xiaoyang's serious expression, the two men didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Good. Keep an eye on things. I'll be leaving first. After wandering around outside and making a few purchases at Chu Street, he returned to the Qin Palace. Xin Yunyan had been waiting for him. Seeing the bags he carried, she furrowed her brows slightly. Where did you go? Shopping? No, there was some business outside. What's wrong? Xiaoyang smiled at her. Look what I got you. Some freshly made pastries from Chu Street. They'll go stale if we don't eat them soon. I also picked up some sunflower powder I saw last time. It's fragrant and white. Do you like it? Xiaoyang almost seemed to be presenting a treasure, taking out each item one by one to show her. Seeing all these things, Shun Yunyan's eyes welled up with tears. She suddenly hugged Xiaoyang. Why are you so good to me? If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Look, do you like them? Xiaoyang chuckled, gently patting her head. I just want to make you happy during this time when you've been feeling down. Xin Yunyan looked up at him upon hearing this. Just to make me happy? What else could it be? For me, your happiness is the most important thing. Xiaoyang smiled softly, gazing at her tenderly. All her doubts vanished. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Xiaoyang, thank you. The next morning, Xiaoyang returned to his study after the morning court session. The situation in Qin was flourishing. He was extremely satisfied. Except for the fruit trees, which hadn't shown any issues yet, everything else was developing according to his expectations. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. Just as he sat down in his study, Ah Fu walked in, holding a jade pendant. There's someone at the palace gate asking to see you. He says his name is Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu? Xiaoyang looked at the jade pendant in Ah Fu's hand. It bore the emblem of the Northern Dynasty's royal family. He remembered their encounter during his previous visit to the north. All right, bring him in. Be careful not to let anyone see him, Xiaoyang said with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Ah Fu didn't waste any time and quickly brought Yang Feiyu in. As Yang Feiyu walked through the Qin Palace, he noticed many things he had never seen before, even in the north. Even the lamps were different from those in his homeland. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Xiaoyang greeted him with a smile. Yang Feiyu was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Xiaoyang to address him so familiarly. It's nothing major. I'm just touring Xia and thought I'd visit a friend, Yang Feiyu replied with a smile. With that, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Seeing Yang Feiyu's hesitant expression, Xiaoyang chuckled. You came here to give me a heads up, didn't you? Yes, someone is planning to seize your grain, Yang Feiyu said, looking concerned. Xiaoyang remained calm, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. When the fruits are ripe, wolves come to steal them. Nothing unusual about that. Yang Feiyu furrowed his brows, looking at him. Have you already prepared for this? There's not much to prepare. When friends come, we offer wine. When wolves come, we have spears. Xiaoyang's tone remained unruffled. Now, Yang Feiyu understood. Xiaoyang had already anticipated this and had a plan in place. With that, their cooperation seemed even more promising. Your Highness, do you know who it is? No, but you'll tell me, won't you? Talking to a smart person had its perks. Things were clear with just a hint. Yang Feiyu picked up the wolf hair brush on Xiaoyang's desk and wrote 2 characters. Zhan Wang, War King. Seeing these characters, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Is this the Northern Emperor's intention? No, it's his own idea. My father said that if he wants something, he should go and take it. So, with an opportunity for collaboration, he couldn't resist. But honestly, I don't get it. Does your crown prince have a screw loose? Who helps outsiders attack their own people? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang with sympathy. Xiaoyang shrugged and said softly, I'm the son of the previous emperor, so I'm not considered one of them. Yang Feiyu, of course, knew Xiaoyang's identity. He just hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so candid about it. Your northern war king is known for being ruthless. This Xiaxia is also out of his mind. Doesn't he know his own limits? Collaborating with him is like asking for trouble. Xiaoyang expressed his disdain. Your northern dynasty hasn't appointed a crown prince yet. What do you think the chances are for the war king? Yang Feiyu's eyebrows twitched at this question. What do you think? I think the chances are slim, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Think about it. If he were a serious candidate for the throne, why would he have been stationed at the border all these years, far from the center of power? Yang Feiyu hadn't considered this before. He looked at Xiaoyang, somewhat confused. Isn't it to accumulate military merit and gain legitimacy? You're naive, Xiaoyang laughed. He's a legitimate prince. With the emperor's approval, he'd be legitimate. Why would he need to earn military merit on his own? Chapter 155. Something went wrong. This. Yang Feiyu looked at him. Then who do you think it is? The kind of dog that bites doesn't bark. So I advise you to stop focusing on the war king and instead consider cooperating with him. Xiaoyang pulled out a map. I've studied the situation along our 2 countries' borders in detail. So, I think this war king, though fierce, is not base. If we weren't on opposing sides, I might have even become good friends with him. Over the years, he hasn't had abundant supplies or endless grain, yet he's managed to maintain the integrity of the border territories and even expanded southward into the southern frontier. What does that tell you? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu seemed to catch on and suddenly smiled. It proves he's a skilled warrior. Exactly, and a cunning one at that, Xiaoyang chuckled. Such a person isn't suited for politics, but if used properly, he could be a sharp blade in your hand. With a prince commanding 300,000 troops by your side, you'd be unstoppable, wouldn't you? Xiaoyang smiled at him. Yang Feiyu chuckled lightly, saying calmly, You think too simply. This man is cunning, ruthless, and ambitious. If he had the capability, why wouldn't he become emperor himself instead of supporting me? That depends on your own skills, Xiaoyang shrugged. It's up to you to win over someone like that. But don't worry, since you're cooperating with me, I'll help you with this. After saying that, Xiaoyang marked on the map. After this is done, I want these. Take a look. Can you give them to me? Yang Feiyu walked over, glanced at it, and his expression changed. 3 cities? You're really asking for the moon. These are the three most barren and impoverished cities in the northern kingdom. What's the harm in giving them to me? It won't affect your rule. Xiaoyang spoke with such righteous confidence. What kind of situation is this? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang. Sometimes I really wonder why you think I'd agree to such ridiculous terms. If you don't agree, I can still take these by force. This is just a peaceful negotiation. Xiaoyang grinned. Whatever I want, I always find a way to get it. This guy really has no shame. Yang Feiyu didn't get angry, just raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at Xiaoyang softly. There's something I think I should clarify in advance. I'm the son of a courtesan, and my father would rather see me dead. My path to seizing the throne is extremely dangerous and difficult. So you want to cooperate with me, right? Xiaoyang smiled at him. If you could do it smoothly on your own, you wouldn't need to get tangled up with me like this, would you? Yang Feiyu took a deep breath and looked at him. I want the operating rights to the largest brothel in Qin. No way, Xiaoyang didn't even think, rolling his eyes immediately. I'm helping you out of goodwill, and you're trying to squeeze something out of me? Is that fair? You're trying to get something for nothing, aren't you? Yang Feiyu glared at Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then whispered, getting something for nothing isn't great, but hey, how about this? The War King's 300,000 troops will be my gift to you. I'll hand them over to you by next spring. Dream on. Yang Feiyu laughed. If you can really do that, then I'm willing to agree to those 3 cities. Compared to 300,000 troops, 3 cities are practically nothing. All right, it's a deal. Xiaoyang smiled at him. You better not go back on your word. Yang Feiyu had come today to establish a cooperative relationship with Xiaoyang, and now that his goal was achieved, there was nothing more to say. He turned to leave. Wait a moment, take this with you and look at it. If you're interested, you can come back. Xiaoyang handed over an envelope. Yang Feiyu looked at the envelope, slightly frowning. What is this? You'll find out once you go back and look at it. Xiaoyang waved his hand. I'm busy right now, so you'd better leave quickly. Really? Yang Feiyu was speechless, taking the envelope and walking out. Earlier, Xiaoyang had warned that the rainy season was coming, so everyone should prepare. But no one expected this year's rainy season to last unusually long, with over a month of almost constant rain and no sight of the sun. If this keeps up, the dam won't hold. Xiaoyang stood under the eaves, worriedly looking outside. Shen Yunyan brought over some tea. What should we do? We can't make the decision ourselves. It looks like there are still 3 to 5 days left, so the most urgent thing now is to reinforce the dam. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Fortunately, it's not raining heavily today, so I'll take people there now. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan got anxious. The water level is already rising. If you go, won't it be dangerous? I know it's dangerous, but I have to go. Otherwise, all our efforts this year will be wasted. Xiaoyang's attitude was firm. Before the words were even finished, a Qing rushed in hastily. Your Highness, the West River has breached the dam. What? That's impossible. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, throwing down the teacup in his hand and rushing out. Seeing the surging waters of the West River breaking through the dam and spreading, Xiaoyang's face darkened. He could already tell that the construction materials used for the dam were problematic. He strode forward, grabbing Zhang Jian by the collar. You dared to cut corners. I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, please calm down. I really wouldn't dare. I'm innocent. Zhang Jian had no idea what was going on and felt like he was about to die of fright. Xiaoyang threw the man off fiercely. We'll settle this later. What are you all standing around for? Get to work. Even if you have to use your bodies, block it, block it. Xiaoyang shouted, the first to grab a sandbag and head down. Your Highness. A Fu's voice cracked in panic as he rushed to follow. Qitai glared at Zhang Jian. You've done a great job. Zhang Jian had no idea what was happening. His face was full of grievance, looking at Qitai pitifully. I really don't know what's going on. Enough nonsense, hurry up. Qitai didn't have time to argue, quickly rushing to help. A Fu stood firmly in front of Xiaoyang. Your Highness, it's too dangerous here. You must leave. I'm not leaving, and don't try to stop me. Immediately mobilize the surrounding villagers to come and repair it. Use all the sandbags we've stored. Chapter 156. Nothing matters. The consequences of the flood were clearer to Xiaoyang than anyone else, so now was not the time to retreat. It was the time to act. With this thought, Xiaoyang moved even faster, his gaze more determined than ever before. Seeing him like this, everyone understood. Today was a fight to the death. Zhang Jian wiped away his tears and got up from the ground. Your Highness, after this matter is resolved, you can come and kill me. With that, he hoisted a sandbag and went forward. Watching his back, Xiaoyang pondered deeply. Zhang Jian's character, in fact, Xiaoyang could still trust. So, there must be more to this story. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's expression grew even darker. Because Xiaoyang had prepared sufficiently beforehand, the situation was quickly brought under control, and the breaches were soon plugged. Everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Status, nobility, dignity, none of it mattered in the face of life. Even though Xiaoyang was slumped on the ground, he didn't forget his duties. Everyone, take a short rest and then go evacuate the people. No matter what, ensure the safety of the civilians. He took a breath, frowning as he looked at Qitai and Zhang Jian. Call your soldiers. 1,000 days of training for a moment of need. It's time for you to act. At these words, Zhang Jian was the first to stand up and turn to leave. His hands were already blistered and bleeding, but he didn't dare stop, afraid that any delay might cost him his head. Xiaoyang took only a brief rest before continuing the repairs. Seeing this, Qitai didn't dare waste time either, quickly going to mobilize the troops. After 3 days and nights of hard work, the dam was finally sealed, and the rain in the sky stopped. Xiaoyang now looked nothing like a dignified prince. He was covered in mud, like a filthy monkey, and rode back to the Qin palace on horseback. When Shen Yunyan first saw him, she didn't even recognize him. She frowned, stepped forward, and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just a little tired." Despite his dirty appearance, Xiaoyang still managed to flash a smile, showing his white teeth. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan felt another pang of heartache. "What are you all standing around for? Quickly prepare for the prince to bathe." Turning back, she saw Xiaoyang had already slumped into a chair and fallen into a deep sleep. This sight made her even more distressed. She stepped forward and gently undressed him. For 3 days and nights, Xiaoyang, like all the soldiers, hadn't rested at all. Even a steel man would have broken, let alone someone who had been at the front lines without retreating a single step. Now that the tension had eased, he was utterly exhausted, wanting nothing more than to sleep. Shen Yunyan carefully washed his body, her tears falling uncontrollably as she saw the small wounds on him. Tianzhao quickly came over to help, whispering, "Miss, don't cry." "I'm not crying." Shen Yunyan wiped her tears, but they only flowed more. Red-eyed, she murmured, "He's a prince, a first-rank prince. How could he be like this? How could he?" Tianzhao had always thought Xiaoyang was just a shameless playboy in front of Shen Yunyan, but never had she expected his reaction when the crisis came. It shocked her deeply. For some reason, her heart trembled. After several changes of water, Xiaoyang finally regained his original appearance. When he woke up, it was already the next afternoon. Opening his eyes, he felt his stomach growling with hunger. Turning his head, he saw Shen Yunyan sitting beside him, and his heart filled with warmth. He gently tugged at her sleeve and said softly, "Yin Yin, are you tired?" "Aoyang, you're awake?" Shen Yunyan immediately opened her eyes and, seeing him awake, quickly stood up. "Bring the meat porridge over for the prince to eat." Tianzhao hurried in with food and drink. "Your Highness, these are all specially prepared by the princess. Please try them." "Try them?" There was no time for a leisurely meal now. Xiaoyang, unconcerned with his image, grabbed a white bun and stuffed it into his mouth. He devoured it quickly, finishing 3 buns in no time. Wiping his mouth, he finally regained some elegance. Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan felt another wave of heartache. Red-eyed, she said softly, you're a first-rank prince. How could you treat your body like this? I've already applied medicine to your wounds, and the imperial physician has come. He said you're just overworked and need to rest. Do you feel any discomfort now? Xiaoliang's lips curled into a smile as he squinted, happily watching Shen Yunyan's worried nagging. He said softly, I love seeing you so concerned about me. It really feels blissful. What kind of bliss was that? Shen Yunyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time as she pinched his chest. Then, she said sternly, you can't push yourself like this in the future, do you understand? This situation was just too special. I had no choice but to act. So, don't be angry. I was forced into it, Xiaoliang said with a smile. However, this matter probably needs a thorough investigation. Aching, summon all the city lords to the palace. Have them wait for me in the study. And Qitai and Zhang Jian must come immediately. As soon as Xiaoliang finished speaking, he stood up and began to dress. Shen Yunyan knew there was no point in saying anything now, so she stepped forward to help Xiaoliang get dressed. Although we've controlled the situation, many people have been affected. You should take your people to carefully count the numbers. The post-disaster reconstruction work cannot stop. We cannot let the people's morale falter. Xiaoliang kissed Shen Yunyan and turned to leave. By doing so, he was completely placing his back in her hands, showing absolute trust in her. Tianzhao stepped forward and whispered, Princess, what should we do now? What should we do? Whatever the prince says, we do. Shen Yunyan's attitude was firm as she turned and walked out. If Xiaoliang said it, she had to do it, and do it well. After a day and night of rest, everyone's spirits had improved significantly. When Xiaoliang entered, he instinctively looked toward Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian immediately knelt down, not caring that there were so many people present. He looked utterly remorseful. I deserve to die. You indeed deserve to die, Xiaoliang coldly said. I trusted you, so I gave you this task. But what did you do? You've brought shame upon yourself. I am guilty of a capital offense, but I truly did not embezzle. Please, Your Highness, investigate clearly. Zhang Jian knelt on the ground, his eyes red. Chapter 157, Can Be Trusted. He was a 7-foot man, having spent years in the military camp, fighting across the land, countless times struggling to survive the brink of death. He was not afraid of death, but even if he were to die, he could not die so unjustly. Seeing his state, Xiaoliang let out a cold snort. If you had embezzled, I would have killed you with a sword on the spot. Your Highness? Zhang Jian looked up, disbelief in his eyes. Your Highness trusts me? Trust is the foundation of using someone, and suspicion is the reason not to use them. If I didn't trust you, why would I entrust such an important task to you? However, you managed to mess it up so badly, it's truly disgraceful. Get out, 80 military lashes, and go home to reflect. Xiaoliang showed no mercy, directly punishing him. This was already leniency, so Zhang Jian did not argue for himself. He kowtowed heavily. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing this, Qitai felt some pity and whispered, Your Highness, these days, he has been at the forefront, with countless wounds on his legs. This merit must be rewarded, and faults must be punished. This is military discipline and cannot be violated, Xiaoliang said decisively, waving his hand. Qitai felt that Zhang Jian was being punished unjustly, but seeing Xiaoliang's firm stance, he felt that the punishment was actually quite light. Regarding the dam incident, I have already investigated. Someone tampered with the construction materials, which led to the current state. When the dam was being built, I already declared to the world the severity of this matter. So, who has the audacity to do such a thing? Xiaoliang's gaze fell on Xiaohua. Xiaohua had come today just to watch the commotion, but never expected the finger to point at him. Feeling Xiaoliang's gaze, he quickly stepped forward, bowed and whispered, Your Highness, please investigate clearly. I truly do not know anything. The construction materials were a collaboration with concubine Chu, so all of you are implicated. I give you 3 days to investigate. If you cannot find anything, I will handle it. But let me make one thing clear. If I find out, I will show no mercy, execution without mercy. All of you, go about your business. The flood season has passed, and now we must prepare for frost and freezing temperatures. If the cold comes early this year, we must be ready. You are all experienced farmers, so you should know better than I how to prepare for frost and freezing, right? With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyang assigned the next tasks. At this moment, the Lord of Liaoqing stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, the cost of frost prevention is too high, and it doesn't seem likely to get cold early this year. Better safe than sorry. Preparing these measures and not needing them is better than needing them and not having them. Just go ahead and do it. Come to me for the funds." Xiaoyang looked at them. The importance of food to the people of our Qin region, I don't need to explain. So everyone must be careful and meticulous, absolutely not making any mistakes in this matter.
Yes.
Everyone nodded, bowed, and left to do their tasks. Xiaoyang looked at Song Zhao, who had not left. Anything to say? Here to report the accounts. Song Zhao stepped forward with a thick ledger and an abacus, rattling the beads as he spoke. Your Highness, we spent quite a bit on the disaster relief. The temporary relocation fees for the people, the soup kitchens, and... Seeing him rattle the abacus, Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. The money earned from the Chu Country Street recently was now all going to fill the gaps. Seeing Song Zhao's eager expression, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger and said irritably, "Just tell me, how much in total?" "Your Highness, a total of 100,000 taels of silver." 100,000 taels? Damn it! Hearing this number, Xiaoyang felt like his world was collapsing. If I catch the mastermind behind this, I'll tear them apart piece by piece. Xiaoyang's face turned pale with anger, but he did not hesitate, immediately authorizing the disaster relief funds. However, although Xiaoyang was generous with the people, he was not a fool. Paying for this all by himself would be too much of a loss. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang took out paper and pen, starting to cry poverty to the court. After all, even though he was a feudal lord, he was still part of the court. Now that a disaster had struck, shouldn't he seek assistance? "Ah Fu, send this by an urgent courier, 800 miles. Xiaoyang smiled. "We should also contribute our share." Ah Fu glanced at Xiaoyang, feeling that his words were not entirely sincere, but unable to prove it, he could only obediently nod and leave. The 3-day deadline quickly arrived, and Xiao Hua entered the palace empty-handed, kneeling immediately. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I truly am unable to find any clues." Every step of their process had clear records, so there was no way anything could have gone wrong. At this moment, Princess Chu Ruyue entered the palace, accompanied by 2 matrons who were escorting a young maid. Upon entering, Chu Ruyue knelt directly. "Your Highness, please forgive me. It was my failure to discern people that allowed those around me to be deceived and taken advantage of." What? The problem was actually within Chu Ruyue's entourage? Xiaoyang had not considered that the issue could be Chu Ruyue's fault. After all, the people around Chu Ruyue were those who had been with her for a long time and were unlikely to cause trouble. Now that Chu Ruyue had brought someone, what was going on? Xiaoyang frowned. What exactly happened? "This is my personal maid, someone I grew up with, so I trusted her deeply." As she said this, Chu Ruyue's eyes showed sadness. "But I never expected that from the beginning, she wasn't on my side." "Whose side is she on?" "Chu Yue. How is it this woman again?" Xiaoyang truly did not expect this woman's resilience to be so strong. Even though she was no longer here, she could still cause so much trouble. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger. What does she want? Chu Yue wants to sow discord, make you doubt me, and take advantage of the situation. Chu Ruyue clenched her fists. This vile woman deserves to die. For personal feelings, risking the lives of so many people. How despicable. She was a princess of a country, yet she is so shameless. Xiaoyang clenched his fists. Go back and send a message to Chu Yue, asking for assistance, saying I'm short of funds and need her to send money. How much do you want? 300,000 taels of gold. If she is willing to bring this as her dowry, I will grant her the position of concubine. Chapter 158. Not even a glance. Xiao Yang's gaze was dark, appearing as though he wanted to devour someone. Chu Ryue understood that this matter was indeed shocking, but she never expected Xiao Yang's reaction to be so intense. For a moment, she hesitated to speak. Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me you didn't understand what I said. Of course I understood. It's just that she is different from me. She is the daughter of a noble concubine, born with a high status. I'm afraid she won't be easily given to you as a secondary wife, let alone. Besides, you already have me as a secondary wife. How could the emperor possibly sacrifice two princesses to one person? Chu Ryue, having grown up in the palace, was well versed in these intricacies. Chu Yue wants to marry me. She will find a way herself. You just need to pass on the message, Xiao Yang said coldly, a sneer on his face. If he didn't teach this little girl a lesson today, there would be endless trouble. Upon hearing this, Chu Ryue realized all her worries were unnecessary. Although she didn't want to see Chu Yue here, she knew that no one could stop Xiao Yang from doing what he wanted. After a moment of thought, she shyly spoke, Chu Yue is different from me. If she comes and you don't touch her, it might. This is my affair. You don't need to worry. Leave. Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Chu Ryue turned and left without even glancing at the little girl on the ground. Seeing this, the little girl grew anxious. No, concubine, save me. Princess, save me. Save you? I wish I could kill you with my own hands. Chu Ryue kicked her to the ground. If it weren't for knowing this little girl had some use, Chu Ryue might have killed her on the spot. Xiao Yang admired Chu Ryue's clear-cut love and hate, nodding in satisfaction with a smile. It seems you have no backing now? The little girl looked up at Xiao Yang. You deceive the emperor. If he finds out, he won't let you off. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Chunyan, right? Xiao Yang coldly gazed at her. You grew up with Chu Ryue. How could you do such a thing? I thought she treated you well, but it seems you're a treacherous snake. Hearing this, Chunyan knew today would not end well for her. She suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. She treated me well? Ha ha ha, a low-born girl, the daughter of a mere foot-washing maid. What right does she have to be a princess, to treat me well? What kind of words were these? Seeing Chunyan's state, Xiao Yang was glad Chu Ryue had already left. However, he didn't know that although Chu Ryue had gone out, she hadn't gone far. Instead, she stood by the door, listening to every word. Shun Yinyan rushed in, seeing Chu Ryue in tears, her heart aching. Without further words, she stepped forward and embraced her. Chu Ryue covered her mouth, forcing herself not to cry out loud. Crying at the study door was unseemly. Shin Yinyan led her directly back to her own palace. Don't cry, Shin Yinyan sighed, handing her a handkerchief, softly saying, It's just a treacherous wretch, not worth your sorrow. I treated her well. We endured hardships together since childhood. I thought she was trustworthy. Chu Ryue's eyes were red. My background, you all know, isn't glorious. Since childhood in the palace, I've had to endure hunger. Even in those tough times, she never left me, betrayed me. So why now? Shin Yinyan didn't know how to respond. She had grown up moving between the Ministry of Revenue and the palace, so such occurrences were common. She just patted Chu Ryue's shoulder. Disloyal servants usually have a few reasons, either for profit, sentiment, or coercion. Regardless of the reason, the deed is done, isn't it? It's my fault. I was too naive, too easily trusting, causing all our efforts to go to waste and leading to such serious consequences. I'm such a fool. I deserve to die. As Chu Ryue spoke, her crying grew louder. Though she knew her current state was shameful, she couldn't hold back. At this moment, she cared about nothing else, just wanting to cry in Shan Yinyan's embrace. Soon, Xiao Yang obtained the confession he wanted, sending it by carrier pigeon to Chu Xiaoyao, asking him to help make it happen. Meanwhile, the capital quickly received Xiao Yang's plea for help. Seeing his tears in the letter, the emperor felt a surge of pleasure, but by the end, his face turned red with anger. He slammed the letter on the table, furiously saying, "This Duke Qin dares to demand 300,000 taels of silver with just one mouth. Does he think I'm running a gold mine? How dare he? This is outrageous." Ji Xiang hurried forward, soothing him. "Please calm down, Your Majesty. The Imperial Hospital said your health requires rest. You mustn't get angry." Upon hearing this, the Emperor rolled his eyes, displeased. "Easy for you to say. How can I not be angry? I'm about to be furious to death." He then smashed another teacup. At that moment, the eldest princess just walked in, and the teacup landed on her, scalding her arm with hot tea. "Ah!" the eldest princess exclaimed, stepping back hurriedly. "Sister!" Seeing this, the Emperor was enraged, stepping forward to grab her arm and examine it closely. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" "Brother, what is this?" The eldest princess looked at him, slightly frowning. "The Imperial Hospital already said you need to rest and not get angry. Why are you still upset?" Seeing his sister's concern, the Emperor felt slightly better. He frowned, somewhat aggrieved, and said, "It's all because of those incompetent servants. Why are you just standing there? Call the Imperial physician." The Emperor glared at Ji Xiang. Did this old man's eyes go blind? Didn't he see his precious sister's hand was scalded? Ji Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, scrambling out. The eldest princess smiled faintly. "It's just a small injury, nothing serious." "Brother, why are you so tense?" "How can I not be tense?" The Emperor frowned at her. "You've always been afraid of pain since you were little. Seeing you like this, I'm heartbroken." Soon, the Imperial physician arrived, treating the wound and assuring it wouldn't get infected before leaving. "Sister, did you come to see me for something?" The Emperor frowned, looking at her. Chapter 159, Concealing Information. Since he ascended the throne, it felt as though he had become the scapegoat of the entire world. Those close to him had all distanced themselves, including his beloved younger sister, who now treated him coldly and indifferently. Yet, he didn't believe he had done anything wrong. In this era of strife among heroes, it was only natural for the capable to rise to power. What fault could he possibly have? The princess suppressed her emotions and smiled, saying, "I've heard, Your Majesty, that something has happened in the Qin region." "Sister, you're well informed." The Emperor of Xia's eyes darkened. "Did Liang send you a message?" The flood in the Qin region has caused quite a stir. Not only the Emperor, but even the common folk in the capital are aware of it, often discussing it over tea and meals. With the Qin region being so far from the capital, how could I possibly know about it? It's just that the palace staff mentioned it after returning from an errand. The princess patiently explained to the Emperor of Xia. However, these words, when heard by the Emperor, carried a different meaning. The Emperor frowned, looking at the princess. "Are you saying that this matter has already spread throughout the capital? Why didn't I know about it?" If everyone knew about the flood in the Qin region, it would be difficult to remain indifferent, as public opinion was crucial. If the people knew about the disaster, but the Emperor of the capital remained unresponsive, it could lead to widespread fear and distrust. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, the princess knew her plan was working. She shook her head, stood up, and said softly, "Brother, I spend all my days in the inner palace and know little about external affairs. I truly don't know what's going on. Perhaps you should ask others about it? These useless officials, taking my salary, yet they dare to conceal such a major matter." The Emperor roared in anger. What was happening recently? Were they all rebelling? Seeing the Emperor's anger, the princess smirked inwardly but maintained a concerned expression on the surface. "I wonder how Liang is doing. Liang is a capable child. You can rest assured. I'll have the crown prince go and take a look. How about that?" "Thank you, brother." The princess immediately showed a relieved and happy expression. Knowing the Emperor had other matters to attend to, the princess didn't linger and left directly. Watching the princess's retreating figure, the Emperor felt another surge of anger. Ji Xiang, summon the crown prince to the palace. Since the last banquet, Xia's status had plummeted. Hearing the emperor's summons, he feared the worst, that he was about to suffer again. Observing his expression, Bai Shu spoke with a hint of resignation. Your Highness, there's no need to be overly anxious. This time, the emperor summons you likely in connection with the affairs of the Qin region. The Qin region? Are you referring to the flood there? Yes. Bai Shu snorted coldly. The king of Qin is quite cunning. Knowing the emperor dislikes him, he didn't directly seek aid from the emperor, but instead spread rumors into our capital. Now, the common folk are talking about it. If the emperor does nothing, he'll bear the blame. A clever move, forcing the emperor's hand with public opinion. Hearing this, Xiaja's face darkened. This boy seems like a different person now. When we grew up together, I never saw this side of him. That's the king of Qin's strength. If his extraordinary intelligence had been discovered early, could he have grown up unscathed? Bai Shu took a deep breath and then spoke softly to Xiaja. Your Highness, the emperor has been displeased with you recently. This is a good opportunity. Why not make good use of it? Xiaja snorted. In father's heart, there's only that wretch, Xiao Yang. When has he ever cared about me? Your Highness, that's childish. After all, you are the emperor's own son. Would the emperor prefer a remnant of the previous dynasty? Bai Shu was risking it all. His future was tied to the crown princes. If the crown prince fell, so would he. Normally, he wouldn't dare speak so openly, but now, for his and the crown prince's future, he had no choice. Seeing this, Xiaja finally understood. He nodded. You're right. Father hates that wretch the most. With that, he changed into fresh attire and, invigorated, headed to the palace. Since it wasn't him who was about to suffer, it must be someone else, most likely Xiao Yang. The thought of Xiao Yang soon facing misfortune brought a smile to Xiaja's face. Soon, the news spread that the crown prince would personally go to the Qin region to aid in disaster relief. Xiao Yang received the news almost immediately. Your Highness, the post station not only expedites the transport of goods, but also ensures the rapid dissemination of information, Ah Fu said as he entered with an urgent letter and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang glanced at it and smiled faintly. It seems the old emperor is truly angry, sending his own son here again. This time is different from before. Your Highness must be cautious. Song Zhao, seated nearby, looked at Xiao Yang with concern. Xiao Yang perked up at this, tilting his head to look at Song Zhao. You also feel it's unusual? Well, tell me, what exactly is unusual about it? After pondering, Song Zhao spoke softly. In previous encounters, the crown prince didn't gain the upper hand because he lacked a valid reason. But this time, it's different. Once he arrives, he'll likely interfere in everything. The relief effort is a pretext. Finding fault is the real goal. Indeed, a seasoned official from the capital, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. I've seen the old emperor's tricks before, always cunning and underhanded. This crown prince has inherited his father's ways and even surpassed him. When he comes, he'll certainly make things difficult. From the capital to the Qin region, even at full speed, it takes half a month. With all those supplies, he'll move slowly, Xiao Yang said with a grin, looking at Song Zhao. Those supplies probably won't be fully allocated to our people in the Qin region. If that's the case, why not take them for ourselves? Your Highness plans to intercept them midway? Those are supplies from the court intended for us. How can it be called intercepting? We're merely retrieving our own things, right? Xiao Yang spoke with righteous confidence. Chapter 160, Successful Cooperation. The first time Song Zhao met Xiao Yang, he knew this man was no ordinary person. However, he never expected just how extraordinary Xiao Yang truly was. He could even speak so brazenly about such shameless and despicable deeds. Yet, the more Xiao Yang behaved this way, the more certain Song Zhao became that his initial choice had been the right one. Your Highness makes a valid point. If it's going to be given to us sooner or later, why not sooner? Song Zhao stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Shortly after, Qitai entered the palace. Xiao Yang greeted Qitai with a cheerful smile, personally demonstrating a tea art performance. Unfortunately, Qitai, being a military man, couldn't appreciate such subtleties. However, He knew Xiaoyang well enough to sense there was more to it. Your Highness, if there's something you need to say, please do so directly. This subordinate is feeling quite uneasy. Chitai looked at the tea in front of him, even suspecting it might be laced with poison. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? Do you think I'm that calculating? Chitai grew even more nervous, standing up and furrowing his brows. Your Highness, just say the word, and I'll face any danger without hesitation. Please, just tell me what you need. At this, Xiaoyang's face darkened. Am I really that scary? No, Your Highness, you're not scary at all. Yeah, right. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and snapped, Enough, sit down. I have serious business to discuss with you. You still have connections with those bandits, don't you? Xiaoyang said, stepping forward to pour him another cup of tea. Chitai immediately stood up. I swear, I don't. Stop pretending, Xiaoyang retorted, rolling his eyes again. Let me tell you, I know exactly what you've done and haven't done. Those bandits, though, they're not entirely without honor. If we can bring them under our wing, I'll count it as your merit. Now, Chitai began to sense something was off. He cautiously looked at Xiaoyang. Your Highness, what exactly are you getting at? Well, the Crown Prince is bringing our supplies to aid in disaster relief. But you know him. He moves so slowly. So, I was thinking, maybe you should take those bandits and go meet him halfway? Xiaoyang grinned mischievously. Chitai finally understood what was going on. He frowned at Xiaoyang. Your Highness is truly well-read. You can make such a thievery sound so refined. Screw you. Xiaoyang snapped. I say what I say. Don't waste my time. Just tell me if you can do it. But we can't just cooperate with them for free, can we? It wouldn't be right to use them without giving anything in return. Chitai looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. Those are the people's goods. We can't just distribute them to others. At this, Xiaoyang thought carefully. With winter approaching, it's getting colder. Soon, those bandits won't have any business and might start robbing the common folk. So, how about we give them a third of the supplies to help them through the winter? A third? Chitai looked at him in surprise, never expecting such generosity. He hesitated, then whispered, Isn't that a bit much? What's wrong with that? Xiaoyang snorted. If we don't take the initiative, at best, only 1/10 of these supplies will reach the people. This Xiaja is a leech. With all the layers of exploitation, who knows what will be left by the time it reaches us? Chitai slapped his thigh. You're right, Your Highness. I'll get it done. Be careful and don't make too much noise, Xiaoyang warned with a smile. Don't let anyone catch on. If they do, we're done for. Chitai finally understood Xiaoyang's plan, which was a double-edged sword. This time, it seemed even the Crown Prince would be in trouble. Xiaoyang exhaled in satisfaction, leaning back in his chair with a grin. Not bad, not bad. Looks like my business empire is expanding once again. At that moment, Shun Yunyan entered with a tray of pastries. She glanced at Xiaoyang and softly asked, Are you tired? A bit, Xiaoyang admitted, then asked, What brings you here? I came to report on work, Shun Yunyan replied with a smile, taking out some pastries and account books from the tray. The reconstruction after the disaster is underway. Those who lost their homes have been temporarily housed in the city god temple, where they have shelter and warm meals. I believe they should rely on their own hands to earn a living, so I've assigned them jobs. The construction workers will be these refugees. You've thought it through well, Xiaoyang complimented, smiling at her. My wife is truly amazing. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan blushed slightly. It's all thanks to your guidance. Indeed, it was his guidance. It's been so exhausting lately. How about we take a break? Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around her, smiling tenderly. Let's go to the countryside, have some wild game, and soak in some hot springs. What do you say? Shin Yunyan looked at him in surprise. Aren't you busy these days? There's always work to be done, but we still need to live our lives, don't we? Xiaoyang smiled, kissing her. What do you say? Shin Yunyan blushed, murmuring, Of course, that sounds wonderful. But, seeing her hesitation, Xiaoyang frowned slightly. Is something wrong? Are you unhappy? Tell me. I just thought. Chu Ryue hasn't been in good spirits lately. Maybe we should take her along? She's quite pitiful too. Shun Yunyan tilted her head, looking at Xiaoyang. How can you be so heartless? She's got her eyes on your husband. Aren't you worried she'll take him away? Xiaoyang teased, pinching her arm. Don't you care about me? Hearing such sentimental words from him, Shun Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. She leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing into his eyes. Would you really let her take you away? Not with you watching, Xiaoyang muttered, turning his head away with a huff. Shin Yunyan took the initiative, kissing him and even biting his neck. Does this count as me watching over you? Chapter 161. Out for fun. Xiaoyang swallowed hard and took control, pushing the person onto the table. Of course. Soon, the three of them found themselves in the same carriage again. But this time, Chu Ryue seemed like a wilted eggplant. Although Xiaoyang didn't like her noisy ways, seeing her so downcast now made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Chu, are you okay? Shin Yinyan looked at her with concern. We finally got a chance to go out and have some fun. Aren't you happy? Hearing this, Chu Ryue lifted her head and said softly, Sister Shun, I'm not unhappy, just a bit disappointed. It feels so empty around me. It's really annoying. You're wondering how Chun Yin is doing, right? Xiaoyang immediately understood her meaning and chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill her. What? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. This man was notorious for being ruthless, so why would he show mercy to his servant? Don't look at me like that. This matter wasn't meant for me to handle, so I think it's better left to someone else. Xiaoyang shrugged and grinned at Chu Ryue. I've already sent her to Chu Yue. I also told her that I absolutely want to see this girl and her dowry. That's too cruel. Chu Ryue couldn't believe Xiaoyang had so many tricks up his sleeve when it came to tormenting people. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Xiaoyang had already mentioned to Shin Yinyan about marrying Chu Yue, but hearing it again still made her feel a bit uneasy. She looked at him and asked softly, What do you plan to do after Chu Yue marries in? She'll die of a sudden illness in a month. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. People like her never repent, so this is the only way to eliminate the threat. What? No one expected Xiaoyang to have such intentions. Especially Chu Ryue, who looked at him in disbelief. Do you know? She's the most favored princess in Chu. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Of course I know. But before that, I'll make her the least important princess in Chu. Xiaoyang smiled. Disarming before killing. That's my specialty. Is that even possible? Chu Ryue's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt like she was meeting this man for the first time today. Perhaps because of his words, Chu Ryue surprisingly felt her mood improve. Soon, they arrived at a countryside estate. The place was picturesque, with clear waters and green mountains, and the air was fresh. Everything had been prepared in advance for their arrival. Xiaoyang looked around at the rustic estate and felt quite satisfied. Let's go and explore, he said. Chu Ryue, you can do as you please. Xiaoyang took Shun Yinyan's hand and, without hesitation, turned and walked away. What's going on here? Chu Ryue couldn't believe it. They had come together, but now that they'd arrived, they just left her behind? That's so heartless. Princess, since we're out, why not try to have some fun? Qingyao looked at Chu Ryue with concern. He had been with her since childhood, never separated, always by her side. He knew that despite her tough exterior, her heart was the softest. Because of this incident, she had been unhappy for a long time, secretly crying every night after the lights were out. Thinking of this, Qingyao felt a pang of heartache. Chu Ryue looked at him and mumbled, Will you leave me? Can you stay with me forever, just like this, always by my side? No, I will always be by your side, princess, Qingyao said with a gentle smile. Normally, he was cold and rarely showed any emotion, but now his eyes were soft, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, making him look much more attractive than usual. Chu Ryue's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him. She suddenly leaned in, staring straight at him. You said it, and I'm holding you to it. You're not allowed to leave me, understand? Yes, I obey. Qingyao immediately agreed. That's more like it. Xiaoyang led Shun Yinyan to the grassy field at the back. It was very different from the city, with everything being untouched and natural. The ground was covered with small yellow and white flowers, looking very beautiful. Shun Yinyan, who grew up in the capital, had never seen such a vast expanse of wildflowers. Her lips curved into a smile, and she ran around joyfully, like a bird just released from a cage. Wow, this place is so beautiful. I love it. Shun Yinyan laughed, tilting her head and looking at Xiaoyang. Since they arrived in Qin, they had been busy all the time, and Xiaoyang always felt guilty for not giving Shun Yinyan enough time to enjoy life. Now that they finally had a chance to go out and have fun, seeing Shun Yinyan so happy made Xiaoyang smile too. He bent down and quickly picked a bunch of flowers, bringing them to Shun Yinyan with a smile. Do you like them? Shun Yinyan looked at the nameless wildflowers, momentarily stunned. Then, her nose tingled with emotion, her eyes turning red as she hugged him tightly, choking out, "Why are you so good to me?" Silly girl, why are you asking that again? Didn't I say you're my wife, so I should be good to you? Xiaoyang smiled tenderly, gently kissing Shun Yinyan's lips amidst the flowers. Although Shun Yinyan had become bolder after their time together, doing something like this in such an open space still made her feel embarrassed. She pushed Xiaoyang away, saying with a smile, "You rascal, can't you be a little more reserved? You're my wife, and I worked hard to get you. I'll do whatever I want, and I won't hold back. I'm going to kiss you." Xiaoyang moved in again. Shun Yinyan quickly raised her hands to block him, laughing, "No, it's not happening. No is not an option." Xiaoyang picked her up horizontally and turned toward a small wooden cabin not far away. He had scouted the area beforehand and knew no one else was around except for them. "Xiaoyang, you're such a scoundrel. You know that?" Shun Yinyan wrapped her arms around his neck, looking at him reproachfully. But soon, she was swept away by wave after wave of pleasure. Xiaoyang never indulged in empty talk. He simply held his precious one close, kissing her again and again. Meanwhile, Xiaozhe was on his way to Qin, enduring the hardships of travel. Although he had been there once before, for some reason, this time seemed particularly difficult. Along the way, he encountered many refugees, all fierce and troublesome. Chapter 162. Ferocious Demons. What on earth is going on? How is the king of Qin governing his fiefdom? Xiaozhe gritted his teeth, glaring at Bai Shu. Poor Bai Shu, a mere scholar, had been tormented to the point of looking emaciated. Now, facing Xiaozhe's fury, Bai Shu himself wanted to ask what was happening. Weren't things supposed to be normal in Qin? How did it turn out like this? Your Highness, please calm down. It seems these refugees are fleeing from Qin towards the capital. Perhaps this is for the best, as it will allow the emperor to see the state of Qin's refugees and realize that the king of Qin is useless. Bai Shu racked his brain to find some words to comfort Xiaozhe. Hearing this, Xiaozhe felt slightly better. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's truly a wretched place that breeds vicious people." As soon as he finished, several people nearby turned to look at him. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge out your eyes." Xiaozhe seethed with anger. Being stared at by these lowly refugees was humiliating for him, the crown prince. "Your Highness? He's the crown prince. The crown prince must be here to provide relief. Please, Your Highness, spare us some food." No one knew who started it, but the panicked refugees suddenly rushed towards Xiaozhe. Each one looked like a ferocious demon, as if they wanted to devour him. Xiaozhe, who had grown up in luxury in the palace, had never encountered such a situation. He retreated in fear, shouting, "Protect me! Don't let these filthy peasants come any closer." Hearing this, the refugees' expressions changed. The pleading turned to hostility. Suddenly, a group of bandits on horseback appeared, brandishing long swords and charging straight at Xiaozhe. The chaos of refugees and bandits quickly threw Xiaozhe's entourage into disarray. "Protect the crown prince," Bai Shu shouted urgently. Unfortunately, these attackers had a plan. They quickly looted everything and, without hesitation, turned and fled, not stopping for a moment. When everyone calmed down, their belongings were gone, leaving them stripped bare. The bandits had taken everything, even their spare clothes. Outrageous. Rebellion. Rebellion in Qin. Xiaozhi roared in the wind, standing in his undergarments. His subordinates knelt on the ground, shivering in the breeze. It was utterly humiliating. Soon, Xiaoyang received news of this. Upon seeing the clothes, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, they're really professionals. He laughed, then glanced at Chitai. Was this your idea? Chitai rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect them to be so thorough. I just said to take whatever they could and not hold back. I didn't think they'd take it so literally. Good. Well done. Xiaoyang smiled. Cut these clothes into pieces and use them to make nests for our rabbits. Using the crown prince's clothes for rabbit nests? Wasn't that a bit extravagant? Yet it felt so satisfying. Xiaoyang counted the money and handed it to Song Zhao. Make sure this money reaches the people. If I find anyone embezzling, they'll be executed without mercy. When he spoke of execution, he wasn't ferocious, but rather gentle. Yet behind that gentleness lay a ruthlessness that few could endure. Song Zhao felt a chill and quickly nodded. Yes, I assure you, every coin will be accounted for. Nothing will be unclear. That was more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. He was currently on a vacation with his wife and didn't want these messy affairs to affect his mood. He had secretly met with him to ensure everything was in order. Now that everything was settled, he could freely enjoy his time with his wife. As for how Xiaozhi would handle things, what did it have to do with him? Returning to the cabin, he saw Shun Yunyan brewing tea. His heart softened, and he walked up to her from behind, wrapping his arms around her. Are you making tea for me? Don't mess around. You might get scalded, Shun Yunyan said, half laughing, half exasperated. Since coming to the estate, Xiaoyang seemed like a different person, full of childish mischief. Watching her movements, Xiaoyang's lips curved. Wife, you're so beautiful. Initially, Shun Yunyan didn't know what wife meant, but after Xiaoyang explained, she felt shy whenever she heard it. The intimate term filled her heart with sweetness. Oh, what are you saying? Shun Yunyan blushed, whispering, even if there are no outsiders, can't you behave? Okay. Xiaoyang immediately agreed, kissing her on the cheek. He knew she'd say that, but it didn't stop him. Shun Yunyan sighed, then calculated the days. We've been out for over 10 days. Is everything really okay? What could go wrong? Xiaoyang asked, curious. Don't you like being with me? What nonsense. Of course I like being with you. I'm just worried. Shun Yunyan frowned, looking at him. There's so much to do at home. Is it okay for us not to go back? Don't you need to personally oversee the reconstruction and help the refugees? Xiaoyang knew Shun Yunyan was the most suitable person for him. No matter the situation, her mind was always clear. I just don't want to leave here, Xiaoyang whispered, holding her. Even if you don't say it, I know you're truly happy here. You've been upset over Chu Yue, haven't you? She's just a dead person. Why would I be upset over her? Shun Yunyan suddenly smiled. She stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Xiaoyang. You once told me that if something bothers me, I should speak up. I've always remembered that. If something truly upsets me, I will say it. But right now, I'm not upset. I'm just worried. With Qin in this state, I'm afraid people won't trust you. Shun Yunyan looked at him with concern. Qin is your heart and soul. I've seen all your efforts. I don't want those efforts to go to waste. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt deeply moved. He smiled tenderly, kissed her, and said softly, in 2 months, it will be harvest season. That's when the real danger will come. Right now, we're just taking a break. Chapter 163. Only one piece of clothing left. Although Xiaoyang had been advocating for low-profile development over the past year, the fact remained that, however, Emperor Xia had ruled for so many years, and he was certainly no fool. Now that the crops in the fields had grown, even a blind person could see that they were different from previous years. Emperor Xia's greatest concern was his bloodline. As a child of the previous dynasty, if he were to stand out too much in the current one and gain the people's affection, it would pose a significant threat to the imperial authority. For the sake of the integrity of the imperial power, even if the entire Qin region were wiped out, it would be of no concern. This was the nature of an emperor, the nature of Emperor Xia. He was ruthless, tyrannical, and selfish. Therefore, Xiaoyang knew that the autumn harvest would not be simple. All that could be done now was to prepare in advance. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to appear, he could not interfere with the harvest of the crops. 3 days later, a Fu reported, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived and is currently waiting at the entrance of the Qin Palace." Let him wait. "We'll leave after nightfall," Xiaoyang snorted. Shen Yunyan, hearing this, was a bit worried and frowned at Xiaoyang. "Is this okay? Won't it be too disrespectful?" "How could it be too disrespectful? We don't know what happened to him on the way. Wouldn't it take time to return from the manor?" Xiaoyang's reasoning was sound. After speaking, Xiaoyang felt a tinge of regret. He had forgotten that he hadn't told Shen Yunyan about the ambush on the way. Realizing this, he slapped his mouth in annoyance. When had he become so careless? Although he was careless, Shen Yunyan was indeed very intelligent. She immediately sensed something was off and frowned at Xiaoyang. "What do you mean by that? What happened to him on the way?" "How would I know?" "I don't know." Xiaoyang began to feign ignorance. But Shen Yunyan clearly didn't believe him. She shot him a sideways glance and turned to start packing. At dusk, the family set off for the Qin Palace. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat strange. Chu Ruoyue, watching the two silent individuals, furrowed her brow slightly. "You two, aren't you fighting?" "What do you mean by that? Are you hoping we'd fight?" Xiaoyang snorted, looking at her. What kind of remark was that? Chu Ruoyue rolled her eyes and retorted irritably, "What does your fight have to do with me? Besides, what benefit would I get from you two fighting? What am I even hoping for?" Shen Yunyan nodded in agreement, shooting Xiaoyang a sideways glance and said unhappily, "I think you're the one hoping for a fight, aren't you?" Indeed, when two women teamed up, no one could defeat them. Xiaoyang knew that speaking more would only lead to more mistakes, so he awkwardly rubbed his nose and chose to remain silent. Staying quiet was always the right choice, wasn't it? Unfortunately, he wanted to stay silent, but Chu Ruoyue didn't give him the chance. News has come from Chu. Chu Yue has set off from the Chu capital with a dowry of 300,000 taels of gold. You'll be able to welcome your beauty in about half a month. Chu Ruoyue smirked maliciously. Shen Yunyan snorted. The 10th princess of Chu is truly devoted. Traveling thousands of miles with 300,000 taels of gold to be your concubine. You're really something. Xiaoyang felt a bitter taste in his mouth upon hearing this. Regarding the matter of Chu Yue, Xiaoyang had already reported it to Shen Yunyan earlier, and at the time, she had seemed indifferent. He had thought this matter wouldn't cause any waves, but to his surprise, Shen Yunyan had unexpectedly brought it up at this moment. "Wife, don't. Keep your distance." Shen Yunyan turned her head away, not even looking at him. Was she really angry? Chu Ruoyue, watching Xiaoyang's distressed expression, couldn't help but laugh out loud with schadenfreude. She had always seen the two of them as inseparable, but she never expected that even Xiaoyang would have moments he couldn't handle. Serves him right. Seeing her gloating expression, Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. Chu Yue's arrival will make it inconvenient for you to stay outside. How about this? You move back, and let Chu Yue stay in your courtyard. After all, you're sisters, and it would be good for you to look out for each other. Was the retribution coming too quickly? Chu Ruoyue clearly hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so unscrupulous. She frowned at him. "Are you sure you want her to stay in my courtyard? Aren't you afraid I might lose control and cut her up? If you really can't control yourself, it would be a good thing for me. After all, you're both princesses of Chu. If the older sister accidentally kills the younger one, it's not my fault, is it?" Xiaoyang snorted, clearly not intending to show any conscience. This time, it was Chu Ruoyue who couldn't hold back. She immediately linked arms with Shen Yunyan. "Shinjie, aren't you going to do something about this?" This time, it was Chu Ruoyue who couldn't hold back. She immediately linked arms with Shen Yunyan. Shin sister, aren't you going to do something about this? Shun Yunyan remained silent, only shooting Xiaoyang a glare. The atmosphere in the carriage grew tense once again. Xiaoyang awkwardly rubbed his nose, sighed helplessly, and muttered softly, "We're about to meet Xiaja. If you fight with me, he'll be delighted." "What do you mean?" Shin Yunyan frowned at him. "Do you think I'm doing this on purpose?" I didn't mean that." Xiaoyang grew anxious, but Shun Yunyan no longer wanted to hear any further explanations. She waved her hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. If you think I'm doing this on purpose, then I am. Is that clear?" She then shouted, "Stop the carriage. Where are you going?" Xiaoyang frowned at her. "What are you doing?" "I'm not riding in the same carriage as you," Shun Yunyan declared, then lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. Even Chu Ruoyue was stunned by this. She looked at Xiaoyang with guilt and whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. I didn't mean to." "It's not your fault," Xiaoyang waved her off. "When Chu Yuewei arrives, just remember to keep an eye on her for me." The two remained silent as they arrived at the entrance of the Qin Palace. When Shan Yunyan saw Xiaja, shivering in nothing but a dirty undergarment at the palace gate, she finally understood where Xiaoyang's gloating expression had come from. Although there was no evidence, Shan Yunyan knew that this matter must be connected to Xiaoyang. "Oh, brother. What?" Xiaoyang jumped in shock upon getting off the carriage and quickly removed his cloak, draping it over Xiaja. "What on earth happened? Where have you been? Why did you only return now?" Xiaja pushed Xiaoyang away, looking as aggrieved as a man who had just lost 200 pounds. Indeed, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "Brother, are you all right? We were enjoying the hot springs at the manor and didn't know you were coming today. But once we heard you were here, we rushed back immediately. What happened to you?" Chapter 164. Stop fooling around. What's the matter? Seeing Xiaoyang's naive and sweet demeanor, Xiaja felt another surge of anger. However, he was empty-handed and lacked evidence, leaving him with grievances he couldn't voice. At that moment, Shin Yunyan stepped forward, her brows furrowed. "What are you asking for? Hurry up and let the crown prince in." Right. Look at me. I'm so muddled with anxiety. Quick, prepare hot water, new clothes, and take good care of the crown prince." Xiaoyang called out to those inside. Who could understand? He was about to burst into laughter, wasn't he? It was so hard to hold back the laughter. Xiaja, for now, couldn't care less about these trivial matters. He just wanted to end this awkwardness as soon as possible. After glaring at Xiaoyang, he reluctantly stepped inside. Once inside, Shin Yunyan grabbed Xiaoyang's arm and frowned at him. "You already knew, didn't you? You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "Knew what? Did what on purpose? What are you talking about?" Xiaoyang looked at her with a serious expression. Shin Yunyan knew him too well. Seeing his smug look, she rolled her eyes in frustration. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. How could you do this? If you're discovered, you'll be in great danger, do you understand?" Danger? At first, Xiaoyang thought Shin Yunyan was worried about Xiaja, but now he realized she was concerned about him. For a moment, a sense of inexplicable pride filled his heart. Seeing his smug expression, Shin Yunyan frowned and said irritably, "What are you looking at me for?" "Nothing, just looking around. Is that a problem?" Xiaoyang smiled and leaned in, kissing Shan Yunyan on the lips. "What's the time for this?" Shin Yunyan blushed and rolled her eyes at him. "Are you asking for a beating, or what?" Xiaoyang looked at her Wei Chuda, whispering, "What did I do wrong to deserve a beating?" Xiaoyang gazed at her with Wei Chuda, whispering, "What did I do wrong to deserve a beating?" "Enough. Stop fooling around. What should we do next?" Shin Yunyan frowned, looking at Xiaoyang. "Do you think Xiaja will let you off the hook?" Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "You go about your business. Prepare some good food for us. Tonight, we'll drink and not stop until we're drunk. Let's have a good toast." Hearing this, Shun Yunyan was both amused and exasperated. She looked at him helplessly and whispered, "What's the time for drinking? Are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious. I want to drink, and I want to entertain my dear elder brother properly." Xiaoyang laughed heartily and turned to enter a nearby room. Seeing Xiaoyang's triumphant expression, Shun Yunyin was at a loss between laughter and tears. She could only sigh and turn to head towards the kitchen. Once inside, Tianzhao couldn't help but speak up. "Wang Fei, is it really okay to do this? What problems do you think there could be?" Shun Yunyin frowned at her, clearly displeased. Although Shun Yunyin herself felt Xiaoyang's actions were indeed excessive, it wasn't up to the servants to criticize. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Tianzhao's face turned pale. "I deserve to die, servant. There are all kinds of people in the Qinhuang Palace, so I hope you'll keep yourself in check. Don't speak carelessly, or else if something goes wrong, even I won't be able to save you." Shin Yunyin sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Although Tianzhao felt a bit wronged, she nodded and whispered, "Yes, I understand. I won't dare to do it again." "That's more like it." After cleaning himself up, Xiaozhi came over, full of anger, wanting to have a proper talk with Xiaoyang. But as soon as he entered, he was greeted by the rich aroma of meat. He stood there, frowning and looking at Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth. "You, elder brother, you're clean now? Aren't you hungry? Come, let's eat first. No matter what the issue is, we can discuss it over the meal, can't we?" Xiaoyang smiled, glancing at him. This made Xiaozhi's expression even uglier. He initially wanted to refuse with dignity, but the aroma made his mouth water. With gritted teeth, he walked over and sat down to eat. After finishing, Xiaoyang finally asked, "Can I ask, elder brother, what exactly is the matter that has led to this situation? What's the matter? Do you really not know? It's just the two of us here. Why are you pretending in front of me?" Xiaozhi glared at him coldly, snorting. It seems this guy isn't entirely stupid after all. Seeing his angry and frustrated expression, Xiaoyang found it incredibly amusing. He chuckled and said lightly, "Elder brother, I really don't understand what you're saying. I've always treated you with the utmost respect. I really don't understand what it is that displeases you about me." "Shut up." Xiaozhi was furious again, his voice harsh. "Don't you dare call me elder brother. What are you? What right do you have to call me that? I am the crown prince of the current dynasty, while you are merely the son of the princess of the previous dynasty, a remnant of the past. Father was merciful, granting you the title of a prince and a fief. Do you really think you're something special?" Xiaoyang knew that what Xiaozhi was saying now were his true feelings, thoughts he had held for years. If it weren't for this major shock, he would never have spoken these words aloud or become so hysterical. Watching him, Xiaoyang's heart was filled with cold laughter, but on the surface, he remained innocent and confused. He looked at him, seemingly puzzled by his anger. After a moment of thought, he said softly, "Crown Prince, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first? We can talk properly after you've calmed down. Who wants to talk to you?" Xiaozhi flipped the table over, his voice filled with rage. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Xiaoyang, I hate you, I loathe you, and I wish you were dead. Crown Prince, be careful with your words. Although you are the future emperor, you are not the emperor yet. You have no right to execute a first-rank prince." Xiaoyang continued to smile, calmly watching him lose control. Xiaozhi took a deep breath, finally calming down upon hearing this. He glared at him fiercely. "One day, I'll personally kill you. Do you believe that? The crown prince is working too hard, even starting to talk nonsense. If the emperor and the princess of the Long Court find out, your position in the Eastern Palace might really be in jeopardy." Xiaoyang looked at him with sympathy, then stood up and walked out. "Aching, the crown prince is tired. Take him to rest well." As soon as he finished speaking, several people surrounded Xiaozhi, all glaring at him menacingly. Chapter 165. Setting Things Right. Seeing this, Xiaozhi became anxious. He furrowed his brows and glared at him, speaking harshly, "How dare you? I am the crown prince. What do you think you can do to me?" "We don't mean to do anything. We just want you to rest properly. Xiaoyang finally lost patience and shot a silver needle at him, causing him to faint instantly. Xiaoxia didn't even realize how he was struck, his eyes widening in disbelief before he lost consciousness. Spread the word outside. Xiaoxia has gone mad and is seeking renowned physicians, Xiaoyang ordered grimly. A Fu, looking concerned, glanced at Xiaoyang and then whispered, Your Highness, if we do this, how will we explain to the capital later? The crown prince is ill. Can't I summon doctors? Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly. Send this news to the emperor immediately. Let him handle it himself. Seeing this, a Fu could only obediently nod and turn to carry out the task. Xiaoxia never expected that Xiaoyang would actually have the audacity to imprison him. Once inside, he smashed everything breakable on the table, shouting furiously, Xiaoyang, you traitor! You deserve to die. At the door, Shun Yunyan heard this and kicked open the door. Without a word, she slapped him hard across the face. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just trample over people like that? Shun Yunyan glared at him, her teeth clenched. Startled by Shun Yunyan's sudden appearance and the unexpected slap, Xiaoxia looked at her in disbelief, muttering, You? You hit me for him? Why? Do you love him that much? Xiaoxia, I am the princess of Qin, Shun Yunyan said, half laughing, half crying, looking at him. You were sent here to aid in disaster relief, but what have you done? You lost the relief funds on the way, and once here, you started making false accusations. Do you really think we have no temper? Xiaoxia finally realized he was in the wrong. He looked at Shun Yunyan. It was Xiaoyang. He deliberately took the silver. Without evidence, it's best not to speak carelessly. If this reaches the capital, it will be a fatal blow to you. So, you'd better calm down and think about what to do next. Shun Yunyan shot him a cold glance and turned to leave. Although Xiaoyang said nothing, Shun Yunyan, having been with him for so many years, understood his intentions. She knew all he wanted was an attitude from Xiaoxia. If Xiaoxia continued to be stubborn, it would be his own undoing. Xiaoyang, standing not far away, watched Shun Yunyan come out and approached her. You really came? At this time, unless it's me, no one else could convince him. What exactly are you planning? I plan to find a doctor to treat him properly, Xiaoyang said, shrugging, feeling his reasoning was sound. He had always thought Xiaoxia was quite ill, so it was time to treat him. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shun Yunyan whispered, In a month, we'll have the autumn harvest. It's best not to stir up trouble now. No matter what, we need to get the crops in. Don't you think so? You might not know, but the Ministry of War has already started secretly preparing provisions. Xiaoyang's face darkened. The Emperor probably knows the importance of the harvest and is preparing to make a move on me. After waiting for half a year, I guess he's at his limit. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan became nervous and whispered, Then, what should we do? What should we do? We'll handle it as it comes. If soldiers come, we'll meet them with generals. If water comes, we'll block it with earth. I'll protect you, Xiaoyang said, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and smiling tenderly, kissing her on the lips with a look of deep affection. At this, Shun Yunyan no longer felt angry. She leaned on Xiaoyang and whispered, I wasn't really mad at you. I was just worried. It's fine. With Xiaoxia here these days, we can blame Chu Yuewei's death on him, Xiaoyang said with a mischievous smile. For 3 days, Xiaoxia saw over a dozen doctors, all of whom he beat up and chased away, their faces bruised and swollen. I'm not sick. Let me out. I am the crown prince of the realm. Chapter 165. Setting things right. Seeing this, Xiaoxia became anxious, furrowing his brows and glaring at him fiercely. How dare you? I am the crown prince. What do you think you can do to me? We don't dare do anything. We just want you to rest properly. Xiaoyang finally lost his patience and shot a silver needle at him, causing him to pass out instantly. Xiaoxia didn't even realize how he was struck, his eyes widening in disbelief before he lost consciousness. Spread the word outside that Xiaja has gone mad and is seeking renowned doctors, Xiaoyang instructed with a dark expression. A Fu looked at Xiaoyang with concern and whispered, Your Highness, if we do this, how will we explain it to the capital later? The crown prince is ill. Can I call in doctors to treat him? Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly. Send this news to the emperor immediately. Let him handle it himself. Seeing this, a Fu obediently nodded and left to carry out his tasks. Xiaja never expected that Xiaoyang would actually have the audacity to imprison him. Once inside, he smashed everything breakable on the table and shouted angrily, Xiaoyang, you traitor! You deserve to die. At the door, Shen Yunyan heard this and kicked the door open, entering without a word and slapping him hard across the face. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are, that you can treat someone so carelessly? Shen Yunyan glared at him, gritting her teeth. Startled by Shen Yunyan's sudden appearance and the unexpected slap, Xiaja stared at her in disbelief. You hit me for him? Why? Do you love him so much? Xiaja, I am the princess of the Qin kingdom, Shen Yunyan said, half laughing, half crying. You came here to provide disaster relief, but what have you done? You lost the relief funds on the way, and once here, you started falsely accusing people. Do you really think we have no temper? Xiaja realized he was in the wrong. He looked at Shen Yunyan. It was Xiaoyang. He deliberately took the silver. Without evidence, it's best not to speak carelessly. If this matter reaches the capital, it will be fatal for you. You'd better calm down and think about what to do next. Shen Yunyan gave him a cold look and turned to leave. Although Xiaoyang said nothing, Shen Yunyan, having been with him for so many years, understood his intentions. She knew what he wanted was simply an attitude from Xiaja. If Xiaja continued to be stubborn, it would be his own undoing. Xiaoyang watched from a distance as Shen Yunyan came out and approached her. You still came. At this time, no one else could convince him. What are your plans now? I plan to find a doctor to treat him properly. Xiaoyang shrugged, feeling his reasoning was sound. He had always thought Xiaja was quite ill, and it was time to treat him. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Shen Yunyan whispered, We'll have the autumn harvest in a month. It's best not to cause any unnecessary trouble. No matter what, we must ensure the crops are harvested, don't you think? You might not know, but the Ministry of War has already started secretly preparing provisions. Xiaoyang's face darkened. The emperor probably knows the importance of the harvest and is preparing to make a move. After waiting for so long, he must be at his wit's end. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan became nervous and whispered, Then, what should we do? What should we do? We'll deal with it as it comes. I'll protect you. Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around her shoulder, smiled tenderly, and kissed her on the lips, his eyes filled with affection. This calmed Shen Yunyan, and she leaned against Xiaoyang, whispering, I wasn't really angry with you. I was just worried. It's fine. With Xiaja here for now, we can pin Chu Yue's death on him, Xiaoyang said with a mischievous smile. For 3 days, Xiaja saw over a dozen doctors, each of whom he beat up and chased away. I'm not sick. Let me out. I am the crown prince of the realm. Xiaja screamed in despair. For 3 days, he had smashed countless objects. Xiaoyang had someone keep track of the damages and finally appeared after 3 days. Seeing Xiaoyang, Xiaja's face darkened immediately. How dare you? A mere prince dares to imprison the crown prince. Are you seeking death? How have I imprisoned you? Xiaoyang felt wronged. Look at yourself. You're acting like a madman. I'm protecting you, treating you. Why aren't you grateful? You scoundrel. Xiaja hurled a teacup at him. Xiaoyang wasn't to be outdone and punched the flying teacup into pieces. He turned cold. I've given you enough face, haven't I? This wasn't the first time Xiaja knew Xiaoyang had martial arts, but it was the first time he realized how powerful Xiaoyang truly was. He stared at him in disbelief. You've been pretending all along? What do you want? Tell me, what do you want? I don't want anything. Why are you so tense? I just want to have a proper conversation with you. Xiaoyang sat down and looked at him. Now, Can we talk properly? At this point, Xiaxia finally realized the reality. He had no right to be arrogant here. If Xiaoliang decided to kill him, it would be done discreetly, with countless ways to make it look like an accident. After all, everyone knew he had been robbed by bandits, so being killed by thieves wouldn't be unexpected. Moreover, looking at Xiaoliang's demeanor, Xiaxia had no doubt he would kill him. After understanding his predicament, Xiaxia became more cooperative. He sat down dejectedly. What do you want? Seeing his defeated expression, Xiaoliang found it somewhat amusing. He crossed his arms and said lightly, "Don't be so pessimistic. I won't do anything to you. Relax. I'm very gentle." Gentle, my foot. Xiaxia's mind was filled with curses, but he forced himself to stay silent, knowing it would do him no good to speak out now. He took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoliang with furrowed brows. Are you planning a rebellion? Even if I were to take that position, I'd only be reclaiming what's mine. The one who committed regicide and treason is your father, the current emperor, Xiaoliang said with a helpless expression. For 3 days, he smashed countless items. Xiaoliang had someone quietly note down the damages. After 3 days, he finally appeared. Seeing Xiaoliang, Xiaxia's face darkened instantly. How dare you? You, a mere prince, dare to imprison me. Do you want to die? How did I imprison you? Xiaoliang felt wronged. Look at you now, like a madman. I'm protecting you, treating you. Why aren't you grateful? You scoundrel. Xiaxia hurled a teacup at him. Xiaoliang wasn't to be outdone. He punched, shattering the flying teacup. His face turned cold. I've given you enough face. This wasn't the first time Xiaxia knew Xiaoliang had martial arts, but it was the first time he realized how powerful Xiaoliang's skills were. He stared at him in disbelief. You've been pretending all along? You scheming bastard. What do you want? Tell me, what do you want? Nothing. Why are you so tense? I just want to have a proper conversation with you, Xiaoliang said, sitting down and looking at him. Now, can you talk to me properly? At this moment, Xiaxia finally faced reality. He had no right to be arrogant here. If Xiaoliang decided to kill him, it would be done quietly, with countless ways to disguise it as an accident. After all, everyone knew he had been robbed by bandits, so being assassinated by thieves wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, looking at Xiaoliang now, Xiaxia had no doubt he would kill him. Realizing his predicament, Xiaxia became more cooperative. He sat down dejectedly. What do you want? Seeing his defeated expression, Xiaoliang found it somewhat amusing. He crossed his arms and said calmly, Don't be so pessimistic. I won't do anything to you. Don't worry. I'm very gentle. Gentle, my foot. Xiaxia's mind was full of curses, but he forced himself to hold back, knowing that speaking out now would do him no good. He took a deep breath, frowning at Xiaoliang. You want a rebel, don't you? Even if I do take that throne, I'm just reclaiming what's mine. The one who committed regicide and rebellion is your father, the current emperor, Xiaoliang said, looking at him with a helpless expression. Chapter 166. So soon. You. How dare you be so insolent? Do you even know what you're saying? Xiaxia stared at him in disbelief, his eyes wide with fury. You traitor! Ha ha ha! Xiaoliang laughed mockingly, his gaze on Xiaxia akin to looking at an idiot. A traitor? Ha, what a fine label, a traitor. But who exactly is the traitor here, I wonder? Xiaxia, stop putting on that act. I'm not interested in you, nor will I harm you. Just stay here quietly, that's all I ask. With that, Xiaoliang turned and walked away. Xiaxia was utterly stunned. He had expected Xiaoliang to finally come see him, but instead, he only left after uttering a few words. What did this mean? What was Xiaoliang trying to convey? Xiaoliang, stop right there. What do you mean by this? Explain yourself. Xiaxia, infuriated, chased after him. However, he was quickly blocked by the guards at the door, left to watch helplessly as Xiaoliang disappeared. Entering his study, Xiaoliang was surprised to find Chu Ruyu waiting there. He frowned slightly, glancing at her before speaking in a low voice. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me unless it's important? What are you doing here? What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't important, why would I come to you? Chu Ruyu rolled her eyes at him and then added, unhappily, Chu Yue will be here in 3 days. 3 days? So soon? Xiaoliang furrowed his brows, looking at Chu Ruyu. Didn't you say it would be 10 more days? How many days have passed since then? Maybe she's just eager to see you and has been riding hard to get here faster, Chu Ruyu said, clearly enjoying the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliang shrugged and chuckled. I've lived this long and it's the first time I've seen someone so desperate to meet their end. Seeing Xiaoliang's reaction, Chu Ruyu frowned, hesitated, and then asked softly, Are you really set on this? You're really going to take her life? What do you mean by that? Do you have a better option? Xiaoliang looked at her, sighing helplessly before adding in a low voice, If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to kill either. But you've seen the situation. If I don't deal with her, it will disrupt our plans and normal life. This woman harbors resentment and is like a sticky plaster we can't shake off. The only way to end it is to eliminate her. Xiaoliang wasn't a bloodthirsty man, but some people were simply burdens that needed to be removed, especially someone like Chu Yue, who was better off dead. Seeing Xiaoliang's resolve, Chu Ruyu felt he made sense and nodded, agreeing, You're right. If she must die, there's no point in hesitating. Just get it over with. That's what I like about you. Direct and unapologetically ruthless. Xiaoliang laughed heartily. Who's ruthless? Chu Ruyu shot him a glare and turned to leave angrily. Imperial study, capital city. What did you say? Emperor Xia looked at Ji Xiang, who was kneeling before him, in utter disbelief. His hand clutched his chest, his face turning pale with anger. Seeing the emperor's reaction, Ji Xiang was alarmed and quickly said, Please calm down, Your Majesty. Take care of your health. The imperial physicians have warned that you mustn't get angry. The crown prince has been detained? What do you mean detained? What do you mean he's ill? What is going on here? Emperor Xia slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Despite his dislike for the prince, he would never allow anyone to mistreat his own child. Ji Xiang, trembling, had no choice but to recount the entire incident. After hearing the details, Emperor Xia was furious. That fool. I should have just left him to die in Qin province. What's wrong, Your Majesty? The empress walked in briskly, smiling at Emperor Xia. Upon seeing the empress, Emperor Xia immediately changed his demeanor, as if he were deeply concerned for his son. You're here? The crown prince has been detained by the Qin prince. They claim he lost the disaster relief funds and has gone mad, so they're seeking a physician to treat him. Emperor Xia summarized the situation briefly. What? The empress immediately feigned shock. How could he lose the disaster relief funds? Those are the lives of the people of Qin province. The prince has been too careless. Emperor Xia had expected the empress to be concerned about the prince's illness, but instead, her primary concern seemed to be the welfare of the common people. Seeing the empress's reaction, Emperor Xia suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for himself and his son. It seemed they both occupied little to no importance in the empress's eyes. Is it that you can never see us? Even those lowly commoners matter more to you than we do. Emperor Xia suddenly gripped the empress's hand. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He couldn't understand why, after all these years, he still couldn't win this woman's heart. Seeing Emperor Xia's heartbroken expression, the empress found it utterly laughable. However, she chose not to argue with him at this moment, merely saying calmly, You're overthinking. I don't mean it that way. Ultimately, I'm concerned about your hard-earned empire. Is your heart truly with me? Emperor Xia gazed at her longingly, his face filled with affection. From the moment he first saw this valiant woman in his youth, he had been utterly captivated. All he had done over the years was to prove to her that he was better than anyone else, the best of them all. Yet, for all these years, it was as if she couldn't see his efforts and growth. Nothing he did ever seemed to impress her. Even their child was treated with disdain because of her hatred for him. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia felt another sharp pang of pain in his heart. Without warning, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. The imperial study was thrown into chaos, but the empress remained calm, gently pulling her hand away. Her gaze on Emperor Xia was cold, as if looking at a dead man. She turned and walked leisurely toward the inner palace. Emperor Xia's health was already beginning to deteriorate, yet being in the prime of his life, he paid no heed to the warnings of the imperial physicians. It wasn't until 3 days later that news of Emperor Xia's collapse reached them. Watching Xiaoyang practice calligraphy, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this a bit too fast? No, Xiaoyang replied with a smile, pulling Shen Yunyan's hand to show her his writing. Our emperor is a very self-assured man, so he likely won't be on guard. Chapter 167. Punished. Shen Yunyan didn't really want to talk about that today. After a moment of thought, she said softly, by the way, don't forget that today is the day Chu Yue enters the palace. I remember, so I sent Chu Ryue to the city gate to welcome her early this morning. Even though she's a princess of Chu, she's only coming here as a concubine. Do you expect me to personally go and greet her? Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. He glanced at Shen Yunyan and cautiously asked, You're not upset, are you? Feeling uncomfortable? How could I be? Shen Yunyan immediately shook her head. Xiaoyang had already been extremely accommodating to her. How could she possibly be dissatisfied? She was just a bit worried, that's all. After all, Chu Yue was the most beloved princess of Chu. If something were to happen to her here, what would they do? At the city gate, when Chu Yue stepped down from her carriage full of anticipation, she saw only Chu Ryue standing there, not even a procession in sight. She was stunned for a moment, then strode forward and slapped Chu Ryue hard across the face, cursing viciously, Bitch! How dare you humiliate me like this? Princess Consort Chu, please calm down. It was the prince who sent me to welcome you. Chu Ryue's face was already swollen, but she still looked at Chu Yue with pity. What? Chu Yue couldn't believe that after all her excitement about marrying here, this was the scene that awaited her. Suddenly, she felt her elaborate wedding attire had become an absurd joke. Where's Xiaoyang? Why didn't he come? Why? Chu Yue clenched her fists. I'm a princess of Chu. Even if I'm here as a concubine, I deserve respect. How could he treat me so casually? A concubine is just a nice title, but in the end, it's still just taking a concubine. Princess Consort Chu, please. Chu Ryue gestured with a wave of her hand. The more calm and composed she was, the more it enraged Chu Yue. Chu Yue stepped forward, tore off her red bridal veil, and glared at Chu Ryue with gritted teeth. You bitch! You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Do you think that just because we're no longer in Chu, I can't do anything to you? We both serve the prince now. Who's any better than the other? Besides, if we're really going to compare, I entered the household before you. You might even have to serve me tea. The prince says what, I do what. If you have any complaints, go talk to the prince yourself. Now, rein in your claws and don't make a fool of yourself here. You're not just disgracing yourself, you're disgracing Chu. Chu Ryue grabbed her wrist, exerting a bit of pressure, and coldly stared at her. This would have been unthinkable in the Chu palace, where Chu Ryue, born of humble origins, lived worse than a dog and never dared to confront Chu Yue. But now, everything was different. Not only did she dare, but she also had someone backing her up. Chu Yue suddenly realized that all the advantages she had relied on in the Chu palace seemed worthless here. At this moment, Luo Mama, Chu Yue's personal nanny, stepped forward, frowning at Chu Ryue. Princess Nine, aren't you being a bit too harsh? After all, you're both princesses of Chu. You should be looking out for each other. Luo Mama, instead of lecturing me, you should better advise Princess Tin. This Qin palace is not the Chu palace, and the Qin prince is decisive and ruthless. If one makes a misstep here, one might not even know how one died. Chu Ryue snorted disdainfully. Luo Mama, who had seen much in her life, naturally understood that this was the Qin prince's way of giving Chu Yue a cold reception. This marriage was considered absurd not only by the emperor and the imperial concubines, but even by her, a mere servant. A princess of the imperial concubine, repeatedly offering herself to a foreign prince. Wasn't this openly shaming the royal family? It was only because her birth mother was favored, and her maternal family was influential that she wasn't already given a white silk to hang herself. As a servant, some things could be said, but others absolutely could not. Luo Mama stepped forward and gently advised, "Princess, there are many people here with loose tongues. If you haven't even entered the palace yet and have already displeased the prince, it's not worth it. Let's return first. There's always time later." Thinking of the dowry she had brought and the current difficulties in Qin, Chu Yue immediately felt confident. She coldly glared at Chu Ruyue and said disdainfully, "Even if Xiaoliang likes you, what can he do? I've brought so much with me that I can save the Qin people from their plight. I don't believe he can continue to favor you as before." After saying that, she turned around and got back into the carriage. "Let's go." Favor? Hearing this, Chu Ruyue felt a bitter laugh rising in her throat. The person Xiaoliang truly favored was never her. He liked, favored, and was devoted to another woman. In the end, they weren't much different. They were all just pawns and tools. Thinking of this, Chu Ruyue's face also revealed an indescribable sense of helplessness and loneliness. Without a grand welcoming ceremony, not even a hint of festivity in the entire Qin palace, she was like an object carried in through a side door. As soon as she entered, an old nanny came over, bowed to Chu Yue, and said, "This servant Li Hua greets Princess Consort Chu." The prince said that since the princess has traveled far, she must be tired, so he won't be coming tonight. He told the princess to rest well and asked me to explain the rules of Great Xia to her. "How dare you?" Luo Mama gritted her teeth. "The Qin prince is going too far. Isn't this openly saying that our Chu princess lacks upbringing?" Li Hua's expression remained unchanged as she smiled faintly. "Why is Luo Mama so angry? The prince is doing this for the princess's own good." "I understand. You may leave," Chu Yue said, tears streaming down her face. She never imagined that after all her excitement about coming here, this was the reception she would face. Seeing her cry, Luo Mama also felt a pang of heartache. She quickly stepped forward, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and whispered, "Princess, don't cry. Why are they treating me like this? I truly love him. My feelings for him are genuine." Chu Yue's eyes were red with rage. For him, she had given up everything she could. Even her father, the emperor, wouldn't spare her a glance, thinking her actions disgraceful. But as long as she could marry the man she loved, she could overlook all that. Yet it was the man she loved who was treating her this way. Why? Luo Mama didn't know what to say. Matters of the heart were always complicated, and even though the Qin prince's actions were somewhat rude, they were also reasonable. After all, a concubine didn't warrant such a grand reception. Chapter 168. How could it be like this? Chapter 168. How could this be? In the bedroom of the royal chamber. Is this really okay? Shen Yunyan leaned against Xiaoling's chest. Could there be any side effects? What side effects could there be? Xiaoling held her and said indifferently, "In Chu, she was indeed a high-born princess, but here, in this place, she's merely a lowly concubine. I need to make her face this reality." Shen Yunyan sighed and kissed Xiaoling. "If it's for me, you don't have to go through this trouble." Saying this, Shen Yunyan sat up and looked at Xiaoling seriously. "I had a miscarriage before, which damaged my body. It's been so long, and I still haven't conceived again." Hearing this, Xiaoling already knew what she was about to say. "Don't continue." Xiaoling turned his head away, clearly not wanting to hear it. Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan felt a pang in her heart. She leaned against him and muttered, "I'm not forcing you to go to someone else. I just think you shouldn't be without a child." "I'll try my best," Xiaoling said leisurely. "Try? What kind of effort?" Before Shen Yunyan could react, Xiaoling kissed her again. Xiaoling." Shen Yunyan was flustered, gritting her teeth as she called out his name. Xiaoling didn't stop, wanting to convey his feelings through this action. The next morning, Chu Yue, dressed in a bright red palace gown, entered Shen Yunyan's courtyard with a bold and flamboyant air. Although it wasn't their first meeting, Shen Yunyan still thought Chu Yue suited the color red very well. Her attire was exquisitely made, clearly showing the effort put into it, making her look dignified and charming, truly beautiful. Too bad. Beneath that beautiful exterior lay a shameless heart. Chu concubine, how dare you? Tianzhao stepped forward, frowning at Chu Yuewei. As a concubine, you dare to wear the color of the empress and flaunt it in the palace. This is an act of usurpation. Chu Yuewei had been simmering with anger since yesterday. Hearing this, she became even more furious and, without thinking, slapped Tianzhao across the face. I am a princess of Chu and a concubine of the Qin king. What are you? Just a mere maid. How dare you be insolent in front of me? Tianzhao is a first-rank lady-in-waiting. Shen Yunyan's eyes darkened. She had known Chu Yuewei was difficult, but she never expected her to be so reckless. On her first day as a concubine, she had already tried to give the empress a show of authority. It seemed that her life in Chu had been too comfortable, so comfortable that she had forgotten who she was. Chu Yuewei retracted her hand and curtsied to Shen Yunyan. Even if she's a first-rank lady-in-waiting, what can she do? I was just teaching her a lesson, that's all. In the Chu palace, Chu Yuewei, relying on her favor, had always been reckless and never shown any restraint. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan knew that reasoning with this person was pointless. This is the Qin king's palace, and there are rules here. You have insulted your superiors and assaulted a palace lady-in-waiting. According to our rules, you need to kneel for 4 hours and receive 30 strokes of the cane. Shen Yunyan looked at her coldly, her expression impassive. What? Chu Yuewei couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. You dare to beat me? To punish you according to palace rules, why wouldn't I dare? Come, make her kneel for the required time, then give her 30 strokes of the cane. Take her out. With a single order from Shen Yunyan, 2 lady-in-waiting stepped forward to drag Chu Yuewei away. Now, Chu Yuewei finally realized that Shen Yunyan wasn't joking. She was serious. How dare you? Let go of me. I am a princess of Chu. How dare you? The palace ladies, only obeying Shen Yunyan, ignored Chu Yuewei and dragged her out. At this moment, Granny Luo knelt down and started kowtowing. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Please forgive the Chu concubine for not knowing the rules since she just arrived. Please show mercy. It's precisely because she's new here and doesn't know the rules that I need to teach her properly. Otherwise, offending me is a minor matter. But if she offends the king, that would be a disaster, Shen Yunyan said with righteousness, exuding the full authority of an empress. Now, even Granny Luo, who was as cunning as a fox, didn't dare to say anything more. She could only awkwardly get up and go out to kneel beside Chu Yuewei. Shen Yunyan, you vile woman. Just you wait. I will never let you off. Chu Yuewei glared at Shen Yunyan with gritted teeth. She had never suffered such humiliation since birth. How could she accept it? Tianzhao, slap her. Shen Yunyan held a teacup, her expression indifferent as she gave the order. Tianzhao stepped forward and slapped Chu Yuewei hard across the face. Then, she continued slapping her, left and right, without any mercy. In no time, Chu Yuewei's once pretty face had swollen like a pig's head. No matter how arrogant Chu Yuewei was, she was just a young girl. After being disciplined like this, she naturally became subdued. Oh, the Empress seems to be in high spirits. Xiaoling, having just woken up, came out from the inner chamber. He walked directly to Shen Yunyan's side and squeezed in next to her, sitting on the same chair. The chair, which was spacious enough for Shen Yunyan alone, became a bit cramped with Xiaoling's large frame. Your Highness awake? Shen Yunyan smiled at him, her expression gentle. Xiaoling picked up a pastry from the side, took a bite, and frowned. What's going on here? Your Highness, save me. Seeing Xiaoling, Chu Yuewei thought her support had arrived and burst into tears. Xiaoling seemed to find her crying annoying. He dug into his ear and frowned at her. Why are you crying? Speak up, what's going on? Your Highness, the Empress is humiliating me. Chu Yuewei felt even more wronged. Her face was swollen like a pig's, so her speech was a bit unclear. Hearing this, Xiaoling tilted his head and looked at Shen Yunyan. Why did you hit her? Shin Yunyan didn't back down and directly recounted Chu Yuewei's actions. After hearing this, Xiaoling waved his hand. In that case, she deserved it. After the punishment, send some good medicine over. Oh, and assign a few more grannies to teach her properly. This is a disgrace. With that, Xiaoling stood up and kissed Shin Yunyan on the forehead. I'm leaving. Your Highness, take care. Shin Yunyan didn't even stand up, just smiled at him. Now, Chu Yuewei couldn't even cry. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She had always thought that her father's love for her mother was unparalleled, but even then, her mother dared not be so bold in front of her father. This woman, what gave her the right? She had thought that Xiaoling liked that vile woman Chu Ruoyue and didn't care about the Empress. Now it seemed she had seriously misjudged the situation. Are you sure this will work? Shin Yunyan leaned against Xiaoling's chest. Won't there be any side effects? What side effects could there be? Xiaoling held her and said indifferently, in Chu, she was indeed a high and mighty princess, but here, she's just a lowly concubine. I need to make her understand this reality. Shin Yunyan sighed and kissed Xiaoling. If it's for me, you don't have to feel pressured. As she spoke, Shin Yunyan sat up and looked at Xiaoling earnestly. I had a miscarriage before, which damaged my health, and it's been so long without conceiving again. At this point, Xiaoling already knew what she was about to say. Don't continue. Xiaoling turned his head away, clearly not wanting to hear more. Seeing him like this, Shin Yunyan felt a pang of guilt. She leaned against him and muttered, I'm not forcing you to go to someone else. I just think you shouldn't be without a child. I'll try my best, Xiaoling said casually. Try his best? For what? Before Shin Yunyan could react, Xiaoling kissed her again. Xiaoling. Shin Yunyan was flustered, gritting her teeth as she called his name. But Xiaoling didn't stop, wanting to convey his feelings through this action. The next morning, Princess Chu Yuewei entered Shin Yunyan's courtyard in a bold, crimson palace dress. Although it wasn't their first meeting, Shin Yunyan still thought Chu Yuewei suited the color red very well. Her attire was exquisitely crafted, clearly the result of much effort, making her appear both elegant and charming. Truly beautiful. Too bad that beneath this beautiful exterior lay a shameless heart. Chu concubine, how dare you? Tian Zhao stepped forward, frowning at Chu Yuewei. As a concubine, you dare to flaunt yourself in crimson in the palace. This is a transgression. Chu Yuewei was already fuming from yesterday's grievances, and upon hearing this, her anger flared. Without thinking, she slapped Tian Zhao across the face. I am a princess of Chu and a concubine of the Qin king. What are you? Just a mere maid. How dare you be insolent in front of me? Tian Zhao is a first-rank lady-in-waiting. Shin Yunyan's eyes darkened. She had known Chu Yuewei was difficult, but she never expected her to be so brazen, giving the main wife a show of authority on her first day here. It seemed that the comfortable life in Chu had made her forget who she was. Chu Yuewei retracted her hand and curtsied to Shin Yunyan, saying coldly, even if she's a first-rank lady-in-waiting, what can she do? I was merely disciplining her, that's all. In the Chu palace, Chu Yuewei, relying on her favor, had always been reckless, never showing any restraint. Seeing this, Shin Yunyan knew reasoning with her would be pointless. This is the Qin king's palace, and it has its own rules. You have insulted your superiors and assaulted a palace lady-in-waiting. According to our rules, you need to kneel for 4 hours and receive 30 lashes. Shin Yunyan looked at her coldly, her expression impassive. What? Chu Yuewei couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Shin Yunyan in disbelief. You dare to beat me? What's there to be afraid of in punishing you according to palace rules? Come, make her kneel for the full time, then give her 30 lashes and drag her out. At Shin Yunyan's command, 2 lady-in-waiting stepped forward to seize Chu Yuewei. Only then did Chu Yuewei realize that Shin Yunyan wasn't joking. She was serious. How dare you? Let go. I am a princess of Chu. How dare you? The palace ladies-in-waiting only obeyed Shin Yunyan and ignored Chu Yuewei, dragging her out. At this moment, Auntie Luo knelt down and began kowtowing. Your Highness, please calm down. Please, for the sake of the newly arrived Chu concubine, who doesn't yet understand the rules. Forgive her. Please show mercy. It's precisely because she's new and doesn't understand the rules that I need to discipline her properly. Otherwise, offending me is a minor matter. But if she offends the king, what then? Shin Yunyan spoke with righteous authority, exuding the majesty of a queen. Even Auntie Luo, who was as shrewd as they came, dared not say another word. She could only scramble to her feet and go out to kneel beside Chu Yuewei. Shun Yunyan, you vile woman, just you wait. I will never let you off. Chu Yuewei glared at Shun Yunyan with gritted teeth. She had never suffered such humiliation since birth. How could she accept it? Tianzhao, slap her. Shun Yunyan, holding a teacup, gave the order emotionlessly. Tianzhao stepped forward and slapped Chu Yuewei hard. Then, without hesitation, she began slapping her from both sides. In no time, the once pretty face had swollen into a pig's head. No matter how arrogant Chu Yuewei was, she was just a young girl. After being dealt with like this, she naturally calmed down. Oh, Your Highness, you seem to be in high spirits. Xiaoling, having slept enough, emerged from the inner hall. He walked directly to Shan Yunyan's side and squeezed in beside her, sitting on the same chair. The chair had been spacious enough for Shan Yunyan alone, but with Xiaoling's large frame added, it became quite cramped. Your Highness awake? Shan Yunyan smiled at him, a hint of tenderness in her expression. Xiaoling took a pastry from the side and took a bite, frowning slightly. What's going on here? Your Highness, save me. Seeing Xiaoling, Chu Yuewei thought her backing had arrived and burst into tears. Xiaoling seemed annoyed by the noise, digging in his ear and frowning at her. What are you crying about? Speak clearly. What's going on? Your Highness, the Queen is deliberately humiliating me. Chu Yuewei felt even more wronged. Her face was beaten like a pig's, so her speech was somewhat slurred. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling tilted his head and looked at Shun Yunyan. Why did you beat her? Shin Yunyan didn't back down, directly recounting Chu Yuewei's actions. After hearing this, Xiaoling waved his hand. If that's the case, she deserved it. After the punishment, send some good medicine over. Oh, and send a few more aunties to properly teach her. This is just disgraceful. With that, Xiaoling stood up and kissed Shin Yunyan on the forehead. I'm leaving. Take care, Your Highness. Shin Yunyan didn't even stand up, just smiled at him. At this point, Chu Yuewei could barely contain her tears. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She had always thought that her father's love for her mother was unparalleled, yet even then, her mother dared not be so bold in front of him. What right did this woman have? Originally, she had thought Xiaoling favored that slut Chu Ruoyue and didn't care for the queen. Now it seemed she had seriously misjudged the situation. Chapter 169. Don't put the cart before the horse. Study room. Xiaoliang glanced at the dowry list for Chu Yuewei, and then at the trembling Luo Mami kneeling on the floor. He chuckled. It seems the noble consort truly dotes on her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to send you as a dowry gift. Since that's the case, take concubine Chu and go back to reflect on your actions. Luo Mami immediately kowtowed and then spoke softly. Thank you, Your Highness. However, Your Highness, the princess truly loves you. Please show her some compassion. You may leave, Xiaoliang said, his mood improving as he studied the dowry list, so he didn't press further. Seeing this, Luo Mami quickly bowed and left. No sooner had she exited than Xiaoliang summoned all the city lords. How is the post-disaster reconstruction going in each city? What about the frost prevention preparations I mentioned earlier? City lords of Liao and He, how are your rabbits doing? Can they be sheared yet? And the fruit trees in Ji City, how are they growing? Zhangjian, how is your experimental field? Xiaoliang meticulously inquired about every aspect of Qin province. Nothing was more important than the livelihood of the people. Ensuring the populace was well-fed and clothed was paramount. The city lords stepped forward one by one to report their progress. The Angora rabbits were thriving, and shearing could begin soon. The related industries were also nearly ready to follow suit, as the preliminary work had been completed. The experimental fields and fruit trees were also doing well, though the fruit trees required time to mature. so they wouldn't generate income this year. Moreover, the effects of the previous flood had completely subsided. The people had rebuilt their homes and could live normally again. Hearing these reports, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, City Lord He mentioned expanding the rabbit-raising scale and needed funding. I didn't have the spare funds then, but now I do. Go to Songzhou to collect the money. Xiaoyang handed a sign note to City Lord He. Upon seeing the note, City Lord He's face lit up with joy. Not to be outdone, City Lord Liao stepped forward boldly. Your Highness, what about us? You too, go to Songzhou for the funds. Xiaoyang smiled and handed over another note. With the official business concluded, it was time to address other matters. Xiaoyang looked at them and said calmly, I'm sure you're all aware of the situation with the Crown Prince. This year marks the first year of our expansion in Qin Province, so it's of utmost importance. I won't say much else. If anyone causes unnecessary problems, don't bother coming to see me. Just take your own life.
Yes.
Everyone felt a chill and bowed in unison. Xiaoyang waved his hand. You may all leave. Zhang Jian, Qi Tai, and Xiao Hua, stay. I have some matters to discuss with you. The others turned and exited. Only the three of them remained in the room. The autumn harvest is just around the corner. We've worked all year and can't afford to fail now. I've received news that the Ministry of War is preparing grain and fodder. At a time when the borders are stable, what do you think they're preparing for? Xiaoyang spoke frankly. Hearing this, Zhang Jian's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. What is the emperor thinking? Does he not want the people of Qin Province to live well? He's not against the people of Qin Province living well. He's against me living well. I can understand that. After all, I am a descendant of the previous dynasty. However, food is a matter of the people's livelihood. No one, whoever they are, can affect our sustenance, understand? Xiaoyang looked at them sternly. They all understood Xiaoyang's meaning and nodded. At this point, Xiaoyang softened his tone and turned his gaze to Xiao Hua. How are the things I asked you to research coming along? How many troops can be fully equipped? Currently, we can fully equip 3,000 men, Xiao Hua replied honestly. In an era where everything relied on handcrafting, achieving this in such a short time was no small feat. Good. Qi Tai, Zhang Jian, you two take the equipment and hasten the training of the soldiers. After a year of farming, it's time to get back to the real work. Xiaoyang immediately made the arrangements. If friends come, we'll offer them wine. If wolves come, we'll meet them with guns. No matter what Emperor Xia plans, we'll make sure he doesn't return. All right, go about your business. If you need money or manpower, just speak up. Xiaoyang waved them out. Sitting there, he pondered for a moment before looking at a Qing, who was standing by. Immediately send word to Shen Yuanfeng to come see me. Yes, I obey your command. A Qing turned and left. Just as things quieted down, Chu Ruyue arrived. This time, however, Chu Ruyue wasn't here to cause trouble. She was here to deliver money. This is the income from the Chu Street over the past period. The cloth you developed has been selling very well, almost monopolizing the entire cloth market, Chu Ruyue said as she handed over the ledger. After glancing at it, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, women hold up half the sky. Not bad, not bad. Seeing his smug expression, Chu Ruyue chuckled and then said softly, Next, I plan to expand the business. What do you think? Expanding the business is natural, but not now. There's only about a month left until the autumn harvest. Most of this area is arable land. So no matter how prosperous commerce becomes, agriculture remains the foundation. So, don't rush now. Wait until after the harvest to expand. But if we have money, we can buy whatever we want. I still think farming is too slow, Chu Ruyue disagreed, looking at him. This was a difference in mindset. Since most of Chu were merchants, Chu was incredibly wealthy. However, in Chu, almost everyone is in commerce, so from royalty to commoners, no one lacks money. But during famine years, you still go hungry. When the ports freeze and goods can't enter, you're helpless, right? Chu had wealth but no production, so everything relied on imports. This was why these nations could easily manipulate Chu. By blocking trade routes, they could starve Chu into submission. Chu Ruyue, being an unloved princess, knew nothing of this. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, she felt a pang of discomfort and frowned. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm saying that the livelihood of the people comes first. Only by ensuring self-sufficiency can we avoid being manipulated. Chapter 170. Awakening. This was purely a discussion based on the current reality, with no intention of targeting anyone. However, Chu Ruyue didn't see it that way. So, you think that people from our Chu kingdom are good for nothing but business? No, Xiaoyang patiently explained. I'm asking you. If Dixia unites with the northern kingdom and the southern frontier to block the mutual market, how long can your Chu kingdom's current reserves last? But these were not Chu Ruyue's concerns. She shook her head directly. These are things my father should worry about, not me. But now that you mention it, I understand. You're against expanding our operations at this time, right? Xiaoyang now understood what it meant to have a conversation that went nowhere. Seeing her like this, he felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Forget it. You get the point. Go back. Xiaoyang waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the topic any further. But how could Chu Ruyue give up so easily? She stepped forward, crossed her arms, and frowned at Xiaoyang. What are you planning to do about Chu Yue's situation this morning? Weren't they talking about the Chu Kingdom Street? Why bring up Chu Yue now? Indeed, women's thought processes were anything but ordinary. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then said softly, this is a matter of the inner household. The princess is fair and just in her actions, so I hope you won't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Before the words had even left his mouth, Shan Yunyan suddenly burst in from outside, completely disregarding Chu Ruyue's presence. She leaped into Xiaoyang's arms, laughing heartily. Xiaoyang instinctively caught her. What's the matter? Why so happy? The Women's Academy has enrolled students. Shin Yunyan's excitement made her eyes redden. She stared straight at Xiaoyang, her eyes sparkling. The Women's Academy was something Xiaoyang had planned since arriving in the Qin region. Despite various setbacks, it had remained vacant for a long time. However, Xiaoyang was principled. Even though the Women's Academy was empty, he refused to compromise by turning it into a men's academy, ensuring the female tutors still received their salaries. Now, it seemed that persistence had paid off. You said we could do it and we did. Xiaoyang, you're amazing. Shun Yunyan's nose tingled, and she hugged Xiaoyang again. It was wonderful, truly wonderful. Chu Ruyue stood to the side, watching the scene, completely dumbfounded. She had never seen Shan Yunyan so unrestrained. Watching them embrace so intimately, Chu Ruyue felt a mix of emotions. While she envied them, the sourness she once felt was gone. In fact, she felt that only they were meant to be like this, and any outsider would be out of place. Without interrupting, she quietly turned and walked out. She walked quickly, with Qing Yao following closely behind. Yao, do you think such a thing could really exist in this world? That women could openly study and take exams, have value beyond childbirth, and do many other things besides marrying? Chu Ruyue suddenly stopped and tilted her head to look at Qing Yao, who was following her. How would Qing Yao, a mere guard, know such things? Seeing Chu Ruyue's bright eyes, he thought for a moment and said softly, though I don't know if such a thing exists in this world, if it does, it must be a very good thing, right? You think so too? Chu Ruyue's excitement grew, her eyes filled with hope. She pulled Qing Yao to a hidden corner and whispered, I always thought all my efforts were just to find a good man to marry, to live a life of domestic bliss, never having to worry about food and clothing. But now, I suddenly feel that my life shouldn't be limited to just marriage and childbirth. Don't you think so? Chu Ruyue's self-awareness was beginning to awaken. She had never understood the strange things Xiaoyang had said to her before, but now, it seemed she was beginning to grasp them. He had told her that a girl like her shouldn't just stay in the inner chambers. She should go out and find a broader world to realize her personal value. At first, Chu Ruyue thought Xiaoyang was just humoring her with such words. But now, she understood that this wasn't just flattery. It was his genuine belief. Qing Yao, I want to become the greatest female merchant in the world. Chu Ruyue suddenly had a clear goal. Seeing her regain her usual vigor, Qingyao was also delighted. Of course, princess. You can do it. You've always been the best. Speaking of the princess, Chu Ruyue thought of her unfortunate younger sister and immediately led Qingyao toward her own courtyard. Xiaoyang was as good as his word. He had them all stay in the same courtyard. As soon as they entered, they heard Chu Yue's screams and curses. Get out, all of you. It hurts so much. Are you all idiots? Hearing her cries, Chu Ruyue's emotions were a bit complicated. She had thought she would be happy to see her misfortune, but now that she saw her in such a state, Chu Ruyue felt a deep sense of sorrow. She opened the door and walked in, seeing Chu Yue's disfigured face. Chu Ruyue sighed and said helplessly, "You were always pampered in the palace. Not only were you never punished, but you probably never even heard a harsh word, right? You wretch, are you here to laugh at me?" Chu Yue's face was twisted with hatred as she glared at her. Chu Ruyue stepped forward, took the ointment, and gently spread it over Chu Yue's face, speaking softly, "We are both princesses of the Chu kingdom. What happened in the palace doesn't matter now. Since we've left Chu, we must learn to protect ourselves. Don't you understand that Xiaoyang doesn't care for you? He's ruthless, so why put yourself through this?" "What do you mean?" Chu Yue was in too much pain to listen to any of this nonsense. Her thinking clouded. Seeing her like this, Chu Ruyue felt helpless. "Yue, don't you ever regret it? The man you like doesn't love you, and he treats you so badly. Aren't you angry?" At these words, Chu Yue's tears immediately fell. She had always believed that if Xiaoyang could like Chu Ruyue, he would like her too, as she was clearly the superior one in every way. But she never expected things to turn out like this. She was beginning to regret it, longing to go home, but she knew it was too late. It was all too late. "Chu Ruyue, do you think you can laugh at me just because we're in a different place? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. No matter how down and out I am, I'm still the 10th princess of the Chu kingdom, and I'm always more noble than you." Chapter 171. Excessive. If this had happened before, such words would have undoubtedly left Chu Ruyue feeling deeply hurt or extremely angry, perhaps even lamenting the injustice of fate. But now, when faced with such remarks, Chu Ruyue felt nothing. She looked at the disheveled Chu Yue with a hint of helplessness, sitting beside her and calmly saying, "No matter what, you are still the princess of Chu, my youngest sister. Seeing you like this, I truly feel pained. For a man, you've reduced yourself to such a state. Do you really think it's worth it? Is it really worth it?" "What exactly do you mean?" Chu Yue, her body aching everywhere, was in no condition to think clearly. "I'll be honest with you. If you continue like this, you won't survive long in the Qin Palace. As your sister, I don't want to see you die here. So, I'm giving you a chance to think about what you're going to do next." After saying this, she stood up and turned to leave. "Chu Ruyue, you scoundrel. Come back. Explain yourself." "What do you mean? Explain it to me." Chu Yue, furious, knocked over the medicinal ointment and screamed hysterically. Seeing this, the nearby Auntie Luo grew anxious and quickly stepped forward to restrain her, whispering, "The 9th princess is right. The prince doesn't have any affection for you. In the Qin Palace, without the prince's favor, princess, what will you do?" "He doesn't like me now, but that doesn't mean he never will, does it?" Chu Yue struggled to sit up, gripping Auntie Luo's arm tightly. "Isn't that right, Auntie?" Auntie Luo, having watched her grow up, may have been a servant, but in her heart, she dearly loved Chu Yue. Seeing her in such a state, she felt immense pain. Taking a deep breath, she said with a sigh, "My princess, he doesn't like you. It's not worth it." "But I like him. I truly do." Chu Yue's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't understand how things had come to this. She had tried everything to marry the man she loved, yet why had it turned out like this? In the study, Xin Yunyan sat across from Xiaoling, her brows furrowed as she asked, "Isn't this a bit excessive? You're the princess consort. Disciplining a concubine is only natural, isn't it?" Xiaoling smiled, looking at her. "We're husband and wife. Why are you testing me with such questions? How am I testing you? Shin Yunyan glanced at him shyly, mumbling, You're so annoying. How do you always see through everything? Xiaoling put down his brush and paper, looking at her. You haven't seen your brother in a while, have you? Zhongdu sent word that your brother is doing quite well. Would you like to see him? What do you mean? Shin Yunyan looked at him with concern. Is something going to happen? Seeing her worried expression, Xiaoling smiled and then whispered, Nothing serious. It's just that the autumn harvest is approaching. After a year of hard work, I'm worried something might go wrong. So, I'm thinking of taking precautions to prevent any future issues. You're taking preventive measures, and you want to mobilize the border troops? Shin Yunyan stood up, surprised. Isn't that a bit too much? Xiaoling took a deep breath and then said quietly, I know it seems excessive, but the harvest is the lifeblood of our people. If something goes wrong, it would be too late to regret it. So, even if it's excessive, I must prevent this. Anyone who dares to disrupt our harvest will face my wrath. After hearing this, Shin Yunyan walked over to him, gently massaging his shoulders, and whispered, All right, don't stress too much. The entire Qin region's transportation and economy are in your hands. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, it won't be easy. Don't you think so? Stop trying to placate me. What do you really want to do? Xiaoling grabbed her hand and smiled at her. After living together for so long, if they couldn't read each other's minds, what kind of life would that be? Shin Yunyan blushed slightly, speaking in a low voice. How do you always see through me? I want to visit the women's academy. Is that okay? Of course, go ahead. Xiaoling pulled her onto his lap, smiling tenderly. This is the Qin region, not the capital. You can go wherever you want. There's no need for so many restrictions. Really? Shin Yunyan looked at him in surprise, whispering, Don't you think women shouldn't be seen in public? Of course it's fine. While you're beautiful, I can't keep you cooped up at home. Xiaoling kissed her. It's just that I'm a bit busy with the dam reconstruction lately and can't accompany you. How about this? I'll have Afu go with you to ensure nothing happens. Deal? Deal. Shin Yunyan agreed without hesitation, kissed Xiaoling, and then turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoling's lips curled into a smile. Turning back, he saw Fu standing behind him and said irritably, Why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to go protect the princess consort? What about the prince? Afu looked at Xiaoling with concern. Xiaoling rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do I need your protection? Go, go, go. After tidying up, Xiaoling headed toward Chu Yuewei's room. Chu Yuewei, having never endured such humiliation before, lay on the bed, drowsy, with tears still in the corners of her eyes. Seeing Xiaoling enter, Auntie Luo quickly stepped forward to bow. Greetings, Your Highness. Please forgive us, but the concubine Chu has just been treated and has fallen asleep. I've come to take a look. Xiaoling brushed past Auntie Luo and approached Chu Yuewei. In pain, Chu Yuewei slept fitfully. Hearing the noise, she immediately opened her eyes and, seeing Xiaoling, was terrified. She instinctively tried to sit up but, in doing so, accidentally pulled at her wounds, wincing in pain. Your Highness, haven't you beaten me enough? Chu Yuewei's tears flowed freely as she looked at Xiaoling pitifully. Xiaoling, seeing her in such a state, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Unfortunately, he was not a man who would be swayed by pity. What are you trying to achieve with this act? Insulting the princess consort, disrespecting your superiors, overstepping your bounds. Every one of these is your fault. Isn't the punishment deserved? Xiaoling crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Chapter 172. You hurt me. What? Chu Yuewei had initially thought that Xiaoyang came to see her out of concern, but she never expected him to be here to reprimand her. She stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. But, do you truly feel no sympathy for me at all? Of course not for someone who deserves it, Xiaoyang replied indifferently. But if your parents saw you like this, they'd probably be heartbroken. Tell me, why did you insist on marrying into this family? Hearing this, Chu Yuewei felt even more devastated. Why did I insist on marrying you? Don't you know? When we first met in Chu, I fell in love with you at first sight. From that day on, all I wanted was to marry you. But why are you treating me like this? What have I done wrong? Even if you can't love me, can't we at least be civil to each other? Must you torture me like this? Why? Chu Yue's voice grew more agitated, though her injuries limited her physical reactions. Xiaoyang chuckled at her distress, then said calmly, "If I recall, I told you many times before that I didn't like you and didn't want you to marry me. What did you do?" Chu Yue was stunned. Ignoring the pain in her body, she struggled to sit up and stared at him, taking a deep breath. "Everything I did was for the chance to be with you." "But you hurt me," Xiaoyang said coldly, his gaze piercing. "You've been pampered since birth, so you think you can have anything you want. But I'm not an object you can take. Do you see that now? Even if I could help you ascend the throne, you still wouldn't want me?" Chu Yue persisted, unwilling to give up. Xiaoyang found her confidence amusing. He reached out, gently stroking her cheek. "Do you even have that ability? My father is the Emperor of Chu. My mother is a noble consort. My maternal family is... So what? You're just a princess of Chu. Here, you're merely my concubine." Xiaoyang's cold gaze intensified. He stepped closer, gripping her chin. "Besides, I'm loyal to the Emperor. Saying such things could get you executed. Do you understand?" I. Chu Yue's eyes welled with tears from the pain. "I regret it. But what can I do? I want to go home, but I can't, can I?" Even if Xiaoyang were to show mercy and let her go, what would she do when she returned? She had defied her father and mother to marry him, and now she had no place to go. Xiaoyang had expected her to refuse to admit her mistakes, but after a beating, she suddenly saw the error of her ways. If he had known that, why waste time before? A good beating would have been more effective. "Can I go home?" Chu Yue struggled to sit up, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Xiaoyang. "Will you let me go? Even if you go back now, it won't be good for you, will it?" Xiaoyang frowned. "I can give you some time to think. If you still want to go home after considering it, I can send you back." With that, he turned and walked out. Originally, he had planned to trick Chu Yue into coming so he could kill her, but seeing that she had regained some sense, he changed his mind. After all, a living person was always more useful than a dead one. If used well, she could be a powerful card. Thinking of how he had ignored Xiaojia for several days, Xiaoyang decided it was time to meet his good brother. He opened the door and walked in, coldly observing Xiaojia sitting there. "I didn't expect you to have such a temper. I hear you haven't eaten in days? What do you want?" Xiaojia glared at him fiercely. "I am the crown prince. You dare kill me? Why would I kill you?" Xiaoyang chuckled at his defensive stance. "You're the crown prince. Killing you would bring me no benefit." Xiaojia had thought his situation was dire, but now Xiaoyang was talking like this? "Your Highness, since you're here to handle the disaster relief, why don't you hand over the relief funds?" Xiaoyang smiled, asking for money. Although the relief funds had already been recovered, Xiaojia didn't know that. So asking for them now was perfectly reasonable. "What?" Xiaojia stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief, his brows furrowed as he clenched his teeth. "Are you mocking me on purpose? What are you talking about, brother? Didn't the Emperor send you here for disaster relief? I heard 30,000 taels were allocated. Please hand over the money to help the victims." Xiaoyang looked at him innocently, clearly expecting the funds. Hearing this, Xiaojia felt like banging his head against a wall. "You know I was robbed along the way. Even my clothes were taken, let alone the relief funds," he growled. "What?" Xiaoyang acted as if he had heard something shocking, covering his mouth with wide eyes. "The crown prince lost the relief funds? What will happen to the tens of thousands of people in Qin? They're all waiting for this money. What are we to do?" He seemed genuinely shocked, collapsing into a nearby chair. Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, Xiaojia finally understood. "You didn't know the relief funds were gone?" "How would I know?" Xiaoyang sighed. "We were counting on those 30,000 taels to rebuild. Now that the money is gone, what are we to do? Who would dare to rob the relief funds? Xiaozhi ground his teeth. It was bandits lingering along the road. What? How dare they? Your Highness, I request to lead a campaign against them. Xiao Yang slammed the table, his eyes wide. His performance was so convincing that for a moment, Xiaozhi couldn't tell if he was sincere or not. You want to lead a campaign? Xiaozhi frowned. What do you mean? They didn't just steal 30,000 taels. They stole the lifeblood of the people of Qin. I request to lead the campaign to eliminate the bandits. Xiao Yang spoke with conviction, his gaze intense. Chapter 173. A World of Difference. Seeing this, Xiaozhi also thought it was feasible. However, he looked at Xiao Yang with some difficulty. What you said makes sense, but I don't have the military token. That's not hard. Your Highness only needs to write a letter to the Emperor explaining the situation. As for the rest, I believe the Emperor will make his decision. Xiao Yang immediately began digging a trap. Xiaozhi's brain was not very good to begin with, and now, with Xiao Yang's persuasion, he was even more confused about the complicated matters. He nodded directly and whispered, "All right, I'll write it now." After saying that, he really started writing the letter. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Your Highness, please continue writing. I'll go and get you something to eat. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Watching Xiao Yang's back, Xiaozhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought that Xiao Yang would make a big deal out of this matter, but to his surprise, Xiao Yang now appeared to be on the same side as him. Soon, Bai Shu was released and brought in some delicious food. After confirming that Xiaozhi was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the crown prince is safe. Seeing Xiaozhi writing a letter, he frowned slightly. Your Highness, what are you doing? Our 300,000 taels of silver were stolen, so naturally, we need to inform the Emperor and have Xiao Yang send troops to suppress the bandits, Xiaozhi said, tilting his head to look at Bai Shu. These damned bandits, I will personally twist their heads off. After hearing this, Bai Shu felt something was off. He walked around and said in a low voice, Your Highness, please don't rush. We should think carefully about this. Why would the Qin prince let you go and even clean up the mess? Why is that? Why? I am the crown prince. Even if he is as arrogant as he is, he wouldn't dare to go against me. Don't you understand this simple logic? Xiaozhi snorted. He felt a sense of comfort whenever he thought about how Xiao Yang treated him with deference and obedience. If your Highness really wants to do this, it's best not to leave the Qin territory for the time being. This way, you can keep an eye on the Qin prince and get to know the local armed forces. Bai Shu smiled and immediately offered advice. If you write this clearly in the letter, I believe the Emperor won't hold the loss of silver against you. Finally, Xiaozhi realized and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, you're right. This way, we can kill two birds with one stone. In the study, Li Nu reported everything he had overheard to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang listened and nodded in satisfaction, laughing. Our crown prince isn't very bright, but this Bai Shu is a tough nut to crack. Your Highness, what should we do next? Li Nu looked at Xiao Yang with concern. Xiao Yang laughed and then said calmly, Actually, this isn't a big deal. Let them say whatever they want. It's also a chance to satisfy the Emperor's curiosity. Isn't that good? All right, then let's help the crown prince. Li Nu nodded with a smile. After hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead and prepare. I'm going out to find my wife. At this moment, Shen Yunyan was sitting in the women's academy. She hadn't made a big deal about her departure, only bringing Tianzhao and Afu with her, pretending to be students observing the class, listening to the female teacher. Seeing Shen Yunyan's serious expression, Afu quietly tugged at Tianzhao's clothes and then handed her a candied fruit. Seeing this, Tianzhao was speechless and rolled her eyes, throwing the candied fruit back. The two of them went back and forth, creating quite a commotion. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan frowned slightly and waved her hand, shooing the two of them out. This made Tianzhao unhappy. As soon as she went out, she stomped on Afu's foot and said irritably, What are you doing? The female teacher is talking about ancient texts. What's the point? I see you listening very intently. Afu looked at Tianzhao